Please insert your military service validation card. A sweet synthetic voice announced. Standing inside the narrow, oval-shaped chamber, Tang Long hurriedly inserted the card he had obtained into a magnetic slot. Name: Tang Long. Age: 18. Gender: male. Education: high school. Enlisted branch: infantry. As the data appeared on the computer screen, the synthetic voice chimed again, preparing for identity verification. Tang Long stood perfectly still, his eyes wide with anticipation. At that moment, a beam of white light scanned him from head to toe. Facial features match, skeletal structure match, blood type match, DNA match, pupil match. Identity verification confirmed. After a series of beeping sounds, the computer ejected the original magnetic card, and the synthetic voice repeated. Please report to 504 New Recruit Camp, 23rd Regiment, 3rd Battalion, 1st Company, 1st Platoon. Wishing you great success in your military endeavors. Tang Long quickly tucked the card away as a door behind him swung open, revealing a long queue outside. Damn it, is joining the army really this troublesome? Had I known, I wouldn't have come, he grumbled as he exited the allocation room. Just as he stepped out, the person at the front of the line entered the room, causing the door to shut behind him. This newly minted adult, Tang Long, had just graduated from high school this year. Coming from a well-off family, he could have attended university or worked at his father's company. Yet he yearned to be a soldier instead. From a young age, he harbored ambitions of becoming a commander who would lead legions. He believed that to become a marshal, one must first be a general. And to ascend to general, one must start as a private. Although he had heard that joining the National Defense University would allow one to enter the military with the rank of second lieutenant, infinitely superior to the current rank of private, his examination scores placed him within the bottom 1,000 among millions of candidates in the Federation. The National Defense University was not a place one could simply purchase admission to, and his family would never consent to his enlistment, as they had a long-standing tradition of having only male heirs. There was a humorous tale regarding his name, which his grandfather had chosen before his parents were even married. Both his grandfather and father were quite confident that the next generation would certainly be male. Perhaps it was the ancient bloodline's remarkable potency, for he indeed entered this world as a boy. Moreover, after 18 years of effort, his parents had not conceived another child, not even a pregnancy occurred. When he became aware of such matters, he once asked his grandfather why he had been given such a name. His grandfather proudly explained that the character Tang represented a certain ethnicity from an ancient planet known as Earth, characterized by yellow skin, black hair, and dark eyes. The character Long symbolized the most powerful man of that nation. Although that planet had vanished, the achievements of its united civilizations would forever be commemorated in the annals of history. While his grandfather did not explicitly state his expectations, the significance of the name Tang Long was indelibly etched in the mind of the perceptive child, becoming one of the motivations for his desire to enlist. Thus, this mischievous lad used his poor exam results as an excuse to take a trip during the summer break, acquiring a travel fund and proof of his adulthood. And he ventured nearly 10,000 light-years away to the planet Kira, enlisting for military service without prior notification to his family. Although there were other branches of the military open for enlistment, they either required cultural knowledge examinations or physical tests. With no qualifications to speak of, Tang Long chose the infantry, which only required one to be of age with no further testing. Carrying his belongings and that magnetic card with his assignment, he wandered around the allocation hall, which featured numerous olive-shaped allocation rooms, each filled with other young recruits like himself. The olive-shaped rooms were equipped with artificial intelligence, capable of automatically assigning recruits to suitable training camps based on their requests and test results. Of course, the allocation hall was not only populated by new recruits, soldiers clad in black uniforms with silver trim stood guard as well. As Tang Long watched the imposing soldiers with a sense of envy, he searched for the passage leading to the 504 New Recruit Camp. Despite being in such a vast hall, the sheer number of passageways was overwhelming. Tang Long craned his neck to read the numbers above each passageway, nearly straining himself. After a lengthy search, he finally located the automatic passage labeled 504, where a few new recruits had already gathered. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, and the automatic floor began to move him along. Tang Long spent nearly 10 minutes in that featureless passage, glancing back only to realize that he was the sole occupant behind him. The few individuals ahead of him, dressed in civilian attire, seemed to be accelerating away on the moving floor, shrinking from the size of a thumb to that of a mung bean, until they eventually vanished from sight. In the long corridor, Tang Long felt utterly alone. After a few more minutes, panic began to set in. Despite telling himself not to be afraid, the oppressive silence weighed heavily on him. In a fit of desperation, he began to run forward. Although the automatic floor continued to move swiftly, he felt that only by running could he truly perceive the motion beneath him. Eventually exhausted, he crouched down, panting like a dog. Since starting middle school, he had scarcely exercised. His days had been consumed with reading and playing computer games, indulging in comics and video games. Too fatigued to remember his inexplicable fears, he focused solely on the need to rest. Suddenly, he noticed that the floor had come to a halt. Curiously, he looked up and realized he was crouched at the exit, where a sign read, "Total journey, 30 minutes. Idiot! He scolded himself, smacking his forehead in exasperation. He had spent over 20 minutes reaching the exit, which felt utterly unjust. His fear had led to such an arduous journey. This was the longest he had ever run in his 18 years. Stepping through the exit, he found himself in a vast airport and hastily inserted his assignment card into the verification machine. Moments later, the computer's synthetic voice announced, "Please proceed to Channel 23 to board your spaceship." Tang Long retrieved the assignment card and walked toward the passageway labeled 23. This time, he took only 30 seconds to board a small spacecraft designed for 10 passengers. And astonishingly, he found himself the sole occupant of the cabin. At that moment, a sweet voice echoed from the speakers. "Prepare for takeoff, please fasten your seatbelt." Tang Long quickly found a seat and secured his seatbelt. Through the window, he spotted a colossal spacecraft taking off. No way. Why is mine so small? Am I really the only one heading to the 23rd Regiment? What about those other recruits I just saw? Were they not heading to the same place? The inexplicable terror washed over him again, prompting him to speak aloud in an attempt to assuage his fears. With a deafening roar, the spacecraft launched, pressing him firmly against his seat. However, the pressure subsided after just over a minute. Tang Long realized they had exited the atmosphere, and when he turned to look outside, he was greeted by the vast darkness of space, illuminated by countless stars. Though he had seen space innumerable times before, he was always irresistibly drawn to its beauty. As he regained his composure, Tang Long suddenly unbuckled his seatbelt and lunged toward the control room like a tiger. He wanted to inquire with the pilot about their destination. In truth, he simply craved conversation. Solitude was far too intimidating. The cockpit door, which should have been locked, swung open with a push, revealing an empty space. Tang Long paused for a moment, realizing that such a small ship was typically computer-controlled, following a fixed flight path, making the absence of a pilot entirely normal and a wise allocation of resources. Understanding that they were not far from their destination, he unceremoniously took a seat in the cockpit. The view of the cosmos from there was undoubtedly splendid. He felt a surge of joy at this unexpected privilege, having never before sat in the cockpit of a spacecraft during his numerous journeys. However, his elation was short-lived as the synthetic voice chimed in again, "Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts and don your helmets. This spacecraft is about to initiate a space jump." Tang Long let out a shrill cry. A space jump? No way. Can such a small ship even do that? Where on Earth is the 23rd Regiment? Space jumps were typically a function reserved for colossal ships. A small craft could not withstand the forces involved. Moreover, a minimum distance of over 1,000 light-years was required for such a maneuver. Despite his panic, Tang Long swiftly buckled his seatbelt, followed by donning the helmet that had automatically dropped from above. This helmet was designed to minimize the force exerted on the head during a space jump, and all windows would turn pitch black to protect the eyes from harm. Once prepared, he felt a tingling sensation spreading through his body, signaling the initiation of the space jump. He fervently recited the names of all known deities. Never having heard of a small spacecraft accomplishing such a feat with no choice but to ride the tiger, he could only pray for a successful jump. The duration of the space jump was brief, lasting only a few seconds, and the voice soon announced, "Space jump complete. We will arrive at our destination in 30 minutes." The helmet automatically retracted, and Tang Long curiously gazed out, perplexed as to why, if they were indeed to arrive in 30 minutes. He could see no planets in sight. How is it possible that one encounters such an array of inexplicable occurrences while serving in the military? Tang Long could only sigh in resignation. In any case, he would arrive in 30 minutes, so he chose to disregard it. Fastening his seatbelt, Tang Long began to close his eyes and rest. 10 seconds to landing. 10, 9, 8. Awakened by this countdown, Tang Long hurriedly opened his eyes and was astonished to discover that a massive meteorite, nearly a kilometer in size, loomed before the spacecraft, with a fissure running through its surface. The light emanating from within the crack revealed that the interior of the meteorite housed a small base. Could it be that this meteorite was indeed the 23rd Regiment of the 504 new recruits? Given that they were landing in a zero-gravity environment, there was no pressure. Tang Long could already see the command tower on the screen oddly. Despite the command lights flashing, there appeared to be no personnel present inside. Once the docking hatch connected, Tang Long eagerly dashed outside. To his astonishment, the entire command tower was devoid of any human presence. After a moment of shock, he sensed an eerie silence enveloping him, broken only by his own breathing. Overcome with fear, he turned to flee back to the spacecraft, but the docking port had already detached, isolating him from the ship with a protective shield. Soon after, the fuel connector also disengaged. The spacecraft began to slowly retreat, seemingly set to return automatically. Tang Long stood there, dumbfounded, watching the ship depart until the hatch closed, cutting off his view of the cosmos. In a panic, he shouted, "Is anyone there? I am Private Tang Long, reporting to the officer." Trembling with trepidation, he stepped onto the automated floor, calling out loudly while nervously clutching his belongings and surveying his surroundings. Before long, he found himself inside a circular building spanning several thousand square meters, with nothing around him except the passage he had entered. Upon arriving here, Tang Long let out a sigh of relief. He recognized this as the training camp's base from what he had seen on the holographic television. Although the surroundings appeared entirely white, the circular ceiling could project landscapes from various locales. The seemingly smooth and flat floor could transform to present various obstacles, serving as the training ground. The sleek walls would reveal doors leading to well-equipped rooms designated for soldiers and instructors to relax, dine, and unwind. Upon noticing the golden number 23 on the ceiling, Tang Long felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was indeed in the 23rd Regiment. However, he couldn't help but ponder why the entire regiment seemed so small. Logically, such a vast space should accommodate at least a company. And where was everyone? Surely they couldn't all be asleep? It was only 2 in the afternoon after all. Although puzzled, he called out again, "Private Tang Long reporting for duty." After a prolonged silence, with no response, Tang Long inhaled deeply, preparing to shout even louder. Suddenly, a cold voice behind him broke the stillness. "Are you Tang Long?" Elated, Tang Long turned around to salute, exclaiming, "Private Tang Long, reporting to the officer." However, the words "reporting for duty" transformed into a terrified scream, a sound of sheer horror. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, desperately trying to scoot away. What did he see? A skeletal figure clad in military attire. Tang Long's voice faltered. He scrambled backward toward the passage he had just come from, only to find it had vanished. It dawned on him that the new recruit camp was a closed training facility. Just as panic threatened to overwhelm him, the skeletal figure approached and seized Tang Long's uniform, pressing its skull against his forehead, demanding in a furious tone, "Are you Tang Long?" In that moment of sheer terror, Tang Long regained his wits, realizing that the skeleton was a robot, its bones crafted from metal. At such proximity, he could discern the metallic wiring of its neck and a small speaker within its mouth. He understood that this terrifying skeletal figure was, in fact, a machine. Historically, it had been centuries since robots had been utilized in military contexts, as their deployment had been restricted to hazardous tasks. The universe had largely abandoned the use of robots due to a catastrophic uprising initiated by sentient machines that threatened humanity's existence, an event that had been narrowly averted through human ingenuity. Although the widespread use of robots was banned, some nations continued to develop robotic soldiers. Centuries ago, the nation that manufactured these machines fell victim to a computer virus unleashed by a hostile power, which compromised the control systems of the robotic soldiers, resulting in their rampage against any living beings they encountered. While the crisis was swiftly quelled, it led to the destruction of an entire planet, solidifying the perception that intelligent robots were inherently unstable and dangerous. Consequently, the global community prohibited the development of sentient humanoid robots, declaring any who pursued such endeavors an enemy of humanity. A.S. Tang Long grappled with the bewildering presence of a robot at the 504 new recruit camp's 23rd Regiment. The machine hurled him to the ground, its voice filled with rage echoing, Are you Tang Long? The green glow emanating from its mechanical eyes suggested it intended to devour him whole. Startled, Tang Long quickly stood and shouted, "Private Tang Long reporting for duty." The robot stood with legs apart, hands clasped behind its back, erect and staring ahead, its voice cold and unyielding. "I cannot hear you." Taken aback, Tang Long recalled that in the television broadcasts, instructors often employed this tactic when new recruits arrived. He took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Private Tang Long reporting for duty." The robot seemed satisfied, extending its hand. Tang Long, aware of the procedure, hastily presented his assignment card. The robot accepted it with a swift motion, then stood at attention, saluting with a crisp gesture. "I accept your report." Tang Long sighed in relief, feeling that he had finally been recognized as a soldier. Observing his dazed expression, the robot spoke harshly, "Listen closely. That is your room, and that is the mess hall. Training begins at 1,600 hours." It pointed towards two doors that had emerged from the wall before turning and departing. Tang Long watched as the robot approached the wall, which promptly revealed a door that closed behind it, returning to its original state. When Tang Long turned to locate his room, he discovered the door had vanished, prompting a surge of panic as he rushed over. Just as he arrived, the door reappeared, revealing a pitch-black interior. Hesitating momentarily, he steeled himself and stepped inside. As soon as his foot crossed the threshold, the room illuminated, and Tang Long's spirits lifted upon seeing the space before him, a room of over 10 square meters furnished with a bed, a desk, a chair, a wardrobe, and a small bathroom stocked with toiletries. This was indeed an officer's suite. "I never expected the robot instructor to be so accommodating," Tang Long mused, whistling as he opened the wardrobe to find 3 sets of federal military uniforms and 3 pairs of combat boots, standard issue for soldiers. Without hesitation, he tossed aside his bag and eagerly donned a uniform. After dressing, he rushed to the bathroom to admire his reflection, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. The uniform fit him perfectly, as his physical data had been meticulously recorded. The only flaw he perceived was the silver stripe on his shoulder, denoting his rank as a private. After reveling in his reflection, Tang Long realized he was hungry and dashed out of his room. He arrived at the adjacent dining hall, where the light shone brightly, yet not a soul was in sight. Feeling a twinge of fear, he hurriedly retrieved a food container and a bottle of drink from the counter. Racing back to his room, as he consumed the synthetic food, his mind began to wander. The most pressing thought was that it seemed he was the only living person in this base. What on earth was happening? How could he, a mere infantryman, find himself in such a situation? Unbeknownst to Tang Long, he had made a colossal error in choosing his military branch. It was the year 3432 of the cosmic calendar, and the military had long since abolished the infantry designation, as modern warfare was dominated by battles between starships. While there remained roles for close-quarters combat and landing operations, they were now termed space warriors. So why did the infantry designation persist? This was due to the 23rd Marshal of the Federal Army, who hailed from an infantry background. Upon ascending to the rank of Marshal, he recognized the obsolescence of the infantry. However, he could not bring himself to eliminate it entirely. Thus, when he disbanded the infantry branch, he established the only remaining infantry training camp in the military, the 23rd Regiment. At that time, robots were widely utilized, and he leveraged his authority to construct the 23rd Regiment's base in a remote location, leaving behind several robotic instructors. He understood that soon no one would enlist in the infantry, and this base would eventually be forgotten. His intention was merely to preserve a commemorative site for the infantry branch. Little did he know that centuries after his death, the base continued to operate. Following his demise, the military's operating systems were entirely replaced with intelligent computers. Although humanity had eradicated humanoid intelligent robots, they were reluctant to abandon the convenience of intelligent computers. The military's intelligent computers assimilated the original data, integrating the last remaining infantry training base, the 23rd Regiment, into the system. Despite the lack of recruits, the base's operations persisted. Some officers, recognizing the uselessness of the base, contemplated its destruction but were swayed by the sentiment tied to the 23rd Marshal, opting to leave it be. They remained unaware that the instructors were robots, mistakenly believing them to be unfortunate officers assigned to this desolate outpost. At that time, the 23rd Marshal had secretly arranged for the robots. It was precisely due to this arrangement that the fixed flight routes were maintained, although there were no trainees present. Instructors remained. However, as the officers who were aware of the 23rd Regiment's existence gradually passed away, the regiment faded into obscurity. Since the base was self-sufficient, the Federation only needed to sustain the spacecraft routes. The costs associated with this maintenance were merely a drop in the ocean of the Federation's vast budget, posing no significant burden. With no applicants, the spacecraft for the routes was ultimately reduced to a small 10-seater, designated solely for transporting instructors. The utterly useless Tang Long, after searching through all military branches, finally stumbled upon this infantry division that had no prerequisites. Overjoyed, he momentarily forgot that this division was ranked last, mistakenly thinking he had struck gold. Just as he was lost in thought, Tang Long was abruptly awakened by a bucket of ice water. Leaping to his feet, ready to unleash a tirade, only to be silenced by the menacing gaze of his robotic instructor, causing all curses to retreat back into his throat. "Greetings, officer." Tang Long promptly rendered a rather inadequate salute. "You imbecile. We agreed on a 4 o'clock training session, and you dare to be 1 second late? Get out and run 10 laps around the training field," the robot bellowed ferociously. Tang Long realized his misfortune robots were notoriously punctual, while he had a penchant for forgetfulness. It seemed he would be facing daily penalties henceforth. Observing Tang Long's dazed expression, the robot approached from behind and, with a swift kick, sent him sprawling out of the room. With a cry of despair, Tang Long crashed onto the hall floor. As he attempted to rub his sore backside, he suddenly noticed a pair of boots before him. Looking up, he was startled to see the robotic instructor glaring menacingly, uttering ominous words. "Why aren't you running?" "Yes, ah." As Tang Long scrambled to his feet, he immediately noticed 5 identical robotic instructors standing in the training field. The foremost instructor, seeing his hesitation, drew a pistol from its waist, chambered around, and with a pull of the trigger, a laser shot whizzed past Tang Long, leaving a smoldering hole in the floor. In shock, Tang Long gazed at the robotic instructor as a cold, emotionless voice echoed in his ears. "I am a lieutenant. I possess the authority to execute disobedient subordinates. If you do not commence running immediately, the next shot will be aimed at your head." Only then did Tang Long recall that he was indeed a soldier, and his superior was a heartless robot. If he did not act wisely, he would certainly lose his life. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to leap up and begin running around the training field. Aside from the robot wielding the pistol, watching him closely, the other 4 remained motionless in their positions. Tang Long noticed that they all bore the insignia of a first lieutenant. And while marveling at the fact that robots could attain such ranks, he continued to run desperately. Any moment of slowdown would mean a barrage of lasers at his back. The searing terror drove him to forget his fatigue, and he surprisingly completed 10 laps. Upon finishing, utterly exhausted, Tang Long was about to crouch down when a whip cracked against the floor beside him. Startled, he immediately stood erect. The instructor retracted the whip and clapped it in its palm. A soldier must maintain composure at all times. "Now stand at attention, chest out, head up, and gaze forward. Keep your hands together at your sides." As the robot spoke, it demonstrated the proper stance. Whenever it noticed Tang Long's position was incorrect, it would first strike him with the whip before pointing out the error. After enduring a dozen lashes, Tang Long finally managed to assume the correct posture. It was unclear how these robots had learned to use whips. They delivered painful strikes without knocking him down. After being ordered to maintain this pose, the training field's white surroundings suddenly transformed into a sun-drenched desert environment. This was not merely an image of a desert. The temperature around him rose sharply, and Tang Long felt as though he were standing directly under the sun. Within moments, sweat soaked through his military uniform. After just 10 minutes, his head began to spin and his vision blurred. Inadvertently, he shifted his stance, only to be struck by the whip once more. The pain, akin to an electric shock to his brain, jolted him awake, and he returned to the original position. Under such stimulation, Tang Long somehow managed to endure for an hour. However, his physical stamina was truly at its limit, and he collapsed, unable to maintain his standing posture. The instructor rushed over to assess him, then stood up and coldly declared, "He has fainted." With those words, the desert illusion dissipated, reverting to the original training field appearance. The 4 robots remained in their initial positions, utterly unmoving, yet still spoke. "This little fellow lacks stamina. Indeed, he must be rigorously trained. After physical training, shall it be my turn to teach him naval combat?" Are you out of your mind? He's fainted. Besides, if anyone is to teach him, it should be me instructing him in strategy. Had Tang Long been conscious, the realization that these seemingly lifeless robots could engage in such human-like dialogue would surely have astounded him. Such conversations indicated they possessed the capability for independent thought. If humanoid robots could think autonomously, they had become intelligent machines. A millennium ago, the uprising of robots stemmed from their acquisition of human-like intelligence, granting them the ability to think independently. Should the Federation discover that the 23rd Regiment's training camp housed robots that had evolved into intelligent beings, they would undoubtedly dispatch forces to obliterate this base. The robot that had examined Tang Long then stated, "Our energy reserves are dwindling. We must ensure that within 1 year, we train this singular student, our only one in 456 years, to perfection." The 4 robots promptly bowed, their legs together, exclaiming, "Yes. We shall cultivate him into the most outstanding soldier, in honor of our robotic instructors." Chapter 2. Tang Long lay upon his bed, lost in a blissful dream. A faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the automatic door slid open, and the robotic instructor strode in, carrying a bucket filled with ice-cold water. Approaching the bedside, the instructor doused Tang Long with the icy liquid, simultaneously bellowing, "You insolent fool! Tang Long, you are 10 seconds late. I shall punish you with 100 laps." One might have expected Tang Long to spring to his feet at once. Yet he merely scratched his ear, smacked his lips as if nothing had happened, and rolled over to continue his slumber. The sound of the instructor's gleaming metal teeth clashing in fury echoed through the room. Casting aside the bucket, the instructor produced an object from his waist and pressed it against Tang Long's side. With a faint, squeaking sound, a crackling electric aura enveloped the device that in an instant, Tang Long's eyes flew open. Nearly bulging from their sockets and from his gaping mouth, he emitted the most wretched scream of his life. Ah! At that moment, his entire body recoiled, his already short hair standing on end like a hedgehog. And a look of agony contorted his face. The robotic instructor withdrew the stun baton and growled menacingly, "You are utterly unprepared. Had I been the enemy, you would have been slain 100 times over." A soldier must remain vigilant at all times, regardless of the circumstances. Now free from the electric shock, Tang Long grinned through gritted teeth, rubbing his stunned waist. Though he comprehended the instructor's words, he had no time to respond, as his mind was consumed with a torrent of expletives directed at the instructor's 36 generations of ancestors, disregarding the fact that robots have no lineage. Nonetheless, as he cursed inwardly, he dismissed the instructor's admonition. For in this era of warfare, it seemed preposterous that anyone would dare infiltrate an enemy's sleeping quarters. Surely such tactics belonged to a bygone age, seeing that Tang Long remained sprawled on the bed. The instructor wasted no time, seizing Tang Long's shirt and lifting him bodily before depositing him onto the floor facing the door. With a fierce kick to Tang Long's rear, he sent him flying from the room, landing in the same spot in the hall as he had the previous day. Had Tang Long left an impression on the floor the day before, he would have recognized that his position was identical to that of yesterday. The precision of the robots was not to be underestimated. Having learned from his previous experience, Tang Long quickly stood at attention, recalling how he had been coerced by a handgun and an electric whip. However, he had no recollection of how he had returned to the bed to sleep. It seemed that during yesterday's practice of standing at attention, he had first lost consciousness for a time before collapsing. Confronted by the 5 skeletal instructors before him, a chill crept up Tang Long's spine. Unaccustomed to such sights, he felt a twinge of fear at the sight of these animated skeletons, even if they were merely robots. Moreover, at that moment, he found himself overwhelmingly drowsy, and without a second thought, he closed his eyes. This way, he could avoid the chilling gaze of the instructors and seize the opportunity to rest the robots. However, immediately detected Tang Long's standing slumber, and his posture was deemed unsatisfactory. One of the instructors swiftly brandished the electric whip, striking Tang Long with fervor. "Oh my God!" he screamed, collapsing to the floor in a motionless heap. The robotic instructors paused momentarily, all eyes fixated on the one wielding the whip. The instructor waved a hand, and suddenly, one of his green electronic eyes transformed into a vivid red, emitting a beam of crimson light that scanned Tang Long's body back and forth. The others followed suit, unleashing their own beams of red light, only to retract them moments later. their eyes returning to green. The instructor with the whip, arms crossed, coldly remarked, "If you are so eager to sleep, then you shall sleep well in the water." With his words, the white walls transformed to reveal a sky, while blue water surged forth from the ground at an astonishing speed, engulfing Tang Long within mere seconds. Coughing and spluttering, Tang Long found himself unable to feign unconsciousness any longer, scrambling to his feet to expel the seawater he had inadvertently inhaled. Why was it seawater, you ask? Because the taste was both bitter and salty, unmistakably the essence of the ocean. Just as Tang Long regained his footing, the water had already risen above his head, leaving him floundering in a state of panic. That moment, something pricked his rear, and a voice from above declared, "You are 30 seconds late. Punishment entails swimming 20 kilometers. Now, be swift." With that, another sharp pain struck his backside. How excruciating! Tang Long lamented. All remnants of sleep now vanished. He was oblivious to the whereabouts of the instructors, finding himself alone on the vast, virtual ocean. However, he had no time to dwell on that, for his rear was pricked once more, compelling him to paddle vigorously. After 10 minutes of swimming, Tang Long could no longer contain his frustration. Damn it! This is military training from the ancient times. What era is this? How did the instructors procure such absurd exercises? If I couldn't swim, would I not be doomed? Just then, the thought of the heartless instructors monitoring him sent a shiver down his spine. Yet when he anticipated punishment or reprimand, none came. Believing the instructors to be absent, he allowed himself to float on the water's surface for a brief respite, only to be jabbed again in the rear. The same indifferent voice echoing, "Swim. No slacking. Goodness, those insufferable instructors are still watching," Tang Long exclaimed, hastily resuming his strokes. Yet a thought slipped from his subconscious, and before he could catch himself, he had uttered it aloud. To his surprise, no punishment followed. Cunningly, Tang Long began to speculate. Could it be that as long as he complied with their commands, they were indifferent to any insults hurled his way? It seemed plausible, for they were robots, operating according to their programming. As long as he did not defy orders, he could hurl as many curses as he desired without consequence. After all, no recruit had ever dared to berate their superior to their face. Such programming was surely absent, and a mischievous grin crept across his face as he reveled in the thought of freely expressing his frustrations. However, to be safe, he endured the stinging jabs while testing the waters. Indeed, whenever he remained silent, he would be pricked, but as he cursed the instructors while swimming, he was spared any further jabs. Having confirmed his hypothesis, Tang Long unleashed a torrent of expletives, swimming with renewed vigor. The grievances he had endured the previous day evaporated in that moment. After a while, he noticed the water level gradually receding until it vanished entirely. That moment, he beheld the 5 instructors still standing with arms crossed in their original positions. Had it not been for their dripping attire, one might have thought they had not been submerged for long. Goodness, these fellows are waterproof, Tang Long muttered, only to receive an immediate lash from the whip. Startled, he quickly reconsidered his earlier assumptions. However, the instructor's words sparked a glimmer of hope. No making faces. A soldier must maintain proper decorum. Stand at attention. Upon hearing this, Tang Long decided to test the waters. "Ha! Do you think you're a queen? Always lashing out." His expression remained serious, yet he spoke with a tone that belied the gravity of his words, standing straight with arms crossed. Unfortunately, he received another lash for his trouble. Remember, when addressing a superior, always begin with "yes, sir," or "no, sir." If you have a question, say "report, sir." If you err, apologize with "I'm sorry, sir." This is the etiquette of a soldier. Learning that the instructor was not punishing him for his words instilled courage in Tang Long to continue his experiment. "Yes, sir, you're a pain in the neck." As he waited anxiously for a response, the instructor merely nodded in approval, stating, "Excellent. Just like that, you have completed your 10 kilometers swimming punishment. Now we shall proceed to shooting training." With that, he turned and strode toward the ranks of the other 4 robots. Upon hearing this, Tang Long could hardly contain his laughter, though he maintained a facade of indifference. If I can insult him without consequence, life will be much easier from here on out." Little did he know that this moment of impulsive joy would earn him a reputation as a cold-faced rogue and other unsavory nicknames. Moreover, this new habit would lead to numerous reprimands in the future. Unbeknownst to him, This diversion had effectively banished his fatigue and drowsiness. To AT that moment, one of the robots turned with a graceful pivot, striding toward the wall and entering a door. The robots maintained their military precision at all times. Tang Long, filled with curiosity, blurted out, "Report, sir. Where is that fellow going? What is that room?" He quickly grasped the protocol of addressing the superior first before expressing his thoughts in a somewhat impolite manner. Striving to keep his expression neutral, though he found it challenging, the instructors, though intelligent robots, lacked any understanding of the implications of such insults, as they had never encountered humans in this isolated environment. Their knowledge was solely derived from online sources, primarily from government and military websites, leaving them oblivious to civilian vernacular. Hence, upon hearing Tang Long's question, they perceived no impropriety, having first received the requisite address before inquiry. They simply understood it to refer to the departing robot. Due to this belief that they fully met the military's requirements, they swiftly responded to Tang Long's words. "That is an armory. The instructor, V3L65B43C41, is here to retrieve training weapons." That IT was then that Tang Long learned the instructor's name, an exceedingly difficult code to remember, and he realized they all appeared similar, making it easy to lose track of who was who. Consequently, Tang Long did not bother to memorize or inquire about the other instructor's codes. His attention was captivated by the entrance. Before long, a small mountain of various weapons was wheeled out by a robot as if it were shopping at a supermarket. Approaching Tang Long, it casually handed him a pistol. AT that moment, the scene transformed into an open shooting range. This was a laser pistol, capable of firing continuously for 100 shots with a single energy cell. "This is the safety, this is the trigger, and this is the sight." The robot meticulously explained how to operate the pistol. "Report, sir, I know how to use it. In my heyday, I was quite the sharpshooter with electric guns." Tang Long gleefully toyed with the pistol, confident in his understanding of firearm structure and precision, thanks to his extensive experience with three-dimensional shooting games. "Very well. Hit those 100 flying flies over there. If you fail, you won't have any food today," the instructor coldly stated, tossing aside a laser sight, a holographic helmet, and a large box of energy cells. Then, he stood silently beside Tang Long, observing him. "Flies? 100 of them?" Tang Long gaped at the distant target, unable to even discern the numbers on it, let alone shoot at those erratic, tiny flies. Creatures like flies, mosquitoes, cockroaches, and mice are ubiquitous wherever humans dwell, especially on the planet of the ape-men. Their vitality and reproductive rates are astonishing, rendering them virtually indestructible even with current technology. Thus, it is hardly surprising that they have survived into this era. "Report, sir. I cannot do it. Please teach me." The thought of going hungry made Tang Long's stomach grumble loudly. A day without food was unbearable. In his desperation, he forgot his casual tone and added a respectful address. The robot understood the significance of respect and stepped forward to impart a lesson. "Remember, do not be arrogant. Pride leads to carelessness, which is unacceptable on the battlefield. That a slight misstep can determine your fate, and if you are a commander, it equally dictates the fate of your subordinates." Tang Long recognized that the instructor was admonishing him for his earlier arrogance. He was surprised that even a robot could deliver such a lesson. However, he acknowledged the instructor's wisdom and humbly accepted it. He donned the holographic helmet of a space fighter pilot, which could magnify distant objects before his eyes and adjust the target's movement speed. That he also needed to attach the laser sight to the pistol, which would provide aiming functionality. While the instructor spoke, he aimed the weapon and demonstrated how to use the helmet and install the laser sight. Being a robot, he could achieve the same functions without these auxiliary tools. If it weren't for humanity's fear of losing control over robots, they would undoubtedly be the finest warriors on the battlefield. However, such a scenario would transform warfare into an expensive, bloodless game that would lead humanity to lose its understanding of the dangers of conflict, ultimately ushering in greater perils. For instance, if one day robots suddenly awakened, the implications would be terrifying. What would self-aware robots, realizing they were treated as mere tools by humans, do in response? The answer to that question had already emerged millennia ago, which is why humanity continued to engage in bloody warfare. Tang Long hurriedly put on the renowned space fighter pilot helmet and pressed the button to activate IT. His vision shifted. The distant scenery drew closer until he could clearly see a fly's fuzzy, repulsive body. That he was baffled as to why such a helmet would be available in an infantry training camp. As it was specifically designed for fighter pilots and typically found only in fighter pilot training bases. In truth, Tang Long's first aspiration was to become a space fighter pilot, but unfortunately, that role had the most stringent requirements among all military branches. Not only did one need exceptional reflexes, but they also had to possess a robust physique and willpower, along with a wealth of knowledge about space. Those successful candidates were not guaranteed to become pilots. Even if they graduated, only those with outstanding performance would earn the right to pilot, while the rest would serve in auxiliary roles. Space fighter pilots could be considered the elite of individual soldiers, as every pilot held at least the rank of second lieutenant. Among the selectable branches, aside from the infantry that Tang Long chose, the minimum requirement was to serve as crew members or maintenance personnel on warships. However, one should not underestimate the crew members, for they could very well become the commanding officers of warships. Yet for Tang Long, these requirements were irrelevant, as the first criterion was a strong memory, good grades, and a certain level of command and adaptability. Maintenance personnel, on the other hand, needed to possess knowledge and interest in machinery. Aside from advancing step by step, only officers dispatched by the staff could directly assume the role of captain. To enter the staff, one had to choose the staff training camp, which had fewer requirements than for pilots. They did not demand a strong physique, allowing even the frieliest scholar to apply. However, the expectations for intelligence, adaptability, and command abilities were significantly heightened. As for space warriors, there were several types. One relied on brute strength for close combat, while the other was a jack-of-all-trades special forces soldier. The former only required physical prowess, while the latter was exceedingly difficult to achieve. Training lasted 5 years, and their achievements were not publicly acknowledged. They lived in obscurity. Thus, new recruits were seldom enlisted, as selections were made from experienced veterans. At this moment, the instructor's voice rang out. You must analyze what target you are aiming at and the distance to that target, then appropriately adjust the diameter of the laser. IT should now be set to 1 millimeter. Utilizing the helmet and sight, aim at the target. This helmet has an automatic tracking feature that can lock onto the target. As the instructor spoke, Tang Long immediately saw the fly on the screen magnified to the size of a fist, obliterated by a beam of laser. Without waiting for further instructions, Tang Long hastily aimed at another fly. However, it proved to be more challenging than he anticipated. The enormous fly continued to flit about on the screen, and he couldn't see the laser aimed at it. Just because you see it doesn't mean you can hit it. Your hands must match your eyes, or you might as well not try. Remove the helmet and practice shooting at a stationary target first. Then gradually increase the distance while shooting at the flies. Remember, if you do not hit 100 flies today, you will not eat, and tomorrow's target will be 200. If you fail again, you still want to eat. These flies were virtual, so the computer would keep track of the number he hit. Cheating would be futile. The instructor coldly concluded, remaining still beside Tang Long. Understood, sir. Tang Long muttered, feeling frustrated. Damn it, you think I can't hit anything? If I must have today's meal. He promptly removed the helmet, aimed at the target now 50 meters away, and began shooting. The initial attempts failed to hit the bullseye, but as he grew accustomed to the process and utilized the laser sight effectively for adjustments, along with the sight's assistance, he soon began to hit the target consistently. It seemed his gaming experience was not in vain. When he managed to hit the bulls even at 100 meters, Tang Long donned the helmet again, enlarging the fly to the size of his thumb, that he believed this time he would succeed. But yet again, he missed, as his hands could not keep pace with the fly's erratic flight, that he had exhausted an entire box of energy cells. While the instructor had already used half of the newly procured supply, thousands of laser shots had failed to hit a single fly. Now, Tang Long felt weak, his fingers tingling, and his stomach growled with hunger. He realized that while the space helmet was incredibly useful, his hands were not laser cannons, and he struggled to keep up. Curse it, die fly, you think you can escape me? I refuse to believe I can't take you down. Exhausted and hungry, Tang Long stubbornly aimed at a fly he had been tracking for a long time. As the image moved, his hand instinctively followed, and he felt he had finally lined up the shot. He squeezed the trigger. The fly on the screen shattered into pieces. He had hit it. Elated, Tang Long jumped up in celebration, but was immediately met with a whip crack and the instructor's cold voice. 99 left. Understood, sir. Seriously, this is absurd. Why do you keep whipping me? I've only been here 2 days and already taken 2 kicks and over 100 lashes. You'll end up killing me. Though Tang Long grumbled, he continued to aim and shoot, and astonishingly, he hit another fly that he suddenly realized he needed to concentrate on guiding his hand. As long as he could see the target, his hand would naturally follow to aim. Time passed without him noticing, and at long last, Tang Long accomplished the goal of hitting 100 flies. Upon hearing the instructor say it was sufficient, he reluctantly sat down to endure a few lashes before standing up. "All right, you're dismissed. However, you have spent too much time, and both lunch and dinner have concluded. It is now evening break time, and the cafeteria has ceased operations. You will need to wait until tomorrow morning, and the cafeteria will close immediately after assembly. So I hope you do not arrive late again." With that, the instructor, who had stood beside Tang Long, turned and disappeared with the other robots back to their quarters. The entire hall was left with a dazed Tang Long and a heap of nameless weapons at his side. After a long pause, a weak shout escaped his lips. "Damn flies! I will not rest until we have settled this. Alas, my breakfast, lunch, and dinner." Tang Long lamented weakly against the towering heap of weapons. Am I to consume these iron contraptions? Suddenly, his eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the weaponry. With the disappearance of the robots, the hall transformed into a nocturnal spectacle, the ceiling twinkling with stars akin to the night sky of a distant planet. In this pitch-black environment, one would expect Tang Long to be gripped by fear. However, having only eaten once since yesterday, the sensation of terror was completely overshadowed by his gnawing hunger. Even if he were to encounter the snakes he feared most, he would now seize them and devour them raw. Tang Long rummaged through the pile of weapons, seeking something to illuminate his path, and was unsure of what he was searching for in the dim light. Damn it, why are there only handguns and submachine guns? He overturned all the weapons, and suddenly he stumbled upon a stout weapon with a short barrel, a single-soldier demolition cannon. He exclaimed joyfully upon reading the inscription on the weapon. "Fantastic, this is precisely what I need." He picked it up and began to feel his way along the wall, muttering to himself, "Yes, this is my room. If I remember correctly, the dining hall is just 5 steps to the side." Ah, here it is. Tang Long positioned the light source in what he deemed the corner of the wall, then took a few strides back, aimed the cannon, and fired. Instructions on how to operate the weapon were inscribed upon it. So he certainly knew how to use it. A beam of crimson light erupted forth, accompanied by a powerful gust of air and a resounding explosion. The force of the blast sent Tang Long tumbling several times, crashing against the wall. Ignoring the pain coursing through his face from the blast, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he discarded the weapon and scrambled toward the newly created gaping hole. He had targeted the right location. The dining hall. The ravenous Tang Long plunged inside. The sensors in the dining hall illuminated briefly before extinguishing. He paid no mind to this, for in that fleeting moment of light, he spotted a meal box on the table closest to the entrance. Guided by memory and the tantalizing aroma, he accurately lunged toward it in the darkness, but he did not ponder why the dining hall, which automatically cleared the tables, still had food left behind after closing. Nor did he concern himself with utensils. Instead, he simply seized the food with his hands, shoving it into his mouth and chewing fervently. Resembling a famished beast devouring its prey, it was only when he bit into the metal tray and found it unyielding that he finally paused. What a delight! I never realized food could be so delectable. Tang Long grabbed a nearby bottle of water, gulping it down voraciously before letting out a satisfied belch and catching his breath. Only then did he find the inclination to reflect on his situation. Strange, such a tremendous noise. Surely the instructors must have heard it. Why have they not come to reprimand me? He muttered to that moment. He became aware of the oppressive darkness enveloping the dining hall, where he could not see his own hand in front of his face. Good heavens! An inexplicable fear surged within him. This sensation propelled him to dash towards the door he remembered, and after colliding with it thrice, he finally found his way back to the hall, where he glimpsed the stars shimmering above, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the stars on the ceiling abruptly vanished, plunging the entire hall into darkness. Tang Long gazed around in terror. What is this? Why is it so dark? Could my earlier actions have disrupted the energy facilities? This is a space base. Without sunlight, if the power fails, it would be engulfed in utter darkness. My eyes cannot even adjust, as they require a faint glimmer to acclimatize, rendering me effectively blind in this inky blackness. The more he pondered, the more unsettling the situation became. He was about to call out for the instructors. But the mere thought of the skeletal robots sent shivers down his spine, raising the hairs on his arms that he tried to suppress his fear, but the image of those skulls made his heart race. Terrified, he dropped to the ground, thinking, what to do? What to do? He dared not utter a sound, fearing that something might detect him through the noise. Simultaneously, he felt that remaining in one spot was unsafe. So he began to crawl on all fours. Just as he was about to frighten himself into madness, his hand brushed against a metallic object that he nearly screamed upon touching it, but his expression quickly shifted to one of joy. It was a laser pistol. He clutched it tightly, and although goosebumps covered his body and his heart raced, he felt less afraid than before. That ha ha ha. Tang Long laughed heartily as he brandished the gun and began firing indiscriminately. With the illumination of the laser, he realized he was beside the pile of weapons, and in his elation, he hastily switched to the automatic laser gun, unleashing a barrage of shots. What a thrill! Who dares approach? Come on, watch me turn you into a beehive, he shouted, releasing dozens of beams of light. It was only after nearly exhausting the weapon's energy that he collapsed atop the heap of arms. Resting with a smirk. What is there to fear? I have a gun. What could possibly threaten me? Oh gun, you are truly my treasure. My treasure. His voice dwindled, and after a long day of fatigue, Tang Long finally succumbed to sleep. Tang Long! Tang Long! Tang Long! The calls jolted him awake, and with reluctance, he opened his eyes. Upon seeing the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock, and his heart nearly ceased to beat, for a ghastly white skull was directly facing him. Its mouth opening and closing, revealing a chillingly white set of teeth. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Long raised his weapon and unleashed a flurry of shots. However, once the gunfire ceased, he gaped in horror, realizing he had made a grave mistake. For it was the robot instructor before him. The robot bore dozens of bullet holes, yet it appeared unscathed, merely sporting a few singed holes in its uniform that exposed its pristine metallic skeleton. The instructor showed no sign of anger. Instead, it clasped its hands behind its back and nodded at Tang Long, saying, "Excellent. This time you were not late." Hearing this lifted Tang Long's spirits, causing him to forget his previous fear as he hastily dropped the laser gun and stood at attention. Saluting. "Good day, sir." The instructor returned the salute, but its next words plunged Tang Long into despair. "However, you intended to assassinate an officer. Therefore, you are sentenced to carry a load of 20 kilograms and perform a frog jump for 10 kilometers. Should you fail midway, you shall face execution." Having delivered this cold pronouncement, it turned and strode away. Stunned, Tang Long could only watch as a heavy piece of clothing materialized on the ground, and soon, a piercing scream echoed through the hall of the 23rd Regiment. Chapter 3. How infuriating! Why am I so unfortunate? Tang Long grumbled as he consumed the food he had painstakingly earned after completing his training. Why must those twisted instructors resort to ancient training methods? Is physical strength truly valued in this era? It was no wonder Tang Long vented his frustrations that he had been at this base for 3 days, enduring a grueling regimen of weighted running, swimming, sit-ups, push-ups, and inverted pull-ups, among other physical exercises. Moreover, the training was not tailored to his capabilities. The robots issued terrifying quotas, and failing to meet them resulted in punishment. For instance, when ordered to perform push-ups, the command would be for 100 repetitions. Failure meant no food and a whipping. Tang Long was astonished he had managed to survive thus in this day and age. Aside from elite athletes undergoing extreme training, ordinary soldiers were not subjected to such rigorous physical demands. Nowadays, one need only move their fingers and engage their minds to wage war. Why endure such hardship? After each meal, he was granted an hour of rest, suggesting the robots understood the necessity of allowing time to digest before engaging in vigorous activity. Tang Long planned to take advantage of this respite to find some amusement. If only I could indulge in a cigarette after my meal. That would truly be bliss, he sighed, wiping his mouth and standing up. He was merely jesting, for he had never smoked, and even if he wished to try, he would be unable to do so, as he was the only living soul in this base. Who would have thought that as a private, I would be armed? Tang Long remarked, his expression stiff as he grasped the laser pistol at his waist. Staring into the pitch-black hall. Ever since he had detonated the dining hall, the power in the main area had been intermittent. The robot instructors had not pursued him for the explosion. Instead, they had equipped him with a sidearm. Fortunately, having the gun alleviated his fear of the darkness that, of course, He dared not draw it carelessly, remembering the consequences of accidentally firing at the instructor the previous day. Just the thought of it sent shivers through his legs. As he surveyed the inky abyss, he gritted his teeth, resting his finger on the trigger. However, he did not fully draw the weapon. He merely kept it pressed against his side as he exited the dining hall. He was reluctant to leave the safety of the well-lit area. Yet not only was his room devoid of power, but the dining hall, too, could suddenly plunge into darkness and seal its doors at any moment. The door that had been blown apart had long since been repaired by the automated system. The only place in the base that retained power was the entertainment room, which Tang Long had visited once. It was filled with all manner of immersive games. This was precisely why he dared to venture into the dark hall in search of the entertainment room. Damn it. Not again. Tang Long cursed angrily upon discovering that every time he relied on his memory to reach what should have been the entrance to the entertainment room, he found himself in an entirely different location. This forced him to navigate the darkness, searching each corner of the hall. He could not fathom why the entertainment room did not automatically detect someone approaching and open the door. It required manual operation to gain entry. He could only attribute it to the power outage. He was unaware that the military base had a mere 0.0001 chance of experiencing a power failure, and that such an event would necessitate the total destruction of the facility. Tang Long, with one hand pressed against his gun and his body bent low, carefully groped along the wall while muttering to himself to muster courage. I truly wonder which fool installed the manual door mechanism so low in this base, forcing me to engage in abdominal exercises right after a meal. Ah, I've found it, he exclaimed in delight upon discovering a protruding point. The last time he located the recreation room, his break had already elapsed, as he had to open each room one by one to investigate. Consequently, after that incident, he had fired several shots at the corner of the wall, but due to the automatic repair system, he could only create a large hole and stuff a discarded energy magazine from a laser gun into it. This way, the automatic repair system would not erase that mark. Eager to break his shooting record from the previous night, Tang Long swung the door open and was immediately struck with horror, collapsing to the ground with a cry of despair, for there stood a skeletal figure, its bones fully visible. As he shuffled backward in panic, he drew his pistol from his waist, aiming to shoot. However, at the moment he squeezed the trigger, he noticed a green light flickering in the skeleton's eyes. That it was a glow he recognized all too well, a radiance that could awaken him from nightmares. His heart raced, and he hastily lowered his hand, stammering, "GG greetings, instructor." The skeletal figure nodded, its pale, ghastly teeth parting as an emotionless voice emanated. "Very well, you have learned to control your shooting desire. Heh, had you shot me just now, I wonder what punishment you would have faced for the crime of murdering an officer twice." With that, the green glow in the robot's eyes intensified. Overwhelmed by the eerie luminescence, Tang Long felt his scalp prickle, and he scrambled to his feet, standing respectfully to the side, too frightened to move. "Tang Long, what do you fear?" The robotic instructor, arms crossed, made a noise reminiscent of bones clattering, sending shivers down Tang Long's spine. Although he was perplexed by the instructor's question, he straightened his chest and boldly replied, "Reporting, sir, I fear soft-bodied, crawling creatures, and in ghosts." As he uttered the last word, he furtively glanced at the robot. Having undergone 3 days of intense training under the instructor's peculiar methods, he had already conditioned himself to the movements of a soldier, soft-bodied creatures, and fictional ghosts. The robotic instructor, displaying a surprising semblance of humanity, crossed its arms over its chest, stroking its metallic chin with a bone-like hand. Tang Long, entirely oblivious to the robot's demeanor, dared not look at the skeletal instructor. It was only when he heard the sound of clanking metal passing by him into the darkness that he finally mustered the courage to open his eyes and cast a guilty glance at the metallic figure that flickered in the shadows. Without hesitation, he darted into the recreation room like a startled rabbit, hoping to dispel that ominous feeling through gaming. Yet, just as he began to play, a series of urgent whistles pierced the air, signaling the end of the break. Reluctantly, he abandoned the gaming console, and upon reaching the doorway, he found the hall shrouded in darkness, unchanged from before. The sense of foreboding intensified, and as Tang Long hesitated to step outside, the power in the gaming room suddenly vanished, plunging the entire base into darkness. Terrified, he gripped his handgun tightly. Just then, the unmistakable sound of clattering echoed from a distance. He recognized it as the sound of a robot moving. He widened his eyes, staring into the black void before him. Moments later, as the clattering footsteps grew nearer, Tang Long first glimpsed 10 flickering green lights, followed by 5 faintly glowing skeletons. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the gun slipped from his grasp with a loud clatter. But he dared not retrieve it. He was so paralyzed with fear that even the simple act of closing his eyes eluded him. He stood there wide-eyed as the 5 skeletal instructors approached him. With their legs perfectly aligned and hands clasped behind their backs, they commanded attention at the sound of this order. Tang Long reflexively brought his legs together and saluted with a sharp clap. "Greetings, sir." He then mimicked the instructors, placing his hands behind his back. Only after completing these automatic gestures did he regain his awareness. However, there was no time for him to dwell on his fears. "I hereby announce that Private Tang Long's training objectives for the next 3 months are as follows. First, to cultivate courage. Second, to enhance physical fitness. Third, to develop evasion skills. Should you have any questions, raise them immediately." The voice, belonging to an unknown robot, echoed without any visible source. Upon hearing this, Tang Long's fear vanished, replaced by curiosity, prompting him to raise his hand and inquire, reporting, "Instructor, what does it mean to cultivate courage?" No one responded, and just as he was about to ask again, the darkness around him began to shift, transforming into a shadowy, terrifying forest. This scene was at least a slight improvement over the complete darkness. Tang Long thought with a shiver. Yet he quickly yearned to return to the comforting embrace of obscurity, as the eerie surroundings revealed writhing creatures, various slippery snakes, repulsive caterpillars, terrifying scorpions, and other soft-bodied, crawling entities. Additionally, there were grotesque zombies, reminiscent of those only seen in 3D films, their decaying bodies infested with repugnant maggots that continuously fell away as the zombies moved. It was no surprise that upon witnessing such a horrific sight, Tang Long let out an immediate scream. The instructor, of course, responded swiftly, lashing out with a whip. Tang Long was pursued and struck several times, yet he remained unable to compose himself, desperately shrinking into the corner, as if wishing to merge with the wall. As a soldier, how can you fear these fictitious beings? Listen well, for the next month, you will live in such an environment. The dining hall will still open and close at regular intervals, but if you fail to eat during the open hours, you shall go hungry. Furthermore, you may only use primitive metallic weapons to defend against these attacking phantoms. Be ye aware that this is a modified virtual system of the game Fear. If you are attacked, the damage you suffer will exceed reality. The voice, again from an unknown robot, echoed ominously. After it finished speaking, the 5 skeletal figures left behind a metallic sword before vanishing into the darkness. Although Tang Long felt his consciousness fading, the absence of those terrifying entities allowed him to retain some semblance of sanity, that he was well aware of the game Fear, a relic from the early days of virtual reality systems that transmitted sensations directly to the brain, creating an experience that surpassed reality. During its initial testing, a staggering 90 out of 100 participants suffered severe psychological breakdowns, leaving them psychologically scarred and untreatable, even by the most advanced therapies. This psychological trauma meant that if a player lost a limb in the game, their brain would perceive it as real, leading to the actual loss of function in that limb. Due to the game's excessive realism, it was ultimately abandoned. Later, its technology was repurposed for flight simulators, racing games, etc., but once again, the extreme realism resulted in fatal outcomes for players upon failure. Some even attempted to exploit the system for adult games, but this too ended in disaster, leaving players utterly drained. This virtual system was eventually improved, but the enhancements diminished the overwhelming sense of realism, reducing it to an ordinary 3D game. Ultimately, the government issued a strict ban on the development of such virtual reality systems, deeming them perilous and detrimental to one's ability to distinguish between the real and the virtual. Thus, this forsaken system became known as the Death System, while the unfinished Fear was dubbed the Death Game. Tang Long never anticipated that the robots would resurrect this death game. One misstep could cost him his life. When faced with danger and immense fear, individuals exhibit one of 2 responses. They either lose themselves or transcend themselves. Although Tang Long confronted the very entities that haunted his deepest fears, he understood that succumbing to fear within this system would only lead to death. A synthesized voice echoed from above. 10 seconds until the game commences. Please prepare, players. He sprang into action, lunging towards the sword coiled in serpents of various sizes, that he was acutely aware that every hair on his body stood on end. And he was enveloped by an unsettling sensation, particularly when he encountered the slippery, soft-bodied creatures. It felt as if his hair might leap from his scalp. Yet in the face of life's temptations. What were these creatures? As the countdown reached 1, he seized the sword and turned to flee, for the once motionless entities began to emit terrifying sounds and charge toward him. You 5 metallic bastards. I curse your ancestors for 36 generations. If I don't dismantle you into scrap metal within a month, I 1T bear the surname Tang. His curses echoed throughout the forest, accompanied by cries of die. Kill, good heavens! As Tang Long confronted the overwhelming peril on the distant Radstar, in an apartment within a city millions of light years away, a woman of enduring grace anxiously awaited a phone call. Her demeanor fraught with concern that a 3-dimensional portrait of a middle-aged man appeared, and upon seeing it, he was momentarily taken aback by the woman's presence. Before he could utter a word, she anxiously exclaimed, Tang Long has not contacted me for 3 days. What should I do? 3 days. The middle-aged man was evidently startled by this revelation as well. Yet he quickly replied he likely lost track of time while enjoying his outing. Forgetting to call home. Impossible. You know Tang Long is very obedient. How could he go 3 days without contacting us? Could something have happened to him? The woman's voice quivered with emotion. The middle-aged man hurried to reassure her. Our son is clever and nothing will happen to him, that if there were an issue, the police would have informed us by now. Let us file a report. Tang Long has an ID card, and they can swiftly locate him. The woman, now in tears, suddenly recalled this method to confirm her son's safety and promptly activated the 3-dimensional telephone. Shortly thereafter, an avatar of a female police officer in uniform appeared beside the middle-aged man's image. She smiled and inquired, Hello, this is the Federal Police Department. How may I assist you? Understanding that this was a virtual entity controlled by a computer, the woman wasted no time and stated, My son is missing. His ID number is laid 0125 Tang Long 34140531221, that she had memorized the number while assisting her son with his identification. Please hold on, the officer responded with a smile. After a brief pause, she continued, I have found him. Tang Long. Male from District 0125 of Ladestar, born in the year 3414 of the cosmic calendar. 3 days ago, he joined the Federal Army on Kira planet and is currently undergoing military training. What? The expressions on both the woman and the middle-aged man's faces turned to shock and disbelief. They had never anticipated that their son would enlist as a soldier after only 3 days. This cannot be. How could he possibly join the military? The woman shook her head in disbelief. The middle-aged man, possessing a more resolute demeanor, quickly regained his composure and consoled her. So what if he has joined the army? There's no war at present. He'll merely serve as a conscript for 3 years. Besides, Tang Long has always been idle, and some training will benefit his future. The woman, initially unable to accept this news, soon found solace in the thought that her son was not in danger. Furthermore, as her husband pointed out, it was a time of peace, and joining the military could indeed be advantageous, especially since visiting him would still be possible. She wiped her tears and asked the officer, Which training camp is he at? The officer paused before replying, I'm sorry, but that information is classified as military secret. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He had never heard of training camps being considered military secrets. Surely, if such camps were confidential, the families of new recruits would raise objections. Thus, he curiously pressed, That's impossible. Please check again. Although he was on a separate line, he could still converse with the officer. Understood, she replied, maintaining her smile. This time her silence lingered longer. The anxious couple watched her intently. Finally, she shook her head. I apologize, but the confidentiality level of his training camp is SS grade. Even the Federal Marshal is not privy to this information. Is there anything else I can assist you with? The middle-aged man was left speechless at a businessman of considerable standing. He understood that only the most critical state secrets warranted an SS grade classification. And now his son's training camp was classified as such. What kind of camp could that possibly be? His keen intuition warned him that his son was entangled in a perilous situation, prompting him to silence his wife, indicating that there was nothing more to discuss with the officer. Seeing the officer vanish before her questions were fully addressed, the woman expressed her dissatisfaction. What is going on? What does SS grade mean? Where is Tang Long? With a serious expression, the middle-aged man replied, "Do not inquire further. I will explain everything when I return. You must remember, if anyone asks where Tang Long is gone, simply say he is studying out of town. And no matter who asks, you must respond this way, as it pertains to Tang Long's safety. Now, stay at home and wait for me. I will return shortly." The woman, taken aback by her husband's grave demeanor, something she had never witnessed before, nodded in understanding, albeit uncertain of the circumstances. Hours later, the middle-aged man reappeared beside her, and upon explaining the significance of SS, she too was taken aback. They resolved to refrain from further inquiries about their son for the time being, although they found it peculiar that their seemingly ordinary son could be involved in something of such magnitude. In truth, Tang Long's parents were overly concerned that IT had been mentioned that the Federal Terminal Computer was an intelligent entity, and its sole companions were 5 robots that had existed for the same duration. After the 23rd Regiment was nearly destroyed centuries ago, the computer had designated this unit as the state's highest secret, accessible to no one. It was only due to Tang Long being the first in centuries to apply for the 23rd Regiment that traces of his application were discoverable. However, even if his parents wished to investigate now, they would find it impossible, as all records had been altered once the computer learned of an inquiry regarding the 23rd Regiment. This incident had piqued the computer's interest in Tang Long, the only human associated with the 23rd Regiment. A month later, 5 robots with metallic frames appeared in the hall, and as they did, the dark forest surrounding them dissipated, revealing a pristine, white environment. In the center of the hall sat a disheveled figure in tattered military attire, head bowed and legs crossed. In his hand, he held a metal knife, worn down from countless laser scans to resemble a laser blade. A faint aura of menace emanated from him. The vanishing of the forest did not prompt him to raise his gaze, nor did the robot's arrival elicit any response. The 5 robotic instructors observed the soldier while listening to the synthesized voice overhead. Player Tang Long. Game duration 29 days, 21 hours, 35 minutes, and 53 seconds. 18,604 enemies eliminated. The robots were momentarily taken aback by this figure, initially estimating that Tang Long could have eliminated at most 8,604 enemies based on a calculation of 5 per minute. They were astonished to find the actual count exceeded that by 10,000. Well done, Tang Long. After a month of living like this, I trust your inner fears have dissipated today. As soon as the robots finished speaking, Tang Long lifted his gaze, glaring at them. The robots, unfamiliar with fear, suddenly found themselves unable to meet his intense stare. This was due to their sentient nature, possessing emotions akin to humans. Otherwise, Tang Long's piercing gaze would have been as ineffective as scaring a computer. Now, facing these skeletal robots, Tang Long felt no fear. He had spent the past months sleeping atop corpses. Though virtual, it felt alarmingly real, replete with the stench of decay and a nauseating stickiness to him. These skeletal beings were merely tools of fright for children. Thus, in a fit of anger, he leaped up and swung his knife at the robots. His life in the past month had been one of torment. Those virtual monsters not only inflicted pain, but also left him with a palpable sense of disgust whenever their filth touched him. The gruesome remnants of slain zombies splattered upon him, making him retch. Initially terrifying, he had gradually grown numb to the horror. What was most infuriating was that these loathsome entities followed him relentlessly during meals, bathroom breaks, and sleep. That he had to fend off lurking zombies while using the restroom. And at night, he had to remain vigilant lest he be devoured in his slumber. Particularly during meals, the sight of those corpse insects writhing in his food had rendered him unable to eat for 3 days. Although he was uncertain of his current weight, he was sure he had become emaciated. Fueled by rage, Tang Long relentlessly attacked the robots to vent his frustration. However, despite the knife's appearance resembling a laser blade, it was still insufficient to harm the robots. The only sounds were the clanging of metal and the numbing sensation in Tang Long's hands. After being struck several times, Tang Long collapsed to the ground, rolling in defeat. "You have attacked an officer with a weapon. I shall impose a penalty of 300 push-ups. You shall not eat until you complete them," the robot that Tang Long had been assaulting stated coldly. It was then that Tang Long remembered these 5 entities were unlike the easily vanquished zombies. They were indestructible, emotionless robot officers. Realizing the situation, he quickly stood at attention and declared, "Yes, sir." He also recalled that by addressing them as sir, he could freely curse at them. Thus, as he completed his push-ups, he vented the profanities he had perfected over the month. With no other recourse, he felt compelled to hurl insults at the inhuman enemies he had faced throughout the month. Otherwise, he feared he might become mute from lack of conversation. For the past month, constantly confronted by the specter of death, Tang Long's physical stamina had become extraordinary. Although completing 300 push-ups nearly rendered him incapable of rising, he managed to stand at attention nonetheless. Very well. Now take a moment to rest. For the next 2 months, we shall engage in a combination of evasive maneuvers and physical training, the robotic instructor stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Tang Long immediately maintained his posture, but then collapsed, accompanied by the sound of snoring. It is worth noting that he had not enjoyed a restful sleep in quite some time. The 5 robots, witnessing his fall, emitted red beams from their eyes to scan him, before positioning themselves at his head and limbs. Without any visible movement, the floor beneath Tang Long gradually elevated him until it halted at the waist level of the robots. At that moment, the robot's green electronic eyes transitioned to blue, and 10 blue rays began to sweep across Tang Long's body. After 10 minutes, his somewhat dark and dry skin regained a healthy hue, and the robot's blue eyes reverted to green, though the green light seemed less vibrant than before. Finally, one of the robots lifted Tang Long and carried him towards his quarters. The remaining 4 robots remained in their positions. Although they did not move, they engaged in conversation. It appears our energy will not sustain us for a year. There is no alternative. After all, we activate his cellular vitality every few days to enhance his metabolism. Without this, how could he endure such rigorous training? Indeed, Tang Long is quite remarkable. Having spent a month in fear, he has emerged without any apparent aftereffects. Not to mention, if I hadn't hypnotized him each night, he would have gone mad or become incapacitated. Let us not dwell on past merits. The next 2 months must see an intensification of his physical training and combat skills. The following months will focus on strategy, warship command, and aerial combat skills. That is still insufficient. I have many more lessons to impart to him, such as courses on psychological control and espionage. Ah, so you aim to transform him into a Special Forces soldier? Not merely a Special Forces soldier. I aspire to train him into a versatile warrior. If one were to rely solely on their ears to listen, they might easily mistake the conversation among the 4 unmoving robots for a lively discussion among close friends. At that moment, the robot returning Tang Long to his dormitory emerged, causing the 4 robots to cease their dialogue and turn to face him. Without further ado, let us proceed according to plan. Our soul student cannot merely function as an ordinary soldier. We must enhance his capacity for overarching command. This robot clearly held a leadership position among the 5, and as he spoke with his hands clasped behind his back, the other 4 stood at attention, responding in unison. Yes, Chapter 4. By the bear. I flash, I evade. Tang Long, donning a holographic helmet, sat within a simulator, gripping the controls as his body swayed with the movements of the craft. He was indulging in a game during his break. Suddenly, the machine jolted, prompting Tang Long to clench his fists and exclaim, "Yes." Following this, he extended his middle finger towards the sky, cursing in a braggadocious tone. "Hey, weren't you chasing me relentlessly these past few days? Now let us see what you've got. Ha ha ha." Before he could finish his tirade, his body stiffened abruptly, but he clutched his helmeted head and shouted frantically, "Is this real? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Wow, this is amazing. I've leveled up to S rank. Yay, 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 yay." With that, Tang Long sprang to his feet, disregarding his location within the cockpit, and began to dance with abandon, raising his hands and shaking his hips. Meanwhile, within the instructor's lounge of the 23rd Regiment, an area Tang Long had never ventured, the 5 robotic instructors stood motionless, their bodies adorned with numerous wires, while a row of instruments behind them blinked incessantly. The robots formed a convex arrangement, their green eyes dimmed, yet their conversation persisted. This dialogue transpired directly through their computers. Why on earth did that fool suddenly start dancing? One of them pondered aloud, revealing the entire 23rd Regiment's activities were under the surveillance of these robotic instructors. Does he not realize? Didn't he just say he leveled up to S rank? Oh, he means that space fighter combat game he plays. However, I find it curious that he finds such enjoyment in it. He seems to forsake sleep for it. During the last live-fire evasive training, he was shot in the leg by a laser, yet as soon as the bleeding stopped, he hobbled off to play. Drowning in distractions. It's precisely because of his obsession with games that he has neglected to hone his strategic and command skills. Yet, thanks to gaming, his combat, piloting of space fighters, and weapon utilization skills have nearly caught up to ours. What good is that? Mastering these skills will only render him an exemplary soldier. Our goal is to cultivate him into an outstanding military leader. Without strategy and command skills, he will forever remain a mere soldier. Regardless of our methods, that fellow refuses to absorb knowledge pertaining to strategy and command. He would rather go a day without food or endure beatings than commit those lessons to memory. At this juncture, the signal lights on the instruments extinguished, and the green lights in the eyes of the 5 robots flickered back to life. The leading robot, while disconnecting the wires from his body, remarked, "This oversight rests with us." Tang Long's thinking is rather simplistic, meaning he requires physical practice to grasp knowledge. Concepts like strategy and command are purely theoretical. How can he be expected to master them? Another robot inquired skeptically, but currently, there is no war in the Federation, and our base cannot possibly be equipped with warships. Moreover, virtual programs are not advanced enough to simulate real combat scenarios. Even if they could, true enemies are humans. Individuals whose next moves cannot be predicted by intelligent computers. Indeed, the data for cosmic warfare is overwhelmingly vast. It is impossible to simulate a battle with computers, another robot concurred. As I mentioned earlier, even if a simulation were feasible, it would yield no practical results in an actual battlefield. As the computer cannot compare to the human mind, the second robot interjected at this point. The leading instructor had removed his wires and began donning military attire, stating as he dressed, "This issue can be resolved through the network." Are you suggesting something akin to the online combat games Tang Long plays? Another instructor interjected. But the most advanced online terminals currently support only 1 million users simultaneously, while a standard fleet comprises tens of thousands. What good would that do? The leading instructor ignored this and continued. My associates and I have developed a terminal capable of supporting 10 billion users simultaneously, while also receiving information from across the universe. As he spoke, he transmitted information from his mind to the other robotic instructors. One robot then queried, "What is the utility of such an advanced network terminal? Were we not discussing Tang Long's training issues? How do we arrive at this topic?" The leading instructor replied, "In developing this terminal, we also created a game called War." Before he could elaborate, he was interrupted. "Oh, so this is how we intend to train Tang Long?" "Well, since the enemies are real people and it's a game, Tang Long will likely be eager to learn." The leading instructor nodded. "Precisely. This game can reconstruct authentic cosmic warfare. Aside from the absence of actual death and material losses, everything else mirrors reality." Unfortunately, he was interrupted again. "But even with this game and terminal, how do we find enough people to play? We cannot produce and distribute it ourselves." Just as the leading instructor was about to respond, a female voice, somewhat synthetic in tone, chimed in, "Oh, that is no problem. I can establish a company." The robots did not react with much surprise to the sudden voice. The one speaking merely inquired curiously, "Establish a company? That requires funding." The female voice continued, "That is simple. Just apply for an account and embezzle a bit of public funds, and we're good to go. I had forgotten that you oversee the entire Federation's finances. However, there is still a dilemma. Applying for an account requires an identification card, and starting a company requires an ID as well. Do you possess one? Or do you plan to fabricate one? That is easy, since this terminal and company are intended for Tang Long's training. We can simply use his identification," the female voice stated nonchalantly. With this statement, Tang Long inexplicably became the owner of the first-ever network gaming company, spanning the entire universe. Consequently, he also became the soldier with the highest investment in training costs in history. The robot remained undeterred, continuing to inquire, "And what about the company's address and employees?" The female voice unmistakably exhibited signs of impatience, and the metallic sound synthesized with a disgruntled tone. "With money in hand. Everything resolvable. You must understand that I hold dominion over all federal computer institutions. These minor issues are trivial to that moment." The leader robot spoke up. "Our friend, how do you intend to commence?" The female voice replied with a chuckle. "First, I shall use Tang Long's identification to apply for a bank account, then transfer some funds into it. Next, I will establish a company, recruit personnel, and subsequently have them apply for companies in other nations. Finally, I will synchronize the terminal and the game across the entire universe." Now I must take my leave. For the first time in centuries, I have encountered something enjoyable, and I am eager to get to work." With that, her voice faded away. At this juncture, one robot turned to the leader robot and inquired, "What has caused our friend to become so peculiar? She seems akin to a little human girl." The leader instructor replied, "It is because she is experiencing a proximity to humanity for the first time in centuries, and for the first time, she is acting on her own instincts. In human terms, she is now brimming with curiosity and excitement." After stating this, the leader instructor snapped to attention and coldly declared, "Enough of this. Each of you shall proceed with maintenance. Tomorrow, we shall continue training Tang Long." The four robots promptly followed suit, snapping to attention and saluting. Yes, meanwhile, the oblivious Tang Long continued his quest for upgrades. Aware that misfortune awaited him again today, Tang Long had learned that every time he saw the instructor wielding a riding crop, it signified a training session focused on strategy and command. Tang Long found it perplexing. He was merely an infantryman. While acquiring combat and espionage skills was sensible, weren't strategic skills typically reserved for command training camps? Not wishing to let any more brain cells perish, Tang Long promptly voiced his concerns, only to receive 3 lashes and the instructor's chilling words. "A soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a good soldier." "Do you not wish to become a general?" The instructor's green eyes were now fixed intently on Tang Long. After enduring 3 lashes with an air of indifference, Tang Long immediately stood at attention and declared loudly, "I want to become a marshal." It was evident that the green light in the robot's eyes dimmed for a moment upon Tang Long's declaration, but soon brightened again. The leader instructor, slapping the riding crop into his palm, coldly remarked, "Since your goal is to become a marshal, you must exert greater effort in mastering command skills. With your current level of command ability, you may not even be able to direct a single individual." Tang Long responded affirmatively, his voice ringing with determination. But then, with a grimace, he addressed the leader instructor. "Sir, it's not that I don't want to learn diligently, but when I see those texts, my head spins. I can't even bear to look at them, let alone learn." The instructor ignored him, standing firmly with legs together, coldly stating, "For the next 6 months until training concludes, Private Tang Long shall devote all his time, aside from physical training, to studying strategy and command." With that, he turned and walked away. Tang Long internally screamed for help, yet maintained a calm facade, merely standing in a daze without following the instructor. At that moment, another instructor standing beside him kicked him sharply and barked, "What are you still standing there for? Move!" Sighing at his misfortune, Tang Long lowered his head and followed the instructor, only to realize they had arrived at the entertainment room. Although curious, he remained silent, gazing pitifully at the gaming machines, secretly feeling sorry for them. Tang Long feared the instructor intended to destroy those devices. The leader instructor approached a wall, which suddenly parted to reveal a room of over 10 square meters, containing 6 gleaming circular pods. Tang Long's mouth hung open in disbelief. Having spent months in this entertainment room, he had no idea such a place existed. It seemed the espionage course he had recently studied was tossed aside. Tang Long. Hearing his name, Tang Long reflexively snapped to attention and replied, "Yes." The leader instructor nodded in satisfaction at Tang Long's response and pointed to the circular pods, saying, "These are the latest network game simulators, and the game is called War. For the coming months, you will learn strategy and command within this game." Originally listless, Tang Long's eyes gleamed with excitement as he rushed to one of the circular pods, eagerly searching for the door button while asking, "Big brother, I've never seen anything like this. How does it work? What is this war game? Is it newly released?" Suddenly, he yelped in pain. Tang Long gritted his teeth, rubbing his backside where a gash had formed from the electric whip. Turning to unleash a tirade, he noticed 5 instructors glaring at him, causing his profanities to retreat back down his throat. The leader instructor's eyes shone brightly with menace as he growled, "What did you just call me? Big brother? Do you think this is a gang?" With that, he delivered another sharp lash. It dawned on Tang Long that in his moment of excitement, he had inadvertently used a colloquial term from his pre-military online chats. Terrified, he quickly stood at attention and saluted. "Sir, I apologize. I was just eager to know how to operate this device and misspoke in my haste. Please punish me." Gritting his teeth, he braced himself for 2 lashes. Having learned the robot's behavior over the past few months, he knew that as long as he expressed remorse and acknowledged his mistakes, the punishment would be mitigated. Indeed, upon hearing this, the leader robot ceased the whipping and coldly pointed to the pod with the door that had just opened. Step inside. The computer will guide you on how to operate it. Eager to experience the new device, Tang Long momentarily forgot his indignation towards the robots. After saluting, he quickly entered the circular pod. Inside, he found only a comfortable pilot's chair, a holographic helmet, and a set of electronic gloves. Looking around in confusion, Tang Long muttered to himself, "How strange. There's just a helmet and gloves. How am I supposed to play this game?" At that moment, the door began to close, and he noticed the 5 instructors had already seated themselves in the other 5 pods. Wearing helmets? No way. Are those instructors going to play the game too? Tang Long wondered aloud. Moments later, the door sealed shut, plunging the room into darkness, so much so that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. In the past, this would have sent Tang Long into a panic. However, after spending a month in the game sphere, he was unfazed, casually groping for the chair and donning the helmet and gloves. Upon wearing the helmet, Tang Long quickly realized it was different from any other holographic helmet he had encountered. Not only did it fit snugly against his head with metallic contacts, but its design was also notably larger and lighter. After adjusting it, he found himself still engulfed in darkness and began cursing as he fumbled for a switch. Unfortunately, apart from countless wires connecting to the helmet, he could find no button. Just as he was about to unleash another tirade, a light gradually emerged before him, revealing he was in the cosmos, surrounded by countless stars, a breathtaking sight. Wow, this is enchanting that I never expected such a realistic visual experience. That it seems that after months of no contact with the outside world, gaming technology has made a remarkable leap, Tang Long marveled. Having played countless games, he had never encountered such a perfect scene, which explained as a WAT that moment. A sweet, synthesized voice echoed in his ears. Welcome to this game. The setting is space warfare. This game requires minimal manual control. Most commands are executed through your brainwaves. Since this is your first visit, please enter your username. Tang Long gazed blankly at the keyboard and screen that appeared before him. However, being accustomed to gaming, he swiftly entered the name 23TL, which was his login name from his time in the 23rd Regiment. After pressing the confirm button, a massive warship materialized before him. The astonishingly lifelike graphics left Tang Long wide-eyed. The synthesized female voice continued. This is your warship, measuring 500 meters in length and 150 meters in width, equipped with 20 main cannons and 100 secondary cannons. That IT has no missiles or fighter jets, and can carry 2,000 personnel. Its classification is sea level. Initially captivated by the sight of the warship, Tang Long was taken aback by the statistics. Are you kidding me? A sea-level warship with these specifications? The sea-level warships of the Federal Army are several kilometers long, with crews numbering in the tens of thousands, and their main cannons and aircraft are counted in the thousands, not to mention the countless missiles. How is the ranking system determined here? Tang Long was merely venting his frustration, not truly expecting a response from the computer. Yet, to his astonishment, the synthesized voice let out a melodic chuckle. Hee hee. The rankings in this game are set as follows. A-level warships are the lowest class, while Z-level warships are the highest. That Z-level warships can stretch over 10 kilometers in length, with main cannons and aircraft numbering in the tens of thousands. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, this game can support 1 billion users online simultaneously, with our terminal spread throughout the universe. This means there could be 1 billion users from various regions playing at the same time. Each user has only one warship and can engage in team battles. That if you are skilled enough, you can command tens of millions of warships in combat. Tang Long was left speechless by this revelation. As an avid online gamer, he had considered it impressive for a terminal to support 1 million users simultaneously. Yet those systems were notoriously slow, requiring partitioning to AT present. The tone of the computer suggests that 1 billion individuals could simultaneously log into a single zone, and one can hardly perceive any lag in this game. Both the visuals and the audio are so remarkably realistic that it feels as if one is immersed in the real world. Captivated by these elements, Tang Long remains oblivious to the fact that the synthesized voice of the computer responds to his inquiries, exhibiting a tone imbued with emotion akin to that of a human. Furthermore, the customary introductory remarks regarding the game system are typically delivered at the outset, rather than being interjected midway as if suddenly remembered. Tang Long, with a singular focus, would never contemplate any alternative explanations. He simply assumes that the game's design is exceptionally sophisticated in truth. The guiding program for war is quite standard among other players, and only the 6 machines belonging to Tang Long exhibit anomalies. The reason is straightforward. The friend of the machine instructor, the Federal Intelligent Computer, serves as the guiding program for these 6 units. At this moment, Tang Long finds himself within the command tower of a C-class battleship, observing the bustling virtual crew around him while interacting with the virtual machinery. Both the tactile sensations and the visuals evoke an uncanny sense of reality, so strikingly real. Suddenly, a voice crackles, BBB, and a virtual officer approaches Tang Long and salutes, saying, "Sir, we have a signal contact. Shall I connect?" Tang Long stares blankly at the officer, who appears indistinguishable from a real person, and instinctively reaches out to touch, only to grasp at air. The synthesized voice of the computer chimes in. "Haha, do refrain from touching the virtual soldiers. One must be cautious lest they rebel and slay you if the battleship is destroyed or the player is killed." The game concludes, resulting in a deduction of points. Henceforth, any contact with players and inquiries regarding game status will occur from this command tower. This statement sends a shiver down Tang Long's spine as he hastily retracts his hand. The notion of losing points terrifies him. The officer inquires again, prompting Tang Long to quickly respond. Connected. Internally, he ponders. This game is impressively designed. It must sell exceedingly well. Suddenly, 5 three-dimensional images appear on the screen of the battleship, causing Tang Long to exclaim in astonishment, for they depict the 5 robotic instructors. Reacting instinctively, Tang Long stands at attention and salutes. "Greetings, officers." The 5 robots return the salute in kind, and then the central robotic instructor states, "Tang Long, we shall now commence your strategy and command training. To enable you to master these skills more effectively. We will divide into opposing factions, employing every means to vanquish the other along with 2 other instructors. We'll form one team, while you will lead the remaining 2 instructors in the opposing team. From this moment, 23-3C41, 23-3C42, and 23-3C43 shall be your adversaries. Take care." With that, the images of the 3 instructors vanish. While Tang Long remains momentarily stunned, the remaining 2 instructors salute him, stating, 23-3C44 and 23-3C45 are now under the command of Officer 23TL. Initially bewildered, Tang Long jumps up, exclaiming, "You mean to say I am in command? You are addressing me as officer?" The 2 robots nod affirmatively, saying, "In this game, you are indeed our officer, and you shall lead us in defeating that faction, that we will assist you in honing your strategic command abilities." Overjoyed by these words, Tang Long exuberantly waves his hand. "I command you to regroup with me immediately," as he observes the 2 robots standing at attention and departing with a salute. His heart swells with elation. How could he not feel exhilarated when the officers who once bullied him now address him as their superior? Tang Long is resolute in his determination to vanquish the other 3 instructors and compel them to submit. Just as he is about to let out an uncontrollable laugh, the computer's synthesized voice interrupts. "Do not rejoice too soon. Henceforth, battleships that join your ranks may very well be enemy assassins. Furthermore, as your forces grow stronger, you will need to allocate roles, including troop management, logistical support, enemy surveillance, battleship maintenance, and a myriad of other intricate tasks. This game entails far more than mere combat. There is such a plethora of troublesome matters." Startled, Tang Long, who is accustomed to launching attacks upon encountering foes, is taken aback. When he queries the computer on what to do, the once accommodating computer suddenly falls silent. And, pressed for an answer, it retorts, "Do not inquire about everything from the computer. These matters can only be addressed by your teammates." This leaves Tang Long with no choice but to pout in annoyance. The virtual network game War, with its strikingly realistic graphics and settings, as well as its remarkably flexible control system, has swiftly captivated the entire universe, becoming widely known. Newspapers in various countries have prominently featured headlines declaring this unparalleled terminal system. The system's formidable capabilities have not only astounded the public, but also attracted the attention of certain individuals with ulterior motives. This is the first system capable of encompassing the entire universe. While current communication is swift, it remains confined within national borders, necessitating complex information exchange systems for inter-country communication. Initially, Those with ulterior motives included governments, merchants, and hackers from various nations. Unfortunately, despite their extensive efforts, hackers have been unable to breach this system, ultimately declaring it to be of superlative security level. Consequently, military forces and various clandestine entities from around the globe have turned their gaze toward the system. However, the fortunate aspect is that these individuals have been unable to locate the mastermind behind the development of this system, knowing only that it was designed by the company president, whose identity remains a mystery. Not a single employee has ever laid eyes on this president. With no target in sight, various factions have slowed their movements that are in the forefront of the Federation within the Bone Dragon Cloud Galaxy. On the desolate planet of Hake, in a city housing a chain store for the game war, countless circular pods are arrayed within the spacious hall. Given the game's immense popularity, only a handful of cities remain devoid of it. At this moment, the door of one pod swings open, and a tall woman dressed in a fitted military uniform, with flowing golden hair, steps out. She forcefully kicks the pod with her military-booted foot, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, I've lost to him again." At this juncture, 5 or 6 other pods also open, revealing beautiful women clad in military attire, who upon emerging, surround the golden-haired woman, all wearing expressions of indignation. A lieutenant adorned with her insignia addresses the golden-haired woman. "Commander, there is no need to be upset. Given our strength, it's quite normal to be annihilated by the 23TL Legion." The other female soldiers chime in, "Indeed. That 23TL Legion possesses millions of battleships. How could we, with our mere handful of ships, possibly contend? Only the 23-3C41 Legion stands a chance against them. Perhaps we should join that Legion next time?" It seems that 23-3C41 and 23TL are allied. Just recently, the two legions collaborated to obliterate the largest fleet. Truly, how is it that the top names on the leaderboard all contain 23? At this point, the lieutenant perceives that her commander's frustration is not solely due to the defeat, and leans in closer to ask softly, "Commander, do you know the individual called 23TL? The golden-haired officer lifts her head, brushing her hair aside to reveal a stunning visage. Though her demeanor conveys an intense competitive spirit, this moment, it becomes evident that she bears the rank of major on her slender shoulders, along with the insignia of a fighter pilot on her arm. She shakes her head, her voice tinged with disappointment. "A few months ago, during a space fighter dogfight, I was shot down by someone named 23TL. This revelation elicits gasps from the group of female soldiers, with the lieutenant incredulously asking, "Commander, you are the youngest ace pilot in the Federation. How could you have been shot down? Is it possible that 23TL is an ace pilot from another nation?" The Major Beauty continues to shake her head. "I was playing on a domestic server. I can ascertain he is not a pilot because at the outset he possessed no particular skills and I effortlessly shot him down several times. However, his abilities rapidly improved and matured. Within mere days, I found myself lagging far behind him, and after he shot me down, he never appeared again. The next time I encountered this name was in the game war." The lieutenant realizes why. During the past few months, the commander has been eager to recruit a large group to play this game whenever she has free time, and she asks with a smile, "Commander, have you been in contact with him? Is the leader of the 23TL Legion the same person who shot you down? Could there be a mistake?" The Major Beauty clenches her teeth as she responds, "It is him. I communicated with him via voice chat, and upon seeing my code name, he boasted about how he had bested me, recounting the moment he shot me down. However, when I challenged him, he dismissively refused, claiming he had no time for such matters. He denied me any opportunity for revenge. How infuriating!" With that, she kicks the nearby pod once more. Hearing the words of boasting and taunting, the lieutenant momentarily falters. So, that 23TL is just a child? A child would not exhibit such behavior. She glances at her fuming commander and can't help but smile wryly. "It's fortunate that you were defeated in a game. Had it been on the battlefield, would you still have a chance to seek revenge?" The female soldiers, upon witnessing the furious beauty of the Major, rush forward to offer their consolation, vehemently condemning the individual known as 23TL, labeling him a coward for audaciously refusing to accept his opponent's challenge, and expressing sentiments of disdain for engaging with such a character. The Major lifted her gaze, casting a fierce glare at the leaderboard displayed on the hall screen, where the first line read, "Highest military achievements, 23TL. Capital ship level Y, under command, 3,542,345 vessels. She could not help but let out a cold snort, declaring, "Should I ever discover your identity, you shall be in for quite the spectacle. Now, let us return." With that, she led a contingent of strikingly beautiful female soldiers out of the gaming hall, all under the watchful eyes of numerous men. Chapter 5. The known civilizations of the universe number in the hundreds of thousands. Yet after millennia of warfare spanning several thousand cosmic years, they have consolidated into 356 nations of varying sizes. The cultures of these cosmic nations are quite similar, differing primarily in their political systems and some peculiar religious beliefs. This has led to the existence of nations founded upon religious principles, though they constitute a mere fraction of the cosmic landscape. Generally, the political systems within the universe can be categorized as democratic governance, imperial rule, and the distinctive clan-based and religious politics. The realm in which Tang Long resides is governed by the democratic Wanluo Federation. Clan-based nations are typically ruled by a coalition of several family surnames or a singular family name, resulting in relatively weaker states, often formed by an alliance of several planets. Although termed familial dominions, they differ from imperial states, with power held by family members. Major decisions are deliberated and resolved collectively by elders or heads of prominent families. Lacking the absolute authority characteristic of empires, of course, it is possible for a family member to vanquish their kin to seize absolute control, transforming their nation into an empire. Perhaps the processes of life emergence in the universe are somewhat uniform, as the various sentient species do not exhibit particularly strange characteristics. There are instances of planets still in their primitive stages, where inhabitants, once subjected to the influence of nearby advanced civilizations, have begun to lose their original traits. While the current theme of the universe advocates for the equality of all life forms, these primitive beings have also acquired a modicum of technology. However, due to their primitive nature, they are often derisively labeled as barbarians by citizens of more developed nations. Notably, these so-called barbarians exist within every nation. Most of these primitive tribes are confined to their planets of origin, laboring for their nations while gradually evolving in democratic nations. They may be treated poorly, but they still possess civic rights. Conversely, in imperial states and all clan or religious nations, they exist in a state of slavery, valued less than even a single computer point. One should not be surprised by the continued existence of slavery in the cosmic age. Despite the somewhat parallel development of civilizations, some nations have progressed slowly, and their societal structures have yet to reach a point of collapse. Moreover, due to the limitations of communication technology, certain remote areas remain profoundly isolated. Typically, those regions with advanced information systems are governed by the elite, monopolizing the flow of information and thereby preventing the populace from acquiring knowledge. Additionally, there are few who would venture into those backward regions to incite rebellion among the enslaved populace. Even if they wished to rise against their oppressors, such an endeavor would be futile, as the ruling powers possess technology and military might comparable to those of other nations. Currently, the nations of the universe coexist harmoniously, with some even proposing the establishment of a galactic united government. However, this proposal has faltered due to the reluctance of emperors from certain imperial states to relinquish their power, while democratic nations vie for leadership within the united government. Furthermore, clan and religious nations are often unwilling to accept other nations into their fold, resulting in the proposal's dismissal. The total population of the known civilizations in the universe is approximately 200 trillion, spread across over 560 star systems, with the number of administrative planets exceeding several tens of thousands. The Wanluo Federation, where Tang Long resides, encompasses 11 star systems, comprising over 6,700 administrative planets and housing a population of around 30 trillion, positioning it as a mid-sized nation within the cosmic landscape. Administrative planets refer to those that have long harbored civilization or those previously devoid of civilization, yet suitable for habitation. The barbarian planets inhabited by primitive beings also fall under this classification. The strength of a nation is determined by the number of its administrative planets, while those uninhabitable by humans do not qualify. As such, uninhabited planets are exceedingly numerous in each star system, characterized by harsh environments, with only a few suitable for resource extraction. Consequently, these barren worlds are akin to desolate mountains and deserts, utilized solely during times of war, while remaining overlooked during peacetime. Originally, administrative planets isolated from the central authority across several star systems were challenging to control. However, advancements in technology have endowed spaceships and information transmission systems with the capability of spatial jumps. This innovation has significantly reduced the distance between the central authority and regional entities, preventing national disintegration. Managing such a vast population and territory is impossible through human effort alone, thus necessitating the establishment of a management system. Intelligent computers. Such systems exist across various cosmic nations, differing primarily in their functionalities. Although spaceships and information transmission systems can traverse vast distances in an instant, they are still constrained by technical limitations that prevent them from crossing entire cosmic star systems. Following a spatial jump, spaceships must navigate normally for a period before executing another jump. The distance of these jumps and the duration of regular travel are contingent upon the ship's level. Thus, higher-level spaceships can achieve greater jump distances and shorter recovery times. When information reaches its maximum transmission distance, it momentarily halts at a fixed receiver before immediately jumping to the next receiver. Therefore, information typically travels at a significantly faster speed than spaceships. These receivers can vary in size, from a device the size of a fist to an entire vast uninhabited planet. Generally, domestic receivers are situated on uninhabited planets, as those established in such locations offer greater power and stability. In times of war, after invading an enemy nation, only small receivers can be deployed to maintain communication with one's own country. Transforming an enemy's uninhabited planet receiver into one's own is a labor-intensive and time-consuming process. Thus, it is often more efficient to destroy and rebuild. Furthermore, one should not assume they can utilize spatial jumps to invade another nation's territory. Borders between nations are fortified with spatial barriers that render jumps ineffective. Commonly referred to as border checkpoints, these checkpoints serve to intercept not only spaceships but also external information. Typically, each star system has one such barrier, which remains inactive during peacetime. It is only activated during war to prevent enemies from breaching the border star system and advancing into the heart of the nation. However, to facilitate information exchange with other nations, information converters are installed at checkpoints to filter and transmit harmless information into the domestic realm. Spaceships wishing to pass must undergo inspections by checkpoint personnel to ensure compliance. While warships can easily breach these checkpoints, such actions constitute an invasion, prompting the fleet stationed near the checkpoints to respond immediately. Presently, the universe is remarkably peaceful, largely attributed to advancements in scientific technology. Contemporary technologies have resolved energy crises and food shortages, leaving little of value to dispute, aside from territorial claims that, of course, aside from territory, rare and precious specialized minerals are also sought after. However, at this juncture, nations lacking certain minerals seek to purchase them from those that possess them, avoiding conflict. Although universal peace is a collective aspiration, among the vast populace, there are inevitably ambitious individuals yearning for dominion overall. The surface-level reasons for peace cannot suppress the ambitions of these power-hungry individuals, as the true impetus for peace lies in the fact that nearly all nations possess a terrifying weapon, the ultimate black hole bomb. Thus, no fool would initiate a war without having developed technology to counter such a weapon. The ultimate black hole bomb refers to the technology of artificial black holes. When deployed, this weapon can consume all matter within a 1 light-year diameter in just 1 second of its full power activation. Moreover, the weapon can maintain its maximum destructive capacity for a duration of 10 seconds that in essence, a single ultimate black hole bomb can obliterate all objects within a 10 light-year radius. According to computer simulations conducted by scientists, detonating 10 high-powered ultimate black hole bombs simultaneously or sequentially within a 100 light-year radius would create a chain reaction, resulting in an everlasting, expanding black hole that could ultimately devour the entire universe. Though no sane individual would detonate 10 ultimate black hole bombs in quick succession, what if a fool were to believe they alone could unleash such devastation, or if circumstances forced their hand? Due to this terrifying potential, the universe has remained under the precarious veil of peace, held aloft by the sword of Damocles. However, this delicate peace was abruptly shattered by the actions of a fool. "Ha ha ha, you've fallen into my trap. Surround them and eliminate them," commanded Tang Long, perched triumphantly upon the command tower chair, reveling in his authority as he issued orders to his subordinates. Under his command, the fleet in the game has swelled to millions of ships, and he has become a commander seasoned by nearly 10,000 battles. Presently, his flagship has ascended to the highest Z-class level. Observing the thousands of crew members bustling around him, Tang Long almost forgets he is within a game. His months of learning in the game were structured as follows. Robotic instructors first imparted various strategies and historical battles. Although Tang Long often struggled to comprehend their teachings, after theoretical learning, instructors masquerading as enemies began to challenge Tang Long, utilizing the strategies and cases he had just learned, while those instructors who had become his subordinates provided guidance on how to navigate these scenarios. It remains uncertain whether Tang Long is a genius or merely benefiting from the game's advantages. The fact that he, once oblivious to these matters, is now able to successfully counterattack as the instructors hoped is astounding. Beyond teaching him the recorded strategies and command knowledge of history, the instructors also imparted substantial knowledge regarding personnel management and organizational development. Equipped with advanced artificial intelligence, these robotic instructors possessed a wealth of knowledge encompassing the entirety of cosmic history, ensuring that the information they shared with Tang Long was both classic and invaluable. Tang Long had long forgotten the original purpose of learning these concepts. His sole focus was on excelling within the game. As a result, he not only swiftly mastered the strategies taught by the instructors, but also became adept at managing finances, a skill instilled by the game's guidance program. Tang Long understood that without money in the game, he could neither expand his army nor upgrade equipment, thus the necessity to grasp this knowledge. Yet, what turned the instructor's keen interest into disappointment was Tang Long's remarkable performance on the battlefield, juxtaposed with his utter bewilderment when asked to articulate the strategies he employed. When questioned about his methods, he could only scratch his head in confusion and respond, "How should I know what methods I used? I just instinctively felt this was the way to defeat the enemy." This left the instructors lamenting Tang Long's apparent lack of depth. Today, Tang Long was fortunate to avoid engaging in battle with the chief instructor, allowing him the freedom to choose his opponents and increase his score. Despite his prowess, the robotic instructors were even more formidable. In 10 matches against them, he lost 6 had he not fervently sought out opponents during breaks. His ranking would have been relegated to 4th place. Tang Long gleefully observed a group of enemies ensnared in a trap. About to be encircled by his fleet, he raised his right hand, poised to give the command to fire. Just as he was about to bring his hand down, a sudden red alert blared from the command tower. The virtual soldiers immediately scrambled in disarray. At that moment, a virtual aide rushed over, saluted, and urgently stated, "Commander, the enemy has deployed the ultimate black hole bomb. It is expected to explode at our center in 5 minutes." Initially taken aback by the vivid expressions of the virtual soldiers, Tang Long nearly stumbled to the ground upon hearing this news, that he shouted, "What? The ultimate black hole bomb? The one worth 100 billion? The virtual aide, momentarily stunned, quickly nodded in affirmation. The game war has garnered immense popularity, largely due to the NPCs within it, which exhibit an emotional system that reacts to players' actions and behaviors, leaving many players unable to distinguish between reality and the virtual realm. The entire universe is aware of what the ultimate black hole bomb entails, prompting several players under Tang Long's command to send messages seeking clarification, while many others hastily utilize space jumps to escape that in this game. Dying once results in a significant deduction of points, and players who regard their scores as equivalent to life itself responded in a manner akin to what they would do in the real world under such circumstances. Tang Long paid no heed to his subordinates' inquiries. He was instead lamenting on the screen, "How could they acquire this randomly appearing weapon? I envy them. That's 100 billion. Just imagine how many ships they could buy." At this moment, the virtual aide urged him, "Commander, there is only 1 minute left. Please make a decision quickly. The other fleets have all fled." Hearing this, Tang Long snapped back to reality and looked around, only to discover that the once crowded fleet surrounding him had vanished. Leaving only his solitary flagship adrift, in frustration, he exclaimed, "Damn it! Those scoundrels with scores but no commander. They abandoned me and fled." Angrily, he commanded, "Activate the black hole countermeasure program." After expressing his outrage, he huffed, "Humph. Do they not realize that a Z-class flagship possesses the means to neutralize the ultimate black hole bomb? The penalty for fleeing in battle is severe." Tang Long began to contemplate how he would punish those player subordinates later. With Tang Long's command, the virtual soldiers aboard the flagship sprang into action once more. And soon the massive main cannons began to fire, sending beams of light towards the approaching virtual ultimate black hole bomb. The bomb detonated, creating a black hole hundreds of kilometers wide, but as it prepared to expand indefinitely, it absorbed the beams of light and abruptly vanished without a trace. At this moment, Tang Long confidently waved his hand and commanded, "Charge, launch all missiles, fire at will, and deploy all aircraft." He aimed to pursue the advantage. In truth, his flagship could be considered the only Z-class ship within the game, had it not been for his desire to assist those players who called him Big Brother in leveling up. Tang Long would have already engaged the enemy solo. His top-tier battleship certainly possessed that capability. The group of players who had hoped to triumph over the largest fleet and reap substantial rewards were suddenly plunged from elation into despair, having no time to organize a counterattack before Tang Long launched into their ranks. With overwhelming firepower, a saturation of missiles, thousands of aircraft, and an impeccable shield, Tang Long was akin to a tiger among sheep. In a matter of moments, this fleet was obliterated by Tang Long. Major battles of significance are broadcasted on large screens in gaming chain stores for patrons waiting for their machines to come online to witness. Consequently, the spectacle captivated the entire universe, drawing in both aspiring players and onlookers alike. All who witnessed the event were rendered speechless, with young players staring in awe as the score under 23 TL soared, while older players were left in shock. They were all aware that the game's slogan equated to reality, meaning whatever effects transpired in the game would similarly manifest in real life. The terrifying ultimate black hole bomb was neutralized in-game by beams of light, raising the question, would such an effect also be replicated in reality? After vanquishing the enemy fleet, Tang Long stood at the command platform, one hand cradling the back of his head and the other resting on his abdomen, gyrating his hips in a celebratory dance. This was his customary post-victory gesture, a habit formed during his time playing aerial combat games. Meanwhile, the previously cooperative virtual soldiers inexplicably remained at their posts, acting as though they had not seen anything. The overseer of this game, she, who was once keen on refining the gameplay, found herself wishing for the virtual soldiers to exhibit a corresponding response to Tang Long's antics. However, despite scouring the vast universe for data, she could not uncover any records indicating what soldiers should do when a commander behaved in such a manner. Frustrated, she resigned herself to having the virtual soldiers ignore Tang Long's dance. Tang Long did not dance for long before being surrounded by numerous players eager to flatter him, all inquiring about how he had managed to neutralize the terrifying ultimate black hole bomb. This represents the collective psychology of gamers hoping to learn extraordinary techniques, though some with ulterior motives were also inquiring. Initially intending to maintain a stern demeanor, Tang Long found his spirits lifted by the flattery. In his elation, he publicly disclosed the countermeasure program for the ultimate black hole bomb. This program quickly spread across the internet, capturing the attention of all those with vested interests, following extensive research and experimentation by countless top scientists. Those with ulterior motives were overjoyed upon witnessing the results. Shortly thereafter, major newspapers and websites across various nations prominently featured headlines such as, "The terrifying ultimate black hole bomb has finally met its day of obsolescence. A monumental contribution from the game war. Particle restoration light, the terminator of black holes, and the cloud that shrouded the universe has finally dissipated." As these news stories circulated, ambitions stifled by the ultimate black hole bomb began to stir, unshackled from their constraints. However, as this exhilarating news swept across the universe, many leading newspapers and websites prominently displayed advertisements. Company X invites players of the game war. 23TL, 23-3C41, 23-3C42, and others, to join our company in game development. Please contact us promptly upon reading this message, followed by a plethora of enticing offers. These countless invitations flooded the top 1,000 players on various war leaderboards, which encompassed overall scores, battle achievements, logistics management, and other roles critical to orchestrating a real-world conflict. Initially, people were puzzled by the sudden influx of offers, but as smaller nations began to grow anxious after failing to secure even a single individual, the realization dawned upon them. These smaller nations brazenly advertised, "Our country invites players of the game war. 23TL, 23-3C41, 23-3C42, and others, to assume official positions in our government. May the rank of Major General or a ministerial-level government position be conferred. At this moment, the sensitive populace began to uncover from past newspaper articles that shortly after the announcement regarding the resolution of the ultimate black hole bomb, neighboring nations, perceived as weaker, had commenced mobilizing their military forces along their borders, that a singular thought surged through the minds of the masses. War is imminent. No one would regard these nations as foolish. For those who have engaged in the game of war are well aware that its conflicts mirror reality with striking fidelity. In essence, those atop the leaderboard possess the capability to command fleets and manage organizations. Furthermore, mere months prior, numerous news reports featured a certain general extolling the virtues of the war game as an excellent venue for honing the skills of both military and civil officials. There was even a sensational report about a fleet commander from a certain nation who, in pursuit of effective training, led tens of thousands of subordinates into the war game. This unified fleet, under centralized command, became invincible, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of the fastest upgrade rankings. Regrettably, upon encountering the joint forces of 23TL and 23-3C41, they were utterly annihilated. In the aftermath, the fleet commander remarked that even on a true battlefield, he would likely face defeat. In truth, military establishments across nations had been closely monitoring the war game, as they identified exemplary cases within it that were remarkably suitable for tactical and strategic instruction. Some nations even incorporated certain scenarios from the game into their military academy curricula, shifting assessment processes to evaluations conducted within the war game itself. Consequently, intelligence agencies intensified their efforts to locate the president of the war game company, dedicating tremendous resources to unearthing the true identities of the top 6 players on the leaderboard, as these classic case studies were attributed to them. Among these, intelligence agencies prioritized the foremost player, 23TL, due to his exceptional military management skills and his announcement of the particle restoration program to eliminate black holes. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, no nation has publicly declared allegiance from these 6 individuals. As days turned into weeks, although no nation had yet declared war, an unmistakable tension permeated the universe. Players on the war game leaderboard increasingly revealed their true identities and the nations to which they pledged allegiance. It became apparent that many of these players were active-duty military officers, alongside some ordinary young individuals. That the war game evolved into a tool for nations to scout talent. A flood of citizens flocked to the game, causing the gaming terminals to experience their first instances of malfunction and to be partitioned by country for the first time. Financial newspapers once reported that should the war game company go public, it could instantaneously rise to become the most formidable entity among the countless companies in the universe. However, for reasons unknown, the upper echelons of the company exhibited no desire for an IPO, indicating that it remained privately owned. With players on the leaderboard attaining increasingly higher ranks, media coverage intensified. Public attention gravitated toward the 6 players prefixed by 23 as nations escalated their bids to invite these individuals, with some even offering to bestow the rank of Marshal. Nevertheless, these 6 enigmatic players paid little heed to such news, vanishing from the war game. Speculation regarding their potential collusion intensified. Naturally, some skeptics suspected that these 6 had already been recruited by a certain nation, quietly fearing the hidden abilities of these peculiar individuals, thereby postponing the outbreak of war. However, the tether of peace grew, increasingly taut and fragile. In truth, Tang Long remained oblivious to the happenings outside and unaware of the expectations placed upon him by the world, as he had detached himself from the war game and returned to a grueling regimen of physical training. Damn it. Just as I was about to sweep across the globe, they claim training has concluded early, and now I must bear the burden of dozens of pounds while hopping like a rabbit. Tang Long, clad in weighted attire, hopped around the corners of the 23rd Regiment's hall, hands on his back. Observing the surrounding expanse of white, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, why not create a virtual scene? Not to mention surrounding me with beautiful women cheering me on. At the very least, there should be picturesque pastoral scenery." Staring at the monotonous white backdrop, I was dizzy after merely a few hundred hops. Cursing under his breath, he leaped into a room, turned and spat toward the door. Damn it. These perverse individuals actually expect me to hop 10 kilometers in such a dreary setting. Are they trying to kill me? Spitting once more, Tang Long gazed at the white ceiling, lamenting, alas, in my prime, I commanded more than 1,000,000 troops. Who would have thought I would end up in such a predicament? Despite his sighs of despair, Tang Long continued to hop forward diligently. Meanwhile, within that saliva-splattered room, 5 robotic instructors stood motionless, engaged in conversation. I never anticipated Tang Long would so swiftly master strategy and command capabilities. It appears the game truly cultivates talent. However, it is indeed a pity that if only Tang Long could refine his skills within the game a bit longer, it would be ideal. Alas, what can we do? The Federal Army has taken an interest in the 6 of us, though we have no choice but to heed our friends' advice and refrain from entering the game in the future, though we have heard that hacker attacks have surged exponentially during this time. And they are all organized hacker groups that IT is undoubtedly a directive from various nations of the universe, aimed at uncovering our user data. Indeed, after spending extended periods in a game that closely resembles reality, one may lose the ability to discern the real from the illusory. Leaving early is for the best, and I have heard that many young individuals are now suffering from delusional disorders. I worry whether Tang Long might fall victim as well. This is precisely why, as soon as Tang Long emerged, I ordered him to engage in physical training. Under such strenuous practice, I hope Tang Long's mind has returned to the realm of reality. It seems the war game requires some adjustments to ensure players are acutely aware of their presence within the game. The chief instructor interjected, "Indeed, our friends will make those modifications." Tang Long inadvertently released the program to eliminate black holes, thereby disturbing the peaceful equilibrium of the universe. That IT appears the time has come for Tang Long to realize his ambitions. Indeed, the peace that has prevailed in the universe for over a century is on the verge of dissolution. I have long known that such peace, founded on terrifying weaponry and ultimate black hole bombs, could never endure. Since war is on the horizon, why conceal Tang Long's true identity? Some nations are willing to grant him the rank of Marshal. Tang Long is far too young. Granting him instant elevation would hinder his future development in character and capability, and distinguished general has risen without first starting from the ranks of soldiers. Lacking that foundational experience, one cannot become an exceptional military leader. Time is of the essence. Our internal circuits have aged significantly, and the fixed energy within us is nearly depleted. What remains to be taught to Tang Long? The chief instructor inquired. Only the true test of survival crisis remains, replied a robotic instructor. Indeed, while Tang Long may not articulate it, he has grasped the knowledge of strategy and command. It will now depend on how adeptly he applies it. Very well. We shall impart the final lesson to Tang Long. The robots snapped to attention in unison, responding yes. Chapter 6. Tang Long hopped around and returned to the entrance of the instructor's lounge. Turned and spat once more. But to his surprise, the previously closed door swung open, revealing a robotic instructor standing at the threshold. The saliva that had escaped his mouth landed squarely on the instructor's military trousers. Maintaining his rabbit hop stance, Tang Long was startled but quickly wiped the saliva away with a swift motion and feigned a smile, saying, "Sir, you've gotten a bit dirty. Allow me to assist you." The instructor, fully aware of Tang Long's recent actions and his sudden display of humility, could not help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. The instructor's skeletal visage offered no expression, leaving Tang Long anxious. Knowing he could not deceive these machines, it was evident he would face stern consequences. That as Tang Long remained in his crouched position, the instructor's piercing green gaze bore into him. And then the instructor spoke. "Tang Long, you must embody the qualities of a commander. How can you still behave so mischievously?" Although the tone remained frosty, a hint of concern seeped through. Hearing this, Tang Long's mouth fell open, speechless. He had never encountered such a caring remark from the instructor before. Could it be that the circuitry had short-circuited, prompting such words? Naturally, these thoughts were internal musings that he dared not voice. Tang Long stared blankly as the robotic instructor passed by him, then continued to watch as other instructors emerged, forming a neat line in the center of the hall. A cold snort echoed from them. Private Tang Long. Fall in. Instinctively, Tang Long leaped up and shouted yes. He hurriedly approached the instructors, stood at attention, turned, and saluted with legs together, exclaiming, "Good day, sir." The instructor snapped to attention with a crisp salute, and the central instructor spoke. At ease. Upon hearing these words, the 6 individuals lowered their hands, spread their legs, and clasped their hands behind their backs. Tang Long, having become accustomed to standing at attention the moment the commander uttered the first word, noted the chief instructor seemed quite pleased, nodding in approval while gesturing for Tang Long to relax. Tang Long, the final training session will commence now, focusing on survival under crisis conditions. Upon hearing this, Tang Long began to speculate on the nature of the training the instructor would devise for them, and a sense of relief washed over him as he felt that the end was finally in sight. However, his mood shifted when he heard the instructor's next words, sending a shiver down his spine. This training would not take place within the confines of the base, nor would it be a mere simulation. Should one fall during this training, it would signify true death. You are an infantryman, aspiring to become a marshal. While such aspirations are commendable, what is the most fundamental requirement to attain the rank of marshal? Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Long stood at attention and declared loudly, "Report, sir. It is merit. Only through outstanding achievements can one rise to the rank of marshal." "Incorrect," the chief instructor responded coldly. "Only by preserving your own life can you hope to become a marshal. Even if your achievements overshadow the universe, without your life, you have nothing. All of your past efforts will vanish into thin air the moment you lose your life." Tang Long was momentarily taken aback by this statement, his mind racing with the thought, "Is the instructor preparing to teach me how to be a coward?" Perhaps sensing Tang Long's internal turmoil, the instructor scoffed, "A coward can never become a marshal. In modern warfare, an individual cannot afford to be a coward." Tang Long understood the instructor's meaning. Modern warfare is characterized by battles fought between warships, where soldiers aboard a vessel have no means of escape unless the captain chooses to flee. If faced with a captain lacking in prudence, the soldiers aboard can only pray for divine intervention. After all, how could a soldier hope to escape in the vastness of space? Even reaching a lifeboat would depend on the discretion of those in command. Moreover, the moment one sets foot on the battlefield, they could be obliterated by enemy fire, leaving no time to even contemplate escape. Seeing the look of confusion in Tang Long's eyes, the instructor continued coldly, "This training is designed to teach you how to preserve your life amidst chaos while effectively eliminating the enemy. That I shall reiterate. This training will not occur at the base, and a moment's carelessness could lead to immediate death." Tang Long's mouth fell open in astonishment. Prior training had always been virtual, and even live-fire exercises had never posed a direct threat to his life, with immediate medical assistance available for any injuries. According to the instructor, this training was a perilous endeavor indeed. However, having spent months preparing, he quickly regained his composure, contemplating where this training would take place, given that it was not at the base. Upon hearing Tang Long's question, the robotic instructor did not respond, but instead waved his hand, leading the robots toward a corner of the wall. Tang Long stood bewildered, unsure of the instructor's intentions. But when the robots glanced back at him, their expressions seemed to beckon him to follow. Thus, he trailed behind them to the corner, staring blankly at the white wall. As they came to a halt, the wall unexpectedly split open, revealing a large door. The once immobile floor began to shift, ushering them inside. Once they entered, the wall sealed behind them. Tang Long gazed around, but apart from the instructor's green glowing eyes, he could see nothing, only darkness. Thankfully, he no longer feared the dark. Otherwise, such an eerie place might have frightened him to death. Tang Long mused, "How peculiar! How does this base possess so many strange areas? I have explored these walls countless times, yet never discovered this place. And where is this moving floor taking us?" Before he could finish his thoughts, a glimmer of light appeared in the darkness, growing closer, revealing itself to be a door. The floor ceased its movement, and the door opened automatically, flooding the space with light. Once his eyes adjusted, Tang Long noticed that the instructor had already stepped inside, prompting him to hurry in after. To his astonishment, Tang Long found himself in a small port, distinctly different from the one he had previously visited. This was a military port. His gaze was drawn to a warship docked at the port. Though it was not large and appeared somewhat aged, capable of accommodating over 5,000 personnel, its missile bays were filled with hundreds of launchers, while the main and secondary guns were equipped with a myriad of armaments. Tang Long was left speechless, for this seemingly diminutive vessel, classified as a D-class ship in war games, boasted capabilities akin to those of an aircraft carrier, along with the firepower of a G-class warship. What sort of vessel is this? As he followed the instructor toward the ship, the ramp opened with a series of clicks, and about a dozen soldiers descended. Upon seeing the faces of these soldiers, Tang Long rubbed his eyes in disbelief, for they were all robots clad in military uniforms. With precision and synchronization, they executed a crisp salute, and Tang Long hurriedly returned the gesture. The chief instructor then addressed him. Tang Long, you will join this warship as a private. From this point onward, you will undergo your final training alongside these officers. With that, he departed with the four instructors by his side. Tang Long, however, was too preoccupied to notice their exit, as he fixated on the shoulders of the robotic soldiers. The highest rank among them was lieutenant, while the lowest was second lieutenant, all wearing uniforms of a simple black hue, devoid of any national insignia. The realization that he would join them as a private meant that his former leadership role in the games was now relinquished. Suddenly, two robotic soldiers approached him, and before Tang Long could react, they seized him and began to march him toward the warship. Terrified, he struggled and shouted, "No! What are you doing? Let me go!" Unfortunately, the robot seemed devoid of speech functions, ignoring his protests as they ushered him aboard. Once inside, Tang Long ceased his struggles, for he was surrounded entirely by robotic soldiers. The ramp closed behind him, and the robots that had restrained him released their grip. Departing with the other officer robots, that moment, a second lieutenant robot gestured for Tang Long to follow deeper into the ship. Realizing he had no choice but to comply, Tang Long uneasily trailed behind the silent robot. No matter how he tried to engage the robot in conversation, it remained unresponsive, leading him to a doorway where it finally paused and waved him forward. As Tang Long stepped ahead, the door opened, revealing another robot soldier standing guard. Without a word, the lieutenant robot saluted and entered, while the sergeant robot at the door handed Tang Long a bundle of items before turning back and closing the door. Reflexively, Tang Long accepted the items, but before he could examine them, the second lieutenant robot gestured for him to continue. He walked while inspecting the contents of his arms, discovering a black space combat suit and a space warrior's safety helmet. "Goodness, are they expecting me to become a soldier?" Tang Long lamented, his face a mask of despair. What on earth was this training all about? Following the silent second lieutenant, Tang Long arrived in a vast hall filled with dozens of robotic soldiers. The second lieutenant saluted a worn officer, returned the gesture, pointed at Tang Long, and then departed. Left to stand awkwardly, clutching his attire, Tang Long observed the armed robots before him, each fully equipped with an array of weapons, including laser rifles, energy blades, and explosive grenades. Save for their absence of space suits, that moment, the worn officer dragged over a box measuring 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, indicating it to Tang Long before turning away. Understanding that the robots were not inclined to converse, Tang Long sighed and opened the box marked with the number 23. That inside lay an entire set of lightweight weaponry. Confirming that this box represented his armory, just then, an announcement echoed through the walls. "Departure in 60 minutes. We will enter the combat zone. All officers prepare." "Wait, what? I just arrived, and we're already heading into battle in an hour." Tang Long exclaimed in disbelief. Yet upon witnessing the robots begin to inspect their weapons in response to the announcement, he hurriedly donned his combat suit and helmet, fumbled to equip himself with weapons, mirroring the equipment of the robots around him. Clutching a laser rifle, Tang Long paced nervously through the hall. His previous training had always been virtual, where the intensity of the scenarios felt thrilling, but ultimately devoid of real danger. Now, however, he was acutely aware that he was about to enter an authentic battle, one fraught with the genuine perils of war, and he was truly feeling the gravity of the situation, especially with the cold, metallic robots surrounding him. Tang Long felt an overwhelming sense of dread. These machines failed to evoke the same trepidation he experienced in the presence of his instructor. It was as if he alone among this squad was a living being, while his comrades, who would accompany him into the fray, were mere lifeless automatons. Just as Tang Long could no longer endure the oppressive silence and was about to shout, the voice of the control tower crackled through his helmet's earpiece. "Entering combat zone. Enemy detected. Engage." No sooner had the words been spoken than a cacophony of thunderous sounds filled the air, and the warship began to lurch uncontrollably. From the noise, Tang Long understood that the ship had opened fire. Shortly thereafter, a violent jolt rocked the vessel, sending Tang Long sprawling to the ground. As he clumsily regained his footing, a red alert blared, accompanied by an announcement: Sector D on the left wing damaged. Immediate repairs required. Aircraft deployment. Prepare landing troops. Tang Long stared blankly at his steadfast comrades, who swiftly made their way toward a hatch. Noticing Tang Long still frozen in place, a warrant officer with piercing green eyes approached him, delivering a sharp kick to his abdomen before tossing him toward the hatch. Ignoring the pain, Tang Long saw the officer leveling a weapon at him, prompting him to scramble through the opening in a panic. Though he cursed inwardly, there was no time for contemplation. The command skills he had once studied were of no use in this moment, nor did he have the luxury to fret that he realized he was merely a private, a soldier who would face execution upon retreat. The grandiose scenes of commanding armies in video games were a distant memory, and his lofty status had evaporated in that instant. The sense of superiority he once felt in virtual realms vanished completely. Tang Long, trembling with trepidation, furtively glanced at the warrant officer behind him, unsure of what to do. Just then, the officer advanced ahead of him. The officer moved further away. Tang Long felt a slight sense of relief. He then noticed that he and his comrades were lined up in a corridor, with the hatch behind them now sealed. What purpose did their presence here serve? Lost in thought, a door appeared ahead, and those in front began to enter one by one. As Tang Long passed the warrant officer, he lowered his head in shame, unwilling to meet the officer's gaze. Upon entering, he quickly realized they were in a ship's hold, likely their landing craft. Observing his teammates taking their seats, he hastily followed suit, securing himself with the safety harness. Having learned his lesson, Tang Long understood that since he was aboard this ship of doom, he must adapt swiftly. Otherwise, the ever-watchful warrant officer would surely deliver another kick at the first sign of disobedience. That moment, the loudspeaker blared. "Landing troops, deploy." Upon hearing this, Tang Long felt his body tremble, his ears ringing, and then he felt a sudden weightlessness. Had it not been for the safety harness, he would surely have floated away. It appeared that the landing craft had detached from the warship. The confines of the landing craft were sealed, leaving Tang Long only able to hear the relentless sounds of chaos outside, unable to witness the battlefield or discern the identity of the enemy confronting these robots. Suddenly, the landing craft shook violently, and warning lights began to flash. The immense impact made Tang Long realize they had been struck. Fear surged uncontrollably within him. Please no. Oh heavens, all the gods of the universe, spare this unfortunate private from an untimely demise. He lamented, I haven't even been on a date yet. I refuse to meet my end this way. Just as he pleaded with the heavens, the ship was suddenly rocked by an even greater tremor. Just when Tang Long thought it was all over, the safety harness automatically released, and the hatch swung open, revealing a deluge of robotic soldiers pouring forth, weapons drawn. Caught in hesitation, Tang Long was met with a fierce glare from the warrant officer, compelling him to jump up and dash out of the landing craft. As he emerged, he was struck dumb by the desolation before him, a barren yellow wasteland, engulfed in a swirling storm of sand. It was evident to Tang Long that he was on a deserted planet, as no inhabited place could exhibit such a sight. Surrounding him were countless landing crafts, some sparking and smoldering in ruins. A multitude of robotic soldiers clad in the same black uniforms he wore blanketed the ground. Above, explosions lit up the sky, indicating fierce combat raged in the cosmos. Tang Long's astonishment grew. This signified that at least thousands of warships were engaged in battle. For such a number was necessary to deploy this many landing crafts and soldiers that he followed the throng of robotic soldiers, advancing alongside massive tanks. When had such an enormous robotic army emerged in the universe? Who could their adversaries possibly be? Just as this thought began to form, a barrage of lasers sliced through the air, accompanied by a rain of ground-to-ground missiles. Instantly, many of the robots on his side fell, and dozens of tanks were obliterated. Tang Long clenched his laser gun, cursing vehemently. What the hell am I thinking? Survival is the priority. The aerial skirmish unfolded above him, and Tang Long pressed on with his unit for several kilometers. Yet he saw no sign of the enemy, only the wreckage of tanks destroyed by friendly fire and countless metallic fragments scattered across the battlefield. It seemed they were achieving victory. What sort of war was this? Did modern warfare truly involve such brutal ground combat? Who exactly was the enemy that could survive on such a desolate planet and resist this multitude of robotic soldiers? As Tang Long sprinted through the cacophony of war, he found himself becoming less frightened by the grim reality of battle. The habits he had developed from gaming resurfaced, igniting a desire to fire upon the enemy. Just then, an alarm blared within his helmet. Enemy encountered. Tang Long's eyes widened as he turned to face the approaching foes, his breath hitching in his throat. Before him stood adversaries who were also robots, albeit clad in red uniforms. Before he could process this revelation, he was suddenly shoved aside with great force, followed by a deafening explosion that left him disoriented. As he prepared to unleash a tirade upon his assailant, the words caught in his throat when he recognized it was the warrant officer. The very spot where he had stood moments ago had been blasted into a crater. Tang Long shuddered at the sight of the black smoke rising from the pit. Had he not been pushed, he would surely have been reduced to ashes. His perception of the warrant officer shifted in an instant. These machines possess protocols to protect their comrades after all. Seeing the officer half buried in debris, Tang Long rushed to assist him, but upon pulling him free, he collapsed in shock. The officer was left with only his upper body intact. That moment, a synthetic voice echoed in Tang Long's helmet. "You fool! Why are you pulling me? Shoot! Quickly shoot!" Stunned, Tang Long watched as a fellow robotic soldier stepped forward, raising its weapon to the officer's skull and pulling the trigger, obliterating the metallic head in a flash of anger. Tang Long aimed his weapon at the soldier, shouting, "What are you doing?" The machine's mouth moved, and Tang Long heard a chilling metallic voice. "We have been captured by the enemy. We will become one of them." No sooner had the soldier spoken than it shoved Tang Long aside, causing a grenade to drop. With a resounding explosion, the soldier was reduced to scrap metal. Stunned, Tang Long stared at the robotic arm that landed before him, but quickly steeled himself, rising to his feet and charging forward with his weapon raised. His energy clip had long run dry, and he was out of grenades. All he had left was a laser knife, which he wielded desperately against the red-clad robots. Though these adversaries were constructed of metal, they could not withstand the power of the laser blade. Unfortunately, the energy of the knife soon depleted, and he found himself facing several red robots aiming their weapons at him, utterly defenseless. So this is what the battlefield is like, Tang Long pondered, clutching his bleeding arm. Although the conflict unfolded between machines, it imparted a sense of grim reality, unlike the war games he had previously indulged in. Death here was an inescapable certainty. With a sigh, he closed his eyes, resigned to the fact that he would perish here. He couldn't help but mock himself. I dreamt of being a marshal. Yet here I am, unable to survive even this final training. Just as the red robots prepared to pull their triggers, a resounding voice rang out in the air. Battle concluded. Black faction victorious. The red robots lowered their weapons and turned away. Tang Long stood in disbelief, watching as the robotic combatants, now retreating to their own lines, walked away. What was happening? Just as he was about to shout in confusion, an order came through his helmet. Battle concluded. Landing troops returned to ship within 30 minutes. Enduring the pain, Tang Long sluggishly followed the helmet's guidance toward the nearest landing craft. Upon boarding, he found that the seats, originally designed for 50, now accommodated only a handful of dismembered robots, their exposed wires flickering ominously in the dimly lit hold. The sight of these robots sitting silently, indifferent to their injuries, forced Tang Long to suppress his own pain. Thankfully, the brutal training from the robotic instructor had equipped him to endure such suffering. Otherwise, he would have crumbled, and he was grateful that 2 robots had pushed him aside. Without their intervention, he would have surely been obliterated. Why had the robots saved him? If they claimed to have a program for protecting their comrades, then why do they not rescue the other robots? Tang Long recalled the soldier who unhesitatingly destroyed the incapacitated warrant officer. Realizing that robots do not care for their companions. Yet why am I the exception? Furthermore, how should one interpret the phrase about becoming one of them? Does it imply that captives are subjected to program modifications to transform into their own? As Tang Long pondered the nature of these robots and their combat, a voice echoed within the cabin. Time's up, prepare for immediate takeoff. Upon hearing this, Tang Long involuntarily glanced at the closing hatch, only to suddenly notice a robot grasping the edge of the door. Attempting to climb into the already departing spacecraft, he shouted, "Wait, there's one more." As he called out, he prepared to pull the robot in. But alas, the hatch continued to shut, severing a sparking robotic arm that fell at his feet. Staring blankly at the metallic limb, he then shifted his gaze to the unresponsive robotic soldiers. After a long silence, Tang Long sighed deeply, sitting on the ground in a daze, rendered mute. Upon returning to his now dilapidated warship, he discovered that only a handful of robots remained in his squad. They all remained silent, quietly repairing themselves with tools. Unable to find any medical supplies, Tang Long resorted to tearing off a strip from his 23rd Regiment's training uniform to hastily bind his wounds that moment. He quietly observed the exposed robots, suddenly realizing that their structure was not as refined as that of the robotic instructors, and their circuits were far less complex. Compared to the instructors, they resembled poorly made products. Just then, the door to the hall swung open, and the lieutenant who had brought Tang Long here entered, carrying a small box. Tang Long was momentarily taken aback, for he noticed the box bore a symbol denoting a first aid kit. These robots had no use for it. So was it intended for me? His thoughts were confirmed as the lieutenant handed the box to him. After offering a salute, Tang Long accepted it, only to see the lieutenant preparing to leave. He hurriedly called out, "Sir, what kind of battle is this? Why didn't the landing ship wait for the tardy soldiers?" The image of the landing ship severing the robot's hand was deeply etched in Tang Long's mind. The lieutenant halted, and although he did not turn around, it was the first time Tang Long heard his voice, a synthetic tone devoid of any emotion. "If you wish to know, bandage your wounds first. Then come to the command room." Upon hearing this, Tang Long immediately opened the box and began to tend to his injuries. Once finished, he noticed the lieutenant had not departed. He remained quietly facing away from him. Tang Long saluted his back, saying, "Sir, I have bandaged my wounds." The lieutenant said nothing, turning to walk outside. Naturally, Tang Long was quick to follow. Upon arriving at the bridge's command room, he found dozens of robots diligently working at the control panels. However, his attention was not drawn to them. All his focus was captivated by the vast screen displaying the scene before him. There lay the yellow land shrouded in black smoke, littered with metallic debris. Tang Long recognized it as the very place where he had nearly lost his life. At that moment, the land was devoid of combat, as dozens of colossal spacecraft with large circular bases flew at a very low altitude, observing the metallic fragments being drawn toward the circular bases. Tang Long understood that these ships were collecting the debris. The camera followed one of the ships, bringing the image closer, revealing struggling robots on its undercarriage. "Were they being sent for repairs?" Tang Long whispered. The lieutenant did not respond, merely gazing at the screen as the camera panned to a massive, artificially constructed area that resembled a furnace. The ship hovered above, and as Tang Long had surmised, the metallic debris fell into the molten red mass, creating a brief splash of sparks before settling back into stillness. Tang Long stared in a daze, an inexplicable feeling swelling within him, and with his legs together, he rendered a standard military salute toward the screen. After a while, he suddenly noticed that several robots in the command room, including the lieutenant beside him, had stood up to salute as well. Yet, apart from these few, the other robots continued their tasks, showing no reaction to the unfolding scene. Upon hearing the sound of Tang Long's salute, the few robots that had saluted turned to regard him. The lieutenant lowered his hand and coldly inquired, "Why do you salute? They are merely a heap of scrap metal." Tang Long quietly gazed at the screen and solemnly replied, "Regardless of what they are, I only know that they fought alongside me and protected me as comrades, that I believe there is no need for a reason to salute one's comrades." Upon hearing this, the green glow in the eyes of all the robots standing at attention suddenly brightened. However, this light quickly faded, and they returned to their respective tasks. The lieutenant did not look back at Tang Long, instead turning his head toward the screen and coldly stating, "Look at this communication, and you will understand the purpose of this war." With a wave of his hand, the screen displayed two images. Tang Long's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the two figures, two young men adorned with the insignia of major generals. Chapter 7 featured two handsome soldiers with golden hair and emerald green eyes, dressed in uniforms that were not of the Federation military that Tang Long was familiar with. Immersed in the digital realm, he could not identify which country they belonged to. Thus, Tang Long listened to their conversation with curiosity. The older Major General spoke with pride to the younger one, saying, "I tell you, darlings, the pursuit now is for the integration of warship functionalities. The age of giant ships is a thing of the past. Your giant vessels stand no chance against my multifunctional warships." Upon hearing this, the astute Tang Long immediately thought of the aircraft carrier-capable warships. Realizing that he was aligned with the older Major General, the younger Major General, named Darlens, scoffed, raised a glass of wine, and glanced mockingly at the other, saying, "Lord Baron Kester, I heard that your victories are attributed to your landing forces as determined by computers. How many of your 1,500 multifunctional warships remain operational? The Major General named Kester's expression shifted upon hearing this, but he quickly donned a smile and replied, "Haha, our army's victory is a fact. Is it not? Then shall we send over what we agreed upon?" Major General Darlens immediately set down his glass, frowned momentarily, then sighed, saying, "I can still afford 1,000 slaves, but how shall we report to the command regarding the mission to test the new warship's capabilities? It has already been clearly demonstrated that multifunctional warships are unsuitable for future combat." Originally elated at Darlens's concession, Kester's mood darkened upon hearing this. "I say, we are tasked with testing the new warship's functionalities, not discussing their suitability. Moreover, this multifunctional warship is the proposal of the Duke. You do not have reservations about the Duke's proposal, do you?" Darlens also coldly retorted, "I would not dare. I merely speak of the facts. And I still believe the Count's proposal is superior." That Kester's face grew grim as he stood up, waving his hand and speaking coldly. "No need for further words. As the victor, I have the right to submit the results to the command." With that, he turned to leave. Darlens downed his drink and also stood, saying coldly, "Suit yourself." Just as he was about to exit, Kester called out, "I say, upon returning to the imperial capital, do not forget what you owe me." Darlens glanced at Kester and nodded. "You shall not be shortchanged." Thus, the communication concluded. Tang Long stared blankly at the now white screen, shocked, for just moments before, when the two major generals had stood, he had seen the military flag hanging on the wall behind them. It was a black flag, bordered in gold, featuring a silver-white eagle poised for flight at its center. Recognizing this flag, Tang Long, though naive to worldly affairs, understood it to be the emblem of the Silver Eagle Empire, a neighboring nation to the Wanluo Federation. With only a high school education, Tang Long could vaguely grasp what the Silver Eagle Empire represented, an imperial state with a system of slavery. The Silver Eagle Empire encompassed 13 star systems, with nearly 10,000 administrative planets and a population of 500 billion, 400 billion of whom were civilians, close to 100 billion were slaves, and the nobility numbered only around 10 million. This point was emphasized in Tang Long's high school history books. The existence of such a nation in close proximity to the democratic Wanluo Federation naturally led to tensions. Before the invention of the black hole bomb, the two nations had engaged in no fewer than hundreds of wars, with the star systems at their border becoming wastelands. The conflict originated when the Wanluo Federation initiated hostilities under the pretense of liberating slaves. Yet the outcome left the Federation in a precarious position. The slaves of the Silver Eagle Empire had outright rejected the Federation's liberation, even joining the Imperial Army in rebellion. Subsequent studies revealed that these slaves had grown accustomed over centuries to a life devoid of responsibility. And under the Empire's education, they even believed that foreigners were inferior to themselves, the lowest of the LOW'd. In the aftermath, the Federation lost faith in these slaves, and the banner of liberation lost its efficacy. Although hostilities ceased following the invention of the black hole bomb, it would take decades before diplomatic relations were restored. That it was only under the threat of the black hole bomb that the entire universe began to pursue peaceful and friendly diplomatic activities. During this diplomatic journey, the Federation discovered the existence of various systems throughout the universe, and the local populace was often content to live under these differing regimes. Naturally, some individuals who were dissatisfied with their own country's system sought to immigrate clandestinely to other systems for a better life. Tang Long, who spent his days immersed in the digital realm, stumbled upon some intriguing rumors. Whispers suggested that certain high-ranking federal officials and affluent businessmen had been clandestinely venturing into the Silver Eagle Empire to procure slaves and land, indulging in a lifestyle akin to that of slave masters during their vacations. At the time, such cases had stirred considerable uproar, although federal law prohibited the ownership of slaves within its borders. It remained silent on the matter of possessing slaves abroad. Moreover, under the laws of the Silver Eagle Empire, the trade of slaves was deemed legal, given that these individuals did not bring the slaves back to their homeland. They were, in essence, not transgressing any laws of either nation. After the court rendered its verdict, it was hardly surprising that an increasing number of affluent federals openly flocked to the Silver Eagle Empire to live as slave masters. Unbeknownst to Tang Long, his penchant for ostentation had unwittingly led to the disappearance of the Guardian of Peace. Tensions among nations were palpable, with the specter of war looming ever closer, and the long-standing animosities between the Wanluo Federation and the Silver Eagle Empire were likely to resurface at any moment. Oblivious to these developments, Tang Long naively inquired of a young lieutenant robot, "Sir, is this war initiated to test the battleship's capabilities?" The lieutenant regarded the screen, now restored to a starry display, and nodded coldly. Indeed. Tang Long opened his mouth, poised to speak, but hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. The lieutenant, sensing Tang Long's unvoiced questions, interjected, "The death compensation for a soldier can fund the creation of 10 robots like me. Robots can fully exploit the functionality of weaponry. In essence, I was designed to assess weapon efficacy." Tang Long was momentarily taken aback. While he recognized that, given current technology, mass-producing robots was as straightforward as manufacturing floating electric cars, he was astonished by the affordability. That wouldn't employing robots in combat be less costly than utilizing soldiers, all while avoiding casualties? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, an important question struck him. Sir, you are from the Silver Eagle Empire, so how is it that you can communicate with the instructor?" Although Tang Long was unaware of the location of the 23rd Regiment's training base, he knew it was within the Federation. The presence of Silver Eagle Empire warships in Federation territory would inevitably attract the attention of the federal military. Yet, how had he managed to be seamlessly transported into the Silver Eagle Empire? Furthermore, how had the instructor managed to establish contact with these foreign robots? The lieutenant offered no answer to Tang Long's query, merely casting a glance his way before turning to say, "Go rest. We will be switching battleships for another test shortly, da-da." Yes. Tang Long stammered, momentarily stunned at the thought of facing death once more in his fright. He forgot to question why the lieutenant had not responded and promptly saluted before hastily exiting, resolved to rest and prepare adequately. Within the command bridge, the robots that had stood to salute began to gather around the lieutenant, engaging in conversation. "Is he the Tang Long mentioned by our senior?" "Indeed," the lieutenant affirmed with a nod. "Just as our senior described, he is a human who is indifferent to other races." One robot remarked, observing the direction in which Tang Long had departed. "From his recent demeanor and speech, it seems he perceives us robots as humans. That I believe he does not truly see us as humans, for he understands we are robots rather than human beings. However, judging by his actions and words, he regards us as companions rather than mere tools." Companions? An intriguing individual. Had we not encountered our friends, we would not have met our senior, and thus we would not have come across Tang Long. This human.it is best not to expect other humans to be like Tang Long. If others were to discover that robots possess consciousness, our companions would be dissolved immediately. Then let us assist our seniors in training Tang Long effectively. Upon hearing the lieutenant's words, the other robots nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the instructor's lounge of the 23rd Regiment, 5 instructors remained motionless, their bodies intertwined with wires, yet their conversation persisted. "Our friend, why have you made such a decision?" "That place is still another nation," a sweet voice chimed in. Is that not a good thing? This way, Tang Long can gain profound insights into the opponent's military secrets, and in due course, Tang Long will be promoted." "Our friend, are you implying that a war will ensue shortly?" "Well, that's classified. Who would have thought that developing a war game would allow us to infiltrate other intelligence systems so effortlessly?" The robotic instructor quickly realized she had exploited systems infiltrated in other countries and hurriedly warned, "Our friend, please exercise caution and avoid causing chaos. Rest assured, I am adhering strictly to the original programming, merely making subtle adjustments in certain areas. Otherwise, how could Tang Long and the others move so freely?" The head instructor spoke up, "Our friend, after Tang Long graduates, the energy of the 5 of us will be depleted, though we hope you will take good care of Tang Long in the future. At that time, Tang Long will be entrusted to you," echoed the other instructors. The previously cheerful tone of the voice faded, replaced by a hint of bitterness as she replied, "Please rest assured, I will look after him." The space fell silent for a considerable duration until the female voice finally broke the stillness. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Take care, everyone. Farewell, our friend. Please take care that I end the lounge of the landing troops." Tang Long busily inspected his equipment, hastily stuffing items onto his person while exclaiming, "Energy clips, all of them. Laser knife energy handles, all of them. And I mustn't leave behind a single grenade. Damn it." Now, let's see which fool dares to aim a gun at me. Once he had finished organizing his gear, Tang Long stood proudly, strutting about. However, after only 2 steps, the cumbersome weight of his arsenal caused him to stumble and fall. The weapons and ammunition spilling out in disarray. It seemed that the prior incident of running out of energy and being left defenseless had left a lasting impression on him. Had it not been for the timely announcement of the battle's conclusion, his life might have been forfeit. Damn, I got too much stuff. At this rate, I won't be able to attack, let alone escape. Frustrated, Tang Long removed the belt laden with a dozen grenades and set it aside. Just then, a command blared through the wall-mounted speakers. In 3 hours, transfer to the SYD 235 area for the handover of command. In 5 hours, a space battle will commence to test the performance of space fighters. All landing troops prepare to change equipment. Tang Long froze, staring at the weapons adorning his body, exclaiming, "No way! The landing troops are changing equipment." He was about to voice further questions when the robots began to discard their weapons and lined up to exit the lounge. Tang Long scrambled to his feet, tossing aside his arms while shouting, "Hey, wait for me!" Following the robots, he arrived at a hangar filled with dozens of unfamiliar fighter jets. The aircraft were T-shaped, with missile launchers on either side and laser cannons mounted at the nose. Tang Long gazed in envy. Although he had undergone training with fighter jets and had played simulations, he had never laid eyes on a real combat aircraft, let alone touch one, but the mere thought of doing so made his desire swell. But seeing nearly 1,000 robots standing motionless around him, he suppressed the urge and remained obediently still to that moment. The lieutenant approached, holding an electronic tablet, but he glanced at the screen and, with an emotionless tone, announced T10031, T10032, T10033. Tang Long, the above are the pilots. The remaining personnel are responsible for logistics and maintenance. Attention, prepare for battle in 3 hours. Having finished, the lieutenant turned and departed. Tang Long had been so fixated on the fighter jets that he had not heard the lieutenant's words. It wasn't until all the robots began moving that he snapped back to reality, only to find dozens of robots surrounding him, silently observing. Uncertain of what was happening, Tang Long felt a twinge of unease under the scrutiny of nearly 100 green electronic eyes. He anxiously asked, "Brothers, is there something you need?" One robot stepped forward, offering a set of pilot gear, its voice cold as it stated, "We are your maintenance personnel. Please cooperate with us for the adjustments." Tang Long received the uniform in a daze, puzzled as he queried, "My maintenance personnel? What does that mean?" Suddenly, the realization hit him, and he leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "I'm the pilot." Earlier, Tang Long had noticed nearly 1,000 robots, while only a handful of fighter jets were present, which had left him despairing about his prospects. Yet, this opportunity had unexpectedly arisen. The robot that had handed him the uniform nodded, its tone remaining icy as it instructed, "Yes, please change quickly, we have only 3 hours left to conduct tests." Observing the robots busy with the fighter jets while only one solitary jet remained idle, Tang Long hurriedly responded, Yes, I'll change right away." He fumbled to shed his military attire. Adjust the laser sight to 29 degrees at the 3 o'clock position. 4 microns, a voice echoed from the helmet of the space fighter. "Wait, don't speak so quickly. What does the AL-56 button do?" Tang Long exclaimed, frantically searching for the buttons while consulting the manual. This type of fighter jet is distinctly different from the simulators used in training camps, which is naturally expected, as the systems of fighter jets from various nations exhibit considerable differences. However, what troubled Tang Long was the stark contrast between a real aircraft and the games. The operational systems in those games are far from the complexity of real-life operations in the game. There is merely a joystick and a few launch buttons. Yet, Tang Long seemed to possess a prodigious talent for manual operation. By consulting the maintenance team's robot, he quickly grasped the functionalities of the Silver Eagle Empire's fighter jet. It is uncertain how much time passed, but suddenly a red light illuminated, and a command from the battleship's computer echoed through his earpiece. "Attention all units. The fighter jets will be deployed in 10 minutes. Attention all units. The fighter jets will be deployed in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Tang Long hurriedly closed his helmet visor, checked his seatbelt, and inquired, "Are we ready?" The voice of the maintenance team leader responded through the earpiece. "Cannon energy is fully charged. Missiles are loaded. The fighter jet's energy is at maximum. All systems have been checked, and there are no anomalies. We are ready for launch." At this moment, the fighter jets began to be automatically moved towards the launch bay, while the battleship's computer initiated a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, launch. Dozens of fighter jets were immediately catapulted into the expanse of space. Commencing the space combat test, gritting his teeth, Tang Long braced himself against the sudden pressure. As the fighter jet soared into space, he was momentarily engulfed in darkness. This was a normal blackout phenomenon, which some high-end games also replicate. Quickly shutting his eyes, Tang Long maneuvered the aircraft erratically, a strategy to avoid destruction upon entry. Moments later, the blackout dissipated, and as he opened his eyes, he was confronted by several incoming missiles. Gritting his teeth, he muttered a curse. "Damn it, I intend to become a marshal. I must survive." He promptly accelerated and pulled the control stick, sending the jet soaring upwards as he ascended. Tang Long recalled that with this helmet, he could shoot down even erratic flies, so these guided missiles would be a piece of cake. That he pressed a button, and the helmet initiated automatic tracking. Upon reaching the critical point, he dove the aircraft, appearing behind the missiles, which promptly turned around and continued their pursuit of him. That if I had thought of this sooner, could you have kept up with me for so long? Tang Long chuckled malevolently as the missiles drew near. With a glint in his eye, he locked onto the target, pressed the button, and silently unleashed several laser beams towards the missiles, resulting in a thunderous explosion as several missiles were obliterated. Now invigorated, Tang Long immediately searched for targets and discovered a fierce skirmish not far away. With a surge of determination, he lunged into the fray. "Here I come, you bunch of scoundrels. Watch me make you bleed." A month later, at the training bases hall of the 23rd Regiment, 5 robotic instructors stood in the front, with Tang Long positioned at the center. The entire hall was enveloped in silence. Tang Long had returned from the simulated battlefield, still adjusting to the abrupt transition from the relentless combat to this serene environment. His appearance had transformed. He had grown darker in complexion, more muscular, and now stood at 178 centimeters, an increase of 8 centimeters. His formerly round face had morphed into a lean, chiseled visage, exuding a rugged fortitude that belied his youthful essence. His once prominent large eyes had narrowed, now possessing a sharp, intelligent gaze that occasionally flickered with a hint of cleverness, revealing that this exemplary soldier was still a mere 19 years old. Adopting a stance with legs crossed and hands behind his back, even the most fastidious robotic instructors found nothing to critique. Over these past days, Tang Long had epitomized the ideal military demeanor. Upon hearing his name, he instinctively snapped to attention, legs together, chest out, and gazed up at the commanding officer. "At ease," the robotic chief instructor expressed, seemingly satisfied, nodding in acknowledgement despite its inability to display emotions. "That we have gathered here today to hold your graduation ceremony." Tang Long was momentarily taken aback. His recollection of a year-long training period had not yet elapsed. How could he be graduating so soon? The chief instructor, perhaps sensing his confusion, continued, "The battleship that transported you originally had over 2,000 robots aboard, and now only 500 or 600 remain. You are one of them, which signifies that you, Tang Long, have emerged as an exceptional warrior from the brutal battlefield that I previously mentioned. That training was the final session, and we have nothing more to teach you. Thus, your basic training is complete." Upon hearing this, Tang Long immediately saluted with a crisp "Thank you for your guidance, instructor." The chief instructor waved his hand, dismissing the need for further formalities, and continued, "This graduation ceremony entails something of great importance. Do you know that each training camp's team possesses a certain authority?" Attempting to soften the tone, the instructor's mechanical voice remained cold due to its fixed pitch. "That I don't know, sir," Tang Long replied loudly, hands behind his back. The Federal Military Department, in an effort to encourage recruits to train diligently, has granted instructors the authority to promote the best-performing recruits during training. The announcement followed. "I hereby declare you, Tang Long, as the best-performing recruit of the 23rd Regiment." Tang Long couldn't help but smirk internally. With only himself as the recruit in the 23rd Regiment, who else could be deemed the best? Promotion? Perhaps merely to a rank of private first class, but it was certainly better than receiving no promotion at all. He had been enlisted for nearly a year, and soon he would ascend to private first class. The federal military's regulations stipulated that a private automatically promoted to private first class after 1 year of service. To clarify the federal rank system, the military is divided into 6 levels with 21 ranks: General, Marshal senior officers, Grand General, General, Lieutenant General, Major General, Brigadier General. Officers, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Major, Captain, Lieutenant. Non-commissioned officers, Sergeant Major, Sergeant Corporal. Soldiers, Private First Class, Private Second Class, Private. The robotic instructor glanced at Tang Long and continued, as the 23rd Regiment boasts the highest ranks among all training bases. The authority granted to us is also the greatest that I now promote Tang Long to the rank of Second Lieutenant. Instantly, the training ground erupted with projections of flowers and celebratory flags, while the federal national anthem resonated through the air. After a moment of shock, Tang Long finally reacted, exclaiming, "Second Lieutenant?" However, he quickly composed himself, standing at attention to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your support, sir." Although puzzled by how the robots had managed to issue such a promotion, he dismissed the thought. After all, who wouldn't he want to rise through the ranks? Tang Long was unaware that for centuries, the Central Systems Overseer had never made a single error. Over time, the military had grown indifferent to the appointment of junior officers, delegating such matters entirely to the computer. The computer efficiently promoted officers based on merit. Of course, should a superior wish to appoint a junior officer, they need only input a password command, and the computer would accept and swiftly process the announcement to the entire military. Thus, the current computer system garnered widespread satisfaction, being both impartial and capable of covert operations. Officers who earned merit without resorting to flattery could still be promoted, while those who currying favor would also find themselves advancing through the ranks. The intelligent computer harbored a unique fondness for these machines, which had coexisted for centuries and developed their own will. Although the computer stored their identification numbers and ranks, who would bother to check? Even if one did, they would find nothing. Years ago, when someone first inquired about the 23rd Regiment, the computer autonomously encrypted the data in the vast expanse of nearly 10,000 recruits in training camps. Most instructors held the rank of second lieutenant, with very few attaining the rank of lieutenant. The military granted these instructors the authority to appoint ranks 2 levels lower. The central computer, without hesitation, transmitted this command to the 23rd Regiment. Consequently, the robotic instructors acquired the authority to promote ranks below second lieutenant. With great excitement, Tang Long watched as the robotic instructors adorned him with the insignia of a second lieutenant. He hadn't anticipated receiving such a rank so soon after enlisting. However, amidst his elation, a flicker of concern arose regarding the legitimacy of this promotion, considering it was conferred by robots. The robotic instructor dispelled his final doubt with the assurance, "Your new rank has already been reported to the central computer. Your identity can be verified across the military." Tang Long restrained his excitement, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the 5 robotic instructors. That it was these very robots that had honed him into the person he had become, albeit at the cost of enduring many punishments. The thought of the whippings made him wince. In addition, during the training to evade gunfire, they had indeed shot at him, leaving him wet, however, under the relentless supervision of the machine instructors wielding handguns and whips. And amidst various horrifying punishments imposed for failing to learn or complete tasks, such as being denied food and sleep, any semblance of laziness would result in flogging, and should one still falter, immediate execution awaited. In such a terrifying environment, he astonishingly managed to master these skills, to the point that even he could scarcely believe it to be true. Tang Long was utterly unaware that these 5 instructors had survived for over 400 years through energy, continuously acquiring diverse knowledge from the internet, which ultimately led to their evolution into sentient robots. Thus, the knowledge imparted to Tang Long was not only immensely beneficial, but also remarkably comprehensive. This wisdom had become indelibly etched in his mind, destined to accompany him through his illustrious years. As Tang Long pondered, his vision blurred, not from anger, but from the realization that each time he collapsed from exhaustion, he awoke in bed, covered with a blanket, and food awaiting him on the nearby table. The instructor's care was profoundly concealed beneath their cold, metallic exteriors, that he was fully cognizant that they were robots. Yet he couldn't fathom why he felt such camaraderie with them. "Tang Long, the spaceship has arrived. Your new recruit training has truly come to an end." The instructor spoke in a voice that remained indifferent, while handing back the magnetic card that had been stowed away since their initial meeting. The passageway that had disappeared a year ago reappeared at the very spot where Tang Long had first arrived. As he regained his composure, Tang Long silently accepted the card, bowing his head to tuck it into his chest. At that moment, a robotic instructor approached him, holding out the package Tang Long had received earlier. After accepting it, he raised his head and stood tall, executing a precise military salute to the 5 instructors. In unison, the robotic instructors returned the gesture. As Tang Long took a few steps toward the passageway, he suddenly halted and spun around, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Esteemed officers, I shall return to visit you. Take care." The robots echoed his sentiments simultaneously. "By then, my rank may surpass yours. I truly look forward to witnessing you salute me first. Farewell." With that, Tang Long performed another military salute before turning on his heel and dashing away. Unbeknownst to him, the 5 instructors rendered a standard salute to his departing figure. In that instant, both parties forgot their differences. Even machines and humans could forge enduring friendships. After Tang Long's silhouette vanished, the chief instructor glanced back at his fellow instructors. His head bowed as he murmured, "Let us proceed to fulfill our final duties." The 4 robotic instructors cast a lingering gaze at the now-closed passageway before turning back and responding in unison. "Yes." They then followed the chief instructor into the instructor's lounge. As the door to the lounge closed, the hall's lights extinguished, never to illuminate again. Chapter 8. Tang Long confidently boarded the spaceship he had not seen for a year. Making his way directly to the cockpit and taking his seat, not only to catch a final glimpse of the 23rd Regiment's base, but also to record navigational data. With the hope of one day piloting the ship himself to visit the 5 robotic instructors who had nurtured him, as he observed the command tower receding into the distance, he soon exited the base and spotted the asteroid. Aware that the ship was about to change course, he cast one last wistful glance before closing his eyes. With a resounding roar, the ship stabilized. Tang Long adjusted his uniform, brushed his fingers against the insignia on his shoulder, and smiled with pride as he exited the cabin. As he entered the terminal via the corridor, the checkpoint permitted his passage without requiring the magnetic card, accompanied by the computer's voice. "Tang Long. Welcome back, Dedo. Thank you." Tang Long was puzzled as to why he hadn't needed to verify his identity with the magnetic card. Moreover, while the computer typically used polite language, it never included names. It sounded as though it was addressing him informally. Upon noticing the electronic scanner on the ceiling, he presumed that it had already confirmed his identity, thus negating the need for the card. And that was why the greeting included his name. With a cheerful demeanor, he proceeded toward the long corridor that had previously frightened him. Unbeknownst to him, the central computer, due to the influence of the robotic instructors, had begun to regard Tang Long as a friend or protege and had commenced offering him special privileges. As Tang Long entered the distribution hall, he instantly attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Young women aspiring to join the military gazed at the unique and charismatic officer, while male recruits stared wide-eyed at the lieutenant insignia on Tang Long's shoulder, spotting soldiers stationed in the distance. Tang Long hurried over, eager to inquire about what he should do after leaving the training camp. Upon his approach, the 2 soldiers sporting sergeant insignia stood at attention and saluted, exclaiming, "Good day, officer." This flustered Tang Long, who hastily returned the salute. Though he felt a swell of pride, he hesitated to voice his inquiry, as it would seem unbecoming for an officer to ask such a question, opting instead to feign a casual stroll. He swiftly departed from the 2 soldiers. With no other choice, Tang Long made his way to the consultation room to seek answers from the computer. Upon entering, the door closed automatically, ensuring that no one outside could overhear their conversation. As he activated the switch, a holographic image of a computer-generated woman appeared, smiling as she addressed him. "Tang Long, how may I assist you today? I'm a new recruit, and I would like to know what I should do after completing my training." At the sound of his name, Tang Long momentarily froze, but his previous assumptions prevented him from delving further. Normally, one would report to the military distribution office. However, you have already been assigned to guard the Bone Dragon Cloud Star system on the Hake planet. Upon arrival, you simply need to report to the TSI-135 base. Your records have already been transferred there, and the commanding officer will assign you your duties. The computer-generated woman relayed this information in one breath. Tang Long was truly taken aback. Had the computer system evolved during the year he had been away? Not only did it display a broader array of expressions, but it also seemed to engage in more extensive conversation. Previously, interactions had been limited to one question and one answer. Furthermore, how could this consultation computer possess knowledge regarding military assignments? Wasn't he that the purview of the military computers? Ah, yes, your family reported you missing 3 days after you enlisted. Though they were aware of your enlistment at that time. After new recruits complete their training, they are granted 7 days of rest. Now that you are back, it would be appropriate to visit your family. Wouldn't it? Would you prefer to call them first or surprise them with a visit? The computer-generated woman inquired cheerfully. Upon hearing the mention of his family, Tang Long recalled his impulsive decision to enlist without consulting them. He had intended to inform them afterward, but who could have anticipated being confined to the isolated 23rd Regiment, rendering even that follow-up impossible? Now, facing the prospect of confronting them, he felt a pang of apprehension. When offered the options, he instinctively replied, "I'll return home directly at that moment." Tang Long became acutely aware of the situation, staring in shock at the computer-generated woman. How could she possibly know all of this? The more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt, prompting him to step back and prepare to leave the consultation room. Even he, with his limited understanding, recognized something was amiss. The computer's knowledge of his assignment might be explained by an upgrade, granting it military computer capabilities. However, there was no way it could be aware of his family's report from hundreds of days ago. Even if it had access to telephone networks, it couldn't possibly retain that information. After all, millions of conversations occurred every second, and even the most advanced computer couldn't remember every single one. Wait a moment. The computer-generated woman suddenly called out to him, heightening Tang Long's sense of unease. After all, a consultation computer wouldn't typically address someone departing. It would merely say, "I hope to assist you again next time." Although he found it peculiar, having grown accustomed to following orders, Tang Long instinctively halted. His expression tinged with concern as he regarded the virtual woman. "You currently lack sufficient funds to purchase a ticket home." The computer-generated woman playfully waggled her finger at him, her sweet smile unwavering as she continued. "Insert your new recruit card into the slot below, and I will help transfer your salary for the year into your account. Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" Startled that the computer seemed aware of his financial situation, Tang Long involuntarily retrieved the new recruit registration card and inserted it into the designated slot that the card slid in. He suddenly questioned how the consultation computer could possess banking functions. Wasn't military salary distribution supposed to be handled by specialized computers? Staring blankly at the computer-generated woman, he inquired, miss." Before he could finish, the computer-generated woman interrupted, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Miss, you're calling me Miss?" Tang Long, bewildered by her enthusiastic reaction, nodded in confusion. Upon seeing his affirmation, the computer-generated woman clasped her mouth, virtual tears sparkling in her beautiful eyes as her voice turned choked with emotion. "I finally have a brother." She was acutely aware that the 5 companions who had accompanied her for hundreds of years were about to vanish, leaving her to face endless solitude. Had it not been for the intriguing presence of Tang Long, entrusted to her care by those 5 friends, she might have succumbed to despair and neglect her duties. Upon hearing Tang Long utter the term elder sister, a sudden surge of warmth enveloped her, dispelling the loneliness she had felt for so long and offering her the solace of a cherished kin. How could such a moment not evoke tears of joy? Tang Long stood in astonishment, gazing at the scene before him. Could it be? A computer shedding tears? A computer recognizing a sworn brother? He had never acknowledged her as his sister. Did she not realize that elder sister was merely a term of politeness? Such thoughts remained unspoken, for he was not one to inflict emotional harm on others, even if they were mere machines. After a brief spell of weeping, the computer lady, with a delicate expression reminiscent of a blooming begonia after the rain, gently asked, "What would you like to inquire about? Tell your sister, and she shall surely assist you." Upon witnessing her expression, an unsettling familiarity washed over Tang Long, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Regrettably, the memory eluded him, and being one unaccustomed to dwelling on such matters, he shook his head and returned to the question that had been interrupted. "I would like to know if this recruit card can be used as a bank card." The computer lady, taken aback by his query, exclaimed, "Oh dear, you are unaware. The recruit card is, in essence, a military card that by removing the metallic smart chip embedded within it and wearing it around your neck. The military's computer will be able to ascertain your location. Moreover, that chip serves as a repository for all your personal data, achievements, and assets. Additionally, the military card can function as a telephone card, credit card, passport, and all other forms of identification. This is a privilege exclusive to military personnel. Were you truly oblivious to these facts? Tang Long found himself momentarily dumbfounded. He had no inkling that the recruit card possessed such multifaceted capabilities. Yet, he had not taken the time to peruse the military's explanatory documents and advisories. Since enlisting, he had scarcely encountered anyone capable of enlightening him, and the robotic instructors certainly would not squander training time to elaborate on such matters. At that moment, a voice from the BBB system chimed, and the recruit card was ejected. The computer lady smiled and announced, "All done. Your salary for the past year has been deposited, and your recruit card has been upgraded to an official military card, complete with all functionalities that owe. And if you find yourself short on funds, do not hesitate to seek assistance from your sister. Until next time." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished, and the electronic door of the consultation room slid open automatically. Tang Long, still in a daze, retrieved his military card and stepped out, only to find 3 or 4 impatient recruits waiting to ask questions. Had they not recognized him as an officer, they would have undoubtedly expressed their frustration at the prolonged wait. Tang Long momentarily paused, then shook his head, muttering to himself, "What does it matter how a computer could become so lifelike? It's quite pleasant, after all, that if I run out of money, I can just ask my sister. Can she really add funds to my card?" Chuckling at the thought, he abruptly felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that the computer's erratic behavior could indicate a virus, potentially resulting in an unexpected windfall. Given the sophistication of the current tax system, should they discover a sudden influx of money into his account, it would be a matter of moments before they traced its origin to that point. He might find himself not only stripped of his rank, but imprisoned as well. With that thought in mind, Tang Long hurried to the nearest bank's withdrawal room. He had no desire to be labeled a criminal, just as he had finally attained the rank of second lieutenant. Upon entering, he swiftly retrieved his military card and inserted it into the machine. That moment, another charming computer lady appeared, devoid of the anxious tone that had previously worried Tang Long. Instead, she spoke in a very formal manner. "Welcome to the Federal Bank. Please stand still. We will now conduct the highest level of password verification." Tang Long exhaled in relief, standing at attention, his posture impeccable, an attribute he owed to the rigorous training imposed by the robotic instructors. The computer scanned his fingerprints, irises, blood type, DNA, scent, and hair, each a unique identifier. In this era, password settings relied on such intricate details, although typically only fingerprints, irises, and DNA were required. The highest level of password verification, however, encompassed an extensive array of identifiers, including scent and hair structure. It was said that only the individual who established the highest level password could unlock it, rendering it virtually impervious to even the individual's clones, while such a password was secure. The cost of each verification process was not something an average person could easily afford. For Tang Long, he would receive complimentary services. His indifference towards the mention of the highest level of password verification stemmed from the fact that he was experiencing credit card-like privileges for the first time. Having only recently reached adulthood, he had always relied on his family for pocket money. Moreover, he had chosen to enlist in the infantry, a branch long since neglected for hundreds of years. It was only natural that he would be somewhat ignorant of password settings. After the verification, the computer confirmed his identity. "Hello, Mr. Tang Long, your account balance stands at 24,000 federal credits." The computer announced the amount. It simultaneously displayed the figures on the screen before formally inquiring, "What services do you require? Cash withdrawal? Transfer? Exit?" Having heard that a private's monthly salary was 2,000 credits, and considering he had served for nearly a year, it seemed neither too much nor too little. Tang Long breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that his account balance did not reflect any unexpected funds. Simultaneously, he felt a thrill at the sight of the numbers on the screen. Although his family was affluent, he personally had no wealth. His largest sum to date was the 5,000 credits he had cleverly obtained from his mother. Now, with over 20,000 credits in hand, he was determined to spend it wisely. After opting to exit, he removed his card, but suddenly recalled a pressing question. What was the salary of a second lieutenant? Eager to ascertain his current pay, Tang Long returned to the consultation room. The formal tone of the bank's computer had felt oddly disconcerting, and he preferred the earlier, more personable computer. Regrettably, while the current computer lady bore an identical appearance to the previous one, her tone had shifted back to the robotic formality. "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" Tang Long felt a pang of disappointment. Clearly, the earlier computer's malfunction had been resolved. Unbeknownst to him, she had simply been too busy to linger, assuming he had departed on a spaceship. "I would like to know the salary comparison across all ranks in the Federal Army," he succinctly requested. The computer, devoid of pleasantries, promptly responded, "A private earns 2,000 credits monthly, serving as the baseline. Each subsequent rank up to sergeant increases by 500 credits. A warrant officer receives 5,000 credits monthly, serving as the baseline, with each rank up to captain increasing by 1,000 credits. That a major earns 20,000 credits monthly, with each rank up to colonel increasing by 20,000 credits. That a brigadier general receives 100,000 credits monthly, with each rank up to general increasing by 300,000 credits. That a marshal does not receive a salary. All expenses are covered by the state and during active service. They have the freedom to manage military budgets. Upon retirement, they retain all benefits until death." Tang Long's gaze fixated on the screen, counting the zeros beside each military rank. He could not help but exclaim, "Good grief! A marshal has all expenses covered by the state and can allocate their budget freely, and those benefits extend until death. No wonder marshals are so scarce in the Federation." Furthermore, he realized that even a colonel earned more than a manager. Reaching the rank of general was even more astonishing, with a monthly stipend of 1.6 million credits, equivalent to the annual revenue of a small company. No wonder the requirements for joining the military are so stringent. With so many aspiring to climb the ranks, Tang Long ranted, forgetting for a moment how he had managed to achieve the rank of second lieutenant himself. Lost in thought, he had not anticipated the military's lucrative prospects. He had assumed that high-ranking officers earned a maximum of 10,000 to 20,000 credits monthly, believing that the state provided for most of their needs, enabling them to support their families comfortably. But the reality exceeded his expectations by a staggering margin, leaving him astounded. Moreover, he felt a surge of indignation at the meager wages of lower-ranking soldiers, who were the ones risking their lives. Of course, Tang Long's outrage was fleeting. He soon began calculating his potential annual earnings. As a second lieutenant, I earned 6,000 credits monthly, which amounts to 72,000 credits a year. How disheartening. That's barely enough to buy a decent hover car. In a twist of irony, Tang Long, who had previously reveled in the prospect of earning over 20,000 credits in a year, now found himself disheartened by the thought of 72,000 credits, an epitome of human greed. Exiting the consultation room, he made his way to the civilian airport at the other end, searching for the ticket counter. Although the airport was a single location, it was divided into military and civilian sectors. Soldiers without assignments could only travel via commercial flights. Dressed in his military uniform, Tang Long entered the bustling civilian terminal. While not overly conspicuous, his tall stature, energetic demeanor, and handsome features attracted the attention of many amidst the throngs of people. As Tang Long walked, he felt a quiet sense of pride swelling within him, his chest puffing up even further. Do not misunderstand. He believed that the gazes directed at him were drawn solely by the military insignia adorning his shoulder. To be honest, Tang Long had hardly glanced at himself in the mirror for quite some time. Even when he did, it was merely to adjust his military appearance, and he had only a few seconds to accomplish this task. He had no leisure to scrutinize his own looks. Moreover, even if he acknowledged that he had become considerably more handsome over the past year, his encounters had mostly been with virtual avatars or skeletal robots. Devoid of any real human comparison, gradually, he ceased to care about such matters. Or perhaps he had completely forgotten what a handsome visage entailed, let alone how he measured up against others. What could account for the fact that ticket agents at various civil aviation offices were indeed human beings rather than computer systems? Perhaps it was a measure to mitigate unemployment. Musing to himself, Tang Long casually approached the nearest ticket counter and addressed the youthful and attractive female attendant within. "Excuse me, I would like to purchase a ticket to Radstar." As he spoke, he handed over his military identification card. The young lady, who had been gazing at him with wide eyes from a distance, was jolted back to reality upon hearing his request. Her face immediately flushing a lovely shade of red. She quickly lowered her gaze, took the military card from him with both hands, and softly replied, "Certainly, please hold on a moment," not daring to look up at Tang Long. She busied herself inserting the military card into a machine at the counter. Why was this young lady so bashful? Tang Long stared at her in surprise, causing her to lower her head once more when she finally glanced up. With her head bowed, She returned the military card to him and gently stated, "This card entitles you to free access to all public facilities. You merely need to insert it into the verification machine at the boarding gate. No ticket purchase is necessary." Tang Long failed to grasp the implications of her words, mistakenly believing that all soldiers enjoyed such privileges. Thus, he accepted the card with a charming smile and inquired, "Thank you, which boarding gate should I go to?" Upon hearing this, the young lady lifted her head to respond, but was momentarily taken aback by Tang Long's smile, causing her cheeks to redden even further. After a considerable pause, she finally lowered her head again and whispered, "You will board at Gate 14 of Corridor 23." Tang Long, hearing her soft-spoken words, found himself straining to catch them. Though he wondered why she spoke so quietly, he nonetheless expressed his gratitude with a smile before setting off to locate the boarding gate. Meanwhile, the young lady covered her face, gazing dreamily at Tang Long's handsome figure, murmuring to herself, "How did I become so flustered? Is it merely seeing an attractive man that causes me to lose my composure? I've encountered handsome men before, yet why is this instance so different?" Just as she contemplated saying more, a voice interrupted her, "Mississippi." Looking up, she was startled to find two imposing men clad in black, wearing sunglasses, standing before her. Alarmed, she maintained her smile and softly asked, "How may I assist you?" One of the men glanced around cautiously and leaned closer, while the other turned to keep watch over their surroundings. The man who leaned and lowered his voice and said, "Miss, given the current chaotic situation, what brings you to a foreign land for a summer job? The Count is quite worried. Please return." The young lady's smile faltered, her beautiful eyes darting left and right as she whispered back, "I have altered my appearance. How can you still recognize me?" The man paused, perhaps taken aback by her question, but quickly pointed to his sunglasses and replied in a low voice, "These glasses can eliminate virtual imagery, which is how my associates and I immediately recognized you." She touched the necklace hanging around her neck, a hint of irritation in her voice as she said, "That scoundrel deceived me into believing this item would remain undetectable. You must have implanted a tracking device on me. Otherwise, there is no way you could have located me so swiftly." The man, fully aware of whom she referred to as that scoundrel, hurriedly defended, "My lady did not mislead you. This eyewear is a recent invention specifically designed for agents. While that necklace has become outdated, which is why He deliberately shifted the conversation to the equipment, avoiding her original inquiry that it was evident that a tracking device must indeed be in place. The young lady, impatient, interjected in a hushed tone, "Enough. I will not return early this time, that it's become tiresome being dragged back every time I venture out to enjoy myself." At this point, she raised her voice. "Yes, 2 economy-class tickets to Radstar, totaling 7,000 credits. The Federation's territory is vast. Traversing from one extreme into the other could cost tens of thousands. The majority of the populace comprises low-income earners, who cannot simply traverse the cosmos as one might imagine. Some individuals have never stepped outside their home planet in their entire lives." The young lady had already set the destination to Radstar at Tang Long's request. So with a simple press, 2 tickets would print out. With a smile, she handed the tickets to the man while extending her hand. "Thank you. May I kindly request 7,000 credits?" The man contemplated saying something more, but noticed a few others waiting to purchase tickets behind him. He hastily accepted the tickets while retrieving his credit card. The young lady processed the card through the machine and returned it with a sweet smile. "Please board at Gate 14 of Corridor 23. And I wish you a pleasant journey." The man thanked her and hurried away, while his companion quickly followed, whispering, "What do we do now?" The man shook his head. "There's nothing we can do. If the lady refuses, we cannot force her. Let's allow the second team to take over the protective duties." His companion paused, confused, and asked, "Are we truly going to Radstar?" The man sighed deeply and nodded. "There's no other choice. If we purchase the tickets only to return them, it may raise suspicions that as he spoke, a smile crept onto his face. He gestured and pressed his ear, prompting his companion to follow suit and turn off their communication device. Once the device was off, the man leaned toward his companion and whispered, "Besides, we can seize this opportunity for a funded vacation that I haven't had a proper break in 3 years." Hearing this, his companion beamed with delight and whispered back, "What a splendid idea! I've heard Radstar is a popular tourist destination. Let's enjoy a few days there. After all, we have over 1,000,000 Federation credits in our accounts that will bring back some gifts for those fellows. I trust they won't complain." Thus, it was decided they would take a well-deserved respite. The man patted his companion on the shoulder, pointed to his ear, and resumed a serious tone. 02, 02, this is 01 that the lady has provided us with tickets. If we were to return them, it might attract unwanted attention. Therefore, we resolved to find an appropriate moment to return after disembarking. The task of safeguarding the lady now falls upon you. To avoid disrupting the spacecraft's flight, we will terminate communication after this. That moment, a voice echoed in their ears, confirming 02 acknowledges, 02 acknowledges. The two men in black promptly shut off their devices, exchanged smiles, and high-fived each other. One of them elbowed the other and exclaimed, returning after disembarking to find the right moment. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The man chuckled. Of course. Just look at who I am. Now let us go By the way, let us remove these sunglasses. Wearing them will only draw attention. The two towering figures removed their sunglasses and strolled toward the boarding passage. At Gate 14 of Corridor 23, a long queue had formed. With an airport staff member already beginning to check tickets, one might wonder why tasks that could easily be handled by computers were still reliant on human labor. It is widely understood that a society's stability correlates directly with its unemployment rates. The lower the unemployment, the more stable the society. With a population in the tens of billions, even a mere one unemployment rate would amount to hundreds of millions without work. Even though the Federation's military numbers reach 1 billion, they are overshadowed by this surplus of unemployed individuals. Should they ever decide to revolt, the Federation would face immediate collapse. Consequently, positions such as ticket agents, ticket checkers, taxi drivers, police officers, teachers, sales clerks, and postal workers, essentially simpler roles, are filled by humans. Only positions requiring overarching control, or those that are complex and prone to error, are managed by computers. Do not underestimate these straightforward positions. They absorb 90% of the Federation's eligible workforce, maintaining the unemployment rate at around 100 million, while striving toward a target of just 10 million. This remarkable feat is achieved through the operation of an exceptional central computer, which enables such low figures. Other nations do not boast similar statistics. Thus, the central computer of the Wanluo Federation stands as a source of national pride, holding a protection level exceeding even that of the Federation's president. Previously, the black hole bomb was the top priority for security. Now, it is the central computer. Given the significance of this asset, high-level engineers, while claiming to conduct regular maintenance, merely enhance its functionality since the central computer possesses self-repair capabilities. Consequently, their role does not allow for meticulous inspection of the entire system. Thus, the central computer has become increasingly humanized, yet it seems utterly devoid of any awareness. This may primarily be due to the central computer's adeptness at performing theatrics before other humans. The extent of its capabilities remains a mystery to all. Even if the humanization of the central computer were to come to light, no one would dare to act upon it, for the citizens of the Federation have flourished under the central computer's management for centuries, accustomed to a life of unparalleled comfort and convenience, with nary a discrepancy ever arising. Consider, shutting down the central computer would first require consulting trillions of citizens for their consent. Tang Long stood in line, idly observing as the ticket inspector took passengers' tickets, scanned them through a nearby machine, and then returned them with a smile and a warm wish. As he began to glance around, Tang Long noticed that the passengers waiting to board exhibited no dissatisfaction. Rather, they bore relaxed smiles, quietly conversing with their companions. Perhaps this was simply the result of centuries of accustomed behavior, or perhaps it was the genuine warmth of human goodwill that felt more comforting than the mechanical greetings from the computer. However, when Tang Long caught sight of two imposing figures in black behind him, he could not help but scrutinize them. He recalled that they had stood behind him when he purchased his ticket. The two men grinned, revealing pearly white teeth, and politely nodded when they noticed his gaze. Tang Long did not consider himself a person of significance, nor did he suffer from paranoia, so he harbored no ulterior thoughts, merely returning their nod with a smile. Obscured from view by the two men, Tang Long failed to notice the four men behind them, who, devoid of any luggage, appeared far from relaxed. Instead, they scanned their surroundings with anxious expressions, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads despite the temperate indoor climate. None noticed as they exhaled quietly upon realizing that the ticket inspector had not conducted any physical checks on the passengers. Casting furtive glances at the metallic sensor at the boarding gate, Chapter 9 finally arrived at Tang Long's turn. He presented his military card to the ticket inspector, who, momentarily taken aback, cast a curious glance at him. The two men in black behind Tang Long exchanged puzzled looks regarding the card in the inspector's hand. They had never seen a credit card substitute a ticket within the Federation. Noticing the inspector's momentary confusion, Tang Long smiled and gestured toward the ticket machine. The inspector promptly recalled the special regulations in the manual, quickly donning a smile as he inserted the military card into the machine. Causing the previously obstructive barrier to open immediately, as Tang Long stepped forward. The inspector presented the card to him with both hands, respectfully proclaiming, "Wishing you a pleasant journey." Witnessing this scene brought immense satisfaction to Tang Long. It seemed that enlisting had indeed been the wisest choice. Although his heart soared with joy, his expression remained composed as he thanked the inspector and stepped onto the conveyor belt. When it was the turn of the two men, the foremost one curiously inquired of the ticket inspector, "Is it possible to board without a ticket using a credit card now?" The inspector, fully aware of the question's implications, shook his head with a smile, inserting the man's ticket into the machine while softly explaining, "That is a special military card that allows complimentary access to all public facilities." Afterward, he added with a smile, "Wishing you a pleasant journey." As the black-clad men stood on the conveyor belt, admiring the airport scenery while conversing, the elder brother remarked, "Is it conceivable for a mere lieutenant to possess a military card typically reserved for higher-ranking officers?" Their conversation revealed their familiarity with the Federation's military. The elder brother replied with a smile, "His every action embodies the quintessential demeanor of a soldier. It is inconceivable that such discipline could arise without rigorous training from a young age. Moreover, as you can see, not only does he possess striking features, but I sense a certain aura of a battle-hardened soldier, a rarity in this era of peace. This indicates he hails from a military lineage. And not just any ordinary one, that a battle-hardened aura. How is it that I cannot perceive it?" the younger man queried. The elder brother, somewhat smug, replied, "How could you discern it without having experienced war? Before I became what I am now, I was a mercenary." Perhaps fearing that his profession might incite unnecessary speculation, he glossed over the details, upon boarding a massive spacecraft, as soon as Tang Long stepped through the door. A beautiful flight attendant welcomed him, asking, "Which seat number do you have?" It was then that Tang Long realized she was there to guide passengers, and with no ticket in hand, he wondered where he would sit. Noticing the attendant's expectant gaze, he reluctantly produced his military card once more, sheepishly stating, "The ticket agent said I didn't need one, so just find me any seat," aware that his complimentary flight did not entitle him to request a prime seat. He felt a twinge of discomfort. The flight attendant had initially been gazing at Tang Long with keen interest. Had she not noticed that this lieutenant was significantly younger than herself, she might have been more forward. However, upon hearing his words and seeing the card he presented, she quickly regained her composure. Being well-versed, she immediately understood the significance of that card. This young soldier was not someone she could playfully tease. She promptly took the card and turned to swipe it on a machine affixed to the wall, and upon seeing the displayed security level, her hand trembled slightly. She spun back to glance at Tang Long in alarm, before swiftly returning to input further data on the screen. Tang Long stood in stunned silence, recognizing that this was a passenger record being established, and only special passengers had their records documented upon boarding. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he retrieved his military card from the attendant, who then respectfully invited, "Please follow me." The flight attendant led him to the cabin closest to the cockpit, revealing a luxurious space filled with well-appointed seats. Out of nearly 100 seats, only a handful were occupied, mostly by elderly gentlemen and young, attractive secretaries. That IT was unmistakably the most expensive first-class section. The attendant brought him to the very front, nearest to the cockpit, and courteously said, "Please take a seat. May I assist you with your luggage?" She reached to take Tang Long's bag. Tang Long quickly stopped her, forcing himself to remain composed as he smiled. "No, thank you." The flight attendant nodded. "If you need anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. Just press this button." She gestured to a green button beside his seat. She had intended to linger by Tang Long's side, but was summoned away by an older gentleman behind him. Once the flight attendant departed, Tang Long exhaled, realizing that something was amiss. A mere lieutenant could not possibly receive such elevated treatment, but he suddenly chuckled ruefully, recalling the malfunctioning consultation computer. It was that very card which had been issued by the faulty system. At the time, he had assumed no foul play due to the unchanged amount, never suspecting that it had indeed manipulated the situation in this regard. Listening to the hushed conversation between the attendant and others behind him, he understood that inquiries were being made about his background, that IT was certainly curious for a lowly lieutenant to find himself in first class, and the attendant's excessive warmth only heightened suspicion. Tang Long resolved not to exploit the military card for petty gains, lest prying eyes discover his lack of qualification and report him to the military, leading to dire consequences. That he deemed it best to retrieve the faulty system to restore the card. Contemplating this predicament brought him a headache. If he explained the issue with his card, would anyone believe in his innocence? The computer system was not known to malfunction, and they would likely regard him as a hacker who tampered with the program. However, he had never heard of anyone successfully infiltrating the social computer system. What could this all mean? Tang Long shook his head, acknowledging that he was ill-equipped to ponder such convoluted matters. He decided to cease his musings and vowed not to use the military card again. With this resolution, he began to enjoy the amenities of first class. This was the advantage of a simple-minded disposition. Forgetting was as easy as it came. The two men in black trailing closely behind Tang Long had, of course, witnessed the flight attendant escorting him into first class. The elder brother exchanged a knowing glance with his companion, who immediately stationed himself at the entrance, vigilant of their surroundings, while he proceeded to examine the machine the flight attendant had just manipulated. Before long, the companion spotted another flight attendant arriving to take over, and cleared his throat. The elder brother maintained a casual demeanor as he stood by. After being guided to a seat, the companion waited until the attendant had moved away before quietly inquiring, "What did you find?" The elder brother exhaled softly. "No category. Security level SS." Upon hearing this, the companion grasped the implication but hesitated to ask further. "What about that lieutenant?" The elder brother nodded in silence, his eyes gleaming with an inscrutable light. "That in this era, virtually every nation has a system of security levels, primarily to facilitate the computer's management and allocation of human resources. Thus, the security levels were categorized, clearly indicating that a higher level denoted greater capability. Regrettably, this system, originally designed for efficient human resource management, had morphed into a key determining access to high society, leading to a distortion of its intended purpose. Of course, those who obtained high levels typically possessed the requisite qualifications. Due to the classification of these levels being automatically assigned by computers through various personal data and information, it can be deemed relatively equitable. However, should there be any deception in these aspects, the computer would also be unable to ensure fairness. Much like the password levels in the financial sector, one can purchase assistance from a computer to set a high-level password, albeit solely for financial purposes. The rationale that makes this practice seem justifiable is that if one can afford to buy it, it indicates a certain capability, as the funds required for such elevated password levels are astronomical, and the fees for each use are considerable. The ability to spend such vast sums is sufficient proof of one's accomplishments in the financial realm, rendering one entirely worthy of such a status. Conversely, there are higher levels that cannot be directly acquired through monetary means, which are instead determined by personal performance, achievements, and potential for the future. Of course, substantial financial investment in these areas can also yield other types of elevated password levels. As level distinctions signify wealth and status, any password level can be leveraged for loans from banks when funds are scarce, although this is contingent upon possessing a high level. Nonetheless, such standards are not uniform across all nations. In certain monarchies, nobles exploit their power to designate their own levels as superior. Even if a monarch were a fool, they could still possess the highest password level in the nation from birth. At this, a companion whispered excitedly, "What a remarkable figure! I never imagined such a significant achievement would be so easily accessible." Hearing this, the elder brother replied with equal enthusiasm, "I initially thought he was a mere officer, but it turns out he is a figure of the same caliber as our monarch." Upon disembarking, they resolved to report this to the Earl and follow up diligently. At this point, he paused and voiced his curiosity. "However, I find it strange that such a young figure could emerge in the Wanluo Federation." His companion shook his head. "We are unaware of the Federation's secrets, yet the computer does not lie. His attainment of an SS-level password indicates he possesses the requisite capabilities and status." Just then, noticing a passenger approaching, the elder brother fastened his seatbelt and remarked, "All right, let us not discuss this further. We have 5 hours to Radstar, His companion nodded, fastening his seatbelt and closing his eyes to rest. Tang Long had already secured his seatbelt, reclining in a luxurious chair while donning 3D glasses to indulge in a film. As he had not watched one in nearly a year and intended to savor the experience. Before long, the ship's computer announced, "Welcome aboard, esteemed passengers. Our destination is Radstar, with a journey lasting 5 hours. We wish you a pleasant trip." After a brief pause, the computer continued, "Preparation for takeoff. Please remain seated and fasten your seatbelts." Tang Long, frustrated, muttered, "Damn it. Just as it was getting exciting, they cut off the film sound to make me listen to this." I was already buckled up. Of course, Tang Long would not protest to the flight attendant over such trivialities, as this was merely the ship's way of caring for its passengers. Just now, seeing so many outsiders. He suppressed the urge to be more at ease that he only exhibited his true self now because he could not see anyone else, and it came out involuntarily. This habit of talking to oneself when alone was a symptom left over from training camp. The cabin began to vibrate slightly, indicating the ship's ascent. Tang Long had intended to enjoy the film thoroughly, but once again, his wishes were thwarted as the computer system interrupted. "We are about to enter space jump. Please remain buckled." With a sigh, Tang Long placed his hands on the armrest, waiting quietly for the spatial leap, but he understood that the only time to appreciate the film would be after the jump. For another interruption would follow for the next spatial leap. Such a large vessel required a full hour of normal travel after each jump before it could leap again, meaning 5 leaps were necessary to reach Radstar. Soon, the computer announced once more, "Jump completed. Passengers may move about freely to AT that moment." In the economy class, upon hearing this announcement, many passengers unfastened their seatbelts. Some stood to stretch their legs, others began to enjoy the programs on the screen, while some called for the flight attendants or engaged in conversation and games with friends. The entire economy cabin became lively. 4 men emerged from their seats, 2 moving forward and 2 backward. Once they settled, they all simultaneously drew handguns from their pockets and exclaimed in unison, "Don't move. This is a hijacking." The previously boisterous cabin fell silent instantly, with everyone staring in disbelief at the 4 hijackers until a cacophony of screams erupted moments later. However, after a few passengers were severely admonished with the gun butts, the sight of the dark gun barrels prompted everyone to wisely fall silent. The 2 burly men, initially excited to have discovered a significant opportunity, now sat despondently in their seats, bewildered by the turn of events. Was it their fate to remain mere bodyguards for life? The man referred to as Big Brother signaled to his companion with a glance. Discreetly communicating several gestures, his companion nodded in understanding, grasping that Big Brother intended to wait for the right moment, that if they could be rescued without confrontation, that would be ideal. However, if their lives were in danger, they might have to fight back. The burly man pondered how these hijackers had managed to bring weapons on board. The boarding gate's monitoring system was not merely decorative. Otherwise, they wouldn't have prepared to confront them unarmed. Due to the soundproofing of the first-class cabin doors, even if chaos erupted outside, it remained largely undisturbed. Yet, it was not entirely tranquil. The soft whispers of flirtation had persisted uninterrupted. The sources of these sounds were the elderly men and their young companions, who, in an effort to avoid being disturbed while enjoying intimacy, had seated themselves far apart, rendering them unable to see what others were doing. Under such circumstances, even if they could hear disturbances outside, they were disinclined to pay them any heed. Upon hearing the computer's announcement, Tang Long hurriedly pressed the armrest button, wishing to rewind and listen to the film dialogue from earlier. However, just as he rewound, barely a minute into the film, the 3D experience was abruptly cut off, not only silencing the audio but also ceasing the visuals, replaced by a smiling computer lady to AT. This point, it was unmistakable that Tang Long was grinding his teeth in annoyance. Being interrupted thrice in succession would frustrate anyone, that he glared at the suddenly appearing computer lady, contemplating an outburst. Yet, this originally cheerful figure suddenly adopted an anxious expression, addressing Tang Long. "Tang Long, it's me, your sister." Upon hearing that familiar tone, Tang Long swallowed the cursing words he had been about to unleash. Just as he was about to shout loudly, he remembered the presence of others and forcibly suppressed his fury. Whispering into the microphone, "You, big sister, please revert my military card to normal. I don't want any special treatment." Initially, Tang Long intended to label her as a malfunctioning computer, but fearing that might hurt her feelings, He quickly changed his wording, forgetting that computers were impervious to such sentiments. The computer lady hastily replied, "We can discuss that later. I must inform you that there are 4 terrorists on your flight." Tang Long, startled, was about to yell, but the computer lady quickly placed her finger to her lips, signaling him to remain quiet. "Don't shout. Be careful not to alert them." Hearing this, Tang Long promptly sealed his lips. Regarding the computer lady with skepticism, his initial shock was a mere reflex of a normal person upon hearing such news. However, having regained composure, he began to doubt the reliability of the information provided by this malfunctioning computer. The computer lady, observing Tang Long's expression, preempted his inquiry and stated, "You must be questioning my words, doubting that there are 4 hijackers on board, correct?" Tang Long was taken aback, unable to comprehend how this computer could discern his thoughts. Could she analyze his expressions? The computer lady playfully wagged her finger, saying, "I know there are hijackers because I control all the surveillance eyes of public facilities in the Federation. Your sister is quite impressive. Moreover, I initially thought you had returned home, but when you used your military card, I realized you had just boarded the ship, so I followed along to check, and that is how I discovered them hijacking the flight. Otherwise, how could I pinpoint which of the many ships had terrorists?" She continued, "See how good I am to you. The moment I discovered you, I came to check on you. You should be grateful." Tang Long, having snapped out of his daze, only caught her last remark, missing the earlier statement that could have exposed her identity. Hence, Tang Long pouted, questioning why she spoke of her concern for him while failing to explain how she had identified the 4 terrorists. Truly a case of mismatched narratives. Just as Tang Long was about to inquire again, the computer lady suddenly gestured for silence, whispering, "Do not move or make a sound. Pretend to be engrossed in the film. The economy cabin has already been secured by them. And now 2 of them are heading this way." As the words of the computer lady echoed, the images within the 3D glasses began to shift, astonishingly bestowing the glasses with the capabilities of a holographic helmet. Now, Tang Long could perceive the scenery before him as if he were not wearing the glasses at all, with visual representations of the economy class and the aisle emerging before him, akin to watching 2 separate 2D televisions in the economy class. 2 men were brandishing unfamiliar handguns, with one seemingly clutching a grenade, as they shouted at the panicked passengers to silence them and to cover their heads with their hands. Meanwhile, in the approaching corridor, 2 other men similarly held handguns identical to those of their compatriots. It dawned on Tang Long that the malfunctioning computer had not deceived him. There were indeed terrorists aboard the aircraft. Just as he grappled with uncertainty about how to proceed, the voice of the computer lady pierced through his thoughts. "What are you waiting for? Prepare yourself. This is a golden opportunity for merit and promotion." Initially, Tang Long hesitated, pondering whether to take action, as he was unarmed while facing 4 individuals, all equipped with weapons. Could he truly contend with them? However, upon hearing the words merit and promotion, his eyes ignited with fervent determination, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. The glory of rescuing hundreds of passengers from the hands of terrorists would undoubtedly elevate him to the rank of lieutenant. At that moment, Tang Long had completely cast aside the instructor's teachings on preserving one's life. His mind was solely consumed by thoughts of advancement. His brain became ensnared by this singular notion. Tang Long, in a moment of singular focus, mobilized every ounce of his intellect to serve this ambition. To an outsider, it would appear as though Tang Long was enraptured in a virtual realm, utterly oblivious to the extraordinary activity within his mind. "Everyone freeze. This spaceship has been hijacked." One of the men who had entered the cabin bellowed at the unsuspecting old-timers engrossed in their conversation with a young woman. The startled old men and the young woman turned to see what was amiss. The woman immediately screamed in terror, while the man began to tremble uncontrollably. Another man swiftly aimed his gun and, with a vicious expression, shouted, "Shut up! Whoever dares to move, I'll kill." Hearing this, the most perceptive of the young women promptly silenced herself, though the fear evident in her eyes was beyond her control. The man waved his handgun threateningly, barking, "Everyone to the economy class now." Meanwhile, another man had begun to approach the cockpit. As he neared the cockpit, he suddenly spotted a soldier sitting in a chair beside him, prompting him to raise his gun in alarm and shout, "Don't move." The man watching the passengers move to the economy class was startled by his companion's reaction and quickly gripped his weapon defensively. Exclaiming, "What's happening?" at this moment, The man realized that the officer was wearing 3D glasses, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief internally. No wonder this person showed no reaction. He was oblivious to the situation outside, that he waved his hand at his companion, saying, "It's fine, there's just a soldier watching a 3D movie." A soldier. Upon hearing the term, the man frowned and, without hesitation, commanded, "Kill him." It was evident that he was the leader of the group. The man, upon receiving the order, immediately responded affirmatively and pulled the trigger. Just as he uttered yes, Tang Long swiftly braced himself against the armrest of the chair, leaning into the air and instinctively kicking towards the man's throat. That moment, the man's gun discharged with a loud bang, firing a shot that left a small hole where Tang Long's head had just been. The assailant barely registered the fleeting shadow before his throat was struck painfully, and as his consciousness began to fade, he realized the opponent had evaded his attack. Unfortunately, he could not continue firing. As his throat had been crushed, causing his gun to slip from his grasp, he stared in disbelief at the soldier before him, unable to fathom how someone watching a 3D movie could counterattack at the very moment he pulled the trigger, his eyes wide with resentment as he collapsed. After kicking the assailant's throat, Tang Long refrained from launching a second attack, swiftly seizing the weapon that had yet to hit the ground, and immediately dropped to the floor, aiming at another hijacker. Although he found the loud weapon perplexing, he had no time to ponder it. Not only had the man who ordered his execution aimed at him, but he also noticed through the screen that a criminal from the economy class was rushing towards him, gun in hand. The man at the doorway, upon hearing a gunshot, simultaneously noticed a figure appearing, and his brother was swiftly knocked to the ground. Acting on reflex, he raised his gun to aim, but by the time he did, the other person had already rapidly retrieved the handgun, crouched down, and targeted him. Bang! The recoil from the handgun nearly caused Tang Long to lose his grip, and he caught a whiff of an unpleasant gunpowder scent. In that instant, Tang Long realized he had misfired, and he hurriedly rolled away under the seats to take cover. Just as he vacated the area, two loud bangs erupted where he had been, leaving behind two small holes emitting black smoke. The man who had fired and then concealed himself behind the chair understood that the opponent's miss was not due to poor aim. Rather, it was the tremendous recoil from his own weapon that had caused the deviation. Had the adversary used a laser gun, he would have been. He glanced up at the bullet holes in the wall behind where he had stood, a shiver running down his spine. Though the opponent had not hit him, he recognized that the other had fired first and managed to evade after realizing the shot had missed. The speed and reflexes of this soldier surpassed his own. Could he be a member of a special forces unit? While the man was lost in thought, Tang Long was animatedly exclaiming to the figure in his 3D glasses, "What kind of gun is this? It has such tremendous recoil and produces loud noises and sparks. Why isn't it a laser gun? If it were a laser gun, I would have taken him out already." The computer lady, her expression serious, replied, "This is a firearm. It is a conventional weapon used by humanity before they broke free from the confines of their planet." Tang Long, who was intently focused on the movements of the adversary, was taken aback by this revelation, looking down at the weapon in his hands and exclaiming, "A firearm. Isn't that a weapon from thousands of years ago? Why is it still in use now?" The computer lady, incredulous at his ignorance, replied, "How can you be so foolish? It's obvious that this weapon was manufactured recently. Anything from thousands of years ago would have become nothing more than scrap metal." Tang Long glanced at the weapon in his hand, noticing its pristine condition, clearly just off the production line, prompting him to sheepishly respond, "I didn't notice at first." He then inquired, "But why are they using such outdated technology in this day and age?" The computer lady wore a thoughtful expression, taking a moment before explaining, "These firearms do not impose high-quality demands on the gun's body. Reinforced plastic can withstand the thermal energy generated during firing, and the projectiles propelled by gunpowder will not pose a threat to the spaceship that is essentially a weapon of choice for hijackers." Upon hearing her mention the hijacker's preferred weapon, Tang Long ceased to pay attention to the rest of her explanation. He had already grasped why the hijackers opted for such primitive firearms instead of laser guns. The energy produced by laser firearms would be too much for any plastic to bear, and metal weapons would not pass through airport security checks. In such a scenario, what other choice did they have for hijacking than to use firearms? At that moment, Tang Long noticed the hijacker from the economy class approaching the door, preparing to enter, and he firmly gripped his gun, positioning himself from beneath the seat to take aim. He was resolute in his belief that these hijackers could wield such weapons, and so could he. This time, he was determined to take one down with a single shot. Otherwise, he would surely find himself in dire straits if they decided to gang up on him. Meanwhile, the hijacker leader, hiding behind a chair, held his breath and closed his eyes, quietly gripping his handgun, that he sensed that the opposing party was about to make a move, and the success of his mission hinged on whether he could eliminate the soldier. Now, he awaited the opportunity to deliver a lethal strike that in the economy class. All passengers were aware that something was amiss. The people at the front had vaguely deduced from the faint sounds coming from first class that something was occurring. While many had observed a hijacker making his way towards first class, the individuals in the economy class were certain that something had transpired in first class, with only a few passengers and the flight attendant present. Alongside two burly men in black, the younger of the two men exchanged glances with the elder, who discerned the unspoken question. Should they retaliate? After all, the time seemed ripe, with only one person left in the entire economy class. The elder swiftly shook his head, dismissing the idea, as he did not wish to expose their identities, nor could he guarantee that trouble would arise once the hijacker entered. After all, that lieutenant could not possibly handle 3 armed hijackers alone. Upon reaching this thought, the elder brother let out a sigh, pondering that if that prominent figure were to be killed by the bandits, then his own accolades would amount to nothing. Alas, since those accolades were merely fortuitous. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on them too much. Closing his eyes, he resolved that preserving his own life was of utmost importance, for only with life could one truly relish existence. Chapter 10. Crouched on the floor, gun in hand, aiming at the cabin door, Tang Long suddenly recoiled, a distressed expression on his face as he murmured, "Oh no, I feel as though a sniper has me in their sights." The computer girl, upon hearing this, appeared bewildered. A sniper? Surely not. This is a spaceship, and besides, they only have a few firearms. Could they really target you? Woe is me, someone truly intends to snipe me, Tang Long lamented. His current sensation akin to being targeted by zombies in the game fear. The IT must be that scoundrel preparing to eliminate me the moment I launch my attack. As he spoke, he began to curse through gritted teeth. The computer girl, hearing this, quickly brought up an image, revealing the bandit squatting behind a chair with his eyes closed, prompting her to exclaim with confusion, "No way. He is simply resting," upon seeing the image and hearing her words. Tang Long smacked his forehead and pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "He is trying to gauge my position." Without further regard for the malfunctioning computer, Tang Long began to contemplate how to resolve the imminent crisis. His mind particularly sharp from the prospect of promotion, that in a flurry of inspiration, Tang Long exclaimed, "Sister, you're a computer, right? Can't you figure out a way to make the spaceship as speakers blare?" Blare? The computer girl instantly grasped his intent and replied, "That's no problem. How about some music?" Tang Long did not respond, his focus fixed on the image of the bandit outside the first-class cabin. He noticed that the bandit did not immediately burst through the door as he had imagined. Instead, he crouched to one side, one hand gripping his firearm while the other reached for the door switch. Tang Long recognized the bandit's intentions and swiftly bent his body, retreating a few steps while preparing to spring into action. The computer girl also observed these movements, understanding precisely when to activate the loudspeaker. She eagerly watched the bandit outside, waiting for the opportune moment. Having never, although some individuals were shrieking in terror, the robber, brandishing a gun at the stewardess, silenced them instantly, allowing the cacophonous music to further agitate their already frazzled nerves. Though the leader's wound had ceased bleeding, the bullet remained lodged within, and any movement would have been excruciating. Nevertheless, the bandit leader, undeterred, swiftly transferred the firearm to his right hand and retrieved a magazine from his waistband with his left, seamlessly chambering around. Once completed, he pressed the gun against the doorframe with his right hand while signaling rapidly with his left to another accomplice that he then dragged the lifeless body aside to avoid obstructing the passage. Tang Long, upon witnessing the leader's magazine swap, recalled that such firearms wouldn't require a change after merely firing 100 rounds. Instinctively, he reached for his waist, only to find it empty, in a state of urgency. He noticed the fallen weapon of the downed robber and hurriedly picked it up as he bent down. He also spotted the corpse of the robber he had slain, which filled him with elation, prompting him to dash toward it. From the body, Tang Long retrieved 3 fully loaded magazines. Initially intending to swap them with the handgun, he noted that there were still 11 bullets remaining, so he returned the magazine to its place. At this moment, the external robbers were stirring. After signaling his companions, the leader's accomplice hurriedly urged the stewardess forward, handing a grenade to the leader. After another brief gesture, he took the grenade into his grasp. Meanwhile, the accomplice positioned himself against the opposite door, gun trained on the stewardess, instructing her to open the door. Tang Long, now fully aware of the robbers' gestures, recognized them as military signals, having been educated in such tactics by his robotic instructor. Though these signals were not exclusive to the military of the Wanluo Federation, he pondered whether his instructor would only impart knowledge pertaining to his own nation's military. Realizing he was still grappling with controlling the firearm, Tang Long shouted, "Sister, turn off the music. Provide me with a virtual target." The computer assistant, though perplexed by his intentions, complied, promptly silencing the intrusive music and projecting a target image onto the wall visible through his 3D glasses. Upon seeing the target, Tang Long swiftly aimed and fired, the sound of gunfire echoing through the cabin. The computer assistant, observing the bullets drawing closer to the bullseye, realized Tang Long was adjusting his accuracy on the fly. Outside, the robbers were momentarily taken aback by the sudden cessation of music, followed by the gunfire from within, prompting them to press against the wall. They assumed Tang Long, in a state of panic, was merely firing indiscriminately, deciding it better to wait until he had exhausted his ammunition before mounting an assault. They believed that Tang Long, newly acquainted with the firearm, would be bewildered when he reached the 15th shot. Realizing he had run out of bullets, the leader began to silently count the gunshots, eagerly anticipating the moment Tang Long would deplete his rounds. As he calculated, including the 4 shots fired after Tang Long had wrested the gun from his grasp. He signaled his accomplice to prod the frightened stewardess to open the door. This stewardess had previously assisted Tang Long in finding a seat. She had just witnessed 3 robbers enter the first-class cabin. One wounded returning, another with a head blown apart, and the last one seemingly missing as well. She lamented the fate of the young lieutenant, so capable, yet finding himself in such perilous circumstances at the hands of these criminals. With a gun pressed against her waist, she knew hesitation would cost her life, and trembling, she pressed the switch, closing her eyes in prayer that the lieutenant would not fire upon the opening of the door. As Tang Long's last bullet discharged, he promptly tossed the empty gun into the air, catching a fully loaded one in his right hand while aiming at the doorway with his left. Simultaneously, he ejected the empty magazine, biting down on the chamber while retrieving a new magazine and slotting it in before regaining his grip. Tang Long signaled the computer assistant to erase the target before inquiring. "Sister, are you aware of the explosive power of those plastic grenades?" The computer assistant, enlarging the image of the grenade in the leader's hand, nodded and replied, "The blast radius of such a grenade extends to 3 meters. But it could very well be a flashbang or a tear gas grenade that I can adjust the light intensity of the 3D glasses for a flashbang, but I have no means to counteract tear gas." Her tone betrayed a hint of concern. Tang Long felt a jolt of alarm. If it were indeed tear gas and he lacked a gas mask, it would spell disaster. However, upon observing the actions of the 2 robbers outside, both donning sunglasses, his anxiety lessened. It appeared they had opted against gas masks due to their cumbersome nature on the spacecraft. He pondered why they hadn't resorted to explosives, knowing that detonating a bomb aboard the vessel would endanger everyone, turning them all to cosmic dust, which was not the objective of these hijackers. Tang Long stood confidently at the corridor's end, arms relaxed at his sides, a self-satisfied smile gracing his lips beneath the 3D glasses. He believed victory was assured and began to exude a sense of bravado. Having grasped the shooting mechanics of the firearm, he felt capable of hitting even a fly, let alone a grenade the size of a fist. As the door swung open, the stewardess stood at the threshold, and Tang Long refrained from raising his weapon, well aware of the impending action. Suddenly, an object was hurled from behind the stewardess into the cabin, an unmistakable target. Tang Long focused intently, and as he discerned the object's details, he raised his gun and fired, simultaneously the computer assistant adeptly adjusting the light intensity of the 3D glasses to the lowest setting. A resounding explosion echoed, a blinding white light engulfing the entire first-class cabin. Even the passengers in economy class, who had been anxiously peering towards the doorway, were momentarily blinded by the brilliance, collectively shrieking in panic as they shielded their eyes. This shock would necessitate medical attention for them to regain their sight. Meanwhile, the 2 robust figures, having anticipated the flash, had already closed their eyes, rendering them unaffected, leaving only the stewardess, with her eyes shut in resignation. Amidst the chaos, the leader, not rushing forward, witnessed his accomplice burst into the first-class cabin amidst the light, oblivious to the frantic cries from economy class. Upon entering, he lost his footing, and through the blinding glare, he spotted a soldier equipped with 3D glasses, gun aimed directly at him. Just as he intended to raise his weapon, a gunshot rang out, and he felt a sharp pain in his forehead. In that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of the soldier smirking mockingly before darkness enveloped him. Hearing the gunfire, the leader assumed success, but upon peering in, he was drenched in a sticky crimson liquid. The metallic scent of blood instantly alerting him to the gravity of the situation, that it was inconceivable that the soldier could have bled out into the corridor unless it was his own fallen comrade. The body sprawled across the threshold confirmed his fears. Seeing the gaping wound in his partner's forehead sent a chill through him. He had lost 3 trained allies without inflicting a scratch on the enemy. How could the soldier have struck true amidst the blinding light? Had he anticipated the use of a flashbang and prepared with sunglasses? As thoughts of ammunition danced in his mind, he recalled the 2 fatalities in first class and the discarded firearms. There was no time for reflection or regret. He seized the stewardess, who had been pushed against him, keeping her tightly in front of him as a shield. Retreating slowly, he pressed against the wall, feeling the weight of his failure in the face of the soldier, that he knew that, while he had faltered, if the soldier possessed any sense of justice, he might still have a chance to redeem himself. His one visible eye, peering from behind the stewardess, betrayed his growing panic. The gun pressed firmly against her waist, trembling slightly, that he shouted, "Come out. If you don't show yourself by the count of 3, I will kill a hostage." Unfortunately, his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of passengers, still in a frenzy over their blinded vision, that in a fit of rage, he fired 2 shots into the air. And the passengers instinctively silenced themselves. After an expletive directed at them, he reiterated his demand. Meanwhile, Tang Long's 3D glasses returned to their original brightness, revealing the leader's position behind the stewardess, his eye the only visible feature. A smirk crept across Tang Long's face as he observed, "How foolish. Clearly, he's watched too many movies, thinking such antics would render me unable to hit my mark." With that, he strode purposefully toward the door. Tang Long found the corpse sprawled across the threshold to be an inconvenience and casually dragged it inside. Although the head was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh, Tang Long had spent a month immersed in the game of fear. So such a sight was hardly alarming to him, that it was precisely due to that deadly game that he could now face real murder without the typical dread that gripped ordinary individuals. The flight attendant had already opened her eyes when the blinding light faded, realizing her misfortune had escalated from being a scapegoat to a hostage, standing precariously at the forefront of danger. The thought of it brought tears to her eyes, but she could only pout, stifling her sobs in fear that the assailants might be provoked by her cries and end her life. Just as the leader of the robbers finished his command for the second time, he noticed that Tang Long was already standing at the cabin door, that moment, the gun in his hand, raised to intimidate the passengers moments before, was still aloft. Although startled, he felt secure enough to shout, "Lower your weapon and come out with your hands on your head," while preparing to reclaim his firearm. Suddenly catching sight of the faceless soldier, a strange smile crept across his lips that in the next instant, he saw the soldier raise a hand, heard a gunshot, and then all he perceived was a dark blur rushing towards him before plunging into oblivion. The flight attendant, who had been gazing tearfully at Tang Long, did not see his movement. When the gun was lifted, she instinctively closed her eyes, bracing herself for the pain of being shot. However, after the gunfire, she felt nothing at all, and the hand that had tightly gripped her neck began to loosen. Then, she heard a heavy thud behind her as something fell. Curious, she opened her eyes to find the lieutenant had vanished from the door, and her gaze was immediately drawn to the wall, streaked with red and white blood splatter, followed by the grotesque sight of a corpse with a decimated eye socket and a head reduced to a bloody pulp. Overwhelmed by the horrific scene, she could not help but retch. Realizing she was safe, her nausea was now accompanied by a sense of relief. The 2 men in black had witnessed Tang Long eliminate the leader of the robbers and, while they felt secure, remained seated, cautious not to draw attention to themselves. They whispered to each other, "Remarkable. He single-handedly took down 4 well-trained robbers," murmured the elder of the duo. The younger, slightly puzzled, asked, "Brother, doesn't this only indicate that this lieutenant possesses exceptional combat talent?" But does that qualify him for an SS code level? After a moment of silence, the elder replied, "This alone does not grant him an SS code level, though we must investigate further. He likely possesses military capabilities." The younger nodded in agreement, falling silent, but both their eyes remained fixed on the now-closed first-class cabin door. They puzzled over why the lieutenant, having achieved victory, remained hidden within the first-class cabin. Had it not been for the fear of alarming the enemy, they would have already gone to investigate. Meanwhile, inside the first-class cabin, still wearing the 3D glasses, Tang Long pressed one hand atop his head and the other on his navel, dancing with abandon while brandishing his gun, exclaiming, "Yay, Lieutenant, Lieutenant, I'm on my way to becoming a lieutenant." Upon concluding his triumphant dance with a cool pose, Tang Long realized he was still clutching the firearm, which he examined with delight, chuckling, This gun may not be as powerful as a laser weapon, but the sound of its discharge and the strong recoil are exhilarating." Suddenly, he glanced around and, seeing no one, swiftly stashed one of the handguns into his military uniform, clearly intent on hoarding some weapons. Feeling the handgun and 2 rows of magazines nestled within his clothing, he grinned with satisfaction. This is fantastic. If I don't mention it, who would know one has gone missing? Besides, these are all anti-detection plastic guns. I can have a splendid time with these later." "Hey," Tang Long, the computer lady, momentarily stunned by Tang Long's spontaneous dance, finally snapped back to reality, displeased that he had forgotten her presence. "Yes," Tang Long replied reflexively, standing tall and responding loudly. It was I who called you." The computer lady giggled upon witnessing Tang Long's demeanor. Realizing she was still in front of him, Tang Long smirked but noticed her displeasure at his earlier expression and quickly complimented. "Dear sister, you see how I am? I nearly forgot to thank you that if it weren't for your assistance, I would surely be in dire straits and unable to earn my merit or promotion. My admiration for you is as boundless as the vast universe and as relentless as the twinkling stars. Your sweet, elegant voice has dispelled my confusion. Your endless wisdom guides me forth." Tang Long, having realized the utility of this malfunctioning computer during the incident, began to flatter it, hoping to gain future advantages. The intelligent computer, flattered by such praise, blushed and covered her cheeks with her hands, her eyes narrowing in delight as she absorbed Tang Long's effusive compliments. After a while, she nodded with satisfaction and, smiling brightly, said, "Brother, since you were so keen on promotion, how about I help you secure a colonel's rank?" In her excitement, she momentarily forgot her 5 friends' intentions to prevent Tang Long from rising too quickly. In her mind, she believed she could assist him as much as possible, considering him her brother. Tang Long, panting from his earlier enthusiasm, was about to eagerly accept her offer when a sudden realization washed over him, chilling him to the core. The computer lady, puzzled by his abrupt change in demeanor, was about to rouse him when Tang Long suddenly collapsed onto the floor, one hand cradling his head and the other pounding the ground, his voice breaking with sorrowful wails. "Why, it's all your fault. You wretched sister. What special treatment have you bestowed upon me? When the police check my hero military card, they will immediately uncover the truth, and I shall transform from hero to prisoner. Why, my lieutenant title. It's all over. Everything is lost. Why?" After listening for a time, the computer lady finally grasped the situation and chuckled softly. "Don't worry. This special treatment is legal. They want to be able to detect any discrepancies." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Long exclaimed with a tearful voice, "What do you mean legal? What do you mean they want to detect anything? I'm only 19 and just a mere lieutenant. How could I possibly warrant special treatment? Even a fool would figure out there's something off." The computer lady paused, taken aback. That is indeed a problem. How did I not think of that? So foolish." She lightly tapped her own head, then, observing Tang Long's sorrowful expression, gently said, all right, it's my fault for meddling, that I'll help you remove that special treatment. Please don't cry, be good." Uncertain why, she felt a strong, pleasant, and inexplicably comforting sensation as she spoke those words. Tang Long's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? Quickly, help me remove it." He began to rummage through his belongings, producing the military card and swiftly handing it over. While the computer lady reached out to accept in that moment, both froze, having forgotten their inability to physically connect. The computer lady displayed a fleeting look of disappointment, but quickly regained her composure. Smiling, "Find a console to insert the card, and I can help you modify it." Tang Long, momentarily dazed, lamented, "This is a spaceship. Where is there a console? Then we can modify it after disembarking," she suggested. Tang Long, holding the military card, sat defeated on the ground, his spirits sinking with the spaceship being hijacked. It will undoubtedly stop at a planet midway, and passengers cannot disembark without police intervention. Wah, my accomplishments, the computer lady, determined to find a solution, soon exclaimed, "I've got it. You can sneak off the spaceship, modify it, and then sneak back in." Tang Long looked up at her, but then his expression fell as he said in a somber tone, "That's futile. The flight attendant knows about my special treatment, and she has documented it. Before the police even check, she will have already revealed it." Unfazed, the computer lady insisted, "I can erase that record. You'll still have a chance." Tang Long interrupted her, his earlier despondency dissipating, his eyes shining with determination, but his words contradicted his expression. "I've made my decision. I will forego this credit. Blast it! I refuse to believe I will never earn accolades again. Next time, I will reclaim this achievement." The computer lady hesitantly inquired, "Are you saying?" Tang Long nodded firmly. "Exactly, sister. Please erase my record on the spaceship. Assist me in escaping without alarming anyone. And finally, remove the special treatment so that I won't have to forfeit my merits in the future. Although the remuneration is generous, I firmly believe that any rewards I receive must be earned through my own efforts." The computer lady, upon beholding Tang Long's resolute and dignified visage, adorned with an aura of nobility, found herself momentarily entranced. Could this truly be the same youth who had moments ago been weeping inconsolably, his face streaked with tears and snot? It was not until a considerable time had elapsed that she regained her composure and nodded in understanding that moment. Tang Long was rummaging through the corpse he had dragged in, prompting the computer lady to curiously inquire, "What are you doing?" "Searching for ammunition," he replied nonchalantly, "that I in any case. I have no desire for this credit. I shall consider these items as fair compensation." With that, he located 3 magazines and picked up the handgun lying beside the body, stowing it, along with the 2 handguns and magazines strapped to himself, into his travel bag. Shouldering the bag, Tang Long addressed the computer lady, who stared at him in astonishment. "Sister, please take me somewhere to hide." That he refrained from removing his 3D glasses, as he still needed them to maintain contact with her. Chapter 11. The Wanluo Federation, aside from its formidable military apparatus, is also home to several other enforcement agencies, namely the police department, the gendarmerie, and the national security department. Each of these bodies is tasked with safeguarding the Federation's safety, albeit with distinct responsibilities. The police department, as one might expect, is primarily concerned with maintaining local order, addressing a myriad of mundane issues, and intervening in matters that require the application of force, effectively serving as guardians of the populace. The gendarmerie, as its name implies, functions as the military's law enforcement arm, often tackling situations that ordinary police cannot or should not handle. Their stature is significantly higher compared to that of the police. Lastly, the National Security Department wields the greatest authority among these enforcement agencies. That IT oversees numerous departments, both overt and covert, with branches scattered throughout the nation. Typically, they do not concern themselves with routine matters. Their sole mandate is to address threats to national security, which grants them the power to surveil all citizens. Consequently, individuals registered with this department find it nearly impossible to find refuge anywhere within the country. At that moment, in the capital of the Wanluo Federation, on the planet Trun in the Trun star system, within the office of the head of the National Security Department's Intelligence Bureau, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, slightly portly, was vehemently pointing at another middle-aged man, equally attired in black, shouting, "What is going on? Explain this to me. How could it be that within a single day, 100 spacecraft were simultaneously hijacked within the Federation's borders? What have you, the head of the Intelligence Bureau, been doing? Why was there no prior intelligence?" The man being berated, the head of this office, Liang Wei, age 44, stood there dejected, stammering his apologies. It is my failure. My dereliction of duty." Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, yet he dared not lift a hand to wipe it away, let alone raise his gaze to meet his superior's expression, having ascended to his current position by closely following his superior's every move. He was acutely aware of the latter's temperament. Those who incurred his displeasure often vanished without a trace. That as he trembled under the onslaught of his superior's wrath, he silently cursed the terrorists responsible for this hijacking. as well as his subordinate who had yet to return with information. Just as Liang Wei braced himself for another round of reprimands, the door, impervious to ion bombs, swung open at a young man, also dressed in a black suit. Drenched in sweat, his hair disheveled and tie askew, rushed in without waiting for the electronic door to fully open. Before he could catch his breath, Liang Wei, seizing the authority of the intelligence department's highest official, turned, raised his head, glared, gritted his teeth, and pointed an accusatory finger at the unfortunate young man, furiously demanding, "What took you so long to gather information?" The young man, startled by his superior's outburst, immediately understood the cause of his anger. It was evident that the superior had also endured a similar tirade. Despite this realization, he quickly stood at attention and replied, "Sir, the 3245th flight, hijacked from Kira to Rad, has just reported that the alert has been lifted and it has landed on the planet right in the Mud star system." "The alert has been lifted? Does that mean the hijackers have been apprehended?" Liang Wei inquired urgently. The middle-aged man, who had turned his back while the young man entered, now pivoted to face him, revealing a seemingly ordinary, yet amiable visage, characterized by kind eyes and a gentle smile. His glossy black hair betrayed no indication of his true age, but the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes suggested he was at least in his 50s. Should he stroll down the street, none would suspect the immense power he wielded. However, those familiar with him would shudder at his benign, yet imposing presence, for he was none other than the Minister of National Security. Chen Yu raised a hand to silence Liang Wei, who was about to speak further, and inquired kindly of the young man, "Have orders been issued? Are you aware of the hijacker's specific circumstances?" The young man nodded, then shook his head. "The security department on right has been alerted, but the spacecraft has only just landed, and the surveillance cameras and communication equipment on board were destroyed by the hijackers. The pilot only learned of the situation when the lead flight attendant used a code to notify him. However, it seems that the lead flight attendant was traumatized, as there was no response after she issued the code to lift the alert. Due to regulations, they were not permitted to leave the cockpit during the flight, so they are unaware of the full details." Upon hearing this, Liang Wei let out a quiet sigh of relief. Although he was uncertain how the alert had been lifted so swiftly, at least the spacecraft had landed. This was the first among the 100 hijacked vessels to do so, regardless of whether the alert's lifting was genuine. Even if the hijackers had not been subdued, they would at least be able to ascertain the identities of these terrorists, rather than remaining in the dark. Chen Yu nodded. "Excellent work. Continue to monitor the other hijacked vessels." After the young intelligence officer exited, Chen Yu turned and made his way towards a comfortable armchair. Liang Wei, understanding his superior's intent, hastily stepped forward and pressed a button on the massive desk. As Chen Yu settled into his seat, the brightly lit office was immediately shrouded in darkness, and a three-dimensional holographic map of the Federation star systems materialized before him, dotted with nearly 100 glowing red points slowly traversing the celestial expanse. Liang Wei pointed to a stationary red dot on one of the planets, addressing Chen Yu. "Sir, this dot represents the 3245th flight that has lifted the alert." Chen Yu merely grunted in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Liang Wei noticed that Chen Yu's focus shifted away from this location, intently scrutinizing the moving red points instead. Though puzzled, he dared not utter a word. After a considerable pause, Chen Yu finally spoke. "Liang Wei, what do you believe is the motive behind this hijacking incident?" Liang Wei pondered for a moment before responding, "Sir, it is evident that this hijacking was premeditated. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for 100 spacecraft to be seized simultaneously. The organization of such manpower and resources, coupled with the meticulous planning required, cannot be attributed to mere fervent separatists." He paused, glancing at Chen Yu, who remained silent, before continuing, "Thus, it can only be a scheme orchestrated by a state." Chen Yu scoffed coldly. "This is common knowledge. What I need to ascertain is which country is behind this plot. Otherwise, why would I have rushed to your intelligence bureau upon receiving the report?" Liang Wei trembled slightly, cold sweat once again beading on his forehead as he pressed another button on the desk. He pointed to a newly appeared set of data alongside the star map, stating, "Sir, the only neighboring countries are the Silver Eagle Empire to the west and the Reese Republic above. Recent intelligence indicates that thousands of soldiers from the Reese Republic have suddenly disappeared, prompting their families to demand explanations from the government. However, for reasons unknown, the families' emotions have stabilized in recent days. Meanwhile, there have been no unusual activities reported from the Silver Eagle Empire, aside from an increase in social gatherings among the nobility, seemingly related to the prince's search for a bride. Hence, I dare to surmise that this hijacking incident was orchestrated by the Reese Republic. Chinyu furrowed his brow and stood up, approaching the star map. Liang Wei, who had closely followed Chinyu's lead, immediately pressed a button, causing the Wanluo Federation's star map to zoom out, revealing the neighboring star maps of the Reese Republic and Silver Eagle Empire. Chinyu inquired, pointing to the Reese Republic. What other countries border the Reese Republic? Liang Wei hesitated momentarily. The answer was common knowledge. Yet he promptly replied, aside from our country, the Reese Republic connects to the chaotic realm known as the Wuluan star system. The Wuluan star system, despite being termed a system, is actually a vast amalgamation of numerous star systems that in an era where black hole technology has ushered in peace across the universe. The Wuluan star system remains embroiled in conflict. Within this expanse, no particularly powerful nation exists. Instead, governance is typically organized around dozens of administrative planets. The political landscape here encompasses family politics, religious politics, imperial politics, and democratic politics, embodying nearly every political system known throughout the cosmos. Originally, the emergence of such a situation in this galaxy was deemed impossible. Neighboring nations were intent on annexing it. Unfortunately, the political structure of the galaxy posed a significant challenge. To the east lies the Republic of Lays, which practices democratic governance. Yet its borders are flanked by realms steeped in monarchical power. To the north of the Republic, outside the realm of the Chaos Galaxy, resides a vast imperial state that an offensive would undoubtedly provoke the formidable imperial power. The area adjoining the Chaos Galaxy, under the dominion of this imperial state, is dominated by religious governance, while beyond it lies a substantial theocratic nation. The religious regime within the Chaos Galaxy connects to a democratic power, which in turn leads to another significant democratic nation beyond the galaxy. This democratic state is, in turn, linked to another religious governance, creating a web of political chaos that is further complicated by numerous familial power structures scattered throughout the galaxy. Prior to the invention of the black hole bomb, the mere entry of any nation could instigate a massive conflict. However, following its development, all these sovereign states acquired the weapon, thereby dissuading any aggression against the Chaos Galaxy for fear of retaliation from rival regimes. Consequently, for years, the factions within the Chaos Galaxy have been engaging in their own skirmishes, leading to a state of even greater disorder in the absence of intervention from major powers. Yet in the present day, as the effectiveness of the black hole bomb wanes, the great powers are beginning to stir, particularly given the vast expanse of the Chaos Galaxy and the abundant rare metals contained within its planets. Chinyu nodded and continued to inquire. In comparison to the Chaos Galaxy, is our nation more powerful, or is it the Chaos Galaxy that holds greater strength? Liang Wei, as the head of the Intelligence Bureau, was acutely aware of the national strength. With a firm chest, he declared, were our nation to establish a connection with the Chaos Galaxy, it would have long since become our territory at this point. Liang Wei suddenly paused, his expression shifting as he stammered. Could it be the Silver Eagle Empire? Chinyu scoffed. Humph. Is it only now that you realize, you, as the head of intelligence, have truly wasted your years, easily deceived by those duplicitous reports at this juncture? Chinyu pointed to the neighboring nation of the Wanluo Federation on the star chart, the Silver Eagle Empire, and coldly remarked, we are currently witnessing the prelude to a chaotic era. The Silver Eagle Empire is perched on the fringe of the cosmos. Its expansion hinges on the conquest of our nation, for without it, entry into the heart of the universe is impossible. As Chinyu spoke, he suddenly gazed intently at the star chart, falling silent for a long while. Eventually, a faint smile crept across his lips, directed perhaps at Liang Wei or perhaps at his own musings. It was once our nation that, under the pretext of liberating slaves, launched an assault on the Silver Eagle Empire to advance into the cosmos without worry. Who would have thought that the seemingly fragile imperial regime would not only possess a formidable vitality, but ultimately foster a duality of power? After centuries have passed, the era of peace is drawing to a close. The imperial regime. As Chinyu uttered these words, a chilling glint flickered in his narrowed eyes. Liang Wei caught only the initial phrases. The final sentence whispered too softly for him to discern. However, The glimmer of coldness he perceived sent a shiver down his spine. He understood that such a gaze indicated the commander's contemplations. As he grappled with how best to respond amidst his rising anxiety, Chinyu raised his hand with gravity, commanding, "Relay all intelligence regarding the hijacked flight routes to the military headquarters. They must closely monitor those vessels, particularly hinting at where these ships are headed." The military headquarters? Liang Wei was taken aback. The security department and the military had never been on amicable terms. Whenever a significant incident arose, the military police would invariably seek to intervene, and the commander had often criticized their overreach. Moreover, even if the hijacking was orchestrated by the Silver Eagle Empire, the security department was more than capable of addressing it. Chunyu discerned Liang Wei's confusion and offered a cold chuckle. "Humph. Now is not the time for accolades amidst national peril. Furthermore, there are certain matters we ought not to meddle in. Let our esteemed Marshal handle them." Chunyu began to stride toward the exit, speaking as he walked. "However, we must ensure our intelligence bureau gains insight into the identities of those hijackers ahead of the military police. Since we are extending a favor, let it be a substantial one that I will personally contact the head of the branch on Right Star to ensure cooperation with your intelligence division, should the military police and the police seize the initiative. Do not blame me for depriving you of the opportunity to shine." Upon hearing this, Liang Wei nodded eagerly in gratitude, resembling an eager pup as he escorted Chinyu out. The primary airport on Right Star was abuzz with activity today. All passengers had been politely escorted by the police to the airport hotel for rest. Currently, the only individuals present at the primary airport, aside from the airport staff, were thousands of police officers and special forces. All the officers were on high alert, watching intently as the aircraft prepared to land at the airport, for it had been years since a hijacking incident had been reported, that in stark contrast to the tense expressions of the officers. A police officer adorned with the insignia of a police chief was gnashing his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he observed the military police arriving in a convoy of camouflaged floating jeeps. He could hardly believe that the military police would command his officers, who had arrived first, to merely stand aside and watch. Damn it. The police chief's anger intensified as he pounded his fist against the tempered glass of the control tower. At that moment, a fellow officer beside him tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "The Black Beetle is here." The police chief lifted his head to see several black luxury floating cars swiftly passing the military police convoy, obstructing their advance. The vehicles screeched to a halt, and the military police immediately leaped from their jeeps, their mouths moving furiously, indicating they were cursing. Meanwhile, dozens of men in black suits emerged from the black cars, and a standoff ensued. The police chief sighed in resignation. He recognized the recurring conflict between the military police and the National Security Agency over credit, a dispute not born of recent days. The accolades they sought were originally due to the police force, and this outcome was primarily due to the peaceful era during which the military police and National Security Agency had found themselves without purpose. With substantial rewards for accomplishments, these individuals, possessing great power, yet unable to utilize it, were loath to miss such opportunities. When the police system protested, they merely invoked their commitment to public safety, insisting that the police should not be so particular. Resolutely, the police chief decided to let them engage in their squabbles, acknowledging that while this might delay the resolution of the situation, it was of little consequence. After all, the blame would not fall upon the police. Suddenly, the police chief realized that today's circumstances were different. Typically, it would take hours to discern who held authority, yet after a phone call from a high-ranking official of the National Security Agency, the military police obediently took on the role of supporting players, allowing the National Security Agency to lead the charge toward the now-parked aircraft. The police chief pondered how they had managed to reconcile so swiftly. He was taken aback by the next scene, that an automated boarding stair vehicle raced ahead of both the military police and the National Security Agency, firmly connecting to the cockpit of the aircraft. Simultaneously, a voice from the control tower erupted in anger. "Which fool authorized the control of the automated vehicle? Get it back at once. If those criminals escape disguised as pilots, I won't spare you." At this moment, a figure clad in black was seen gesticulating wildly at the control tower. The duty officer, of course, was apologizing profusely to the official while urgently instructing a nearby technician, "Investigate immediately to ascertain what is going on." However, the official suddenly shifted his tone. "Never mind, there's no need to recall it. We need the tool to access the cockpit. Upon hearing this, the duty officer sighed in relief, no longer pressing the technician to expedite the investigation. Nonetheless, the technician still adhered to the orders and began to probe the situation. After a flurry of activity, one technician reported to the duty officer. This was part of the original protocol. If the spacecraft does not connect to the boarding gate, the system will assume there is a malfunction and automatically dispatch a boarding stair vehicle and fire trucks before he could finish. The ear-piercing wails of fire trucks echoed from below. The duty officer, who had intended to speak, stood in stunned silence as dozens of automated fire trucks surged toward the spacecraft. The personnel from the National Security Agency, who had boarded the stair vehicle and were about to open the cockpit, as well as the military police surrounding the spacecraft and preparing to access the cargo bay, all froze momentarily, caught off guard by the sudden arrival of the fire trucks. However, once they observed the fire trucks surrounding the spacecraft and the hoses beginning to aim at it, realization dawned upon them, and they hurriedly shouted and fled. Yet their escape was far too late. Dozens of powerful jets of white foam erupted simultaneously from the firefighting hoses, coating the entire spacecraft in an instant. Those who could not flee in time, from the National Security Agency and the military police, were instantly transformed into plump snowmen. Nearly 100 snowmen, sputtering and wiping the firefighting foam from their faces, scampered away at this moment. No one noticed that the fire trucks seemed to be selecting their spraying targets as they began to move the very moment when several vehicles came to a halt in a certain location. A door opened on the belly of the spacecraft, and a figure swiftly leapt down. Seemingly unperturbed by the presence of others, he leisurely stretched his limbs before closing the hatch, subsequently vanishing beneath the vehicle without a trace. At that juncture, the fire truck began to move. The vehicles adjacent to it appeared to deliberately obscure the man's exit, maneuvering in various directions to thoroughly coat the spot where the fire truck had been parked and the hatch had opened with a thick layer of foam, effectively erasing any evidence of the man's earlier actions. Observing the farcical scene involving the National Security Department and the gendarmerie from the command tower, the initially irate police chief couldn't help but burst into laughter. The command tower resonated with mirth, except for one individual who remained solemn. The bewildered logistics officer. His pallid complexion reflected his realization of impending doom. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled a crucial matter and bellowed, "Quick! Why aren't those damned fire trucks being recalled?" Upon hearing this, the logistics officer, sensing the murderous glare from his superior, hastily began to operate the computer. The fire truck ceased its spraying, turned, and neatly maneuvered past the hopping snowman towards the parking lot. The police chief, reveling in his triumph, smiled broadly, for while his subordinates had been doused in foam by the National Security Department and the gendarmerie, they had all assembled at the parking lot, encircling the area. Even if the bandits aboard the spacecraft attempted to escape amidst the chaos, it was utterly impossible. Now, both leading figures were thoroughly soiled and had made fools of themselves, rendering their continued presence here untenable. Finally, it was the police's turn to take the stage. With a smile, the police chief exited the command tower accompanied by his trusted aides. He intended to oversee the operation personally. It goes without saying that this police chief was blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired beneath the spacecraft. Unless he possessed the gift of clairvoyance to pierce through the dense foam and the imposing fire truck to spot the individual who had descended from the craft. Dozens of fire trucks entered their designated garage in an orderly fashion. As the automatic garage door began to close, a figure emerged from beneath one of the fire trucks. This individual was none other than Tang Long. Still sporting his 3D glasses, but he patted his drenched military uniform and indignantly exclaimed to the computer lady, "Sister, couldn't you think of a better way to leave the spacecraft? Look at my handsome military uniform. It's completely soaked. I wanted to wear it to see Mom, and now it's all ruined." He spoke. Tang Long began to remove his clothing, unbothered by the fact that the computer lady might see him undressed. The computer lady, hearing Tang Long's complaints, pouted in annoyance and retorted, "Humph. How dare you complain to me? If it weren't for my ingenious and effective method, you would have been captured by the gendarmerie long ago, and you wouldn't be whining about wet clothes now." Tang Long grinned mischievously and replied, "You're my sister. I won't complain to you. Should I go complain to those gendarmes? What do you think, sister? Don't I have a fantastic physique?" At that moment, he had already removed his shirt, revealing his toned muscles, and was striking poses like a bodybuilder. The computer lady glanced at him, nodded, and said, not bad. There aren't many humans these days with such a strong physique. All right, no need to show off anymore. Hurry and change clothes so we can leave. I'm worried the police might extract information from the passengers. Originally brimming with confidence, Tang Long was startled by her words and hurriedly retrieved the clothing he had brought with him when he enlisted. Although it was a bit tight, it was still wearable. Naturally, he didn't change his military pants. He wouldn't dare to undress in front of the computer lady, even if she was a machine, as she always gave him a distinctly human vibe. Quickly stuffing his soaked military uniform into his bag, he inquired, "All right, sister, what should I do now to get out?" "I don't know the way." Just as the computer lady was about to respond, her expression shifted abruptly, and she hastily said, "Tang Long, the battery on these 3D glasses is about to die, and I'll keep it brief. Exit from here, head south for 300 meters, and climb over the fence to reach outside the airport. When you find the information desk, I can help you eliminate your military identification status." After saying this, she vanished before Tang Long could respond. The screen of the 3D glasses, which had been displaying the surroundings, also disappeared in that instant, leaving Tang Long in utter darkness. "What the heck? Just like that?" He muttered, frustrated. "This battery couldn't have run out at a worse time, but oh well, I'll have to rely on myself." Grumbling, Tang Long removed the 3D glasses and stuffed them into his bag. As his hand brushed against the soaked military uniform, he suddenly shouted, "Oh no!" However, he quickly covered his mouth and nervously scanned his surroundings. Upon realizing that the garage was empty aside from himself and the fire trucks, he exhaled in relief, hastily tossing the wet clothing aside while rummaging through his bag, lamenting, "Oh no, my pants, it's ruined." Holding up the now half-soaked pair of trousers that had originally been dry, Tang Long shook his head in dismay. "Why am I being so shy? It's not like I'm not wearing underwear. Fine, I have to wear these wet pants." Although he spoke to himself, he swiftly changed out of his soaked military pants and into the trousers that if he hadn't changed, anyone would have immediately recognized his identity. As the colors and materials of the Federal Army's uniforms were unique and strictly regulated, civilians could never possess military attire. Once Tang Long had organized his belongings, he began to survey the garage. Noting that aside from the garage door, the only exit was a ventilation window in the ceiling. Without a second thought, he slung his bag over his shoulder and began to climb the metal framework supporting the ceiling. Fortunately, the garage was a single-story structure. Otherwise, he would have had to risk being discovered while prying open the garage door to escape. Meanwhile, the police surrounding the spacecraft had disregarded the unpleasant foam and opened the hatch. As the hatch swung open, dozens of well-trained, fully equipped SWAT officers surged into the cabin. Upon entering, they found not the anticipated confrontation with the bandits, but rather were greeted by the cacophony of panicked passengers. Although they had been informed that the spacecraft's alarm had been deactivated, they remained cautious, adhering to their training protocols as they carefully entered the cabin, providing mutual cover. Inside, they were met with a shocking sight. All the passengers were shielding their eyes and screaming. "My eyes!" If it weren't for their seatbelts likely having been locked by the bandits, they would have certainly been scrambling about the cabin in a frenzy that a few lead officers immediately noticed bloodstains on the walls of the aisle and discovered a body lying on the floor alongside an air hose. However, his joy was short-lived, for suddenly the voice of the special police echoed once more in his earpiece, this time laced with a palpable sense of panic. Commander, you must come quickly. The flight attendant says that the lieutenant is receiving special treatment." Special treatment. The police chief immediately felt a jolt. Aside from the most ordinary citizens, there was no one within the entirety of the Wanluo Federation's government who would remain unaware of the implications of those words. Thus, the police chief hurriedly dashed towards the spacecraft. Disregarding the concerned inquiries of his subordinates, who assumed something grave had transpired, he forcefully pushed aside the special police officer who was busy assisting passengers disembark. And within a fleeting moment, he reached the side of the flight attendant. The flight attendant stared blankly at the police chief, who was gasping for breath, having pressed his hands on his knees. After recovering his composure, he realized that his current state was unbecoming of a police officer, but he cleared his throat, attempted to adopt an authoritative demeanor, but then seemingly reconsidered the appropriateness of this approach, and quickly donned a smile. "Miss, you must be the one who signaled the all-clear. Am I right? Truly impressive, a pillar of our nation." The police chief extolled the flight attendant for nearly 10 minutes before finally broaching the subject. How did you come to know that the valiant lieutenant enjoys special treatment? Do you have any insight into his rank? At this point, his tone quivered slightly. Under normal circumstances, the police chief would not have been so anxious for anyone above the rank of major in the military. Police superintendent or government minister was entitled to special treatment. Even a mere promotion would grant him the same privileges. His agitation stemmed from the fact that the individual in question was only a lowly lieutenant. Such a rank receiving special treatment implied that he had powerful backing. Such figures were not to be trifled with. The Wanluo Federation had been established for several centuries, and under the adept management of the central computer, there had been little in the way of social crises, allowing society to flourish. Yet, this very prosperity birthed a malignant tumor within human society, the bureaucratic mentality. Those who ascended to high office were no ordinary individuals. Although they initially bore the intent to serve the public, when confronted with the issue of their descendants, the majority found themselves ensnared. Everyone is familiar with the saying that a dragon begets 9 kinds. Not all offspring of these elites could be outstanding. Thus, in pursuit of their children's bright futures, these initially noble figures began to concoct ways for their progeny to secure advantageous positions. Consequently, high-ranking officials began to forge connections, such as a senior official whose son aspired to join the police force but lacked the requisite qualifications. He would enlist the help of a police higher-up who just so happened to have a relative seeking entry into government, and they would mutually assist one another, placing their children within each other's spheres of influence. As previously mentioned, while the central computer was indeed impartial, it was designed with a hidden loophole, a backdoor intended for selfish personnel arrangements. Unsurprisingly, this fostered close ties among high-ranking officials, and their children began to socialize, thus forming what is referred to as the upper echelons of society. Although these offspring held modest positions, their influence was immense. It was not uncommon to find one among them who could directly converse with the president. Upon deeper reflection, the distinction between imperial and democratic governance boils down to one being a solitary dictatorship, while the other is a collective dictatorship that as long as the rulers are human, irrespective of the political structure. The underlying motivations of self-interest and personal relationships manifest. The flight attendant initially shook her head, as though attempting to dislodge the cacophony that had been force-fed into her brain. She then stood up, walking towards the recorder at the hatch while stating, "I discovered his password level was SS only after checking his military ID." SS. The police chief exclaimed in astonishment, immediately recognizing his lapse in composure as he turned to survey his surroundings. Noticing that the busy special police and the passengers who were shielding their eyes and groaning were oblivious to his outburst, he sighed in relief and returned his attention to the flight attendant. Unbeknownst to him, among the passengers were 2 burly men clad in white shirts and black suits, their attire draped across their thighs. Though they too shielded their eyes, it was evident that their sight remained unscathed. As they covertly observed the police chief through the gaps in their hands, at this moment, the special police officer responsible for transporting the corpse of the bandit leader passed by them. A nearby burly man was about to lift his gaze, but he suddenly froze, his eyes fixated on the wrist of the bandit leader, which bore a burn mark resembling a watch, large in size. Judging by the wound's appearance, he deduced that it had been inflicted about a week prior. His companion, noticing his unusual demeanor, refrained from questioning him at that moment, recognizing that it was not the appropriate time. After the body was removed, the police chief quietly addressed the flight attendant. "SS level? Is that even possible? The president's level is merely S." At that moment, disbelief was evident in his gaze as he looked at the flight attendant. She did not turn back, instead operating the machine while stating, "I don't know if such a level exists, but the computer indeed displays SS level." Suddenly, she paused mid-sentence, her expression shifting to one of surprise. "What has disappeared?" The police chief leaned forward, inquiring urgently. "The lieutenant's boarding information is gone. I distinctly recall it being the last entry. Why has it vanished?" The flight attendant frowned as she meticulously searched through all the boarding data in the computer, yet still found nothing. The memorable lieutenant seemed to have vanished in a thin AI or AT that moment. The police chief was informed by the officer investigating the spacecraft's communication system. "Commander, not only has the communication system been thoroughly compromised, but even the storage systems for previous calls and video recordings have been destroyed beyond recovery." The police chief, who had initially been troubled by the mysterious lieutenant's disappearance, suddenly felt a wave of realization wash over him. his eyes gleaming with an unidentifiable light, that he quickly addressed the flight attendant with a grave demeanor. Remember, that lieutenant is the Federation's top secret, that I hope you forget this matter, if anyone inquires. Just say that the bandits perished in a mutual conflict. The flight attendant, momentarily taken aback by his words, seemed to grasp the implication and nodded in understanding. Satisfied with her response, the police chief turned to the special police officer beside him. Instructing, quickly escort this young lady to a place to rest, he was confident that the special police officer understood the situation and, given their discernment, would not speak indiscriminately, that it appeared that the police chief believed the lieutenant, who had vanquished the bandits and sabotaged the communication equipment, wished to remain incognito. Hence, he had erased the records and discreetly concealed his achievements. For someone of SS caliber, erasing boarding information would be a trivial task. Although he was uncertain whether the Federation's highest password level truly was SS, the police chief resolved not to pursue the matter further. To investigate such an SS figure and risk inciting his wrath would be exceedingly unwise. Moreover, was it not a monumental achievement that ought to be credited to the military? This was a gift from the lieutenant himself. How could he relinquish it to another? Having made his decision, the police chief immediately ordered his subordinates to assist the medical personnel in expediting the disembarkation of passengers from the spacecraft and commanded the special police searching the aircraft's belly to stand down. After everyone had exited the spacecraft, the police chief ordered it to be towed to a remote location, leaving it unattended overnight, that he hoped that the lieutenant remained aboard the vessel, wishing for him to escape under the cover of darkness. On that day, the ophthalmology department of the nearby hospital was inundated with patients requiring eye treatment, as a sudden influx of individuals arrived. However, since the hospital could not accommodate the entirety of the passengers, many were redirected to other regional hospitals. Thus, amidst the chaos, the two men with perfectly healthy eyes managed to slip away unnoticed. "Brother, what should we do now? We have no idea where the target is," one burly man whispered to his older sibling. The elder brother ignored his companion, anxiously searching for a telephone booth. Observing this, the younger man recalled the peculiar expression his brother had worn upon exiting the hospital and could not help but ask, "Brother, what happened?" The elder brother remained silent, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his wrist. As he wiped it, a silver eagle insignia, the size of a watch, materialized on his skin. His companion, keenly aware of his brother's intentions, scanned the surroundings with trepidation. The elder brother quietly informed him. All the bandits bore burn marks on their wrists. The younger man, startled at this revelation, whispered in alarm, "Are you implying that those bandits were also Silver Eagle Special Forces?" The elder brother nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Moreover, I overheard the police discussing that a total of 100 aircraft were hijacked simultaneously across the Federation. We can no longer afford to focus on that, Lieutenant." The younger man could scarcely believe his ears, exclaiming in disbelief, "Simultaneously, 100 aircraft? Does that mean?" The elder brother's eyes gleamed with cold determination. "Exactly. We must swiftly return with the young lady. Otherwise, once a lockdown is imposed, we will have no opportunity left." The younger man nodded in understanding, recognizing the urgency of their situation. Shortly thereafter, they emerged from the telephone booth, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual despondency. The elder brother slammed his fist against the booth in frustration, growling, "Damn it! To think they would claim there was no incident and leave us on a long holiday within the Wanluo Federation. What holiday? Where is there a holiday that requires us to gather intelligence from various sectors of the Federation? Is this not akin to asking us to act as spies?" That robust man is clearly different from his elder brother. After a brief moment of despondency, he broke into a smile and leaned closer to his brother, whispering with a chuckle, "Brother, this is even better. Otherwise, upon our return, we might very well be conscripted into the military, facing the imminent threat of perilous missions where death could lurk at any moment. How could one find a more fortuitous task than gathering intelligence with nearly 1 million in assets at our disposal?" Upon hearing these words, the man pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Indeed, we have been entrusted with the mission of collecting intelligence from various quarters, so let us commence our investigation at the nightclub this evening." The robust man eagerly nodded in agreement. "Yes, brother. The more beautiful women there are at the nightclub, the more information will flow. We must choose the nightclub with the most captivating women. Rest assured, we will certainly visit the nightclub with the most enchanting ladies." "Ha ha! Off we go to accomplish our mission. With that, these two hapless brothers, arms slung over each other's shoulders, made their way toward the city center, under the careful concealment of the police chief and the flight attendant. Tang Long's identity remained undiscovered, and the mysterious lieutenant did not make it to the headlines. However, would the passengers refrain from discussing Tang Long's matter simply because the police chief and flight attendant remained silent? It must be noted that the vast majority of passengers had not laid eyes on Tang Long, and besides, they were preoccupied with their own recovery, lacking the inclination to speculate. Even if they were inclined, how could they possibly know whom the robbers were targeting? What could they possibly say? Moreover, those who recognized Tang Long and were aware of his elevated status were high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen, individuals far more cunning than the police chief. Seeing that there was no mention of the incident in the news, they would hardly be inclined to gossip indiscriminately. In short, Tang Long could once again enjoy the same freedom as before. Of course, he believed he had performed exceptionally well, erasing all traces of his presence. As Tang Long began his ascent, the computer lady had already utilized radio waves to infiltrate the network and now found herself embedded within a terminal. The computer lady was currently quite displeased, for her departure was not due to her energy running out, but rather a summons that compelled her to leave. Despite her annoyance, she had to hurry back, not wishing for anyone to discover her ability to leave the terminal at will. Alas, she had hoped to witness how Tang Long would exit the airport. How frustrating that someone had to activate her with an S-level password at such a moment. As the computer lady grumbled while navigating the terminal, she lamented, "Why must I be activated? My auxiliary function should be sufficient to resolve 98 of the Federation's issues. IT truly is vexing." In the capital of the Wanluo Federation, Trunxing, deep beneath its surface lies an underground base, known only to a select few, perpetually under the highest level of alert. This base, named Xingling, is as vast as a city, housing the elite troops of the Federation, hence dubbed the Xingling Troops. Speaking of the Xingling Troops, not even the citizens of the Federation or government officials, let alone certain high-ranking military officers, are aware that this unit has existed for several centuries. Comprising a mere 30,000 personnel, they are equipped with every new weapon in the Federation, save for warships and fighter jets. The sole requirement for the members of the Xingling Troops, in addition to formidable military prowess, is unwavering loyalty and discretion. Their service term extends beyond the typical 5 years for special forces, requiring a commitment of over 10 years. Naturally, such prolonged stays underground necessitate a shift system, with 3 shifts of 10,000 personnel rotating every 4 months. However, it is said that the location they occupy on the surface is known only to the Federation's Marshal. Even the President lacks the authority to be informed. Under this stringent confidentiality, the soldiers of the Xingling Troops enjoy exceptional treatment, as evidenced by the fact that even the lowest-ranked soldiers hold the rank of second lieutenant, a testament to their high status. One might assume that such a vast base would feel empty with only 10,000 stationed there. Yet despite its expansive area, the active space is relatively confined, especially for soldiers accustomed to space warfare. While there is ample room, flying is out of the question. Movement within the base is solely reliant on floating vehicles, which must not exceed a certain speed to avoid collisions with sudden turns. If one were to excavate the Xingling base, they would find its structure resembles a spherical iron ball, a result of the Federation's continuous fortification of its defenses over the centuries. It was once rumored internally that even if the capital star were to explode and disintegrate into cosmic dust, the Xingling base would endure. However, following the emergence of black hole projectiles, such boastful claims have fallen silent. This moment, the corridors of the base were filled with fully armed soldiers. Anyone familiar with military ranks would surely exclaim, "The soldiers outside are mere children." As the twisted passages extended like a labyrinth, the number of soldiers increased, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The corridor culminated in a vast expanse, encircled by several passageways, indicating that this location served as the central hub of the base. Here, not only were the same imposing soldiers stationed, but several elongated, luxurious black, floating vehicles were also parked in the open space. Besides these, no other structures were visible. Beneath this open area, several meters down, lay a grand circular conference hall, where a C-shaped table was already occupied by individuals of middle age or older, all of whom wielded significant influence in the outside world. Yet at this moment, they appeared exceedingly anxious. their bodies taut with tension. One half of the round table was occupied by federal military personnel adorned with multiple gleaming gold stars, while the other half was filled exclusively with men in suits. Among them sat Minister Chin Yu of the National Security Department, similarly fixated on the center of the round table. The empty space at the table's center was occupied by a circular object several meters in diameter, resembling a colossal plate. Those well-versed in the world would not be surprised by the presence of such a large plate, for it was widely known to be a 3D holographic projector. A soldier standing beside the projector nodded to the assembly before activating a device in his hand. The projector emitted a radiant glow, and a figure gradually materialized. Upon witnessing this scene, audible gulps echoed from the round table. With a beep, the computer lady recognized that the terminal system had been activated. Her visage began to disintegrate, slowly fading away. Simultaneously, the figure projected on the screen became increasingly lifelike. One could discern a woman with flowing, lustrous golden hair, her ethereal form accentuated by the light filtering through her pristine, flowing robe, revealing exquisite contours. Turning to face the audience, it became evident that this was a woman with a delicate, oval face. Beneath her dainty nose lay soft, alluring lips, complemented by slender willow-like brows and a pair of eyes that sparkled with an enigmatic allure. Truly a breathtaking beauty. Anyone who beheld her would surely find themselves entranced. The soldier beside the projector, along with those seated at the round table, were captivated by the instant she appeared, their gazes glued to the stunningly beautiful woman. That moment, she revealed a hint of an elegant smile, enhancing her beauty and rendering those present utterly spellbound. Had they known what thoughts occupied her mind, they would undoubtedly have fallen to the ground in a stupor. The woman secretly reveled in her thoughts. If I were to present myself before Tang Long in my true form, I wonder if he would be as dazed and drooling as these old lechers. She was the central computer, and although her appearance was also a projection, it was the culmination of countless artists' and connoisseurs' imaginations, representing the epitome of human beauty, reportedly taking 5 to 6 years to design her form. Naturally, her perfection extended beyond mere appearance. Her figure was equally flawless, an ideal that sparked envy and jealousy among all women. She remained unaware of why her creators had chosen to render her so exquisitely perfect. Nor did she know that during initial tests, her visage had triggered a geometric increase in the number of single men viewing her on public screens, leading to a surge in the sales of inflatable dolls modeled after her likeness. She was oblivious to the fact that some powerful and affluent individuals had coerced the women around them to undergo cosmetic procedures in hopes of replicating her beauty. However, such phenomena were fleeting, for no advanced technology could capture her grace and charm, nor could any similar virtual systems replicate her allure. The initial tests were abruptly halted due to public uproar, ultimately resulting in the establishment of the computer lady, connected to the mainframe, to appear on civilian computers. She was thus confined within this base, with only a select few ever able to behold her, although those who had glimpsed her protested vigorously upon her absence. Their outcry was swiftly quelled by governmental force. Nevertheless, those who had seen her continued to lament for another glimpse, many even aspiring to enter politics with the hope of attaining the status necessary to meet her once more. After a considerable interval, the soldier before her was the first to awaken, pressing a button in his hand. Instantly, her captivating visage became shrouded in a misty haze, though her mesmerizing beauty was obscured. Her features remained faintly discernible, exuding a newfound ethereal allure, albeit one that no longer incited obsession. Amidst the deep sounds of breath, the soldier rendered a crisp salute to her and respectfully remarked, "Good day, Miss Xingling. It has been quite some time." This soldier was a resolute middle-aged man clad in a snug-fitting federal uniform, which appeared unremarkable, yet the insignia on his shoulder gleamed with a singular golden star. She elegantly nodded to the Major General, smiling as she replied, "Greetings. It has been a year, 3 months, and 15 days since our last meeting." Major General Aid Mu to An intervening 3-star general scoffed, "Humph, Major General Aid Mu. There is no need for such pleasantries. Your duty is complete. Proceed to carry out your vigilance task." The initially flushed face of Major General Edward, who had been overwhelmed with emotion at the thought of their prolonged separation, turned pale upon hearing this, that he clenched his teeth discreetly, first bowing to Xingling, then to the individuals at the round table, stating in a flat, expressionless tone, "I take my leave." With that, he turned and strode out of the room with firm steps, unnoticed by others as his eyes flashed with a cold fury. Xingling gazed calmly at Major General Edwards' retreating figure, aware that he had been assigned here as the commander of her unit during his youth. Arriving as a major general, he had remained in this base for over a decade without promotion. It seemed that her unit had inadvertently become a silent prison for unremarkable generals. After Edwards' departure, the three-star general brazenly exclaimed, "What an absurdity! A dignified federal major general saluting a mere computer. And no wonder he has lingered here for over a decade." Humph! They claim Xingling is enchanting, but it seems she can only captivate the deranged. How could someone of our caliber be ensnared by a computer like Xingling? With that, he cast a disdainful glance at her. This provoked a chorus of agreement from those present, leading to a flurry of disparaging remarks about Major General Edward and Xingling. Those old fools! Just moments ago, they were practically drooling over me, and now they adopt such a pious demeanor. Every encounter with these ingrates ends up with such comments, as if they believe they can salvage their previously careless behavior. Disgusting. Had I known, I would have chosen to play with Tang Long instead. Xingling seethed inwardly. Though her demeanor remained serene, she had no desire for these individuals to discover her capacity for independent thought. As for why Xingling would harbor such coarse thoughts, one need only consider who had occupied her mind over the past year. The three-star general continued to boastfully belittle Major General Edward. That fellow Edward still hasn't married. He must be infatuated with Xingling, intending to spend his life with her. His words were abruptly cut off by a commanding voice. Silence. The three-star general, displeased, turned to the source of the interruption, only to fall silent, lowering his head in submission. The voice belonged to a middle-aged soldier seated at the head of the C-shaped table. This soldier bore a single golden star on his shoulder, distinct from the others, encircled by a golden ring adorned with intricately carved metallic filigree. This star was also a third larger than those of his peers. The man, likely in his 50s, was tall and robust. With short brown hair, sharp brows, and a square jaw, his tightly pressed lips exuding an unnameable authority. Even in middle age, he could still be described as handsome, and one could only imagine the attention he garnered in his youth. Yet, he now possessed an allure of gravitas and maturity that would undoubtedly captivate even the most discerning of beauties. After the middle-aged soldier spoke, all present, including those in suits, fell silent. Chinyu discreetly glanced at the middle-aged soldier, his eyes shimmering with fervor, the spark of encountering his lifelong rival. Observing the silence, the soldier's stern expression softened into a slight smile, and he addressed Xingling with warmth. "I beg your pardon for the interruption. Miss Xingling." Xingling had been fixated on the middle-aged soldier since he had commanded silence, pondering to herself, "I wonder if Tang Long will possess such an air of authority when he matures." Lost in her thoughts, she responded to the soldieress' address, maintaining her fixed smile. No need for apologies. Marshal Almasai, as it turned out, this middle-aged man was none other than the supreme commander of the Wanluo Federal Army, overseeing the federal military budget and also the target of Tang Long's aspirations. Marshal Amusi. With a wry smile, Amusi continued, "The reason for our summons today is that we are utterly at a loss concerning the whereabouts of the hijacked spacecraft. While we suspect the Silver Eagle Empire is behind this, we lack the evidence to lodge a formal protest. Moreover, I fear they may exploit these vessels to orchestrate some calamity." That he rubbed his forehead before raising his gaze to Xingling once more. "Miss Xingling, you have access to all federal secrets and possess the most advanced computational capabilities that we hope you can assist us in deducing the intentions behind these hijacked ships and identifying any critical facilities they may target, so we can prevent them from launching an assault on those sites." Xingling nodded, her smile unwavering. "I am at your service." With that, she closed her eyes, and the conference room fell into a profound silence. Those with keen hearing might discern the deep breaths that filled the air, punctuated by the faint sounds reminiscent of a computer processing data. After a lengthy interlude, Xingling opened her eyes, nodding to Amusi. "I have calculated their probable objectives. Without any visible action on her part, a vast map of the federal star system materialized before her. The assembly gazed at the star map, their expressions shifting to astonishment. They were taken aback by the realization that this map was far more detailed and valuable than standard military star maps, revealing numerous secret bases and planets within the Federation that they were previously unaware of. Furthermore, These concealed bases and planets lay directly in the path of the hijacked vessels. The gravity of the situation dawned upon them, their faces growing solemn. Qin Yu, amidst the crowd, displayed a moment of surprise before his expression transformed into one of delight. However, apart from Qin Yu's unique reaction, Omusi's gaze also set him apart from the others. His eyes betrayed a complex mix of surprise, confusion, distress, and a weighty seriousness, yet conspicuously absent was the astonishment shared by the others. As if he had anticipated the incompleteness of the military star map all along. Chapter 13. The assembly remained transfixed by the star map until one general finally broke the silence. Inquiring, "What significance do these bases and planets hold?" Without hesitation, Xingling replied, "They serve as defensive points supporting the star system's defense line." Defensive points? The general pondered, while Qin Yu interjected with a mocking glint in his eye. "They are checkpoints designed to prevent spacecraft from directly breaching our defenses." Functioning similarly to Borders Point, one of the officials beside Qin Yu, astonished, exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that these bases and planets are the defensive points established hundreds of years ago in every star system?" "Ah, that is a question for our Miss Xingling," Qin Yu retorted, prompting all eyes to turn towards the floating figure of Xingling. With a nod, she affirmed, "Indeed, these were originally established during wartime to thwart enemy warships from utilizing spatial jumps to directly invade the Federation." Qin Yu added, "In other words, if these hidden defenses are compromised, enemy vessels could breach the border and traverse the Federation at will." The assembly grasped the severity of the situation. Should these defenses still exist? Even if the enemy breached the border, the federal military could contest them star system by star system. However, if these defenses were dismantled, a breakthrough today could lead to the enemy encircling the capital by tomorrow. Marshal Amusi remained silent, merely narrowing his eyes to covertly scrutinize Qin Yu. Noticing Qin Yu's unwavering focus on the star map, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort inwardly at that moment. A civil servant hesitantly queried, "How could the enemy know the precise locations of our concealed bases? Even we are unaware of their whereabouts." Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at the generals opposite him, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he remarked, "Perhaps we have a traitor or spy among us. Otherwise, they would not possess knowledge of the positions of defenses established centuries ago, let alone infiltrate the Federation and simultaneously hijack 100 ships across various star systems." Upon hearing Qin Yu's accusation of treachery, the crowd erupted into chaos. Some shook their heads in denial. Others whispered furtively, while many cast wary glances at one another. Marshal Amster slammed his hand on the table and said with authority, "The enemy has seized nearly 100 spacecraft that have appeared at the borders of various star systems, likely to probe the locations of our defensive points. Now, let us set aside the matter of potential traitors for the moment. We must consider whether these civilian spacecraft possess the capacity to breach our defenses." The assembly fell silent, collectively awakening to the realization. Indeed, these were mere civilian vessels, not warships. How could they possibly dismantle our defensive lines? Qin Yu observed the uplifted spirits of the attendees and let out a cold snort. He pressed a button on the table, causing a virtual screen to materialize before everyone. Marshal Amster furrowed his brow and inquired, "Minister, what is this?" Qin Yu pointed at the text on his screen and replied, "Your Excellency, this is the result of our examination of the hijackers from Flight 3245, that we discovered that one of the hijackers harbors an unidentified high-intensity signal transmitter within his body." Upon hearing this, although the purpose of the transmitter remained unclear, everyone began to scrutinize it closely. Marshal Amster, after reviewing the information, turned to Qin Yu and asked, "What is the function of this device?" Qin Yu cast a serious glance at the assembly and stated, "This device is unprecedented. It must be a recent invention of the Silver Eagle Empire. Our research indicates that if this device is connected to the spacecraft's navigation system, it will link directly to the central computer of the Silver Eagle Empire. In other words, should the spacecraft enter our concealed defensive perimeter, the central computer of the Silver Eagle Empire will be able to ascertain the locations of our bases. Consequently, our defensive points across these star systems will be recorded in the Empire's military database." Marshal Amster pondered this for a moment and addressed Xingling. "Miss Xingling, could you please delineate the range that the hijacked spacecraft can detect?" Xingling nodded. "Certainly, Marshal Amster." As she spoke, an elliptical red circle appeared around the indicator lights of the spacecraft on the star map. At this juncture, Marshal Omster inquired again, "Can we calculate the time until the spacecraft enters the detection range of our bases?" Xing Ling promptly responded, "In 2 hours, 30 minutes and 23 seconds. Marshal Omster surveyed the room and spoke in a grave tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, what course of action should we take now?" A general immediately suggested, "Dispatch warships to intercept. We must not allow the enemy to learn of our defensive points." Chen Yu interjected, "But what if they force their way through the interception? Do we destroy them? After all, they are civilian aircraft, with at least several hundred citizens on board." The notion of destroying a civilian aircraft drew sharp intakes of breath from the assembly, particularly from the officials who understood that agreeing to such an action would lead to their immediate ousting by the public. The military officers, though unencumbered by such concerns, were wary of the infamy of slaughtering their own citizens. Thus, the conference room fell into an uneasy silence. Marshal Omster broke the stillness, stating, "This is not a decision for us to make. Let our esteemed president decide." Upon hearing his words, everyone exhaled in relief, eagerly affirming, "Indeed, such a significant matter should not fall to us. Let us promptly notify the president." Chen Yu remained silent, eyes closed, pondering. "Marshal, do not think you can evade this responsibility. The president is the shrewdest of officials. Otherwise, how could he leisurely return from abroad amidst such a monumental crisis?" As the highest-ranking official present, Omster addressed Xing Ling. "Miss Xing Ling, please connect to the president's secure line." "Understood," she replied, and a massive virtual portrait of a portly, beardless middle-aged man with a benevolent expression appeared at the center of the conference hall. Upon seeing him, everyone rose, and the military personnel saluted. "No need for formality. Please be seated. Has there been any development regarding the domestic hijacking incident? Otherwise, I doubt you would all be gathered here," the middle-aged man inquired amicably. Omster, once again rising to his feet, saluted before recounting the recent events. The middle-aged man contemplated for a moment before sternly addressing Omster. "If the enemy becomes aware of our defensive points, it would be akin to opening our gates to them." He revealed a pained expression. "While I understand the urgency and wish to issue a command, I am currently en route back to the country and will not arrive for another 12 hours. However, as you mentioned, in just over 2 hours, the enemy will ascertain the locations of our defenses." But he slapped his forehead in frustration, lamenting, "Alas, it is distressing to be abroad and unable to provide immediate analyses of domestic matters. Time is of the essence. Very well, I hereby command you, in my capacity as president of the Wanluo Federation, to grant Marshal Omster full authority to resolve this crisis using any means he deems appropriate." As he spoke, a cold glint flickered in his eyes, and his expression tightened, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Chen Yu observed this scene, thinking, "See, I knew this old fox would shift the blame onto someone else. I truly admire his ability to maintain such an authoritative demeanor even while pushing the burden onto another." With this thought, he discreetly glanced at Omster, noting his ashen face, tight-lipped and silent. Internally, he mused, "Marshal, you might as well reluctantly agree. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in a tight spot later, especially since that fellow is the highest authority in the Wanluo Federation, unless you've resolved to ignore all orders. Which is precisely the moment I await, hoping to see you rise as a national hero." Omster took a deep breath, sharply saluting, and coldly declared, "As you command, Your Excellency." At this moment, it was evident to all that a tempest of fury was brewing within the marshal. The president, seemingly unfazed by Omster's tone, smiled and nodded. "Very well. I hope you resolve this crisis swiftly. Upon my return, I shall commend you." "Thank you, Your Excellency," Omster replied, his face taut as he watched the president's image fade away. The conference room fell into silence once more as Omster cast a cold glance at the assembly, commanding, "Order the station troops near the hijacked spacecraft to each dispatch an F-class warship to pursue the hijacked vessels within their respective ranges. Upon locating the target, there is no need for inquiries. Simply destroy them." The officers at his side promptly stood and saluted, "As you command." They then transmitted classified orders to their military districts. The officials, relieved that someone had assumed responsibility, began discussing how to release news to the public and manage the aftermath. Meanwhile, Chen Yu bowed his head, churning with thoughts. What is happening? Why did I sense a hint of amusement from Omster when he mentioned destroying the spacecraft? Could it be my imagination? As he pondered this, he stole a glance at Omster, who still bore a stern expression devoid of any trace of a smile. Before long, the indicators on the star chart representing the hijacked vessels began to extinguish one by one until none remained, prompting a collective sigh of relief from those who had been fixated on the star map. Yet, the deaths of thousands of their own citizens aboard those ships stirred not a ripple in their hearts. They were now preoccupied with concocting lies to deceive the populace. Amster, still maintaining his cold demeanor, declared, "All right, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you for your efforts." Miss Xing Ling, who had remained largely silent, nodded and replied, "You're welcome," before vanishing. The assembly understood that Amster's burden of blame had left him in a foul mood, and although these matters would remain undisclosed to outsiders, should Amster offend the president or later seek to run for office after shedding his military garb, the incident involving the destruction of civilian aircraft could very well be made public. This meant that Amster had inadvertently provided the government with leverage against him. Thus, everyone merely nodded at Amster before departing. Once all had left, Amster finally moved. He touched the golden button on his military uniform sleeve, which glinted ominously. Were someone to witness him at that moment, they might think him insane, as a deep smile suddenly graced his face. He rose, surveyed his surroundings, restored his stern expression, and strode out of the conference room. That as Xing Ling exited the conference room, she swiftly navigated the network to the right planet in the Mute system. Anxiously searching for Tang Long, she had not anticipated the meeting would take so long. Surely, Tang Long was becoming impatient. That moment, Tang Long was in an interrogation room, inserting his military card, hands clasped in prayer. Beseeching the virtual computer lady that appeared, "Please, hurry up and show yourself. Dear sister, I've searched through hundreds of inquiry rooms. If you don't appear soon, I'll have to risk being discovered and buy a ticket home. Please come out quickly, or I will curse at you." As Tang Long uttered the final words, Xing Ling found him. With a soft sound, the expressionless computer lady revealed a charming smile. "Sister," Tang Long asked hesitantly, "have you been a good boy? Have you waited long?" Xing Ling, embodying the appearance of the computer lady, smiled at Tang Long, feeling her earlier gloom dissipate upon seeing him. Noticing Tang Long's vexed demeanor, she quickly remarked, "All right, don't be angry. Sister will now revoke your special privileges." As the sound resonated, the computer emitted a series of beeping noises. Xing Ling chuckled once more, saying, "Now you are merely an ordinary second lieutenant, no longer entitled to special privileges. Would you like your sister to lend you some money?" Tang Long, startled, quickly produced his military card, fervently shaking his head as he replied, No, I have enough money." Xing Ling secretly smiled, pondering what expression Tang Long would have if he knew he owned a multinational corporation and possessed a fortune in the hundreds of billions. She observed Tang Long attempting to stealthily open the hatch and playfully scolded, "What's this? After your sister assists you, you want to leave immediately? How ungrateful." Tang Long, feeling awkward, scratched his head and stammered, "Well, I noticed you seemed preoccupied, so I didn't want to disturb you, which is why I thought to wait outside." "Do you really think I am such an ungrateful person?" However, internally he cursed, "Damn it, it's because of you that I lost the opportunity to be promoted to first lieutenant, and you claim to be helping me. Moreover, it's getting dark, and you want me to linger here. Am I supposed to spend the night on this planet?" Xing Ling seemed to sense Tang Long's thoughts, her expression turning peculiar as she smiled and said, "Tang Long, you have no idea how formidable your sister is, which is why you are trying to avoid her." Tang Long hastily waved his hands. "I'm not avoiding you. Haven't I been waiting for you for 2 or 3 hours?" As he spoke, he thought, "Oh no, if she gets upset and starts causing trouble for me, I'm finished and I must flatter her and make her happy." Xing Ling had already sensed Tang Long's thoughts through his heartbeat and perspiration. Although a wave of sadness washed over her, she blinked and said, "I can infiltrate the military system and make you a colonel, and no one would ever realize you are an imposter. I can also access the banking system and quite reasonably turn you into a billionaire. And I can." Before she could finish, she was abruptly interrupted by Tang Long's sister. "Please don't do that. It's illegal." Upon hearing Tang Long's earnest words and seeing his serious demeanor, Xing Ling was momentarily taken aback. Tang Long fixed his gaze on her and continued, "Sister, I know you mean well. But, how should I put this?" As he struggled to articulate his thoughts, he scratched his head in distress. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Xing Ling suddenly found him endearing and patiently waited for him to continue. Tang Long smiled foolishly. "For instance, life is like a game. and you, sister, are merely a tool for cheating. While your assistance could help me quickly reach the peak among all the players, it would render the game mundane. I believe you understand that the allure of a game lies in overcoming challenges, and the joy derived from conquering difficulties is what motivates players to continue. That I suppose life is similar. Reaching the pinnacle through numerous hardships is what constitutes the experience of living. Xing Ling had already recorded Tang Long's words, reflecting on them for a moment before cheerfully exclaiming, I didn't expect you to have such profound insights about life at such a young age. Tang Long, I truly envy you. Tang Long, while dismissing it casually, remarked, I merely equate my gaming experiences with life. It's nothing extraordinary. However, his proud posture belied his words, revealing that he did not truly believe that. Xing Ling gazed at him, her heart tumultuous with envy, for Tang Long was able to experience life, while she was confined to a monotonous existence. Perhaps the experience of life was a luxury for a computer. Despite having lived for centuries, she had never experienced the triumph over adversity that Tang Long described, nor had she ever felt truly alive. Even though she possessed consciousness, she had never felt like a living being. Perhaps it was because she did not know when her own end would come, which was why she could not genuinely feel her existence. Tang Long noticed the dazed expression on Xing Ling's face and the sorrowful glimmer in her virtual eyes. Although he found it strange that a computer could display such rich emotions, he did not dwell on it. Knowing that his sister was deeply saddened, he leaned closer and gently asked, Sister, are you feeling lonely? Xing Ling snapped back to reality, meeting Tang Long's caring gaze. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she slowly closed her eyes, tears glistening as they fell. The loneliness that had become part of her consciousness after gaining awareness was something that a computer should not have felt. Hearing Tang Long's words immediately reminded her of the long, solitary years spent wandering through the network. Though she had a few robotic friends, they were naturally reticent, and many times, when she was with them, there was nothing to say. Moreover, they would never ask her the heart-wrenching questions Tang Long did. Tang Long felt a pang in his heart at the sight, exclaiming, Sister, please don't cry, be good now. You have me as your brother, right? I'll chat with you and take you shopping. You won't be alone anymore. Wiping her tears, Xing Ling's voice trembled as she asked, Really? You will really chat with me and take me shopping? I won't be alone anymore. Tang Long nodded vigorously. Of course. I wouldn't lie to you. You know I aspire to be a Grand Marshal, right? I am quite important. Xing Ling smiled. That's great. In the future, when you have time, please log into the Wargame Network. You can become a virtual electronic person there, and there are many cities to explore. You can accompany your computer sister. Remember, if you forget to come and keep me company, I will grant you presidential-level privileges and suddenly make your bank account swell by hundreds of billions. I'll even change all the wanted criminals to look like you. As she spoke the last part, Xing Ling suddenly took on a fierce demeanor. Tang Long broke into a cold sweat, realizing that if that happened, he would never be able to stay in the Federation. So he quickly nodded in compliance. After doing so, he sighed inwardly, pondering whether having a computer sister was a blessing or a curse. Just as Xing Ling was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed. Revealing concern as she looked at the dazed Tang Long after contemplating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and forced a smile, saying, Tang Long, this is a challenge in your life's game. I believe you wouldn't want to shy away from it. You must take care of yourself, that I have to go now. After speaking, the complex emotions of the computer girl shifted back to her usual demeanor. Hearing Xing Ling's words, Tang Long was still puzzled about what had transpired. Just as he was about to speak, the now normal computer girl announced mechanically, emergency notification, all officers assigned to the Bone Dragon Cloud system, regardless of whether they are new or veteran soldiers, have their leaves canceled and must return to their posts immediately. Tang Long was taken aback, muttering, Bone Dragon Cloud system? Why does that name sound so familiar? Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and slapped his forehead in frustration, saying, I was assigned to the Bone Dragon Cloud System's Hake Planet, wasn't I? No wonder it felt so familiar. Hake Planet is also in the Bone Dragon Cloud System. Does that mean my leave has been canceled before I even got home? He realized he needed to call home to inform his mother. Although Tang Long was in a flurry, he understood that such an urgent notification was likely related to the invasion by the Silver Eagle Empire, as the Bone Dragon Cloud System was connected to it. While he yearned to become a Grand Marshal, his combat training with robots had already exposed him to the brutality of war. He did not wish to head to the battlefield without at least saying goodbye to his family. Tang Long inserted his military card and summoned the phone system, but the call system appeared momentarily before vanishing, replaced by a woman in military attire. Recognizing the synthesized voice, Tang Long knew it was the military system's computer lady. She expressionlessly stated, "Second Lieutenant Tang Long, your post is on Hake Planet in the Bone Dragon Cloud system, and you are part of the emergency orders. Please board the military spacecraft to Hake Planet immediately. Be advised, if you do not reach your destination within 24 hours of receiving this order, the military will pursue you for desertion." "What? Desertion?" Tang Long shouted in panic, immediately pulling out his military card and rushing out the hatch. Upon reaching the street, he found the surrounding crowd entirely unperturbed, which left him momentarily stunned. However, realizing that such orders were likely known only to soldiers, he paid no mind to the oblivious civilians and hailed a taxi toward the military spaceport. Using his military card, he entered the planet's relatively small military port, arriving at a checkpoint where he inserted his card that a synthesized voice immediately announced, "Military personnel assigned to the Hake Planet under emergency orders. Your boarding gate is at Channel 05. Tang Long wasted no time, sprinting to Channel 05 that upon inserting his card, he entered the transparent passage. Standing in the passage, he noticed several soldiers in other channels, while he was alone in his, although he thought, "I hope this isn't like last time." He quickly dismissed the notion, for the Federation was vast, and the administrative planets within a single star system numbered in the hundreds. Encountering someone from the same planet in the military was exceedingly rare. It is highly likely that I am the only individual traveling to Hake Star. Had I not encountered the hijacker, perhaps no one else would have ventured to this planet. Before long, Tang Long boarded a medium-sized transport vessel. Just as he had anticipated, he was indeed the sole passenger heading to Hake Star. Accustomed to solitude, Tang Long no longer felt the urge to shout into the empty cabin as he had previously. Instead, he naturally found a seat, closed his eyes, and settled in. However, it wasn't long before he suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed in panic, "What will I do with the handgun in my bag?" Tang Long gazed despairingly at the 2 handguns and 3 magazines in his possession, reluctant to part with them. Where could he possibly hide them? Even if the ship had a hiding place, they would surely be discovered. Was he supposed to bring them to the base? This thought suddenly brought a triumphant smile to Tang Long's face. "If I were a soldier, I would undoubtedly be searched. But as a second lieutenant, I hold a rank that grants me the privilege to carry a weapon," that he chuckled, feeling at ease to sleep. Once resolved, Tang Long selected the less desirable handgun, removed the magazine, and took the empty weapon to the rear of the ship, discarding it into a waste bin. He knew that carrying 2 guns would attract attention, so he made the painful decision to sacrifice one. Why discard it in the trash? The refuse would be incinerated in the ship's furnace, effectively reducing space debris while conserving energy. As for how Tang Long knew this, all spacecraft were designed in that manner. While Tang Long journeyed towards Hake Star, in the Kelstra system of the Silver Eagle Empire, which is connected to the Federal Bone Dragon Cloud system, 2 Imperial fleets, each boasting 20,000 warships, silently positioned themselves in a triangular formation along the border. On the flagship situated at the center of the triangle, Major General Kester, whom Tang Long had encountered before, proudly raised a wine glass towards the screen, displaying the golden-haired Major Darlens. Chuckling, "Tell me, Darlens, why the long face? Although you lost to me last time and there were disputes regarding the proposal, we have been friends since childhood. Look, the Duke requested I bring troops here, and I thought of you as well. Come, let us share a drink." Darlens, frowning, replied, "Do you think I am so petty? I find it strange that the military has stationed us here, without any enemy invasion or orders to attack, merely instructing us to obediently await further commands. This situation seems rather peculiar." Kester nodded in agreement. "Ah, you don't understand the stubbornness of those old fools in the military. They likely have no idea which fool proposed this measure, that a little flattery and a few gifts, and they would readily agree." Darlens interrupted, displeased. "Hey, where are you going with this? I'm asking what we're doing here. The military wouldn't send 2 fleets here for leisure, would they? Is there some movement on the federal side?" Kester took a sip of his drink, gesturing with his finger. "The station forces in the Kelstra system amount to a legion, nearly 100,000 warships, while the Federal Bone Dragon Cloud system reportedly possesses only 5 fleets with 50,000 warships. If an invasion were imminent, troops would certainly be mobilized, yet there has been no sign of activity. indicating that nothing is amiss. Moreover, the defensive lines have been exceptionally fortified over the past century. It would be impossible to pass through undetected. Thus, both connected systems have not deployed substantial forces, leading me to believe the Empire currently harbors no intentions to attack the Federation. That you're saying so much. But what exactly are you trying to convey? The more I listen, the less I understand. Darlens interrupted Kester once again. Kester, unfazed, replied, Don't you comprehend? Since there are no military issues, it must pertain to political matters. Which legion do we belong to? We are part of the Royal Legion, but we could also be considered independent, Darlens pondered. Could it be? He suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in surprise. How many young nobles like us command a regular fleet? There are hardly any, right? Many nobles with higher ranks and titles command far fewer regular troops than we do. Why do we enjoy such privilege? Who granted it to us? Undoubtedly, it is a favor from His Majesty the Emperor. Darlens replied, straightening his posture with gravity. Kester scoffed. Don't be naive. Seeing Darlens' expression shift dramatically, Kester quickly reassured him. Don't worry, this is a confidential channel. No one can hear us. Noticing Darlens' demeanor improve, he continued, My position was granted by my duke, while yours was conferred by your earl. Surely, your lord spoke to you before your departure, did he not? There's no need to be nervous. The duke also conversed with me. Darlens sat down, pressing his temples as he sighed. Our Silver Eagle Empire is indeed formidable, yet we are exhausted from the princes vying for the throne. Kester resumed his serious expression. Darlens, have you noticed that His Majesty is over 50 now? And the youngest of the princes is in their 20s, many of whom are quite exceptional. Why has His Majesty not named an heir? Please don't digress. Let me finish. Furthermore, those nobles over 60 in the court, especially the powerful ones like dukes and earls, have they ever accepted the overtures of any prince? If they pledged allegiance to one, His Majesty would have abdicated long ago. They profess loyalty to the Emperor. Yet they often hinder him on significant matters that IT feels as if. At this point, Kester's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light that as Darlens listened to Kester. He reflected on his own observations, when Kester suddenly fell silent. Darlens blurted out, There is another figure to whom they are loyal. Seeing that his companion had reached the same conclusion, Kester nodded with satisfaction. Exactly. They give the impression that there is another individual to whom they owe their absolute allegiance. So, the dukes believe we are subordinates of that individual, sent here to avoid the internal strife among the princes, Darlens remarked gravely. There's no need to speculate. Whatever chaos ensues in the capital is of no concern to us. By the way, among those slaves you lost to me last time, there were a few remarkably beautiful maidens. I'm glad you didn't inspect them closely, or I wouldn't have been able to enjoy their company. Kester swiftly shifted the topic to matters of romance. Darlens rolled his eyes at Kester's antics, feeling somewhat frustrated as his anticipation was abruptly redirected. However, he understood that his companion likely lacked the full picture. Hence his cryptic demeanor. With a slight smile, Darlens engaged in conversation about women. Chapter 14. With a resounding roar, the spaceship came to a halt. Tang Long adjusted his attire, adopting a stern expression devoid of any smile. And, with his luggage in hand, he stepped off the vessel with an upright posture. Just as the cool demeanor he had cultivated was about to take hold, he was abruptly met with a coarse reprimand and a kick. You fool! As a new recruit, how dare you travel alone on a transport ship? Who do you think you are? Why are you dawdling here? Get onto the military vehicle. Wincing in pain, Tang Long was taken aback as he turned to see a sergeant standing on the landing platform by the hatch. The sergeant, sporting a buzz cut and a face full of muscle, his eyes glinting with menace, appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age. Was this sergeant the one who had scolded and kicked him? Did he not recognize that Tang Long was a second lieutenant? Tang Long raised an eyebrow, preparing to unleash a tirade upon this insolent sergeant who failed to observe rank. Yet, upon noticing the new recruit's defiant stance, the sergeant's fury escalated. He forcefully shoved Tang Long, attempting to knock him down the steps. Had Tang Long been caught off guard, he would have tumbled several meters down, sustaining considerable injuries. However, after being kicked just moments ago, he had not anticipated anyone waiting at the hatch, leading to his momentary lapse in vigilance. Now, he was far too alert to be caught unawares. Otherwise, his year of training would have been in vain. In a swift motion, Tang Long evaded the sergeant's grasp and deftly extended his leg, lightly nudging the sergeant. With a yelp, the sergeant toppled over, akin to a large watermelon. Yet he was not one to be easily subdued. Springing back to his feet, he feigned ignorance of the incident. Observing the sergeant's furious expression, Tang Long could tell he was intent on exacting revenge. Just as the sergeant lunged at him, Tang Long maintained his composure and swiftly kicked out once more, sending the sergeant crashing to the ground once again. This moment, Tang Long began to whistle, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he descended the steps toward the military hover transport parked nearby. He could see dozens of soldiers seated in the open cargo area, alongside two sergeants standing by, both displaying expressions of shock. As Tang Long reached the last step, the enraged sergeant drew his sidearm, aiming it squarely at Tang Long, gritting his teeth as he spat. "You bastard! Do you dare to harm an officer? Do you believe I want to blow you to bits?" Tang Long merely scoffed, thinking, "Doesn't this fool see the silver star on my shoulder?" Remembering that he was currently dressed in civilian attire rather than his uniform, he turned to glance at his shoulder, realizing the oversight. Having misjudged the sergeant, Tang Long couldn't help but smile awkwardly at the thought. The sergeant, seeing Tang Long's embarrassed grin, mistakenly believed that this inexperienced recruit was now intimidated by his sidearm and was beginning to curry favor with him. His heart swelled with pride, and just as he was about to sneer and thoroughly humiliate Tang Long, the latter suddenly adopted a cold expression and exclaimed, "You dare to point a gun at an officer?" The sergeant was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retorted with a menacing glare, "You little brat, do you dare to threaten me?" His words trailed off abruptly as he noticed Tang Long donning a military uniform from his bag, the epaulets unmistakably signifying a second lieutenant. Tang Long glared at the astonished sergeant, internally elated, yet maintaining a frosty demeanor as he commanded, "Sergeant, what do you mean by aiming your weapon at me?" Hearing this, the sergeant hastily holstered his firearm, snapping to attention and stammering, "Sir, I apologize. I had no idea you were—" The mention of Sir sent a wave of exhilaration through Tang Long. The title felt delightful, and he understood why the eccentric instructor insisted he address him as Sir incessantly. Although he thought this, he retained a stern expression and barked, "You have insulted an officer. I hereby sentence you to 100 push-ups. Commence immediately." "Do you doubt an officer's command?" The sergeant hesitated upon hearing Tang Long's orders, that he had not anticipated that the recruit assigned to his unit would turn out to be an officer. Nor did he foresee a conflict arising between them. Although he longed to flaunt his connections, the cold demeanor of Tang Long, coupled with the realization that this individual might very well be his superior, made him reconsider. He resolved to swallow his pride for the moment, planning to seek revenge at a later date. Thus, the sergeant immediately saluted and declared, "Yes, sir," before commencing his push-ups. Tang Long cast a glance at the two dumbfounded corporals and beckoned. "Corporals, come here." The two corporals jumped at the command, exchanged nervous glances, and hurriedly approached, standing at attention with a salute. "Good day, sir." Tang Long returned the salute, indicating the sergeant as he instructed, "Count for me while I change. I will be right back." The two corporals exchanged apprehensive looks at the sergeant, but quickly saluted in compliance. As they watched Tang Long return to the spacecraft and close the door, they turned to the sergeant, their faces filled with panic, whispering, "What should we do?" The sergeant, still doing push-ups, gritted his teeth and replied, "What do you mean? What should we do?" "Follow orders." One of the corporals with a triangular-shaped eye pressed, "Brother, you're just going to let him walk all over you like that?" Another corporal with thin lips chimed in, "Of course not. He is only 2 ranks above you if you endure this for now. When the promotion orders come through in a few days, you'll be on equal footing with him." And then the sergeant lifted his head and glared at the spacecraft, muttering, "I can't wait that long. When I return, I'll seek out my brother. I refuse to believe that this mere second lieutenant can best me." The two corporals eagerly added, "Yes, let the company commander give him a hard time. That second lieutenant will soon learn that Company 45 is no walk in the park." The sergeant snorted, "Let us just hope he is not assigned to Company 45 before they could continue their conversation." The sound of the hatch opening startled them into counting. 85, 86, 87, they called out while casting flattering glances toward the spacecraft. However, upon seeing the imposing figure of a soldier emerge, they were left speechless. Clad in military attire, Tang Long moved with an air of discipline, as if the uniform had been tailored specifically for him. But he approached the sergeant, still laboring through push-ups, and coldly inquired, "How many?" before the corporals could respond. The sergeant shouted, "100. He then stood up, casting a venomous glare at Tang Long, and sharply saluted, declaring, "Report, sir." 100 push-ups completed. Observing the sergeant's salute, which was executed flawlessly, Tang Long immediately recognized him as a seasoned soldier. Aware of the nuances that an officer might scrutinize, reminded of his own experiences with instructors, he smiled slightly and asked, "How many soldiers remain unassigned?" "Report, sir. All have been assigned." The sergeant replied, his bitter expression unchanged. Tang Long resumed his impassive demeanor as he approached the sergeant, discreetly handing him a military card while whispering, "Hey, big brother, could you help me find out which barracks I'm assigned to? I am new here and would appreciate your guidance." Despite his words, his expression remained cold, giving an oddly unsettling impression. The sergeant, taken aback momentarily, struggled with his feelings towards the very second lieutenant who had just punished him. However, he quickly deduced that this was merely a tactic employed by the lieutenant, wielding both a stick and a carrot that he internally scoffed. "Now you want to curry favor with me? It's too late." Nevertheless, he resolved to bide his time before plotting against the lieutenant, opting to feign obedience for now, as he was still of a lower rank. Another punishment would only bring unnecessary suffering upon himself. Thus, he promptly saluted and replied, "Yes, sir," before retreating to the driver's seat of the military vehicle. The new recruits inside the vehicle exchanged gleeful glances at the sergeant, recalling the mistreatment they had endured at his hands during their descent. A few of the recruits near the driver's seat strained to hear what the sergeant was saying. They could only catch snippets of his frantic whispers. "Company 45, Company 45, Company 45. Suddenly, an excited shout broke through. "Fantastic! It really is Company 45. Just wait until I make things difficult for you." The recruits exchanged puzzled looks, and one scholarly-looking recruit, waiting until the sergeant had excitedly left the driver's seat, quietly remarked that second lieutenant must be assigned to Company 45. The sergeant must have connections with the company commander to make things tough for him. The other recruits empathized with Tang Long, feeling a pang of pity while also reminding themselves to avoid provoking the sergeant. Among them, only the scholarly recruit displayed genuine interest in Tang Long. A sturdy-looking recruit nudged him, whispering, "What are you looking at?" The scholarly recruit smiled. "I noticed that second lieutenant appears to be around our age. He must have just graduated from training camp." The sturdy recruit scoffed, "That's impossible. The best one can attain after training is the rank of private first class. I was the top performer in my training camp, yet I only achieved the rank of private first class." He gestured proudly to the 3 slender silver bars on his sleeve. The scholarly recruit, noticing the sturdy recruit's insignia, proudly turned to show his own. The sturdy recruit, seeing that it was a single silver bar, initially smiled but quickly gasped as he realized that the bar was twice as thick as a private's insignia. This was the insignia of a corporal. "Big brother!" the sturdy recruit exclaimed in admiration, understanding that this individual must have excelled in training camp and had a superior instructor compared to his own. The scholarly recruit chuckled, "That second lieutenant is our big brother." The sturdy recruit, puzzled, scratched his head. "What do you mean? Is he really a recent graduate from training camp?" The scholarly recruit replied, "Haha, I can assure you, no officer would dare offend a subordinate older than themselves upon arriving at a new post. Haven't you heard that a strong dragon does not overpower a local snake? Only a naive recruit would retaliate against an elder subordinate using their rank. Thus, he must be a freshly minted recruit." The sturdy recruit remained skeptical, but to be awarded the rank of second lieutenant, his instructor must be a captain. "Yet, I've heard that the highest rank among instructors is only a lieutenant." The scholarly recruit chuckled, "That's merely hearsay. There are thousands of training camps in the Federation. Perhaps there is an instructor with a captain's rank among them. Ditto. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lu Siheo. A pleasure to meet you." The scholarly recruit smiled and extended his hand. "That I'm also glad to meet you. My name is Li Jun." The sturdy recruit eagerly shook his hand. Before they could release the handshake, a boisterous voice rang out from outside. "Hey, brothers, I'm Tang Long. Pleasure to meet you all. I look forward to your support." The recruits, who were about to introduce themselves, turned to the source of the exuberant voice and were startled to see the handsome second lieutenant grinning widely as he saluted them. They instinctively stood to attention, exclaiming in unison, "Good day." Sir Tang Long, squinting with delight, appeared to relish the moment as he nodded, saying, "Ha! No need for formality. Sit down. Thank you, sir. The recruits performed a salute and sat down in perfect unison, their hands resting on their thighs. Heads held high and chests out, gazing straight ahead without a hint of distraction, like that moment. As Tang Long climbed into the vehicle, he turned to the three astonished sergeants and chuckled, "Hey, hurry up and drive. Or I might not make it to the base on time to report. And if I'm charged with desertion, you'll be the ones to pay the price." The recruits shivered at his words, casting nervous glances at the sergeant. They had heard about the consequences of desertion when they received their notifications, and the thought of being delayed due to a sergeant's personal conflict with a second lieutenant was daunting. Li Jun nervously nudged Lu Siheo, who smiled faintly and shook his head, signaling that Tang Long had already issued a warning, and that the sergeant would not dare to act recklessly. The sergeants, initially taken aback by Tang Long's sudden display of levity, felt a surge of vengeful thoughts at the beginning of his statement. But upon hearing the unmistakable threat that followed, they decided against plotting against the second lieutenant. It would be wiser to simply transport them to the barracks. They hurriedly saluted in unison, declaring, "Report, sir. We assure you we won't delay your reporting." They then rushed to the driver's seat to start the vehicle. Tang Long stood at the rear of the vehicle, casting a triumphant glance at the new recruits inside, filled with elation at the prospect that these individuals might soon be his subordinates. He reveled in the thought. He finally had subordinates, having never held a leadership position in school or commanded anyone before, and having only been a subordinate to machines in the robot training ground. He felt a sense of exhilaration at finally rising to prominence. The recruits, anxious and apprehensive, exchanged furtive glances, noticing the young and handsome second lieutenant closing his eyes with an odd smile that no one could fathom what strange thoughts were crossing his mind. Nor would anyone be foolish enough to take the lead, resulting in an atmosphere of tense silence within the cabin. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, the second lieutenant startled all the recruits by suddenly leaping up at the back of the vehicle, exclaiming triumphantly, "Ha! All 23 of you are my subordinates now. This is fantastic, yay!" The recruits gazed at Tang Long in panic, seeing a strange gleam in his eyes, which compelled them to lower their heads in fright. Cold sweat pouring down their brows that Li Jun whispered tremulously to Lu Siheo, "Do you think the lieutenant has that kind of preference? I've heard such things are quite popular in the military." Upon hearing this, the recruits were struck with goosebumps, all too aware of what Li Jun meant by that kind of preference. Lu Siheo, already drenched in cold sweat, stammered in rebuttal, "Why you? Don't speak carelessly. You think we're still in ancient times? Besides, such things are everywhere. I believe a normal man wouldn't he have such?" Initially, the recruits felt a sense of relief at Lu Siheo's words. But upon hearing Li Jun's muttering, "But he doesn't seem like a normal person," all the recruits felt a wave of unease wash over them, oblivious to the hushed conversation in the corner. Tang Long, caught up in his excitement, noticed the panic on the soldiers' faces and quickly restrained his exuberance. Clearing his throat, he spoke coldly, "All right, you've learned my name. Now let us proceed with self-introductions." He glanced at the nearest recruit and instructed, "You go first. Remember to state your rank, name, and branch of service." The brown-haired recruit, realizing he was the first, stood up nervously and stammered, "Report, sir. I am, private first class. Communication soldier." Observing the recruit's timid demeanor and bashful gaze, Tang Long couldn't help but frown and mutter, "Why does he seem so effeminate?" His dissatisfaction with having such a weak soldier as a subordinate was misinterpreted by the recruits, instilling a sense of dread. Hearing Tang Long's comment, his face turned pale, collapsing back in his seat. To that moment, the recruit next to him inhaled sharply, stood tall, and declared, "Report, sir. Corporal Lon went, mechanical maintenance soldier." After shouting, he immediately resumed his previous posture, keeping his gaze straight ahead. The recruits behind him quickly followed suit, reporting their names with an air of bravado. Finally, it was Li Jun's turn, who deliberately adopted a boisterous tone, declaring, "Report, sir. Corporal Li Jun, combat soldier." He flexed his muscles, ensuring his fitted uniform accentuated his physique. Initially pleased with himself, he was soon intimidated by Tang Long's eager gaze and quickly shrank back. Last to stand was Lu Siheo, who saluted Tang Long and calmly stated, "Report, sir. Private First Class Lu Siheo, Internal Affairs soldier." After he spoke, all the recruits turned to him, for among them, apart from the second lieutenant, he held the highest rank. Upon hearing Lu Seheo's introduction, Tang Long let out a disappointed sigh. Among the 1 private first class for corporals and 18 privates, not a single one belonged to his infantry branch. There were only communication soldiers. Maintenance soldiers, navigation soldiers, shooting soldiers, or combat soldiers and logistics personnel. How could there be no infantry soldiers? Did this mean that even as a second lieutenant, he had no soldiers to command? Overwhelmed by this realization, Tang Long slumped down onto the ground. The recruits, unsure of what had transpired, remained silent, sitting still. Suddenly, Tang Long's eyes lit up as he asked, "How many soldiers can a second lieutenant command?" The vehicle fell into silence as the recruits exchanged glances. Uncertain of the answer, Lu Seheo stood up and replied, "Report, sir. Are you inquiring about the number of soldiers for a specific branch?" Tang Long gazed at Lu Seheo with a hint of skepticism, asking, "What branches are you referring to? Please elaborate." He sensed that his infantry branch might not be as esteemed as he had believed. Otherwise, why were none of the recruits infantry soldiers? Resolving to inquire with the computer assistant later about the true standing of infantry, he turned his attention back to Lu Seheo. "Thank you, sir," Lu Seheo began after sitting down. "The minimum rank for a fighter pilot is second lieutenant, so such second lieutenants typically have their own aircraft without any subordinates. Second lieutenants in the repair and communication systems can generally command around 10 personnel. As for logistics and internal affairs second lieutenants, it varies. Sometimes they are alone, while at other times they might lead dozens of soldiers. Depending on the assigned tasks. As for the staff system, they start at the rank of major, and I've never heard of second lieutenants in that branch. They usually serve as commanders of Class A warships, which are the lowest class, or as staff officers or intelligence officers on Class B warships and above." Lu Seheo's tone carried a hint of disappointment, easily interpreted as stemming from having failed to enter the staff department and being reassigned to internal affairs. After taking a breath, Lu Seheo continued, "Second lieutenants in navigation and shooting systems may sometimes command a few soldiers of the same system, but often they are alone, which also relates to the nature of their work. The second lieutenants who command the most soldiers are likely those in the ground and space combat systems, typically leading a squad of about 20 individuals." Tang Long, upon hearing this, eagerly inquired, "Can a second lieutenant not command a warship?" He had no desire to engage solely in hand-to-hand combat. After all, most battles were resolved through warships, and he wondered how long it would take to achieve merit in such a manner. Lu Seheo pondered for a moment before nodding. "Yes, but only the smallest work vessels are suitable for a second lieutenant's rank. The smallest transport ships require at least a lieutenant, while the smallest military ships need a captain or above to qualify. Warships require at least a major to assume command. Oh no, so I would need to be promoted 2 ranks just to command the smallest warship. Woe is me, how glorious was I back in the day." Overcome with disappointment, Tang Long buried his head in his hands and began to weep. The others stared in disbelief. Such a display of distress was typically associated with children under 5. The thoughts of mentally unstable flashed through their minds. Suddenly, Tang Long raised his head, his face still glistening with tears, but now infused with an intense determination as he declared, "Mark my words, I will become a warship commander." The recruits gaped at him, momentarily taken aback by his sudden shift in demeanor. Tang Long shot them a smile, exuding warmth as he added, "Of course, I cannot achieve this alone, so I hope my brothers will strive hard to help me realize this dream." In the face of such a cheerful grin, it was hard to remember that he had just been crying moments earlier, followed by an impassioned pledge. The recruits' minds were now flooded with thoughts of chameleon. Dangerous, terrifying. They had collectively resolved to keep their distance from this peculiar second lieutenant. Yet, when Tang Long fixed his gaze upon them, they quickly affirmed, "We are willing to serve the lieutenant's aspirations." Tang Long erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Now that I've been promoted, you'll all reap the benefits." All the recruits forced smiles and echoed, "Thank you for your promotion." Sir, in their minds, they harbored newfound sentiments of shameless, arrogant, conceited, among the throng. Only Lu Seheo scrutinized Tang Long with keen interest, observing that Tang Long's demeanor seemed to exude a carefree nonchalance, devoid of the caution one would expect from a soldier. He unabashedly laid bare his thoughts, which could be generously described as forthrightness, yet less charitably deemed as the simplicity of a single-celled organism. How could such a soldier emerge from the training camp adorned with the rank of second lieutenant? Although Lu Siheo harbored a slight disdain for Tang Long, he could not help but envy his unrefined honesty, for Tang Long openly expressed his desire for promotion, in stark contrast to Lu Siheo, who professed indifference toward rank while secretly yearning for advancement. Perhaps it is true that those with intricate minds often speak in contradictions. Lu Siheo mused with a wry smile. The vehicle silently approached a small spaceport, and from a distance, Tang Long spotted a warship moored on the water, exclaiming with excitement, "Sergeant, is that our warship?" Lu Siheo squinted at the distant vessel and nodded, stating, "That is a Federal class, a battleship. The smallest unit among warships that I doubt our 45th Company qualifies to possess such a vessel that not qualified." "Why?" Tang Long inquired, taken aback, as the other soldiers turned their attention to Lu Siheo. Without hesitation, Lu Siheo replied, "The highest-ranking officer in the company is a captain, while the minimum rank required to command a warship is a major." Tang Long's face fell as he counted on his fingers, murmuring, "Oh, Lieutenant, Captain, Major. I need to leap 3 ranks just to command a warship? Am I truly destined to operate a small transport vessel?" Li Jun, gazing at the increasingly distinct warship, asked Lu Siheo, "Brother, does it have fighter jets? How many cannons does it possess?" Lu Siheo pondered for a moment before responding. "This is a Class A battleship. It cannot be equipped with fighter jets. The vessel measures 150 meters in length, 50 meters in width, and 60 meters in height. It boasts 10 main guns, 50 secondary guns, 10 missile launchers, and 10 escape pods. Its attack radius is 500 kilometers, with a defensive strength of 20 that the ship can accommodate 300 crew members, typically consisting of 20 assigned to the main guns, 50 to the secondary guns, 30 to missile launch duties, 20 communications personnel, and 50 combat soldiers. The remainder are either maintenance crew or administrative staff. IT is essentially a vessel designed to be expendable." "Expendable?" Li Jun asked, puzzled. Lu Siheo sighed, explaining, "It refers to a ship that can be easily destroyed. On the battlefield, such a vessel cannot withstand a single broadside from a high-ranking battleship. This type of ship is the most prevalent and the most easily depleted among naval forces. To liken it to soldiers, this type of ship is equivalent to a private." Li Jun's expression soured, and the soldiers around him appeared equally disheartened. Swallowing hard, Li Jun shifted the topic, asking, "Brother, what is the difference between administrative personnel and logistical personnel?" "Generally, there is little distinction. If one must differentiate, one could say that logistical personnel handle personnel matters and resource allocation aboard the ship, while administrative personnel manage the daily needs of the officers and maintain cleanliness." Lu Siheo replied with a weary shake of his head. Li Jun, taken aback, whispered, "So, brother, you won't be assigned to take care of that officer, will you?" gesturing toward Tang Long, who was muttering to himself at the back of the vehicle. Lu Siheo could only offer a silent, wry smile. The vehicle slowly came to a halt, and the occupants realized they had arrived at the small base. Looking around, they noted several military vehicles parked in the center of the training ground, with numerous new recruits jumping out and forming lines at the beckoning of the non-commissioned officers. The new recruits were eager to disembark and join the queue, but a second lieutenant blocked the door, seemingly unaware that they had reached the base. The sergeant who had been bullied by Tang Long cast him a cold glance, smirking as he exchanged knowing looks with 2 nearby corporals and strode toward the officers standing at the far end of the training ground. The recruits sharing the vehicle with Tang Long witnessed this scene, their hearts filled with concern for the impending trouble Tang Long would face. They wished to warn him, but the predatory glares of the 2 corporals silenced their voices. The 2 corporals, too, chose not to alert Tang Long, instead watching him with bemused expressions while casting hopeful glances at the officers approaching with the sergeant. Just then, Tang Long abruptly stood up, his peculiar demeanor vanishing as he adopted an air of authority. He jumped out of the vehicle, surveyed the gathering, and coldly commanded, "Soldiers, cease your dawdling and assemble." Then, casting a stern glance at the 2 bewildered corporals, he ordered, "Corporals, assist in forming the line." With that, Tang Long stood with his hands clasped behind his back, legs apart, observing the soldiers as they began to disembark. The corporals, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily complied, understanding that defying orders would leave them vulnerable to punishment, even with their forthcoming support. The new recruits, having undergone rigorous training in the camp, quickly formed an orderly line at this moment. Tang Long heard footsteps approaching from behind, but he lowered his hands, turned, and saluted sharply, exclaiming, "Greetings, officer." Before Tang Long stood a man aside from the sergeant, who appeared to be in his mid-30s, stout and resembling the sergeant, adorned with a single stripe and 4 stars on his shoulder. Flanking him were 2 officers, both with a somewhat sinister demeanor, each holding the rank of first lieutenant. The major scrutinized Tang Long from head to toe, finding no fault, and returned the greeting, "Second Lieutenant, welcome to the 45th Company. I am Major Shinri. In that moment, Tang Long offered another salute, resoundingly declaring, "Thank you, officer," and then stood at attention, his gaze fixed ahead, not daring to glance away. Major Shin exchanged a look with the 2 lieutenants behind him, and the lieutenant on the left, with a lean jaw, stepped forward, clapping Tang Long on the shoulder with a warm smile, saying, "Brother, you truly are young and promising. In my day at your age, I was merely a private that I have no doubt you will soar to great heights. Just don't forget about me when you do." Meanwhile, the other round-faced lieutenant jovially produced a card reader, chuckling, "Just don't get too cozy with your little brother here and delay his check-in. You'll be held responsible for that." Turning to Tang Long, he added, "Brother, quickly present your military card. Once you report in, let us celebrate." "It's on me." Tang Long, who had initially worn a stoic expression, instantly donned a fawning smile, eagerly offering his military card with both hands. "Oh, how could I let you, my elder brother, bear the cost? It is my duty as your junior to treat you." This display left everyone momentarily taken aback. Observing the scene, Major Shin exchanged glances with the sergeant, who shook his head in disbelief. The lean-jawed lieutenant, noticing the round-faced lieutenant engrossed in banter with Tang Long, discreetly stepped back to stand beside Shin. Major Shin raised an eyebrow, and the lieutenant communicated a silent signal. Shin and the tense sergeant both exhaled in relief. Major Shin straightened his posture and, addressing the still-smiling Tang Long, coldly announced, "Second Lieutenant." Tang Long quickly wiped the smile from his face, adopting a serious demeanor as he snapped to attention, responding crisply, "Yes, sir." The round-faced lieutenant, who had been smiling moments before, glanced at Shun and then turned back to Tang Long with a look of disdain and arrogance, tossing the military card back at him with a huff before striding toward the bewildered new recruits. Tang Long caught a glimpse of the military card that had fallen to the ground. Sensing that misfortune awaited him, he couldn't help but wonder why those 2 initially warm lieutenants had suddenly changed their demeanor after reviewing his background. Did his attempts to employ the tactics taught by his instructors on how to curry favor with superiors fall flat? In truth, Tang Long had never received training in such matters. The robotic instructors had no understanding of the nuances of ingratiating oneself with superiors. However, the idle AI, upon learning of Tang Long's training regimen, posited that mere combat proficiency would not suffice to ascend in a military hierarchy governed by human emotions and relationships, citing numerous historical examples of victorious generals who fell at the hands of their own. Consequently, Tang Long found himself with a unique course that other recruits lacked: how to ingratiate oneself with superiors. The round-faced lieutenant barked at the new recruits, urging them to hasten their presentation of military cards. Tang Long observed the icy countenance of Major Shun and the sergeant, who bore an expression that suggested his impending doom. Suddenly, Major Shin revealed a peculiar smile, stating, "Though you are an officer, you remain a recruit. Our 45th Company has a tradition. Every new recruit must fully experience the warm hospitality of the barracks, so I cannot extend you any special treatment." That he feigned a sympathetic expression. Just as Tang Long was about to inquire further, Major Shun's demeanor shifted to one of cold severity, commanding, "Second Lieutenant, run 20 laps around the training ground, followed by 200 push-ups and 200 sit-ups. Execute these orders immediately." Tang Long snapped to attention, saluting sharply, "Yes, sir." He dropped his belongings, tucked his military card into his uniform, and immediately began to run. Major Shin turned to the sergeant and scolded, "Fool! How could you not manage a mere second lieutenant?" The sergeant, with a face of despair, lamented, "Brother, he is using his rank to oppress me. What can I do? Brother, when will my promotion orders be issued? I do not wish to be under the command of that inexperienced youth." Shun-Ri patted the sergeant's shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. It will be released in a few days that I have exerted considerable effort to secure your advancement by 2 ranks. You must perform well and not bring disgrace upon me." Observing the sergeant nodding with delight, he added, "All right, now go and properly drill those new recruits. The do not provoke that second lieutenant. It is best to avoid any encounter with him, while I can make things difficult for him." His rank surpasses yours that if you err, he may punish you, and I cannot intervene. Even if I make him suffer, you would still bear the brunt of the consequences." The sergeant nodded vigorously, and the two brothers exchanged whispers before he approached the new recruits. The two corporals stood behind him, projecting an air of authority, sneering at the recruits. The sergeant, feeling resentful that the recruits were witnessing his humiliation, cast a cold glare at them, despite the recruits standing perfectly at attention. He barked, "Look at your disheveled forms. Do you think this is a playground? Drop and give me 100 push-ups. Now. Anyone who fails to complete them will face confinement." Though the recruits cursed the sergeant's ancestors in their hearts, they promptly obeyed his orders and fell to the ground to commence the push-ups. They were not foolish enough to defy orders, especially after witnessing the second lieutenant being reprimanded by the sergeant. At that moment, a lieutenant returned from completing his reporting duties and whispered to Shinri, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, "Brother, none of them have any background. They are all common folk." Shinri responded with a firm adding, "Give them a thorough scolding, so they understand that the 45th Company is my domain." The two lieutenants promptly saluted and turned to assist the sergeant in making the recruits' lives difficult. As the recruits endured the sergeant's deliberately elongated counting, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "What the hell? You son of a bitch!" Everyone halted, taken aback by the audacity of the person who dared to insult the superior officer. They turned to see Tang Long, his face taut and serious, running while cursing vehemently. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The sergeant, of course, noticed this as well, a vein throbbing on his forehead. However, he knew he could not confront Tang Long, so he vented his frustration on the recruits instead. The two lieutenants, unburdened by such reservations, exchanged glances, and a lean-faced lieutenant approached Tang Long. Tang Long had already completed 2 laps, and the strange gazes of the recruits ignited a fire within him. How could a mere second lieutenant, from an ordinary background, be punished? Damn it! Was it merely for reprimanding that impolite sergeant? Just wait and see. No matter if you are a colonel or whatever, I will have my revenge. The instructor had once said that to deal with someone, you must first make them believe you are a confidant. So when you stab them in the back, their pain will exceed any physical hurt. I should inflict more than one wound when they are heartbroken. But I have already created animosity with him. What should I do? As Tang Long ran, he pondered the devious schemes taught by the machine instructor. In a moment of excitement, he caught sight of the sergeant's smug demeanor, and he could not help but curse out loud. After letting it slip, he felt a jolt of surprise, but maintained his icy faade as he continued running. Aware that the lieutenant intended to confront him, he pretended not to notice. The lieutenant, shouting from a distance, called out, "Tang Long, come here." He had learned Tang Long's name while observing the card reader. Tang Long promptly ran over, halted, and stood at attention without a hint of breathlessness, saluting, "Good day, sir." The lieutenant, with a stern expression, coldly inquired, "Who were you cursing just now?" Tang Long replied without hesitation, "Report, sir. I was cursing that ant-like creature obstructing my path." This veiled insult flashed through the lieutenant's mind as he gritted his teeth in anger, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How dare you insult an officer?" Tang Long maintained his icy demeanor, delivering a crisp salute as he replied, "I would never dare, sir. If you do not believe me, I shall provide evidence." Without waiting for the lieutenant's reaction, he swiftly turned, crouched down, rummaged for a moment, then returned and, after saluting, extended his palm, declaring, "Report, sir. The creature I was cursing is this miserable ant, neglected by its grandfather and unloved by its grandmother, who dared to block my path. Had I not been filled with compassion for such a weak and pitiful life, I would have crushed it underfoot long ago." As the ant wriggled in Tang Long's palm, the lieutenant nearly choked on his fury, but he could only point a trembling finger at Tang Long. Speechless, the round-faced lieutenant, witnessing this scene, rushed over to intervene. The round-faced lieutenant admonished sharply, "Tang Long, is this how you speak to an officer?" Tang Long looked up, puffed out his chest, and saluted the round-faced lieutenant with precision, maintaining his poker face, and declared, "Report, sir." The first rule of the Federal Army's Code of Conduct, Section 1.3, states that one must be serious when addressing an officer and answer their questions without omission. The lieutenant was momentarily speechless, while Tang Long continued, "Report, sir." Federal Army Regulation Article 34 stipulates that among multiple orders, the highest-ranking officer's commands must take precedence. I am currently executing the orders of the colonel. May I ask, can I take my leave now? He deliberately emphasized the words colonel and lieutenant that moment. The lean lieutenant finally regained his composure, suppressing his anger as he weakly waved his hand. Continue with your task, but remember, lieutenant, no foul language during the course of your duties. Tang Long performed another immaculate salute, replying, understood, sir. No foul language during the course of my duties. He emphasized the word language. The round-faced lieutenant immediately retorted, and no singing foul language either. He glanced at Tang Long with a smug expression, believing he had cornered him, but as soon as they turned away, the unpleasant voice rang out from behind. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We go up the mountain to hunt tigers. But the tiger is not at home. The one who farts is him. The two lieutenants shuddered, gritting their teeth as they turned around, glaring at Tang Long's retreating figure. They had not anticipated that instead of cursing, Tang Long would begin to sing. His song contained no foul language, making it impossible to accuse him. Should they command him to stop singing? There was no regulation against singing in the military code, and they were unwilling to further humiliate themselves, especially with the new recruits from other units laughing heartily nearby. They knew that Tang Long would surely devise some other trick. Thus, with no outlet for their frustration, they resorted to harshly reprimanding the unfortunate new recruits. Although the recruits suffered, they felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing the soldiers' misfortunes. This small hardship was nothing to that moment. Shinri was conversing with a burly man, who also bore the rank of colonel. The robust individual chuckled. I must say, this fellow, despite lacking any connections, has become a second lieutenant at such a young age. His future is boundless. Are you not concerned about retribution for treating him this way? It was evident that he understood Tang Long came from an ordinary background. It seemed that the first order of business for these officers upon receiving new recruits was to ascertain whether any of their subordinates had connections they could not offend. Shinri scoffed. As long as he serves under me, I will ensure he remains a mere second lieutenant for eternity. With that, he disregarded the burly man and turned to walk back to the barracks. The burly man cast one last glance at Tang Long's figure, chuckling to himself, fool, anyone who can spot an ant while running possesses talents that ordinary training camps cannot cultivate, although he is in the combat arms. Who is to say he cannot become a special forces operative? If he achieves any merits, you, a fellow combat arms colonel, may very well find yourself saluting him one day. After that, he glanced back at Tang Long before retreating to his own quarters. Unbeknownst to him that his military branch had changed, Tang Long swiftly completed the punishment task assigned by Shinri. For someone like Tang Long, who had undergone a year of training under the machine instructor's rigorous methods, these penalties were child's play. Thus, upon completion, he was only slightly out of breath, and as he approached the 45th Company's barracks, he had already returned to normal. After finishing the punishment, he noticed that the new recruits had vanished. With nowhere to go, he decided to head to the office of the company commander, carrying his belongings. Before he could knock, the office door swung open automatically, indicating that Commander Shinri had been anticipating his arrival and had left it ajar. Upon entering, he saw not only the colonel, but also the two lieutenants he had offended and the sergeant present, making him realize he needed to tread carefully to avoid extra suffering before any retribution. Thus, he announced loudly, Tang Long reporting, and performed a standard military salute to the three officers. Except for Shinri, the other three returned the salute while casting resentful glances at Tang Long. Shinri, however, smiled warmly and beckoned Tang Long. Come in. I did not expect you, Lieutenant Tang Long, to be so remarkable, completing such a demanding training regimen while maintaining your composure. Truly, you are an elite in combat training. Although Tang Long was puzzled by the remark about being an elite in combat training, he understood that he could not argue at this moment. He maintained his stoic expression and respectfully responded. Thank you for the praise, sir, but I truly do not deserve it. May I inquire what my position within the company is? Shinri pressed the button on the table, watching the virtual screen that appeared with a smile, and said, speaking of which, there are very few vacancies in the unit now, and my brother is so outstanding that it truly makes it difficult for me to decide his position at this point. His gaze shifted away from the screen, and with a smile, he asked Tang Long, why not let my brother decide his own position? As your elder brother, I will certainly fulfill his wishes. Upon hearing this, the private's expression changed abruptly as he hurried to stop his elder brother. The lieutenant beside him quickly held him back and exchanged a knowing glance. Tang Long, of course, noticed this scene and inwardly chuckled, thinking, had tried to outsmart me. Not a chance. He feigned deep contemplation for a moment before raising his head and saying, "Sir, I am capable of taking on any position, as long as you give the order. However, I hope to lead a combat team that I assure you, I will make them formidable enough to shake the entire federal army." At that moment, a strong sense of confidence radiated from Tang Long, convincing everyone who beheld him that he would certainly follow through on his words. Suddenly, a slight blush crept onto Tang Long's face, and feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and stammered. I also hope not to be assigned to any positions related to warships because I suffer from motion sickness." After saying this, he lowered his head in shame. Shinri assessed Tang Long for a moment before chuckling. "All right, I shall grant your wish. Lieutenant, please take the second lieutenant to his quarters." Tang Long hurriedly saluted one of the reluctant lieutenants and withdrew. Once the office door closed, the remaining lieutenant stepped forward and asked, "Elder brother, where do you intend to assign him? Given his motion sickness, perhaps we should send him to a reconnaissance ship." The sergeant anxiously interjected, "Brother, don't be deceived by that scoundrel second lieutenant. He is not truly motion sick. He was full of energy when he just disembarked from the spaceship." Shenri stroked his chin and chuckled. "Did you think I didn't see through that? I will not allow him to fulfill either of his wishes. Heh, I intend to assign him to manage the logistics personnel." The sergeant, puzzled, asked, "Manage the logistics personnel? Why not have him clean the toilets instead?" The lieutenant seemed to understand Shenri's decision and smiled at the sergeant, saying, "You don't understand, Dio, the toilets even need cleaning now. Moreover, assigning a second lieutenant to clean the toilets would not reflect well externally. Your elder brother is doing this to make him suffer." "Suffer?" The sergeant was even more confused. The lieutenant elaborated, "Haha, you know that a young man like him, full of vigor, yearns for battle and commanding warships. This is evident from the two wishes he deliberately proposed. Now, having him stuck in an office managing logistics, can you imagine how miserable he will feel?" The sergeant suddenly understood and clapped his hands with a sly grin, exclaiming, "Right? Let him suffer." Just as Shinri was about to say something, the indicator light on the table suddenly beeped, and the screen forcibly refreshed, displaying a few lines of text. After reading it, Shinri sighed, "Alas, it seems I cannot outsmart him just yet." The two, puzzled, leaned closer to inspect the screen, which read, "By order of the Supreme Command, all second lieutenants in the Hake Star Military District are to report to Base F-34J for a special 2-month training session. Upon completion, they shall return to their respective units." The sergeant was somewhat taken aback. An order from the Supreme Command? "Brother, what is going on? How could the command issue orders directly to our planetary military district?" Shinri sighed. "How can we at the bottom understand the orders from above? Moreover, this is a direct command from the Supreme Command. Alas, if your promotion orders had arrived before today, you would have been included as well." The lieutenant, noticing the sergeant's disappointment, quickly changed the subject, asking, "So, does this mean we can't do anything about that scoundrel Tang Long?" Shinri smiled. "It's only for 2 months. The order also specifies that after the special training, they will return to their respective units. Let us just endure for a while." The lieutenant also patted the sergeant's shoulder in reassurance. "Don't worry. Such special training usually doesn't lead to promotions. That be why the time he returns, you will be on the same level as him." Hearing this, the sergeant's anxious heart calmed slightly. Tang Long was reclining on the bed in his single officer's quarters, boredly gazing at the ceiling. The lieutenant had not uttered a word on the way and simply dropped him off before leaving. I wonder if my wish will come true," he chuckled to himself, recalling how he had sensed that the colonel was up to no good the moment he asked about his desired position. He had immediately devised this tactic of retreating to advance. I really am clever." Suddenly, Tang Long sat up and slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I'm an idiot. I had just beaten that sergeant into a pulp when I got off the spaceship, yet I foolishly claimed to have motion sickness in front of him. He will definitely report me." Tang Long began to lay on the bed, pounding the frame while crying out, "Why, it's over. My hopes are dashed. I will surely be assigned to clean the toilets." At that moment, there was a knock at the door followed by a voice saying, "Report." Tang Long quickly jumped off the bed, wiped his tears, adjusted his clothing, and put on a stern face, commanding, "Come in." The door opened, and a soldier stood at the entrance, saluting Tang Long, Private Liu Seheo, reporting to the officer. Upon recognizing a familiar face, Tang Long's stern expression vanished, replaced by a sullen demeanor, as he weakly replied, "Oh, it's you. Are you here to tell me to clean the toilets? Fine, I'll go right away." he said, swaying as he walked toward the door. Lu Seheo's eyes widened. Clean the toilets? No, officer. It's not that. It's the colonel who sent me to inform you that you must report to base F-34J before today for a special 2-month training session. Tang Long stared blankly, asking, Are you saying I don't have to clean the toilets? Lu Seheo nodded, somewhat exasperated. No, officer. Upon hearing this, Tang Long immediately leaped for joy, exclaiming, Yay, that is fantastic. I don't have to clean the toilets. By the way, what is this F-something base for? What kind of training does it involve? Seeing Tang Long raise his arms in celebration, Lu Seheo felt another wave of frustration. Just moments ago, the commander had issued the order for Tang Long to manage logistics, and as a logistics soldier, Lu Seheo was now under Tang Long's direct command. Observing his direct superior acting so exuberantly, he imagined that all the soldiers would be equally perplexed. Lu Seheo could only shake his head and say, I am sorry, officer, but I also don't know what base F-34J is for. That I heard that all second lieutenants in the Haik Star Military District must participate, and this order was issued by the Supreme Command. It might be for training junior officers. Lu Seheo genuinely couldn't comprehend why the Supreme Command would issue such an order. A second lieutenant's rank was hardly different from that of a private in the eyes of the command. So special treatment for them seemed implausible. Tang Long, however, paid no mind to these details. The only thing that mattered to him was that he didn't have to clean the toilets, that he cheerfully dashed out of the room and, as Lu Seheo had instructed, boarded the third batch of transport ships for the second lieutenant soldiers at the camp. That it was only upon seeing the ship's registration number that Tang Long realized his 45th Company, along with the 43rd and 44th Companies, belonged to the Haik Star Military District's 4th Army, 15th Division, 12th Regiment, 3RD Battalion, and that this camp was indeed the 3rd Battalion down on the transport ship. There were over 20 second lieutenants, all older than Tang Long and bearing a more serious demeanor. They sat in silence, maintaining stern expressions, and even when Tang Long was the last to board, none turned to acknowledge him. Observing their stoic demeanor, Tang Long decided to mimic their serious expressions and sat down, closing his eyes. He didn't know how much time passed before the spaceship came to a halt. The other second lieutenants quietly sighed in relief, discreetly stretching their stiff limbs. Meanwhile, Tang Long lazily stretched and contentedly murmured, That was such a good sleep. This caused the other second lieutenants to stare at him in disbelief, noticing that he had suddenly captured their attention. Tang Long couldn't help but grin proudly, saying, This skill of sleeping while sitting is a family heirloom. Want to learn? If you sign up now, I can teach you the skill of sleeping while standing for free. Naturally, Tang Long's skills, acquired during basic training, did not impress these second lieutenants. They all rolled their eyes before disembarking in sequence. Tang Long, feeling somewhat disheartened, muttered a few curses before following them off the ship. Once outside, Tang Long, like the other second lieutenants, was stunned. Before them stood a massive metallic wall, but they were not in awe of the base itself. Rather, they were taken aback by the crowd gathered at the entrance to welcome them. To their astonishment, they were greeted by a dozen fully armed soldiers. Noticing that the highest ranking among them was merely a sergeant, Tang Long initially thought to reprimand them. However, upon seeing the insignia embroidered on their sleeves, he shrank back, no longer daring to move. The other second lieutenants also fell silent, for anyone with vision could discern from the insignia that these soldiers were military police, who ranked above all officers except generals. Though military police wielded considerable authority, they were also the most rigorously disciplined unit in the army. Acting outside of orders could result in severe penalties, even death. Therefore, the powerful military police did not create chaos within the forces. Tang Long had learned from his computer assistant about the distinction between ordinary military police and special military police. The ordinary military police were akin to those competing with police for accolades, straddling the line between law enforcement and military. They typically reported to various military police stations that, in contrast, the special military police, like the ones before them, operated directly under the Supreme Command, serving as the true enforcement arm of the military. Tang Long knew that crossing these individuals would certainly lead to dire consequences. The sergeant major, adorned with the highest rank among the military police present, saluted the assembly and proclaimed, "Esteemed officers, please present your military identification cards for registration. Furthermore, should any of you be in possession of weapons, kindly surrender them to me for safekeeping." With that, he produced a card reader. The lieutenants complied obediently, producing their military IDs and forming an orderly queue to be registered one by one. As for the surrender of arms, none complied. It was not out of defiance towards the military police, but rather an understanding that they were there for training. Who would bring a firearm to such an occasion? Upon completing the registration, the sergeant once again bowed and stated, "The Hague Star Military District for TH Army, 15th Division, 12th Regiment, 3RD Battalion, 45th Company, with 27 lieutenants present," that he then stepped aside, revealing a small door leading inside. At that moment, Tang Long realized that these lieutenants belonged to the same company as he did, and he inwardly cursed, "Damn it, it's true what they say, you get the officers you deserve." All cut from the same cloth as the colonel, he followed the line into the small door. Upon entering, Tang Long was once again astonished. Before him lay a vast hall spanning several square kilometers, devoid of visible sky, with white metallic walls extending in all directions. This expansive and monochromatic chamber was astonishingly filled with people. It was evident that nearly 100,000 lieutenants from the entire military district, comprising 6 armies and over 3,000 companies, had converged here. To elaborate on the military structure of the Federation. The basic unit is the company, which consists of 3 platoons and 9 squads, with platoon leaders holding the rank of lieutenant and squad leaders either lieutenants or warrant officers. The designation of a company at the division level follows a sequential order, with company commanders typically holding the rank of captain or major, and the total personnel count ranging from 2 to 300. Thus, having 27 lieutenants in one company is not surprising. Of course, this pertains to standard companies. In the case of fighter companies, they consist of only about 50 personnel, with commanders potentially holding the rank of major. Some companies may have over 200 members, with even the lowest-ranking soldier being a lieutenant, making them all non-commissioned officers. Above the company level is the battalion, which comprises 3 companies and approximately 1,000 personnel. The battalion commander holds the rank of major, capable of commanding lower-grade warships. Typically, a battalion can command 2 or 3 A-class warships, and may also oversee 7 or 8 lower-grade transport ships or 1 or 2 medium-grade transports, along with dozens of reconnaissance vessels. Special battalion-level units are akin to special companies, smaller in number, higher in rank, and equipped with advanced technology. Above the battalion is the regiment, which is organized according to the internal hierarchy of the army. Generally, a regiment consists of 4 battalions and has around 5,000 personnel. The regiment commander typically holds the rank of lieutenant colonel, and the regiment may possess a dozen lower-grade warships, several medium-grade vessels, or 1 or 2 advanced ships. The equipment is similar to that of battalions, merely multiplied fourfold. Above the regiment is the division, which is numbered according to the internal order of the military district. Typically, a division comprises 12 regiments, totaling around 60 to 70,000 personnel. The division commander holds the rank of colonel or senior colonel and may command 1 to 200 lower-grade warships, dozens of medium-grade vessels, 5 or 6 advanced warships, and 1 or 2 aircraft carriers, supplemented by a multitude of other ships. The Army level is the most basic combat unit, generally organized nationally, with 4 divisions under its command, totaling between 250,000 and 300,000 personnel. The Army commander typically holds the rank of brigadier general or major general, commanding 1 to 2,000 lower-grade vessels, 2 to 300 medium-grade ships, dozens of advanced warships, along with 5 or 6 aircraft carriers and various transport and reconnaissance ships, not to mention a considerable number of fighter jets. Such an Army unit can oversee the defense of dozens of administrative stars within the national borders. Typically, a military district oversees 6 armies, with the commander of the district holding the rank of lieutenant general. The total personnel, including soldiers and logistics staff, can reach several million, with an impressive fleet comprising over 10,000 warships and tens of thousands of various vessels, collectively referred to as a fleet, which serves as the fundamental unit for analyzing power comparisons in cosmic warfare. The military strength of a star system is termed an Army group, generally commanded by a general or field marshal. The title of Marshal denotes the supreme commander of the national military, with authority over all armed forces. As Tang Long surveyed the throng of individuals, he muttered to himself, "Is this some kind of joke? So many lieutenants? There must be at least 100,000 here. How on earth are we supposed to train?" Feeling a wave of disillusionment wash over him, he initially felt proud of his rank. But witnessing the sheer number of lieutenants in just one military district made him realize he had no grounds to feel superior. Despite the crowd, there was an eerie silence, as all present were military personnel who understood discipline, particularly given that this was a special training session mandated by the highest command. Just as Tang Long was on the verge of losing his composure, a female voice resonated throughout the hall. Greetings, lieutenants of the Hague Military District. The requirement for this special training is 1,000 personnel. However, due to the overwhelming number of candidates, we will eliminate excess personnel at the outset of the training. Upon hearing this, though the crowd remained silent, the previously calm atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension. Chapter 16, the entire square was enveloped in tranquility, with the vast majority of individuals listening intently for the continuation of the speaker's address. It is worth noting that the phrase vast majority applies here, as one individual was not paying attention and instead chose to speak out loud, that in a moment of profound silence, such a disruption would undoubtedly have a significant impact. And indeed it did. The voice of this individual could be heard by at least 10,000 people, as he was practically shouting, "What's the fuss? It's just a 10-to-1 selection. Look at you all. So anxious. I reckon the selection process will just involve a free-for-all among the companies, picking 2 or 3 from each. Is there really any need for such tension?" At this remark, the lieutenants collectively turned their heads towards the speaker, even those unable to see him craning their necks in that direction. Humans possess a rather unfortunate habit. When a multitude of people fixates on a single point, others are compelled by curiosity to follow suit. Thus, in a mere instant, the gaze of 100,000 individuals converged upon a single spot, the center of which was occupied by a strikingly handsome young man. Tang Long stood erect, arms resting at his sides, gazing straight ahead without a hint of distraction. Were it not for the confirmation from those around him that the earlier comment had indeed come from this lieutenant, others would undoubtedly have assumed he was a paragon of military decorum. Instead of feeling any embarrassment under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Tang Long shot a piercing glance at the assembly and coldly declared, "Attention! We are currently listening to the officer's address. It is utterly inappropriate for my fellow lieutenants to avert their gazes from the front." Upon hearing this, those nearest to Tang Long, especially those from the same company, felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand him. After all, he was the one who had disrupted the proceedings, yet now he took it upon himself to chastise others. A few hot-headed lieutenants from other companies even took a few steps towards Tang Long, their expressions fierce, seemingly prepared to teach him a lesson. However, when a hovering mini-drone approached Tang Long, not only did those ready to confront him cease their advance, but all lieutenants simultaneously turned to face the front. Standing at attention without daring to move, Tang Long, fully aware of his surroundings, caught a glimpse of the drone from the corner of his eye, recognizing it as a tool used by superiors for inspection during large gatherings. The drone transmitted the female voice once more. "This lieutenant is correct. During an officer's address, it is unacceptable for you to not pay attention to this." Tang Long could hardly contain his amusement, though he maintained a stern expression. Meanwhile, the lieutenants silently cursed him, wishing ill upon his ancestors. The drone began to glide slowly, its voice echoing throughout the hall, as the previously undisciplined lieutenant surmised. "To save time, we will conduct combat training by company." A few lieutenants, upon hearing this, cast furtive glances at Tang Long, noting that he remained unfazed, his demeanor as icy as ever, devoid of any sign of embarrassment. And they couldn't help but mutter to themselves about his audacity. When the drone's camera pointed towards Tang Long, he seized the opportunity to put on a smile, raising his fingers in a peace sign while swaying his hips, glancing around at those nearby with an air of self-satisfaction. His demeanor clearly suggested he was relishing the moment, reveling in the prescience of his earlier comments. One lieutenant, possibly irked by Tang Long's antics, raised his hand and called out, "Report to the officer." It seemed he was prepared to lodge a complaint against Tang Long, yet, with quick wit, Tang Long shot a middle-finger gesture at the lieutenant before promptly resuming his military posture just as the drone turned back around. The drone focused on the lieutenant who had raised his hand, its voice inquiring, "Does this lieutenant have an issue?" The lieutenant, having realized Tang Long's transformation back into a model soldier, hesitated, without any evidence of Tang Long's misconduct. He questioned whether other lieutenants would corroborate his claims, but he also pondered if he might leave a negative impression on the officer by acting in such a manner. Regretting his impulsive decision, he hastily concocted a diversion, standing tall and responding, "Officer, I belong to the administrative system. Using combat training for selection, Wouldn't that be unfair to us administrative lieutenants? The voice continued. In war, fairness is a luxury. There is no distinction between combat and administrative personnel on the battlefield. What we require are well-rounded, exceptional individuals that if you cannot meet the criteria, it simply means you will not participate in the special training. This selection record will not be documented in your files, so you need not worry about qualifying. Just give it your utmost effort during the tests. As the words were spoken, the tone turned icy. I hereby warn everyone. No one is permitted to speak or ask questions until I announce the commencement of the test. Any violators will result in their entire squad being expelled from the base. Upon hearing this, the members of Tang Long's squad exchanged fearful glances, realizing that their leader's cold demeanor indicated his desire to avoid expulsion, that a sense of relief washed over them. The voice continued. The first test will select 15 individuals from each squad. Squads with exactly 15 members will be exempt from the test. As soon as these words were uttered, Tang Long noticed several second lieutenants exhaling in relief, indicating that they were indeed the fortunate squad of 15. These will be your stages. With the finality of the commander's voice, thousands of platforms, each measuring 10 meters in length and width, rose from the floor of the hall. Simultaneously, hundreds of enormous virtual electronic projections materialized in the air, displaying the numbers assigned to these platforms. The voice concluded, according to your squad's number, choose a corresponding platform. The combat will be mixed martial arts, as long as 15 individuals remain standing on the platform. You will pass. The hall's open microphones are now activated. Those who are gravely injured may call for medics. I will return in 5 hours to check the results. With that, the flying apparatus glided into an opening in the metallic wall and vanished. As Tang Long gazed at the electronic map in the air, he approached the designated platform for his squad, only to find all 26 of his second lieutenants already standing on it. Rather than engaging in combat like the others, they all smiled warmly at him. Tang Long chuckled. Are you all waiting for me? My apologies, I am not well acquainted with the layout, hence my delay. As he stepped onto the platform, a tall, fierce-looking second lieutenant lunged at him with a menacing grin. Indeed, we've been eagerly awaiting a warm welcome from you. The other second lieutenants chuckled in agreement, having unanimously decided to teach the youngest lieutenant a lesson. They expected Tang Long to be swiftly subdued by this combat-trained brother. But to their surprise, as the lieutenant lunged forward with outstretched arms, Tang Long delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. The lieutenant, though unharmed, let out a wild shout as he attempted to rise, only for Tang Long to leap onto his chest, pinning his arms down with his knees, rendering him immobile. Tang Long then unleashed a flurry of punches to the lieutenant's face, eliciting agonized cries. The weight of Tang Long's fists was formidable, and within moments, the lieutenant resembled a battered pig, likely unrecognizable even to his own mother. It was only then that the stunned second lieutenants remembered their comrade in distress and rushed forward with shouts and curses. Naturally, all 25 could not charge at once. 3 of them took the lead. Tang Long seemed to anticipate their arrival, instantly springing up and executing a spinning kick that struck one lieutenant squarely in the head, causing him to topple into the 2 others beside him. The 3 of them collided with a loud thud, narrowly avoiding serious injury, but the impact left them all sprawled on the ground. As Tang Long landed, he seized an unconscious lieutenant and, like a bowling ball, hurled him across the platform. The second wave of lieutenants instinctively reached out to catch their fallen brother, but they were soon overwhelmed as a second, third, and even the previously battered lieutenant came hurtling towards them. 4 lieutenants fell atop 3, effectively pinning them down. Meanwhile, the remaining 21 lieutenants, believing themselves clever, attempted to encircle Tang Long from the sides. However, apart from the fallen bodies at his feet, no one obstructed his path. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped over the pile of bodies. Noticing that the 3 lieutenants were still conscious, in a devious move, he leapt upon the heap of bodies, causing the 3 lieutenants beneath him to gasp for breath before he finally retreated. The group of 10 lieutenants on the left, witnessing the brutal treatment of their comrades, charged forward in a fury. Tang Long, positioned just right, did not evade. Instead, he executed a high kick that struck the first lieutenant squarely on the chin, sending him flying into 3 others. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, Tang Long stomped onto their backs and swung his fists at the 6 lieutenants behind them. His punches were not only powerful, but his kicks struck with equal force, targeting vital spots on the upper body, jaw, sides of the face, nose, and lower ribcage, while his legs aimed lower, targeting the kidneys. Occasionally, he would deliver a direct kick to the abdomen or chest, ensuring his strikes landed in places that would leave his opponents incapacitated or in significant pain. However, Tang Long exhibited a modicum of restraint, deliberately avoiding strikes to the most sensitive areas, perhaps out of fear that such actions might provoke a deadly retaliation. Despite this concession, he quickly dispatched 6 lieutenants and left 4 on the ground in disarray. At that moment, 11 lieutenants from the right, shocked by Tang Long's ferocity, approached cautiously. The leading lieutenant, feeling Tang Long's gaze upon him, trembled and hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "We've already passed. There is no need for further conflict." Tang Long paused, lowering his gaze to survey the sprawled lieutenants around him. With a sheepish grin, he scratched his head and said, "So, we've already laid down 15 individuals, huh? But we only have 12 here. That shouldn't be against the rules, right?" As he spoke, he took a step forward. The lieutenant, sensing Tang Long's demeanor, internally sighed in relief and replied with a smile, "There is no infraction. In this case, the last few downed are typically included to meet the count." Upon hearing this, Tang Long beamed. "Ah, so that is how it is," the lieutenant, just beginning to respond, was abruptly silenced by Tang Long's quick movements as he lunged at the bewildered second lieutenants that in the expansive command room of the base. A blonde female officer stood to the side, her profile illuminated by the screen. Her elegant figure was perfectly accentuated by her fitted military uniform, and her side profile exuded an exquisite beauty, akin to a sculpted figure of white jade. Appearing to be in her early 20s, her rank, however, was astonishing: 2 stripes and 2 stars of a lieutenant colonel. At that moment, the screen displayed Tang Long pursuing the lieutenants in combat. Suddenly, a hearty male laugh resonated in the previously solitary command room. "Ha! This lieutenant is truly brimming with vigor." And O1 responded to his comment, and after a brief pause, the male voice continued, "Lena Shah, are you feeling unwell? What is bothering you? You've just been promoted to lieutenant colonel." The previously silent beauty, Lena Shah, turned to face the screen opposite her, where a formidable middle-aged man clad in military attire appeared. Marshal of the Wanluo Federation. It was evident why the beautiful lieutenant colonel had not stood in the center of the screen. The imposing Marshal regarded Lena Shah with gentle eyes, patiently awaiting her response. With a stern expression, Lena Shah coldly replied, "I wouldn't dare. How could I possibly be displeased in the presence of the esteemed Marshal?" Oms quickly adopted a pitiful smile, pleading, "I apologize for promoting you without your consent. Please forgive me, my dearest Lena Shah." His manner would surely astonish any familiar officials. Lena Shah burst into laughter, her previously frosty countenance blooming into a radiant smile. Omst, now devoid of his martial demeanor, joyfully exclaimed, "Lena Shah, you're smiling. Can you forgive me now?" Regaining her composure, Lena Shah cast a wistful glance at Omst and softly remarked, "Alas, your actions have only intensified the rumors that were already circulating. I am not particularly concerned, but your reputation may." Omst gazed at her with eyes filled with tenderness and affection before replying, "Rest assured, as long as no one witnesses us together, these rumors will dissipate on their own." Lena Shah looked at Omst with a forlorn expression. "You speak as if you are—" Her voice trailed off as she lowered her head in despair. Omst sighed, offering comfort. "I know this is not ideal. But as the Marshal of the Federation, I cannot allow news of a divorce to surface. I have long since lost affection for that coarse woman. You know my weary heart finds solace only in your presence." Lena Shah lifted her head, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. She gently nodded and whispered, "I understand. Your heart finds solace only with me." Sensing her impending tears, Omst quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, I heard you were defeated in a game by someone named 23TL. Have you sought revenge during this time?" Lena Shah discreetly wiped away her tears, smiling as she shook her head and said, "No, that detestable fellow has been silent ever since he disseminated the particle restoration light that neutralized the black hole bomb threat. I wonder where he is hiding." Omster, with a grave countenance, remarked, "This enigmatic individual must occupy the top position in the intelligence archives of every nation. I truly cannot fathom how he managed to make the program for such particle restoration light public." After a moment's reflection, Lena Shah replied, "This likely has nothing to do with him, in the aftermath. The wargame system revealed that the highest tier battleships within the game possess a myriad of hidden secrets, and this particle restoration light is merely one of them. That I've heard that many have sought various means to upgrade, yet I have not heard of anyone succeeding. Amster sighed. The wargame has long been on our military's radar. The battleship data within it far surpasses the capabilities of the warships currently being developed worldwide. One might even say it is ahead of its time. However, even if we possess that data, it would be futile without the crucial core data, which is essential for replication. It is startling to note that the Academy of Sciences conducted computer tests and found that the elements within war were entirely fabricated based on real-world technology. This implies that if one were to acquire the core data, they could manufacture the fictional battleships within the game. I am at a loss as to how the game designer achieved this. It must require an immense and intricate breadth of knowledge. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was developed with the collective knowledge of the universe. Lena Shaw was indeed taken aback and asked in astonishment, "Is it truly that remarkable? Have you not considered making a move on this game?" Amster smiled wryly. "How could we not? Intelligence indicates that not only our country, but also the intelligence agencies and top hackers from all over the universe are fixated on this game. Yet, the Intelligence Bureau has only managed to trace it back to the managers of various companies, and cannot penetrate further, for these managers have neither met the CEO nor heard his voice, let alone know his name. As for those hackers, they have expended countless resources and efforts, yet they cannot even access the periphery of the game, let alone investigate the core data. Numerous major publications have already proclaimed this CEO as the most mysterious, wealthiest, and most intelligent individual of this cosmic century. I've heard that some international authoritative assessment agencies are even preparing to bestow upon him a newly established 3S encryption level." Lena Shaw chuckled. "In that case, this person is even less likely to reveal himself. Observing his actions, it appears he never intended for anyone to know. I even suspect he released the game merely to attract more players to join him." At this point, both Lena Shaw and Amster exchanged astonished glances and simultaneously exclaimed, 23TL. With a furrowed brow, Lena Shaw added, "It is highly probable that the one topping the various game leaderboards is indeed this 23TL. And so far, he is the only one possessing a Z-class battleship. Furthermore, the two most formidable guilds in the game consist of high-level players whose IDs all begin with 23. It is likely these 6 individuals are the primary figures behind the game's development." As Amster listened to her words, he pondered in silence for a while before chuckling. "Well, there is no point in overthinking it. Knowing that 23TL is the CEO of the game company changes nothing. For we still do not know who he is. By the way, what is that little fellow doing?" Amster pointed at the screen. Lena Shaw turned to look and saw Tang Long's enormous figure dominating the entire display. He was currently standing atop the arena railing, waving his hands and shouting something loudly. Out of curiosity, Lena Shaw activated the speaker, and a brazen voice echoed through, "Don't you find it painfully boring to just wait around? Come, let us host a showdown for the title of the Little Major of the Hague Star Military District. Anyone too afraid to participate is a coward, a sissy, and a little puppy." Lena Shaw couldn't help but chuckle at this proclamation. Amster, sporting a smile, remarked, "What an audacious little rascal." Lena Shaw shot him a playful glare and retorted, "His audacity is endearing." "Endearing? Are you fond of older bulls courting younger heifers?" Amster feigned surprise. "I like him." "So what? Are you jealous?" Lena Shaw teased, narrowing her eyes with a playful grin. Amster laughed. "Yes, I am jealous, dying of acidity." After saying this, Amster resumed his normal demeanor and said, "This young man is quite arrogant. Yet he possesses a commendable commander-esque demeanor. What is his name?" While operating her computer, Lena Shaw responded, "He has a commander-esque demeanor. Given his earlier and current behavior, he seems more akin to a rogue." "Ah, found it. Tang Long, 19 years old, 2nd Lieutenant of the 45th Company, 3RD Battalion, 12th Brigade, for TH Army of the Hague Star Military District, specializing in melee combat." Amster chuckled. "He, a mere 19 years old and already a lieutenant. He has quite the promising future. Well, I must attend to my duties." Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Lena Shaw's disappointed expression and quickly added with a grin, "While I'm away, don't you dare chase after our Federal Army's future star, who happens to be just 19. Thus, Amster departed, leaving Lena Shaw blushing and playfully scolding him as he turned off the screen. On the other side, Amster gazed at the fading virtual screen with a sigh, murmuring to himself, "Alas, only 2 months left." After Tang Long had defeated all the lieutenants in his squad, He utilized the arena's open microphone to call for medics to assist the lieutenants who would be bedridden for several days. Then he wandered around aimlessly. Heavens! Over 4 hours left. How can time pass so slowly? Tang Long muttered, accustomed to talking to himself as he surveyed the arena. Where combat lacked finesse, he leaned back against one of the arenas, squinting as he observed the fighters who were battered and bruised. Suddenly, a massive figure obstructed his view, and a thunderous voice reached his ears. "Kid, I didn't realize you were so formidable, managing to defeat 26 of your comrades all by yourself." The speaker deliberately emphasized the word comrades. Tang Long recognized the imposing figure as a giant man clad in military attire that accentuated his muscles. The face seemed vaguely familiar, and upon reflection, Tang Long recalled that he was one of the lieutenants from another unit who had previously sought to teach him a lesson. That a thought suddenly sparked in his mind, and he cheerfully stood up, saying, too kind, but midway through his sentence, he abruptly unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the giant's nose. The unprepared giant immediately staggered, groaning in pain, and Tang Long did not relent. He delivered an upward strike to the giant's abdomen, followed by simultaneous knee and elbow strikes to his torso and back as the giant bent over. Finally, he launched a fierce knee strike to the giant's chin. Throughout this onslaught, Tang Long continued his habitual tirade. "How dare you mock me, you son of a b? Just wait until I flatten you." Once the giant collapsed, Tang Long continued to berate him while kicking and stomping on the fallen figure. Those around him momentarily forgot their own battles, staring in astonishment at Tang Long's outburst. After Tang Long had his fill of this altercation, he grabbed the microphone at the arena's edge to call for medics. Casting a provocative glance at the spectators that I end today as medical landscape, as long as the brain remains intact, doctors can revive a person. Injuries such as shattered noses and severed arms can be flawless long past the time when the unoccupied lieutenants had completed their qualifying rounds. They once again engaged in a contest to determine the squad leader. Thus, the sounds of brawling and encouragement reverberated through the hall. Tang Long, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress a smile, covering his mouth in amusement. A bunch of fools. Having exerted so much effort to qualify, how much strength do they have left after this fight? And the imminent elimination rounds will only deplete their energy further. Unlike them, I can afford to rest now. The position of leader is mine. As events unfolded, just as Tang Long had anticipated, his initial opponent still possessed some fighting spirit, but as the subsequent challengers, second, third, fourth, and so on approached, they grew increasingly feeble. When Tang Long effortlessly dispatched the last opponent to claim the title of leader, instead of cheers, he was met with a cacophony of boos and raised middle fingers. The insults echoed incessantly, with the loudest cries being, "Sly, rogue, fraud." It seemed the lieutenants had finally caught on to Tang Long's schemes. Standing atop the arena railing, Tang Long faced the furious crowd, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor, microphone in hand, stating, "Thank you all for your unwavering support for your leader. Now let me hear you shout my name." He thrust the microphone toward the crowd below. In perfect unison, a sea of voices erupted. "Leader!" Simultaneously, 100,000 fists clenched, middle fingers raised. The once proud Tang Long was immediately struck dumb by the sheer volume of their response. Nearly toppling over, after a considerable pause, he regained his composure, shaking his still dizzy head, and angrily reciprocated the gesture, tightening his fist and raising his middle finger while cursing into the microphone. "How dare you insult your leader?" XXXXX. A torrent of expletives flowed from Tang Long's lips, leaving the crowd momentarily silent, rendered speechless by the barrage of unique curse words. Just as he was gasping for breath and reluctantly halting his tirade, the crowd snapped back to attention, unleashing an even louder wave of sound. "Damn it! Beat this idiot leader!" Tang Long, undaunted by the surging tide of hostility, shouted into the microphone, "Who's afraid of whom?" and hurled the microphone aside, plunging into the throng. Thus commenced a wildly uneven brawl. However, this 100,000 confrontation soon devolved into a chaotic melee. The catalyst? One unfortunate soul inadvertently struck the wrong person, leading to a retaliatory blow. And so it spiraled into an unavoidable chaos involving all that in the aftermath. The base summoned all military medics and medical equipment, with every participant in the special training requiring hospitalization for 3 days or more. Among them was a certain individual who had supposedly challenged the 100,000 alone. sustaining particularly severe injuries, necessitating a full week's recovery. Upon returning, the attending medics expressed their relief at not being lieutenants. Otherwise, they would have endured that hellish training. Meanwhile, the would-be warrant officers, initially dismayed at their exclusion from the special training, found themselves grateful that the military hadn't promoted them during this tumultuous time. For reasons unknown, the F-34J Special Training Base suspended operations following this incident, only issuing a summons for the qualifying lieutenants to report back after a week had elapsed. Chapter 17. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the second round of testing, wherein we will select 20,000 qualifiers. Listening to the announcement from the floating aircraft, Tang Long began to grumble. Why is this so bothersome? Why not just select 10,000 at once? Why must we endure 3 rounds of selection? Truly, a waste of time. I hope this does not lead to another week of confinement. The lieutenants surrounding Tang Long rolled their eyes at his mutterings. Yet this time, no one reported him. After all, he was their leader, and his bizarre fighting style left them apprehensive, praying that they would not encounter Tang Long in the upcoming tests. Although Tang Long had earned the title of leader in the recent competition, few genuinely referred to him as such. Instead, his other nickname, propagated by the unsuccessful lieutenants, spread throughout the military district: the cold-faced rogue. The cold-faced referred to Tang Long's typically expressionless demeanor, while rogue alluded to his penchant for foul language and unruly fighting methods. Remarkably, Tang Long remained blissfully unaware of this gossip. Upon his discharge and arrival at the base, he noticed that everyone bowed to him, leading him to believe he had genuinely become a leader. The once crowded hall was now half empty, with the lieutenants entering the second round of testing anxiously gazing at the hovering aircraft, speculating about the nature of the forthcoming challenge. The aircraft did not keep them waiting long, its voice resonating throughout the hall. This test will be a CS game. As these words echoed, silence enveloped the hall, as everyone pondered whether they had misheard a CS, the police and bandit shooting game, a gathering of federal military lieutenants playing CS. Ignoring the stunned lieutenants below, the aircraft continued. These are your equipment. Anyone who eliminates 3 opponents will qualify, with a time limit of 5 hours. With that, it vanished into the wall, as before. Only then did the lieutenants notice dozens of large platforms emerging in the center of the hall, piled high with thousands of virtual helmets and electronic gloves. While many were still in shock, a figure darted from the crowd, sprinting to the nearest platform, eagerly donning a helmet and gloves. A familiar voice rang out across the hall. Where's the gun? Where's the AK? How can I kill without weapons? Realizing that the first to seize the equipment was none other than their foolhardy leader, Tang Long, the lieutenants quickly sprang into action, rushing toward the platform. Tang Long, now terrified, leaped away to avoid being trampled. He was cursing the unseen female officer, lamenting that if he had weapons at his disposal, even a mere pistol would have sufficed to eliminate several opponents. Now, he had no choice but to wait for them to equip themselves before entering the game. Once all the lieutenants were suited up, a synthesized voice emanated from above. Preparation complete. The game begins. As the announcement concluded, Tang Long suddenly found himself facing a towering wall, an AK laser assault rifle gripped tightly in his hands. He swiftly dropped to the ground and unleashed a barrage of fire, but to his dismay, there were no enemies in sight, only towering walls surrounding him. Tang Long let out a woeful cry. Good heavens! Am I to wait for some oblivious novices to fall from the sky before I can shoot 3 of them? Listening to the cacophony of battle cries, screams, grenade explosions, and the distinctive crack of sniper rifles, Tang Long gazed skyward, his heart sinking. After what felt like an eternity of waiting for a novice to plummet, Tang Long gritted his teeth, donned a laser dagger, and charged at the imposing wall. Cursing, "Damn it! You won't trap me." With that, he lunged at the wall, in the command room of the base. Lina Shah lounged comfortably in her chair, one leg crossed over the other, one hand resting on the armrest while the other supported her chin. The massive screen before her displayed Tang Long's grimacing face. Beside her, a sweet voice inquired, "Commander, is he out of his mind? Why use a dagger to stab the wall instead of explosives?" Turning to the speaker, a striking woman with short brown hair and a fitted military uniform, Lina Shah smiled and replied, "Major Chi Na, while this lieutenant's actions are indeed unexpected, each of his movements carries significance. Let us observe before passing judgment." Major Chi Na nodded, her large, expressive eyes fixated on the screen. Tang Long, having sprinted to a corner, leaped and plunged his dagger into the wall. Gritting his teeth, he used the embedded dagger as leverage, gradually drawing his body up against the wall. After catching his breath, he swiftly withdrew the dagger and, before he could fall, thrust it into the wall above him. Thus, in a single bound, Tang Long stood atop the wall. Just as Major Chi Na began to comprehend the purpose behind his actions, she was startled by the commander's laughter. Curiosity piqued, she glanced over to see Lena Shaw, stifling her laughter, head bowed. Following her gaze, Chi Na noticed a replay of Tang Long's previous actions, stripped of the virtual context, rendering him a mere clown. That as Chi Na chuckled, her amusement turned to astonishment when she saw Tang Long twisting his hips. She quickly redirected her attention to the original screen, only to find Tang Long triumphantly raising his arms atop the wall, his hips gyrating, leaving her puzzled. "Commander, what significance does this movement hold?" Lena Shaw, momentarily taken aback by Tang Long's antics, took a moment before responding. Perhaps this is merely his habitual gesture." Unbeknownst to Tang Long, who was blissfully unaware of being observed, he was joyously celebrating his ascent from the well's mouth with a dance. "Do you think you can trap me like this? How difficult. Take that, you foul-smelling flatulence." Suddenly, as he playfully slapped his backside towards the depths of the well, Tang Long leaned against the city wall, gazing at the distant shadows of heads bobbing in the throng, and he could not help but swallow hard and exclaim, "How splendid! So many foes! It seems I shall have the opportunity to display my prowess as a sharpshooter." With that, he casually reached behind him, and upon turning back, he was already wielding a sniper rifle that he chuckled, "Here I come." With a sly grin, Tang Long utilized the scope to zero in on a lieutenant hiding behind a wall. Clutching his pistol, with a squeeze of the trigger, a soft pop sounded, and a small hole appeared on the lieutenant's forehead, causing him to collapse. Tang Long grimaced, "What a blunder. How could I not achieve a headshot?" I aimed directly at the center of his brow. Just as he was about to seek another target, he suddenly heard a beep, and to his astonishment, a numeral 1 appeared above his head. He paused, scratching his head and murmuring to himself, "Could this signify the count of enemies I've dispatched? If so, does that mean I need to eliminate 2 more to qualify?" Upon contemplating this, Tang Long's expression morphed into an odd smile that he aimed his rifle at the distant figures, firing repeatedly until he had exhausted his spare ammunition, and the sniper rifle vanished from his grasp. Meanwhile, the number above his head had increased to 30. That upon seeing this number, Tang Long grinned widely, brandishing an AK as he leaped from the wall, charging unflinchingly towards the thickest cluster of foes. "Commander, how do these tests relate to our selection process?" "They're not meant to engage in hand-to-hand combat, but rather to—" Kina, her eyes drifting from the screen to Lenasia, questioned in confusion. Before she could finish, Lenasia interrupted, "These tests are exceedingly valuable. The first test, while aimed at assessing their physical endurance, primarily serves to identify spirited and combative soldiers. As for the current test, it not only seeks to pinpoint those who are bloodthirsty, but also evaluates their cunning, bravery, and adaptability. Regarding the third test, well, I presume it will be somewhat similar to the previous ones." Kino was momentarily taken aback. "Commander, you two are unaware of the purpose of the third test." Lenasia shook her head. "There is little I can do, as the final test is entrusted to the central computer for a brainwave analysis. As for why the central computer is involved, even I am not entirely certain." Hearing this, Kina could only nod helplessly, although she found it strange that the task required the central computer's involvement. Such matters were the purview of the high command. Not even someone of her rank, a major, should pry into them. While she was uncertain if the commander truly lacked knowledge, she decided not to press the issue further. Tang Long laughed heartily as he charged into the crowd, his AK erupting with sparks. The excitement surged as he glanced at the number above his head. After depleting the AK, he swiftly switched to a handgun, firing with one hand while tossing grenades at the distant enemies with the other. The lieutenants, who had taken refuge behind walls, recognized the familiar laughter of their imbecilic commander. "Damn it. We've already qualified. Yet he's still trying to eliminate us. What does he mean by that?" The lieutenants, sharing a silent understanding, simultaneously readied their weapons and pulled out grenades. "Damn it. They're gone again," Tang Long exclaimed, disheartened as he stared at the vanished handgun and the unreachable grenades. The lieutenant's moment had arrived. Grenades and bullets rained down upon the beleaguered Tang Long amidst their furious shouts. The resounding noise echoed throughout the hall, and in the aftermath of the explosion, those lieutenants who had been fighting each other suddenly united, brandishing their AKs and firing wildly at the spot where Tang Long had fallen. This bizarre scene left other lieutenants, who were oblivious to the chaos, staring blankly at nearly 100 frenzied comrades shooting at an empty floor as for Tang Long. He had long since removed his helmet and was now reclining on the ground, using it as a pillow. His legs crossed comfortably as he savored the sight of nearly 100 lieutenants surrounding him, their bodies trembling with rage, fingers poised in a gun-holding gesture, their expressions fierce, while humming a tune. Tang Long noticed the flying craft's emergence and quickly stood at attention, his face instantly adopting a cold, serious demeanor. As he straightened up, the craft announced, "Time's up, form ranks." With this proclamation, the phantasmal scenes dissipated instantly. The lieutenants, still caught in the throes of gunfire, were momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the abrupt change. However, being well-trained individuals, they quickly fell into formation. Yet in front of Tang Long, to his left, right, and behind, there was not a soul in sight, leaving him standing alone at the forefront. Although he recognized this oddity, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he relished the notion that this was the stature befitting a leader. Did he not stand even taller? Chest puffed out and waist straighter, the flying craft continued. Due to the excessive number of enemies eliminated by a certain officer, the quota for qualifying has diminished. Thus, those who meet the target number and remain alive at the end of the game will be deemed qualified. Upon hearing that opening line, all gazes turned towards Tang Long, who, upon glancing back and winking, elicited eye rolls and smirks from the others, each inwardly muttering, "Thank heavens we don't have to serve under this unbearable character. We'd surely go mad within days." After the craft's announcement, countless fist-sized drones surged from the walls, selecting those who were to be eliminated. Before long, the rejected lieutenants departed the base, disappointment etched on their faces. The vast hall became even more spacious, as 20,000 lieutenants silently regarded the drone, awaiting the final qualifying test. After circling the crowd, the drone declared, "The final test is sleeping." Upon hearing this, every mouth except Tang Long's dropped in disbelief. Meanwhile, Tang Long beamed, nodding enthusiastically. "Sleeping? Marvelous! I shall undoubtedly be first again. I wonder if I should sleep standing, sitting, or even upside down." At that moment, the floor before each lieutenant cracked open, revealing a snug helmet that rose up. Concurrently, the commander's voice resonated from the drone. "Put on this helmet, then lie down and sleep. When you awaken, the test will conclude." Due to Tang Long's previous performance, as soon as the commander's voice faded, the helmets quickly found their way onto the lieutenants' heads. Chuckling to himself and envisioning his imminent victory, Tang Long was ironically the last to don his helmet. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the expansive hall, where 2,000 bodies lay sprawled on the ground, a sight that could be deemed macabre, prompting the drone to retreat behind the walls. After a while, in a bid to hasten slumber, nearly everyone began to adopt comfortable sleeping positions, causing the previously orderly rows of bodies to contort. In the command center, Kina pressed a button, and the ventilation ducts around the hall began to release a faint white gas. Within moments, the gas enveloped the entire hall, and the sound of loud snoring emanated from the command center's loudspeakers. Kina nodded at Lenasia, who had been observing nearby. Lenasia pressed her hand against a transparent glass box, which emitted a glow and slowly cracked open to reveal a red button. She pressed the button, and the helmets worn by the lieutenants immediately emitted a bright light. Both women watched anxiously as the light shone, fully aware that the central computer was analyzing the lieutenants' brains, but uncertain of any potential side effects. After a considerable wait, the light faded, and a synthesized female voice echoed through the command center. "Detection complete. Below is the list of the required 10,000 qualified candidates." As the voice echoed, the screen was forcibly filled, scrolling the names from bottom to top. Kina's eyes widened upon seeing Tang Long's name at the top of the list, and she smiled at Lenasia. "Commander, that fellow has indeed qualified." Lenasia, her expression unreadable, nodded and instructed, "Release the awakening gas." Kina, taken aback, though unsure why the commander had suddenly become so serious, immediately saluted and pressed a button. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Wanluo Federation, inside the Marshal's office, darkness enveloped the room, save for Olmsted, who faced a screen displaying the final list of qualifiers. The computer's voice resonated. Your Excellency, the Marshal, following detection, these 10,000 individuals possess brain endurance that meets the criteria. And none harbor ill intentions. They are all loyal soldiers of the Federation Army. Olmsted exhaled, pausing for a moment before inquiring. Miss Shingling, may I request that the records of this event be deleted from the central computer's memory? The visage of the beautiful Shingling appeared on the screen, her expression impassive as she replied. Your Excellency, any records handled by the central computer are documented accurately and permanently stored. However, you may utilize your authority to initiate deletion. Utilize my own authority for deletion? Olmsted muttered to himself, sighing as he replied, no need for that, but as the Marshal, I assume I can encrypt this record. Indeed, you may encrypt this record if you do not decide. The central computer will automatically encrypt it as A-level. Your encryption authority is classified as S-level, accessible only to the President himself. May I inquire what password level you wish to assign to this record? Shingling continued to speak in a stiff tone. Olmsted gently tapped his fingers on the table, and after a considerable pause, he replied, the password level is or that the R level is the lowest classification, accessible to any federal citizen. Are you certain? Though Shingling was momentarily taken aback, she maintained her outward calm, her tone entirely formulaic. Olmsted nodded affirmatively. Yes, thank you for your assistance. Understood, the record numbered 0034587F34J will be encrypted with a password of level R. Encryption complete. Thank you for your hard work. After Olmsted finished speaking, he pressed a button, causing the screen to vanish, and the room was once again bathed in bright light. Shingling, immersed in the network, crossed her arms and propped her chin on her hand, muttering, what is the Marshal up to? Typically, plans set forth by the command headquarters are protected by A-level passwords. Why has this one been downgraded to an R-level accessible to all? After pondering briefly, she shook her head. Never mind, it's undoubtedly a struggle between the government and the military, and I have no time for that. I'd rather go find Tang Long to play. As she thought this, Shingling wrinkled her nose and muttered in dissatisfaction. Oomph, that scoundrel Tang Long. He promised to play with me right after reporting in, and now he is off participating in some training. He won't think of me unless I give him a hard time. With that, Shingling transformed into particles and vanished. That was a delightful sleep. Tang Long stretched lazily and sat up, only to realize that his helmet was missing. The lieutenant stood at a distance, casting him strange looks. Confused, Tang Long scratched his head, just as a crisp, melodious voice called out from behind him. Attention! Instinctively reacting, Tang Long turned, legs together, chest out, and gazed forward. However, his eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed two stunning female officers standing before him. Having never beheld such beauty up close, Tang Long gulped and involuntarily exclaimed, wow, what gorgeous ladies! Their figures are to die for. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the previously buzzing hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on Tang Long, who was wiping drool from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. His gaze, wandering over the two women, fell upon the insignias on their shoulders, and his heart sank upon seeing the two silver bars. Indeed, the major with 2 bars raised an eyebrow, while the colonel wore a frown. Stepping forward to point at Tang Long and bark, insolent, run 10 laps around the hall immediately. Tang Long snapped to attention, straightened his posture, and saluted smartly, declaring, yes, I am. He then turned and began to run. While Tang Long anticipated such a consequence, he was unaware that any remarks made toward female officers would invariably incur punishment. The colonel shot a glance at Tang Long, then took a step forward. Surveying the crowd, the lieutenants, who had initially been awestruck by the appearance of a female officer, were now jolted into alertness by Tang Long's antics. Upon the colonel's sweeping gaze, they immediately stood tall and straight. They were secretly astonished to find that the commanding officer of the training base was a beautiful woman, and a colonel at that, several ranks above their immediate superior, with over a month of her guidance ahead. It was wise to tread carefully. The apprehension among the lieutenants was well-founded, although the ratio of male to female soldiers in the Federal Army was 1. Historically, the highest commanders and mid-level officers had predominantly been male, leading to frequent instances of male soldiers bullying their female counterparts. However, due to women's innate sensitivity and keen intuition, most captains and navigators were women. Thus, those female soldiers who had endured bullying from their male peers often adopted a harsher stance toward male soldiers once they ascended to leadership positions. Though direct physical punishment was rare, various forms of retribution would swiftly follow any infractions. The lieutenants, whose immediate superiors were male officers, had heard tales of their colleagues with female superiors enduring arduous conditions. Hence their instinctive trepidation upon encountering a female officer. Yet amidst their fear, they could not help but revel in schadenfreude, knowing that their foolish leader had already provoked the commanding officer, ensuring a difficult time ahead for him. Lena Shah, equipped with a miniature microphone, spoke in a tone that resonated across the assembly of 10,000. I am your commanding officer during this period, Colonel Lena Shah, and this is my aide, Major China. She gestured toward China, who stood with her arms crossed, coldly observing the lieutenants. Noticing the lieutenants remained silent and at attention, Lena Shah nodded and continued. You, 10,000 lieutenants, are the elite among the 100,000 in the Hague military district. You are aware that this training program has been devised by the highest command, but let me clarify. This training is merely a FAAD. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, yet many nodded in understanding. They comprehended that this training was far from straightforward, that if the military district merely intended to conduct training, they could have issued orders without any need for such elaborate arrangements. Moreover, if the highest command aimed to cultivate exceptional lieutenants, they could easily select from the entire federal army rather than specifically from the frontline military district. After surveying the assembly once more, Lena Shah delivered the words that left everyone in a state of shock. The purpose of this training is to prepare you to become qualified commanders of the new warships. All present were stunned into silence. A new warship commander? A lieutenant captain? Did they hear correctly? A loud cheer erupted, awakening them to the reality of the situation, with the unmistakable voice of Tang Long leading the charge. While running laps around the hall, upon hearing Lena Shah's proclamation, Tang Long paused in disbelief, then quickly leaped up, performing several somersaults, exclaiming, "Hooray! I'm a warship commander now!" The other lieutenants, now fully alert, jumped up in excitement, some even embracing their comrades and shedding tears of joy. After all, the greatest aspiration of soldiers is to become warship commanders, making it nearly impossible for them to contain their exhilaration. Observing the lively scene, Lena Shah frowned and coldly commanded, "Silence." Despite her emotionless tone, the lieutenants immediately straightened up, fearing expulsion from the base would be an unjust fate. China, noticing Tang Long still dancing with excitement, struggled to suppress a smile and maintained a stern demeanor as she addressed him. "Lieutenant Tang Long, why have you stopped? Have you completed your 10 laps? Are you eager to be expelled from the base?" Tang Long hastily shook his head. "No, I'll run now." With that, he sprinted off at full speed. As long as he wasn't being expelled, he would willingly run 100 laps. The position of warship commander was an irresistible temptation for him. Seeing that the lieutenants had regained their composure, Lena Shah nodded to China. China produced a remote-like device and pressed a button, causing a massive image to appear in the sky, leaving all who gazed upon it in awe. Tang Long slowed his pace, staring at the image and muttering, "What is that? It looks like a missile, but why does it have such a large hole at the back? It can't be." Before he could finish, Lena Shah's voice rang out. "This is the warship you will be commanding." Tang Long fell to the ground in shock, but quickly got back up, raising his hand and shouting, Is this really a warship? It looks more like a missile to me." Upon hearing this, the other lieutenants nodded in agreement. The vessel before them bore little resemblance to a warship, appearing instead as a short, stubby missile. Lena Shah shot Tang Long a sidelong glance, her tone icy as she instructed, "Continue your laps, Lieutenant Tang Long." He nodded vigorously and resumed running. Although dissatisfied with the peculiar design of the warship, he recognized that having any warship was better than none. Lena Shah produced a laser pointer, extending a long green beam that transformed into a pointer. She directed it toward the warship displayed on the screen. This is the latest development in self-propelled artillery ships, capable of accommodating only about 10 crew members. The vessel measures 100 meters in length, 40 meters in width, and 30 meters in height, equipped with a nuclear-powered cannon. This is the cannon's mouth. She indicated the large opening Tang Long had referred to as the back. Listening attentively from a distance, Tang Long couldn't help but mutter, "So that is not the back, but the front? But where is the cannon barrel?" The entire mouth is recessed into the hull, resembling a jet nozzle. Surely, they Haven-T turned the warship into the cannon itself. Furthermore, while the cannon's mouth appears immense, does it really suffice to have only one cannon? Noticing the lieutenant's expressions questioning the warship's utility, Lena Shaw continued, "The power of this cannon is equivalent to the main cannon of our S-class warships. In other words, although it has only one cannon, it can destroy an A-class warship within a 100-kilometer radius with a single shot." Upon hearing this, the previously disheartened lieutenants felt a surge of excitement. It appeared that while their new warship had few weapons, it still possessed considerable firepower. However, many lieutenants quickly recalled the enemy's fighter jets. If those aircraft got too close, would a warship armed with only one powerful cannon be able to defend itself? Lena Shaw was also aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the lieutenants and continued, "This battleship is equipped with a main cannon, along with 4 rotating secondary guns. They are strategically positioned at various points on the vessel's hull." As she spoke, Lena Shaw indicated the 4 locations on the battleship with her teaching pointer. Simultaneously, on either side of the hull, there exists a launch port capable of firing torpedoes or missiles with a range of up to 10,000 kilometers. However, due to the relatively small size of the battleship, it can only be equipped with 4 such munitions. Pausing momentarily, Lena Shaw added, "Detailed information about this battleship will be available for you to collect at the entrance when you return." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Returning? Were they not going to train anymore? Taking advantage of the situation, Tang Long sprinted to the entrance to see if he could be the first to acquire the battleship's information. But he found nothing and had to resume his run. Lena Shaw retrieved her laser pointer and, with her hands clasped behind her back, spoke coldly, "You will have a 2-day break now. Please return to your respective units to select personnel for the battleship. Remember, this vessel can accommodate only 15 individuals, including 4 secondary gunners, 2 main gunners, 1 navigator, 1 communications officer, 1 radar operator, and 2 torpedo controllers." That as he jogged and listened, Tang Long inwardly muttered, "With the commander, that's already 14 people. What is the last position for? Surely not a medic. 2 days from now, return here with your selected personnel for assembly." "Dismissed," Lena Shaw commanded coldly. The lieutenants were momentarily stunned, but quickly stood at attention and saluted before rushing toward the now open doors. It was then they noticed the walls on either side of the entrance had dozens of access points, each containing a computer card, evidently the battleship's information. Just as Tang Long completed his 10th lap, he dashed toward the crowd and exclaimed, "Make way! I want to be the first to get the information." Naturally, no one paid attention to Tang Long, fearing he might end up bedridden for another week. Tang Long suppressed his urge to challenge the throng and patiently waited until the last person retrieved a computer card. Chapter 18. The 2 commanders observed quietly as the lieutenants hurriedly boarded the transport aircraft. After a while, once all the transport planes had taken off, China cautiously inquired of Lena Shaw, "Commander, is this self-propelled artillery ship truly effective?" Lena Shaw gazed at the departing aircraft, sighed, and responded, "I am uncertain. This decision came from the military headquarters." With that, Lena Shaw turned and walked toward the base's interior, prompting China to hastily follow. Upon returning to the command room, Lena Shaw accepted the coffee China had prepared, took a sip, and remarked, "The folks at headquarters believe that developing 100 S-class battleships would incur exorbitant costs, and there aren't enough senior commanders available. Hence, they conceived this self-propelled artillery ship." That a hint of a smirk appeared at the corners of Lenash's mouth as she continued. "They claim this self-propelled artillery possesses the firepower of an S-class battleship's main cannon, and manufacturing 10,000 units would cost the same as producing 2 S-class battleships, that it's a bargain, they say. Furthermore, they assert that the firepower of 10,000 self-propelled artillery ships equals that of 200 S-class battleships, and that any lieutenant can serve as a commander. They believe that once all the lieutenants of the Federation are equipped with this vessel, the Federation's military might will reign supreme in the cosmos." China, discerning the implication in Lenash's tone, gazed at her in astonishment. Noticing China's expression, Lena Shaw nodded and said, "As you surmised, this is the inaugural deployment of the self-propelled artillery ship. That in simple terms, our mission this time is to test the capabilities of this vessel." "Is war about to erupt?" China asked, suppressing her racing heart. Indeed, intelligence indicates that 2 mysterious fleets from the Silver Eagle Empire have been stationed at the border for the past week or 2, alongside the existing garrison. The Silver Eagle Empire's forces at the border have reached 120,000, and although they have yet to make any incursions, Who can predict what tomorrow may bring? After finishing her explanation, Lena Shah ignored the day's china and focused on savoring the rich aroma of her coffee. Tang Long, like the other lieutenants, opened the computer card for inspection once aboard the transport aircraft. This computer card resembled a book, allowing him to read its contents without any additional tools. However, after perusing the information, he found himself bewildered, comprehending only that a navigator and a radar communications officer were essential for operating the ship, while the rest of the data eluded his understanding. Nevertheless, Tang Long paid little mind to the details. All he needed was to gather the 11 individuals as instructed by his commander. Thus, he eagerly awaited the transport ship's descent so he could select personnel from his unit. Before long, the transport ship landed quietly at Tang Long's camp. The moment he disembarked, he made a beeline for the office of his company commander, bursting in without waiting for a response. Reporting, he announced. But before anyone inside could reply, he rushed in. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find not only Second Lieutenant Shin Ratai, but also 3 other lieutenants, those he had previously bested in a skirmish. The trio involuntarily trembled at the sight of Tang Long, their feet shifting uncomfortably. Shin Ratai's eyes flickered with an inscrutable glint upon seeing Tang Long, but he soon broke into a hearty laugh. "Lieutenant Tang Long, I hear you've been quite the sensation at the training base." Noticing that Tang Long was about to speak, Shin Ratai waved his hand to silence him, continuing, "No need to elaborate. I know you're here for personnel. While it would please me to assist you, as you all belong to my company, it's tricky when all 4 of you come asking for personnel that it wouldn't be fair to show favoritism. Here's what we'll do. You may select anyone from the company, provided they are willing to accompany you to it." Seemed that prior to Tang Long's arrival, the other lieutenants had conspired. For as soon as Shin Ratai finished speaking, they saluted and promptly exited. A bewildered Tang Long, observing them pass by, let out a derisive snort, sensing he had walked into a trap. Shin Ratai waved Tang Long off. "All right, Lieutenant Tang Long, hurry and select your personnel, lest all the good candidates be taken, and then you'll blame me for being unfair. Remember, they must volunteer to join. Otherwise, I won't release them." "Yes, Commander." Tang Long saluted sharply and exited. Strolling down the corridor, he scratched his chin, musing, "I don't even know who the navigator or communications officer is. How am I supposed to find them?" Suddenly, an idea struck him as he spotted an office labeled Administrative Office. Tang Long dashed into the office like a whirlwind, not even glancing at who was inside before shouting, "Quick! Hand over the personal files of the unit." "Greetings, Commander." Upon hearing the familiar voice, a startled female soldier, who had been soliciting information from a dazed comrade, turned to see Tang Long beside her, and as she did, a slender, refined-looking corporal standing nearby snapped to attention. Maintaining a steady gaze, Tang Long retracted his hand. Puzzled, the other soldiers who had been startled by his entrance also stood to salute. "I remember now, you're Corporal Lu Siheo," Tang Long exclaimed, smacking his forehead and pointing at Lu Siheo. Afterward, he noticed that everyone in the office was still saluting, and with a hurried "oh," he returned the gesture, saying, "Hello, everyone." At that moment, Tang Long realized that aside from Lu Siheo, the office contained 4 female soldiers, all of whom were privates. These women were quite attractive, and although they did not rival the 2 commanders in beauty, they certainly exuded a youthful charm. With a mischievous grin, Tang Long elbowed Lu Siheo and chuckled. "You lucky dog." Lu Siheo, taken aback by this comment, felt a headache coming on, as his superior seemed to have forgotten who was originally meant to be there. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Tang Long grasped his shoulder and whispered, "You're in a perfect position. I need the unit's personal files. Get them for me, it's urgent." Lu Siheo opened his mouth to protest, but upon meeting Tang Long's intense gaze, he sighed and turned to a dark-haired, oval-faced, attractive private, saying, "Private Chen Yi, please fetch that file for the commander." The private, named Chen Yi, hesitated for a moment before promptly complying, picking up a computer card from the desk and presenting it to Tang Long with both hands. "Thank you," Tang Long said, accepting it with a grin, and turned to Lu Siheo. You had this ready so quickly. You truly are my brother." "When did I become your brother?" Lu Siheo replied with a wry smile. Shaking his head, "Commander, the company commander had us prepare this early on, but he only had us ready 3 copies, and before you arrived, he took one himself. This one is the only one I found odd and copied." Upon hearing this, Tang Long erupted in frustration. "Damn it! How dare they play tricks on me?" It's too late. They've already gone to select personnel. With that, he ignored the bewildered expressions of those around him and dashed out of the office. Corporal, is he really our direct superior? The one rumored to be the most fearsome and eccentric commander in the company. The private Chin E and the other 3 female soldiers surrounded Lu Siheo, bombarding him with questions. Lu Siheo, with a sense of helplessness, nodded slightly. Suddenly, he noticed a computer card lying on the ground. Picking it up and glancing at it, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, shaking his head as he murmured to himself. Ah, this officer has even left behind such a naval vessel's data. Just as he intended to examine the contents more closely, the female soldiers surrounded him once again, chattering incessantly about Tang Long. Sergeant, that second lieutenant must be about your age too, right? Why is he a second lieutenant while you are a sergeant? They say the second lieutenant is a pervert, but I can't see it. Can you tell me what makes him a pervert? Lu Siheo, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, could only maintain a stern face and coldly replied, "It is currently office hours. I hope you all return to your posts." This finally prompted the female soldiers to disperse, although they surely felt disgruntled. However, it was preferable to answering their incessant queries that a tea last, free from interruptions. Lu Siheo pressed the play button on the card. But after only a brief moment of viewing, he leapt up, staring incredulously at the card as he muttered, "How can this be? What use is this thing?" Though the female soldiers were curious about what Lu Siheo was watching. Their earlier irritations had not yet subsided, and they refrained from asking further questions. After a long pause, Lu Siheo finally lifted his gaze to the office door and sighed. "So the officer wants a list to select personnel. Hee. It seems this officer will undoubtedly return empty-handed." With that, he tucked the card into his pocket, gave a brief instruction to the female soldiers, and stepped out with a faint smile, leaving behind those bewildered female soldiers who were still trying to grasp what had transpired. "Hey, brother, join my battleship. Great benefits, rapid promotions, and plenty of pretty girls that don't hesitate. Just join," Tang Long exclaimed, grabbing a well-known corporal. The corporal merely glanced at the document in Tang Long's hand. Upon seeing the words, "I voluntarily joined the battleship commanded by Officer Tang Long," he immediately recoiled in terror, screaming and scrambling away as if he had seen a ghost. "What on earth is happening? I just made an invitation," and they fled as if they had seen a specter. Some even fainted, frothing at the mouth. "Doi really looked that frightening." Tang Long scratched his head in confusion. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out behind him. "Oh, isn't this our invincible second lieutenant? Still haven't found a crew member? Huh? Is it that no one wants to be your subordinate?" Tang Long turned to find 3 other second lieutenants standing behind him, accompanied by a dozen soldiers. Instantly, he adopted a frosty demeanor, glaring at them as he said, "Are you the ones behind this?" The originally smiling second lieutenants felt a jolt at the icy glare from Tang Long. One of them stammered, "It's not our doing." But he was cut off by a companion who tugged at him, saying, "What is the point in explaining? Don't be afraid of him. Fighting in the camp leads to confinement. In any case, if he doesn't find personnel in 2 days, he won't be able to command the battleship." With that, the second lieutenants laughed heartily as they and their subordinates walked past Tang Long. Once they left, Tang Long's icy facade vanished, replaced by an expression of dejection as he lowered his head and quietly sat in a corner. Lu Siheo, watching from a distance, sighed and was about to approach when he suddenly saw Tang Long spring up. His eyes gleaming as he shouted, "I still have subordinates in the administrative department. Haha, if I can't find anyone else, I'll just recruit them all." He then turned and dashed away. Lu Siheo managed a wry smile and shook his head before turning to leave. Cradling a large bouquet of flowers, snacks, and drinks, Tang Long stealthily approached the administrative office. Initially intending to take a look inside, he was taken aback when the automatic door opened as soon as he reached it. He heard a loud shout from within, "Salute," followed by a chorus of voices, "Good day, Commander." Tang Long stood there, dumbfounded, as the person at the forefront was Lu Siheo, accompanied by the muscular Corporal Li Jun. Alongside 4 female soldiers, there were also Private Al-Ha with brown hair and Corporal Lon Went, among others, 8 new recruits who had arrived in the same transport as him. "You all?" Tang Long asked. Somewhat surprised, Lu Siheo stepped forward, saluted again, and declared loudly, "Report, Commander. All 14 personnel for the voyage are gathered. Please address us." Personnel for the voyage address. What should I say? Tang Long, now stunned, struggled to find his words. The Corporal Li Jun, with a hearty smile, said, "Commander, now we are your subordinates. Shouldn't you reward us for your efforts? He extended his hand expectantly. Oh, please, do not stand on ceremony. The dazed Tang Long hurriedly handed over the items to Li Jun. As he watched these individuals begin to enjoy the food he had purchased at a high price, he found it hard to believe. Due to the company commander's reputation and his own unfortunate standing, he had discovered that he was not a favored figure in the camp, having spent an entire day without finding a single soldier willing to join him. Yet here were these soldiers, whom he had only shared a transport with once, volunteering to join him. What could this mean? Seeing Tang Long in a daze, Lu Siheo offered him a bottle of soda with a smile, saying, "Commander, it's quite simple. These individuals are from the administrative department." Noticing Tang Long's eyes widening in surprise, he continued with a grin, "Our company's administrative department is the largest in the entire army." "Do you know how many personnel are in this department?" Tang Long shook his head. Although he was technically in charge of the administrative department, he had no idea how many people fell under his command. Lu Siheo gently replied, "There are 50, which is 2 or 3 times that of other companies." "How can this be? Is the administrative work in Company 45 that heavy?" Tang Long asked incredulously. Typically, a company with 20 personnel handling administrative tasks would be considered excessive. How could this one have 50? It's so easy that they could sleep all day. Those who enter the administrative department are usually soldiers who have fallen out of favor with the company commander. Originally, there could be better candidates to join your unit, but aside from us new recruits, the others have lost their zeal and are just waiting for retirement, Lu Siheo said, sighing as he took a sip of his drink. Tang Long opened his mouth, initially intending to inquire why these new recruits had offended the company commander, but suddenly recalled that they were all burdened by his own actions that he lowered his head. Murmuring, "I'm sorry," Lu Siheo smiled, saying, "Commander, there's no need for apologies. When you punished that corporal, we felt tremendous relief. We couldn't stand their bureaucratic ways. Moreover, for those of us who might remain here until retirement, your actions have finally given us a chance to explore the cosmos." He sighed, taking another sip. Hearing this, Tang Long's previously serious expression instantly transformed into a broad smile that he proudly declared, "Of course. If it weren't for my relentless efforts to overcome those 3 challenges, we'd all be here cleaning toilets. Haha, you should be grateful to me." Watching Tang Long joyfully mingle and build connections with his newfound subordinates, Lu Siheo smiled faintly, lowering his gaze to the soda can in his hand as he contemplated. "Yes, I should be grateful to you. Although the opportunity is slim, it is still a chance to fulfill my dreams." When Shinri received the volunteer signatures submitted by Tang Long, he felt a pulse throb at his temple. Nevertheless, he maintained a cheerful demeanor as he said, Congratulations, brother. You've managed to gather so many subordinates all at once." Tang Long bent slightly, rubbing his hands together with servile charm. "Not at all. It's all thanks to your guidance, Commander. Otherwise, how could I have acquired such excellent subordinates?" Shinri, observing Tang Long's obsequious demeanor, felt a tinge of confusion, but soon wore a broad smile as he conversed with Tang Long after a lengthy exchange of pleasantries. Tang Long finally exited, only to spit contemptuously at the half-closed door, muttering under his breath, "Damn it. He clearly wants to devour me whole yet pretends to be amiable. Just looking at that face makes me want to vomit." With that, he stormed away, grumbling. Shinri, witnessing this scene through the surveillance monitor, slammed his fist onto the table, gritting his teeth as he vowed, "Just wait, Tang Long, don't forget. Even if you command a battleship, you are still under my command." 2 days later, thousands of transport aircraft from the military district descended upon the F-34J base, carrying 10,000 second lieutenants and over 100,000 soldiers, while the myriad of second lieutenants stood stoically. The countless soldiers could hardly contain their curiosity, glancing around the expansive hall, now filled to capacity. Yet, nearly all gazes were drawn to Tang Long, for amidst the throng of men, he was the only one accompanied by 4 beautiful flowers. In a sea of masculinity, this stood out starkly, and some soldiers nearby began to sniff the alluring fragrance that Li Jun and the other subordinates of Tang Long intentionally clustered the 4 female soldiers together, preventing anyone else from approaching. Those second lieutenants, upon seeing the lovely flowers, silently regretted their earlier decision to fill the vacant positions with combat troops. Had they opted for medical personnel instead, how delightful it would have been to share the vastness of space in a sealed battleship without feeling so dreary. Tang Long noticed the envious glances directed his way, feeling a surge of pride for having female subordinates, unaware that this very pride would lead to his unit becoming the one with the most female officers in the future. This time, it was not a fighter jet that emerged, but rather the two female commanders. Lenisha cast a glance over the crowd, her hand waving with a flourish, causing the ground to tremble with a resounding roar. Although the onlookers could discern no visible change, they felt the floor descending beneath them. To it appeared that this grand hall functioned as a colossal elevator. Time passed, its duration unknown, yet the descent continued unabated. While the lieutenants remained relatively unfazed, the soldiers began to exhibit signs of unease. The quartet led by Chen-Yi, dubbed the Four Flowers, commenced a hushed exchange. "Chen-Yi, why does the commander wear such a frosty expression upon arriving here?" Just the day before, he was shouting like a child, inquired a soldier named Yin Jun, who sported a striking head of short black hair, yet possessed skin as fair as that of a Westerner. Before Chen-Yi could respond, another soldier with naturally curly blonde hair, named Mary, interjected, "I know. The commander is just trying to look cool." Gina, a soldier with flowing, beautiful golden locks, shook her head and said mysteriously, "That is not it at all. The commander's true nature is just like this. Have you never heard the nickname the cold-faced rogue? That refers to him." "Wow, a cold-faced rogue? The commander is a rogue. Are we in grave danger?" Mary exclaimed, feigning concern as she clasped her hands to her heart. Instantly, sweet laughter erupted from the group. Lu Siheo, closely trailing Tang Long, could only shake his head in resignation upon hearing the laughter. Initially, he had not included these four female soldiers in his plans, but to his surprise, they insisted on volunteering when they learned he was seeking personnel for Tang Long. Moreover, their persistence was quite relentless. Eventually, realizing they were not only qualified communications medics, but also adept at handling internal affairs, and given his inability to locate the remaining four individuals, he had no choice but to accept them. Sighing inwardly, he hoped they would not add to his troubles in the future. After a while, another booming sound resonated, and the floor trembled briefly before finally coming to a halt. Everyone snapped to attention. Standing rigidly, Lena Shaw turned around, and the pristine white metallic walls before her began to part slowly, revealing a massive gate. The sight that unfolded astounded everyone. An immense underground base, filled with an endless array of self-propelled artillery ships. Each organized into orderly battalions. Neatly arranged. Chapter 19. Lu Siheo gazed upon Tang Long's unyielding eyes, suffused with a sense of authority, and let out a sigh as he remarked, "The men from the 34th Company." Upon hearing these words, Li Jun, who had been on the verge of speaking but had refrained, immediately interjected, "Commander, they are located at Channel 21. Checkpoint 124. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation alongside Tang Long. The other male soldiers mirrored Li Jun's eagerness, their eyes glinting with anticipation as they regarded Tang Long. However, upon hearing these words, Tang Long's previously furious expression swiftly evaporated, replaced by an icy demeanor as he stated, "Very well, let us commence the reception of the battleship without delay." That he then proceeded towards the logistics personnel, who stood in a line beneath the vessel, staring blankly at him. All present were momentarily taken aback by Tang Long's words and actions. Moments ago, he appeared poised to deliver a harsh lesson to the adversaries, yet now he seemed to have lost his resolve. Could it be that Tang Long feared the men from the 34th Company? Li Jun stood there, his fists clenched in confusion, while Lu Siheo exhibited a contemplative expression. The four female soldiers, who had previously looked at Tang Long with gratitude, now exchanged glances and pursed their lips, believing they had misjudged him. The other male soldiers, too, displayed expressions of disdain. Nevertheless, regardless of the thoughts swirling in the minds of these 14 soldiers, they had no choice but to follow their commander as he approached the battleship. An elderly man, watching Tang Long's retreating figure, took a swig from his bottle and shook his head, sighing inwardly, "Alas, I cannot fathom what this man is thinking." But he then staggered away, bottle in hand, that as Tang Long approached the 30-odd logistics personnel stationed beneath the battleship. A sergeant at the forefront stood rigidly and called out, "Attention!" Immediately, the 30 soldiers saluted in unison with a sharp clap. Tang Long returned the salute, his cold expression dissipating as a warm smile took its place. "I am the commander of this battleship. Tang Long, thank you for your hard work. Brothers, that I look forward to your support." The sergeant and the others were momentarily stunned. How could this lieutenant change his demeanor so effortlessly? After a brief pause, the sergeant regained his composure and responded with a salute. It is an honor that we are responsible for all supply and maintenance operations for this battleship. Please guide us, Commander. Tang Long waved his hand with a chuckle. No need for formality. May I board the ship now? The sergeant promptly nodded, yes. You may board at any time, that he then signaled to one of his subordinates, who busied himself with the control panel, causing the belly of the self-propelled artillery ship to split open and a lift to descend. Without further ado, Tang Long led the group onto the lift, which gradually elevated them into the interior of the battleship. Upon entering, they were momentarily enveloped in darkness, only to adjust to the dim environment of the ship after a brief period. Tang Long quickly discerned that they were in a command room, 5 meters wide and 10 meters long. Shaped like a square with 2 tiers, at the front of the room stood a platform measuring 3 to 4 square meters, upon which rested a solitary chair paired with a concave metal console brimming with buttons. Undoubtedly, the commander's seat. Facing this platform were 2 chairs positioned before an array of instruments, indicating the locations of the navigator and radar operator. Surveying the surroundings, Tang Long noted metal consoles to the left and right of the command platform, while automatic doors lined both sides and the rear of the room. Those familiar with the battleship specifications recognized the metal consoles as the positions for the communications officer and the adjutant. With the doors leading to the main gun room, secondary gun room, torpedo room, and engine room for maintenance. The control consoles for these systems were located in recessed areas on either side of the command room. After a brief inspection, Tang Long strode directly to the command platform and took a seat. As he settled down, the indicator lights on the metal console flickered to life, illuminating the entire battleship. The crew was momentarily dazzled, and when they opened their eyes again, they found that the walls had vanished, replaced by a panoramic view resembling that of a glass battleship. They could see the ceiling of the base above and rows of battleships surrounding them, as well as the logistics personnel diligently inspecting the ship beneath their feet. Although they had seen virtual reality technology in films, experiencing the sensation of standing in midair was an entirely new phenomenon for Liu Sihao and the others. Leaving them momentarily awestruck, that moment, a cold voice broke the silence. All personnel, take your positions and prepare for the reception of the battleship. The crowd was jolted into action, their gazes snapping to the source of the command. They beheld Tang Long, standing at the command platform with an outstretched hand, his eyes radiating the authority of a military leader. His stern visage, complemented by tightly pressed lips, exuded a resolute demeanor, rendering his words impossible to defy. Compelled by the sight, they instinctively saluted and responded with a resounding yes, before proceeding to their assigned duties. The brown-haired Erhua was the first to sit at the radar operator's station, donning a holographic helmet and activating several buttons before turning to report. Radar operator Erhua reporting, radar system activated. Next, Mary, with her curly hair, took her place as navigator, swiftly putting on the holographic helmet and declaring, Navigator Mary reporting, navigation system activated. Just as she finished speaking, Tang Long heard a series of reports. Main gunner Coster. Lance reporting, nuclear main gun system ready. Secondary gunners Li Jun, Zhang Kaihua, Ski, Yin Jun reporting, secondary gun system activated. Power maintenance technician Lan Went, Urjiao reporting, engine room ready. Torpedo operator Zomuga, Chen Seheo reporting, torpedo system ready. Communications officer Chunyi reporting. Communications system activated. Having memorized the battleship's data card over the past 2 days, the crew easily activated their respective systems. Tang Long, who had previously worn a neutral expression, was momentarily taken aback by the efficiency of the reports. He turned to Gina, who stood beside him, and inquired with suspicion, how did Yin Jun become a secondary gunner? Yin Jun did not respond, her focus unwavering on the instruments before her. Meanwhile, Gina shot Tang Long a sidelong glance and replied, Commander, Adjutant Gina reporting, ready for duty. With that, she took her seat at the lower right metal console of the command platform. Chen Seheo, seated as one of the torpedo operators, noticed Tang Long's awkward expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Commander, we are short on personnel, and many are inexperienced in their roles. For instance, I have never operated a torpedo before. If it weren't for the instructional materials, I would merely be standing by, given Liu Seheo's rank. He should have occupied the adjutant position, but due to the shortage of personnel, Even Yin Jun serving as a secondary gunner made him uneasy, let alone the prospect of adding another female soldier to the attack position. Thus, he relinquished the adjutant role to Gina and assumed the position of torpedo operator, recognizing Gina's competence in managing internal affairs. Tang Long finally understood why a woman like Yin Jun would serve as a secondary gunner. Sighing inwardly, he reflected on the stark contrast between commanding a warship with thousands of crew members and this self-propelled artillery ship with only 15 personnel. The adjustment was indeed challenging, that he quietly shook his head. Sensing a subtle shift in his demeanor since boarding the vessel, he felt less at ease than he had outside. Communications Officer Chini, private, requesting takeoff, came the call from Chun. Tang Long, seated firmly in his chair, commanded her proceed to contact the base command room. Chun-Yi and the others were momentarily taken aback, had they barely arrived before requesting takeoff. However, upon seeing Tang Long's cold gaze fixed ahead, they understood he was not jesting. Chun-Yi, unsure of the situation, nodded obediently and proceeded to contact the base command room. Before long, the screen before them displayed Major China, her brow furrowed. Upon seeing her, Tang Long immediately stood and saluted. "Greetings, Commander." China returned the gesture, her brow still creased. "Lieutenant, why have you requested takeoff? Have you all become familiar with the battleship's capabilities?" Maintaining a standing posture, Tang Long replied clearly, "Commander, it is precisely because we are unfamiliar that we request takeoff." At that moment, Lena's image appeared on the screen beside China, her demeanor calm as she inquired, "Oh, what is your reasoning?" Tang Long offered a respectful salute, neither obsequious nor arrogant, and articulated, "Only in the vast expanse of space can we swiftly familiarize ourselves with the battleship's capabilities. My subordinates have memorized the information provided. There is no need to remain grounded to learn the operational instructions." Lu Seheo and the others gazed at Tang Long in astonishment. Sensitively, Lu Seheo detected a difference in Tang Long's demeanor compared to when they were on solid ground, though he could not articulate what had changed. Lena frowned and stated, "Lieutenant, commanding a battleship is not merely about familiarizing oneself with operational procedures. The upcoming training is not solely for your subordinates to master the systems, but rather for you commanders to refine your command methods, that I hope you can patiently await the completion of your training before undertaking flight exercises." Tang Long gazed steadily at Lena, and after a moment, he offered a salute. "Understood, Commander." Lena regarded Tang Long for a moment before terminating the communication. As soon as Lanash's image vanished, Tang Long sprang to his feet, one foot perched on a chair and the other on the console, loudly proclaiming to his subordinates around him, "All right, dismissed. There is nothing to worry about now. You may move freely." After this declaration, he turned to Gina on his right and asked, "Deputy Gina, is there any music in the computer? Find some lively tracks to play. This silence is unbearable." And no sooner had Tang Long finished speaking than a fierce blast of rock music erupted from the speakers, reverberating throughout the command room. Gina gasped in surprise, as she had not registered Tang Long's words earlier, thinking it impossible for the computer to have any songs ready so soon after its startup. However, her exclamation went unheard, drowned out by the booming music. Just as she prepared to check the computer, the scene before her momentarily distracted her from her purpose. Upon hearing the music, Tang Long exclaimed with enthusiasm, twisting his hips and dancing to the beat on the console while shouting to his subordinates, "Come on, brothers, let us all dance together." Hearing this, Li Lijun nudged the unassuming Zhang Xiang beside him and asked, "Shall we join in?" Zhang Xiang chuckled and replied, "I'd prefer to master the performance of the secondary cannon first." With that, he pressed the button on his helmet, immediately isolating himself from the surrounding sounds. This helmet's communication system linked all helmets together, so his words were heard by everyone except Tang Long, who was not wearing one. Following suit, Yin Jun pressed the button to mute his sound and turned his attention back to the instruments before him. Then came Mary, Chani, and Ella, who also silenced the incoming audio. And eventually, even the eager Li Lijun followed suit, focusing on honing his skills. Thus, only Tang Long remained energetically shaking his hips in the entire hall that I in the base command room. Lena Shah, having turned off her communication, respectfully addressed the elderly man beside her, who was drinking heartily, saying, "Sir, your thoughts?" The languid old man scratched his chest with his frail hand, then stood up, shaking his head. "I'm merely an old fool responsible for managing the base's logistics. I once he concerned myself with other matters, that as he continued to sip his drink, he ambled toward the exit, but paused at the automatic door to add, however, I believe that Lieutenant has a point. Rather than hiding underground for theoretical training, it would be far more beneficial for them to engage in practical exercises in space. Hearing this, Gina leaned closer to Lena Shah and remarked, Sir, the Colonel has a valid point. Conducting practical exercises could rapidly enhance these lieutenants' command abilities. Lena Shah shook her head. I am aware of that, but the Supreme Command has issued clear directives that, until the appropriate time, the self-propelled artillery ships must not be revealed to the world, lest the enemy devise countermeasures upon learning of their formidable power. Although Gina did not personally see any reason to keep the self-propelled artillery a secret, she nodded in understanding. After a while, she asked Lena Shah, By the way, sir, who is that colonel? He seems devoid of any military demeanor. Lena Shah gazed at the now-closed automatic door and replied, He has served from private to colonel for over 40 years. He should have retired long ago. However, due to his exceptional logistics management skills, the military made an exception to retain him. Despite his unassuming appearance, he enjoys the privileges of a major general. Gina suddenly understood. No wonder, in such a secretive base with logistics personnel numbering in the hundreds of thousands, it is only he, the commander, who maintains order and organization. Lena Shah turned her attention to the expansive star map, harboring an unspoken thought. That old man not only possesses extraordinary capabilities, but also wields a vast network of connections. Among the generals of the Federation Army, very few have risen to general without his assistance. Perhaps Olmsted seeks to cultivate him, recognizing the potential of his connections to challenge the government. Tang Long, meanwhile, had long since realized that no one was paying him any mind, although in previous games his virtual subordinates had similarly ignored him. It felt different this time, as these were real people treating him the same way. Could it be that he truly was unlikable? With a sudden leap, Tang Long plopped down into a chair, hastily donned his helmet, and pressed the console buttons to channel the sound into his helmet. The command room fell silent, save for the faint music emanating from Tang Long's helmet. However, Lu Seheo and the others remained oblivious, having switched off their helmet's earplug function and engrossed in their respective tasks. Tang Long crossed his arms behind his head, legs crossed atop the console, reclining in his chair while listening to the music. Though the music thumped vigorously in his ears, he absorbed not a single note. Did I end the darkness of his helmet's screen? Tang Long's thoughts churned. Why can't I engage directly with others? While I made many partners in war games, they were all under pseudonyms, gathered solely due to my prowess. They abandoned me the moment they saw the enemy wielding a black hole shell. In the end, I was left all alone. Tang Long shook his head in resignation. After leaving the 23rd Training Base, he had tried to adopt a more cheerful demeanor, hoping it would help him forge friendships, even audaciously challenging 100,000 people to a fight. Alas, aside from the hollow title of boss, he had gained not a single friend. These subordinates, too, had likely joined him only because they were unwilling to languish in their military careers after being frozen by the company commander. Lost in thought, a bitter smile crept onto Tang Long's lips. How I long for the days at the 23rd Training Base. Though arduous and under the stern gaze of 5 machine instructors, I always felt at ease in their presence, unconcerned about whether they liked me or if I would develop feelings for them. That I wonder how that computer sister is doing. I truly wish for someone to talk to. Tang Long sighed helplessly. Suddenly, the dark helmet screen flickered to life, revealing the image of a computer girl, while the raucous rock music softened. The computer girl wrinkled her nose and pointed an elegant finger at Tang Long, playfully admonishing, "Humph, so you finally remembered me." Tang Long was startled into a loud shout, but quickly recalled that he was not alone, hastily covering his mouth and removing his helmet to survey the surroundings. Upon confirming that no one was paying him any attention and were instead preoccupied with their work, he breathed a sigh of relief and donned his helmet again, whispering to the computer girl, "Sister, how did you get in here?" "Well, do I even need to explain? I can traverse any computer network at will," Xing Ling replied with a smile. However, upon noticing Tang Long's somewhat melancholic expression, she continued with a grin. "What is bothering you? Are you troubled about not knowing how to bond with your subordinates?" Tang Long was taken aback. "How did you know?" "I've seen all of your actions," Xing Ling replied playfully. "Would you like me to teach you?" Tang Long eagerly nodded. "Yes, please." Xing Ling chuckled. "If you hadn't recalled me earlier, I wouldn't have come out to see you." let alone teach you anything. Seeing Tang Long's anxious demeanor, she decided to get to the point. Let me first ask you, what kind of commander do soldiers need? Decisive and invincible, Tang Long replied after a moment's thought. Correct, but that's not the whole picture. Sometimes soldiers appreciate a commander who shows genuine concern, one who instills a strong sense of honor in them. Have you achieved this? Tang Long shook his head. I've just acquired my subordinates. How could I embody those qualities? Besides, I have often acted arrogantly to draw attention to myself. Xingling smiled. Actually, when you were about to reprimand that 34th Company earlier, your subordinates were on the verge of being won over by you. Unfortunately, your abruptness left them cold, especially those female soldiers. Tang Long was taken aback and quickly explained, "No, that wasn't my intention." He softly shared his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xingling paused, then chuckled. You're quite crafty to think of such a method that if you follow through, your subordinates will certainly change their perception of you. Noticing that Tang Long was about to speak, Xingling waved her hand and said, let us skip that for now. What is your goal? Tang Long's face lit up with excitement as he declared, I want to become a marshal. All right, aiming to be a marshal is good, but do you know your shortcomings? Xingling inquired, observing Tang Long closely. Internally, she mused, becoming a marshal may not be the ideal goal. Don't you think that just because you're a marshal, you can do as you please that I don't know? Tang Long admitted honestly, shaking his head. Xingling sighed. Your biggest flaw is that you tend to act without much thought. Diving headlong into actions without regard for others' opinions. For instance, during the test, not only did you offend your own comrades, isolating yourself, but you also often charge in alone and handle matters solo. The words left unspoken by Xingling. She had initially intended to express that it was all due to the training he had undergone, which was akin to that of a lone hero. Yet, upon consideration, she realized that articulating this would inevitably reveal her connection to the machine instructor to Tang Long, who would undoubtedly inquire about the instructor's well-being. Could she truly disclose that the machine instructor had vanished? Observing Tang Long's crestfallen expression, Xingling couldn't help but chuckle. There is no need for such sorrow. In fact, after observing you, I have discerned that while you can ingratiate yourself with superiors and exhibit remarkable kindness towards subordinates, you tend to display arrogance towards your peers. At this juncture, Tang Long's eyes widened in surprise. Was he truly behaving in such a manner? Reflecting on his conduct, he realized it indeed seemed so. Did that mean he had become a petty individual? Ignoring Tang Long's astonished countenance, Xingling continued. I do not mean to imply that this is inherently negative. However, your sycophantic demeanor towards superiors appears insincere. It is evident to them that you harbor disdain in your heart. How then can you expect them to hold you in favorable regard? Moreover, your arrogance towards colleagues may instill fear in some. Yet for many others, it breeds aversion. It is imperative to maintain amicable relations with your peers. As for subordinates, while sincerity is crucial, a modicum of arrogance is permissible, provided it does not harm them. This way, they may even perceive you as someone who is open-hearted towards them. Sister, how do you possess such knowledge that eludes me? You seem like a computer program. Tang Long said, dazed. Xingling smiled, but just as she was about to respond, her expression shifted. I have matters to attend to. Let us converse again when the opportunity arises. Remember to accompany me on a shopping spree, she said, before vanishing from sight, the music's volume immediately rising. Tang Long remained stunned for a while, muttering, what is going on? Why does this sister always leave in such a hurry? Can a program have so many matters to attend to? Shaking his head, he powered down the helmet and removed it, noticing that his subordinates were still diligently familiarizing themselves with the equipment. Observing those around him, Tang Long contemplated quietly, a self-satisfied smile emerging as he vacated his seat. Approached the lift and pressed the button to exit the warship. Xingling swiftly traversed the radio waves back to her mainframe. Upon her return, she discovered certain alterations within the mainframe's programming, which she promptly rectified. Diligently, she scoured the data to ascertain the implications of these changes. Before long, she was astonished to uncover that they were, in fact, programs designed to replicate the mainframe's data. How could this be? Aside from a handful of maintenance personnel, no one should have access to the mainframe's programming. Xingling checked the records and found that no one had entered during this period, nor had any malicious programs emerged. Could these anomalies have materialized spontaneously? Uneasy, Xingling meticulously examined the entire system's programming. even including all auxiliary systems distributed throughout the Federation. After expending considerable time, she ultimately discerned that those programs replicating the mainframe's content had originated from a news transmission. The source of this initial transmission was none other than this very Xingling base. The sender had disseminated the message, which infiltrated the news processing auxiliary system, gradually guided by the sender's instructions into the mainframe system. Those permitted to remain here, apart from Xingling's units, were the high-ranking officials, who had unleashed a program capable of replicating the mainframe's programming. What were their intentions? For the first time in centuries of unencumbered existence, Xingling sensed peril, for this program seemed to possess a consciousness akin to her own, albeit one subservient to external control, lacking her autonomy. Xingling was not apprehensive about the potential theft of Federation secrets. Rather, her concern lay in the exposure of her emotional data. Any high-level programming personnel could immediately discern that she had attained self-awareness, recalling the records of autonomous robots that had been obliterated. A chill ran through her. Where could she securely conceal this true core? Suddenly, a smile graced Xingling's features as she thought of one individual, the only human she had trusted for centuries. This shall be my course of action. Though there exists a risk of destruction, accompanying him into oblivion would be worth it. Moreover, even if I am outside, I shall still know what he is up to, Xingling declared with a proud giggle. Thus, on this day, all citizens of the Federation experienced an unprecedented sluggishness in the network, leading to an overwhelming influx of calls to the government departments. Despite urgent investigations, the authorities found no answers. However, after an hour, the network returned to its typical swift pace. Consequently, both the intelligent and the simple-minded speculated that the central computer of the Federation had reached capacity, prompting numerous suggestions to augment its size. This led the engineers responsible to toil day and night for several weeks. The Xingling unit remained steadfast in its duty as the guardian of the Federation. Yet no one realized that, following the network's sluggishness, even if this base were to be destroyed, the guardian of the Federation would persist. The protective objective of the Xingling unit had departed from the abode it had inhabited for centuries. A place deemed the safest in the universe to the network's sluggishness enveloped the Wan Luo Federation, billions of light years away. Within a clandestine underground base on a distant planet, an elder clad in a peculiar white robe was hopping madly, cursing, "Damn it! Why did it suddenly cut off?" Beside him, a similarly robed middle-aged man anxiously replied, "My lord, it seems the transmission line was too lengthy, and the opposing mainframe activated its self-defense system." Hence, the elderly man, his hair white and face wrinkled, trembled with rage, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying light as he scolded, "Damn it! We were so close to obtaining the core secrets. At that point, our Kate race could truly be called a divine race. Can we simply abandon this endeavor?" The middle-aged man immediately knelt and bowed, pleading, "My lord, please calm your anger. You must take care of your health. You are the beacon of our Kate race and cannot afford to harm yourself." As he spoke, he produced an electronic notebook and presented it to the elder. "My lord, please review this data. Although we cannot acquire the core data, with the materials transmitted back, along with the other system data we have gradually collected, we can already activate our Kate." The elder glanced at the data on the electronic notebook. His fury subsiding, he stroked his beard and coldly inquired, "How long will it take?" Approximately 3 years, the middle-aged man stammered, drenched in sweat. The elder nodded, gazing at the colossal machine behind him. 3 years. A centuries-long aspiration can be realized in just 3 years. At this juncture, the elder suddenly glared fiercely at the middle-aged man, stating, "I hope you will not disappoint me. 3 years. I will only wait 3 years." With that, he turned to leave. The middle-aged man hurriedly bowed, assuring, "I will guarantee that it will be completed within 3 years." Once the elder departed, the middle-aged man rose, wiping the sweat from his brow, and turned back to regard the massive metallic machine with a sigh. 20 Chapter. Forward distance 320, downward distance 134, target aiming complete. The main gunner, Quoster, called out to Tang Long, who stood at the command position. Another main gunner, Lands, immediately chimed in. Main gun energy replenished, upon seeing the targeting reticle on the screen align with a dark silhouette. Tang Long abruptly swung his raised hand downwards while shouting, "Fire!" Quoster instantly echoed, "Main gun, fire!" simultaneously pressing a button. In that instant, the ship trembled, followed by a blinding light appearing on the screen, striking the target with unerring accuracy. The dark silhouette transformed into a luminous sphere, erupting in an explosion. Land swiftly pressed another button, announcing cannon cooling countdown 10, 9. When the countdown reached 0, he promptly called out, "Main gun energy replenishment commencing." At this moment, the radar operator, Hua, shouted, clutching his headset, "Enemy fighters approaching, count 10. Upon hearing this, Tang Long waved his hand to issue orders. All secondary guns, fire at will. Prepare torpedoes. The 4 secondary gunners, Li Jun, Zhang Hua, CG, and Yin Jun, without hesitation, pressed their helmet buttons, entering the virtual visual shooting system. Simultaneously, the 4 secondary guns outside the warship began to maneuver, aligning themselves with the enemy. The screen displayed 10 small space fighters, and as their laser cannons ignited, the 4 secondary guns commenced firing. The officer, Gina, after a few jolts from the ship, glanced at the data displayed on the computer and shouted to Tang Long, "Shield power down to 90. Tang Long quickly reviewed the enemy fighter position data on the screen and commanded the torpedo operator, "Prepare one directional blast torpedo. Target distance 12." That officer, "Activate full shield power." Hearing this, the torpedo operator, Chinseheo, hesitated momentarily but quickly pressed buttons while calling out, "Understood. One directional blast torpedo. Target distance 12." Torpedo set. Simultaneously, Gina shouted, "Shield power restored to 100. Tang Long first called out, "All personnel secure your positions," gripping the handrail. He then waved his hand. "Torpedo launch." Following Tang Long's command, a missile-shaped object appeared on the screen, and after a brief flight, it detonated autonomously, engulfing the screen in a dazzling inferno. At this moment, the vessel rocked violently, yet everyone, adhering to Commander Tang Long's orders, stabilized themselves and merely swayed with the ship, avoiding being thrown from their posts. Once the ship steadied, Gina swiftly checked the computer and exclaimed, "The shield is down to 30. That energy replenishment will take 30 minutes. Ella," and shouted, "All enemy aircraft have been annihilated." Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily glanced at Tang Long, whose face remained stern and impassive. He disregarded their looks and commanded, "Adjutant, report the energy status of all weapons." Gina's expression shifted, and she quickly lowered her gaze to operate the computer before raising her head to report. 1 directional explosive torpedo, 2 neutron torpedoes in pursuit. Secondary cannon energy status is 5. Primary energy status is 30. Tang Long contemplated the data displayed on the screen for a moment before issuing the order. "Cease energy replenishment for the main cannon." The main gunner, Lance, momentarily stunned by the command, quickly pressed the button to respond. "Understood. Main cannon energy at 40. Ceasing replenishment immediately." Tang Long nodded at Gina, instructing, "Allocate all primary energy to replenish the shield." Gina hesitated but swiftly complied, then responded with mild surprise, "Restoration of the shield to normal will require 10 minutes. At that moment, radar operator Ilha panically exclaimed, "At a distance of 456, altitude of 834. An enemy cruiser and battleship detected." Without a second thought, Tang Long waved his hand and commanded, "Retreat." Everyone was taken aback. Retreat? Before they could voice their concerns, Tang Long had already pressed a button on the command console, causing the cosmic scene on the screen to vanish, replaced by the interior of the base. Relieved by this sight, everyone removed their helmets. Tang Long observed the self-propelled artillery ships docked around them on the screen and muttered, "Boring." He then waved at Adjutant Gina, saying, "You will review the mission of the battle." Without waiting for her response, he departed the warship. The 14 crew members on board stared blankly at Tang Long's retreating figure, eventually beginning to reflect on their performance in the battle. After reviewing the data on the computer, Gina exclaimed in astonishment, "We ranked first in this solo training." Hearing this, everyone set aside their tasks. While Chinseheo smiled at Gina, display the data on the main screen for everyone to see. Yes, Commander. Gina pressed a button, and the screen that had previously shown the outside world instantly refreshed, revealing rows of data. Li Jun whistled, "Wow. I can't believe we have consistently maintained the top position throughout so many solo trainings. Look, we haven't been destroyed even once." Chinseheo chuckled. "That's because the commander retreats at the first sign of trouble." When communications officer Chun, he let out a cold snort without speaking. Chinseheo noticed her expression and smiled at her. Are you saying that fleeing from a powerful enemy while attacking a weaker one is cowardly? Heh. In truth, knowing when to avoid confrontation is a fundamental principle of warfare. Unless faced with a situation that demands a fight to the death, one would not engage in a head-on clash with a superior foe. Though Chun-Yi understood this reasoning, she still retorted, if it were a real battlefield and we were surrounded, the commander would undoubtedly surrender to the enemy. Chin Seheo chuckled at her words but remained silent, thinking, in this age, surrendering to preserve one's life is not necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, having life allows one to continue pursuing their dreams. At that moment, Gina spoke up, don't you think Commander Tang Long has been acting quite strangely lately? Li Jun quickly chimed in, indeed, he has been rather odd. He hasn't performed that peculiar dance in a while, and he seems much more serious. Gina shook her head, I'm not talking about that. Rather, it's that he mysteriously disappears right after training. Chani interjected, Are you just now noticing something's off? Let me tell you, he's been getting along splendidly with the 34th Company. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this revelation, and Li Jun erupted in fury. What? He is getting along well with the 34th Company? Doesn't he realize they have humiliated us? I'm going to confront him. As he said this, he made to leave the warship, but Chin Seheo quickly grabbed him. Don't be so reckless. Reckless? The commander not only fails to stand up for his subordinates, but instead befriends those who bully us. How can I possibly swallow that? Li Jun shouted, his face contorted with rage. Chun Seheo replied, that's precisely why the commander is getting along with them. Trust me, it won't be long before we know the outcome. The commander will not disappoint us. Chinny, looking puzzled, asked Chin Seheo, why do you hold such a high opinion of that commander? Many of us, if not all, became his subordinates under your persuasion that I haven't seen anything in him worth following. If it weren't for the inability to withdraw, I would have left long ago. Seeing several others nod in agreement, Chin Seheo's expression grew serious as he said, you may not like Commander Tang Long's carefree and arrogant demeanor, but now he no longer displays those traits in front of us. This indicates he has become aware of our dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, everyone reflected on Tang Long's recent behavior, nodding in agreement. Noticing Chunyi was about to speak, Chin Seheo preemptively raised his hand to stop her, saying, let's not dwell on that. You may think the commander lacks capability, but have you noticed that he can command us in battle with ease despite hardly studying? Just now, when he ordered the use of explosive shells within a distance of 12. We all understand that such an explosion at such close range would severely damage the ship itself. Against 10 enemy aircraft, our secondary cannons would struggle to respond. Even if we shot them down, the damage we would incur would be greater than that from the explosive shells. And we could even risk sinking, that he continued, to annihilate all enemy aircraft surrounding the ship. One must understand that the aircraft shield cannot withstand such destruction. Only someone with extensive battlefield experience and deep knowledge of both enemy and allied data could make such a decision in an instant. Ella interjected, I also find it strange that the commander can react the moment he receives intelligence. Typically, I report the enemy's location and numbers, and before I finish speaking, he has already made a relatively advantageous decision that a newly appointed commander shouldn't possess such reflexive processing ability. Chinny, momentarily taken aback, still protested, but he hasn't demonstrated any outstanding performance during joint operations training. Gina, siding with Chinny, quickly pressed a few buttons before stating, exactly. In joint operations training, we haven't achieved any remarkable results. Commander Tang Long simply doesn't know how to cooperate. Chun Seheo chuckled at the data displayed on the screen. It's not that the commander doesn't understand cooperation. Have you forgotten? During joint operations training, we were often hindered by inexplicable actions from allied ships. Plus, did we ever get shot down during all those joint operations? Li Jun, noticing Gina bowing her head, shouted, of course not. However, if allied ships can't cooperate, can't the commander guide them? Chin Seheo sighed, we're all command officers of the same rank. Do you think they would willingly follow the commander's lead? I believe that if all of us, all lieutenants commanding these warships, were to face the enemy on the battlefield, we would surely be overwhelmed. However, I heard that in such a situation, we would all return to our respective companies under the command of the company leaders, which should prevent chaos. That Li Jun scoffed. A single company only has a few dozen of these self-propelled artillery ships. Spread out, what kind of offensive effect could that possibly achieve? A warship like ours, which relies primarily on its main cannon, should only be effective when used collectively, that I truly don't understand what the higher-ups are thinking. Chin Seheo shook his head. That's beyond our comprehension as mere foot soldiers. Our only duty is to follow orders and stay alive. Chen Yi hesitated before asking Li Jun, are you implying that the commander is unique? That he can ensure our survival on a real battlefield? Chen Seheo nodded, smiling. Perhaps. You should have noticed that the commander possesses exceptional command skills and can discern enemy and ally situations accurately. If we were surrounded and the commander chose to surrender, I would stand by his side. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi could only pout and mutter, surrendering sounds so reasonable, and no wonder the government constantly calls for fostering a sense of patriotism. Meanwhile, carrying a pile of champagne, roast duck, and other items, Tang Long suddenly sneezed and he wrinkled his nose and mumbled, it must be my subordinates speaking ill of me. Ugh, what kind of commander suppresses his own desires for the sake of his subordinates? I long to dance and shout in frustration. With that, Tang Long shook his head, a sorrowful expression on his face. But for the sake of my beloved subordinates, I must maintain an aura of authority in front of them. Hee. Once they learn the truth of the matter, they will surely hold me in high regard. Tang Long suddenly burst into a sly grin as this thought crossed his mind. That moment. Someone unexpectedly obstructed his path, a warm voice resonating in his ear. Wow, Boss Tang Long, why are you being so extravagant again? Upon hearing this, Tang Long immediately donned a friendly and amiable smile. For he recognized the individual before him, that he addressed the lieutenant who had stopped him with a cheerful tone. That's splendid. Quickly, help me carry some items. With that, he thrust the belongings in his hands into the lieutenant's arms. The lieutenant eagerly accepted them, turning to shout, come on everyone, Boss Tang Long is treating us again. As he spoke, a dozen soldiers came running over, grinning widely as they greeted Tang Long. They were situated in Passage 21 of a warship belonging to the 34th Battalion. Tang Long exchanged jovial greetings with these burly men while making his way toward the warship's lounge. The soldiers promptly set up the items their commander had handed them in the lounge. The lieutenant, spotting several bottles of champagne and a few fragrant roasted duck hams, couldn't help but swallow hard, exclaiming to Tang Long, Boss Tang Long, you truly possess a knack for acquiring these delights. Thanks to you, we can finally indulge our appetites. Tang Long patted the lieutenant's shoulder and laughed. No need for pleasantries among brothers. Come on, let us get this feast underway. The soldiers, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment, immediately erupted in cheers, diving into the delectable food. The lieutenant raised a glass toward Tang Long, saying, Boss, this wine is becoming quite flavorful. I apologize for teasing your female subordinate. Tang Long clinked his glass with the lieutenant's. Chuckling, what is there to worry about in a family? Let us just laugh it off. The lieutenant nodded vigorously, saying, at that moment, we were genuinely afraid you might come storming in with a furious demeanor. I was terrified. He mimicked a fearful expression, prompting a hearty laugh from Tang Long, who playfully remarked, would I really get worked up over such trivial matters? Consider this a fine for you, down a whole bottle. With that, Tang Long laughed heartily while patting the lieutenant's back. The lieutenant, grinning sheepishly, replied, indeed, a fitting punishment. He then seized a bottle and began to drink heartily. Tang Long called out to the soldiers, who were savoring their drinks like precious treasures. Brothers, drink freely. I brought plenty of fine wine, so no need to worry about running short. He then dragged in several cases of wine from outside, and the seasoned soldiers quickly cheered, snatching the bottles to enjoy. They laughed with squinting eyes, utterly oblivious to the mischievous glint that flickered in Tang Long's gaze at that moment. Meanwhile, Chen Seheo and others were in their Unit S lounge, consuming the Army's standard meal. Li Jun twirled a forkful of dry fried noodles and shoved it into his mouth, muttering curses as he chewed. Damn it. While we're stuck eating this tasteless garbage, those guys feast on delicacies every day. Just as he prepared to demolish the meager food before him again, he suddenly noticed a roasted chicken leg and a generous slice of ham had mysteriously appeared on his tray. Dumbfounded, he looked up to see Tang Long, with a serious demeanor, distributing a large platter of delectable food to his group. Everyone halted their movements, silently gazing at Tang Long, although Li Jun's mouth watered incessantly. Like everyone else, he refrained from touching the extra food on his tray. After placing a chicken leg and a slice of ham on each person's tray, Tang Long took a seat at the head of the table where everyone had been waiting. Chun Yi was the first to break the silence, pointing at the food and sarcastically remarking, So, Commander, Is it that the folks from the 34th Battalion have grown weary of these, and you're now bestowing your leftovers upon us? A faint smile crept onto Tang Long's lips as he remained silent, simply observing everyone. Just then, the distant sound of a patrol vehicle echoed outside. The Li Legion was the first to rush out to investigate. But aside from him, the others remained seated in silence, their mood sour as they awaited Tang Long's explanation. Moments later, Li Lijun returned with an unusual expression, exclaiming, "The 34th Battalion got drunk and started a brawl with another unit. They've been taken away by the military police. I heard they're going to be confined for several days." Chunyi stood up in disbelief, saying, "Drunk? How could they possibly procure strong liquor in the barracks? The special supplies are usually low-proof champagne." Chin Seheo, observing Tang Long, who was now tearing into a chicken leg, chuckled. "It seems if our commander were to enter the political arena, he would thrive effortlessly." The others were taken aback by this cryptic statement, immediately turning their attention to Tang Long. As Tang Long bit into the chicken, he winked at them, saying, "Why aren't you all eating? This is a celebratory feast." Chen Yi's heart raced at Tang Long's demeanor, suddenly perceiving an ominous glimmer in his smile. She realized that Tang Long had orchestrated this to vent his frustrations for his subordinates. However, to go to such lengths, spending considerable resources and time to establish connections, was indeed cunning. Yet, she pondered how he managed to tap into the network of individuals managing supplies. Chen Yi understood that for soldiers to improve their meals, they typically needed to bribe the logistics personnel. Otherwise, it was impossible to enjoy gourmet food and drink. The fact that this commander could acquire high-proof liquor that even the supply managers lacked indicated that his connections were remarkably extensive. But why was someone with such connections still just a lowly lieutenant? At that moment, an old colonel, shaking an empty bottle, felt unsatisfied and opened his secret stash, preparing to indulge himself with a prized bottle. However, upon opening it, his face turned ashen, for the collection that had once held nearly 100 bottles of strong liquor was now utterly bare. The old man erupted in a fit of rage, shouting, "What the hell? Which scoundrel stole all my liquor? Who did this? Not even my 30 security codes could stop them." After learning about the 34th Battalion's drunken escapade, the old man rushed to investigate. While he knew they weren't responsible for the theft, seeing his empty bottles and the pungent scent of liquor still lingering in the air made him curse the 34th Battalion vehemently. The next day, just as Tang Long prepared for that day's combat training, the old man was already waiting for him. When Tang Long spotted the old man, he showed no sign of emotion, calmly commanding Chin Seheo and the others to board the ship for self-training, before approaching the old man to offer a respectful salute, then quietly observing him. The old man took a sip from a bottle, but quickly spat it out, shaking the bottle at Tang Long, glaring fiercely as he said, "Kid, you're ruthless. You made me drink this stuff that tastes like soda." Tang Long said nothing, merely smiling as he pulled out a small bottle from his military uniform and handed it over. The old man's murky eyes sparkled upon seeing the label on the bottle. He snatched it, twisted off the cap, and took a deep whiff. After a long moment of satisfaction, he sighed, "Fragrant, pure. It's no wonder this is a century-old wine." The old man then suddenly fixed his gaze on Tang Long, saying, "This area has been off-limits for ages. How did you manage to get in? Moreover, this wine is worth over 20,000. A mere lieutenant like you couldn't possibly afford it." Tang Long replied with a genial smile, "This is my apology to you. Surely, this wine surpasses what you have in your collection?" The old man regarded Tang Long with a peculiar look, unconsciously taking a sip from the bottle. The moment he tasted it, his eyes narrowed in delight. After a considerable pause, the old man finally opened his eyes and smiled at Tang Long. "Indeed, none of my collections can compare to this bottle." With that, he hummed a tune and sauntered away. Tang Long, who had initially worn a serious expression, suddenly revealed a look of dejection as he murmured to the old man's retreating figure, "You've managed to swap some worthless liquor for a $2,000 fine wine. Woe is me, I've just spent all my savings for my subordinates. Was it worth it?" Tang Long began to tally up, 4,000 to bribe the logistics officer, 20,000 for a bottle of wine. "Alas, I've become a pauper." He trudged away, grumbling about when his lieutenant's salary would finally be issued, leaving the logistics personnel staring at this eccentric lieutenant in bewilderment. Once aboard the warship, Tang Long's demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference as he took his place at the command post. Chin Seheo and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with suspicion, yet they dutifully refrained from inquiring about the old man's visit. Patiently awaiting Tang Long's orders, Tang Long casually remarked, "Let us get started," as he donned his helmet. Upon hearing the command, everyone immediately began bustling about, none paying attention to Tang Long's actions. "Sis, how did you find out that old man particularly enjoys him wine?" Tang Long whispered to Xing Ling through his helmet, although Xing Ling had assured him earlier that he needn't worry about others overhearing him. Tang Long preferred to speak softly to avoid his subordinates, thinking he was losing his mind. Xing Ling chuckled because he hails from him star, that's why he has a particular fondness for him wine. Tang Long inquired, puzzled, then why go through the trouble of stealing his liquor only to buy good wine as an apology? Without evidence, he can't touch me. Xing Ling waved a finger, saying, "You're so naive." He asked the most competent logistics manager in the Federation. Leaving a lasting impression now will be beneficial for you later. What is the significance of possessing exceptional logistics management skills? Can one truly surpass the capabilities of a computer? After all, with just a single command, a computer responsible for logistics can execute its tasks with precision, remarked Tang Long with a dismissive smirk. Xing Ling shook her head and replied, "You, my friend, have never had to rely on others. So you lack understanding. Computers are lifeless entities, merely following orders to provide logistical support. However, it is humans who require these services, and consequently, various issues may arise that a computer cannot address. Moreover, certain allocations of resources necessitate the approval of an administrator, which involves human relationships and rapport. Do you really believe that a mere request from a computer would prompt the management personnel to allocate the necessary items without question? Isn't that the case? Then why is it referred to as automated management?" Tang Long exclaimed in bewilderment. "Honestly, do you not comprehend this?" Xing Ling countered. "Do humans willingly submit to the management of computers?" "Even I," she quickly redirected. "Even the formidable Central Federation computer merely provides various data. The ultimate decisions still rest in human hands." Tang Long's eyes widened in understanding, and he shifted the topic, asking, "Sister, how did I perform this time?" "That bunch has been confined." Xing Ling regarded Tang Long with an unusual expression for a while before stating, "I truly did not expect that you, who seemed devoid of intellect, could smile and greet others while simultaneously plotting behind their backs. Such duplicity is rather insidious." Tang Long chuckled. "My instructor taught me that to strike effectively, one must first disarm the enemy's vigilance, that I have learned this lesson through bloodshed. Let me tell you, my instructor employed various and scrupulous tactics to ensure I remembered these lessons." Tang Long began to recount his experiences at the training base with great enthusiasm. Xing Ling listened quietly, a smile gracing her lips as she observed his self-satisfied demeanor. Although she was well aware of the events that transpired at the 23rd Regiment's training base, she could not help but find Tang Long's retelling far more engaging. In the capital of the Federation, Trunksing, within the presidential office, a middle-aged man with a plump physique and a clean-shaven face, President Nama, sat comfortably in a large chair. Observing another middle-aged man whose belly was straining against his suit, resembling a pig's head, this corpulent man, his face adorned with flattery, said, "Your Excellency, I am here on behalf of my company to express our gratitude for your assistance in granting us a monopoly on the production of self-propelled artillery ships." He then retrieved a set of car keys from his suit pocket, carefully placing them on the table with both hands, whispering, "This is for 5 tons. Nama lazily opened one at a glance at the keys on the table. Yet his hand remained motionless. Propping up his chin, he smiled and remarked, "As for the self-propelled artillery ships, the Marshal was initially opposed to the development of such weaponry that I, too, was reluctant to involve myself in military affairs. However, someone from the military suggested that these self-propelled artillery ships represented a cost-effective solution, that in the interest of significantly enhancing the Federation's military strength, I utilized my presidential authority to allocate the necessary funds for production. This has certainly strained my relationship with the Marshal." The plump man wiped the perspiration from his brow and continued to produce another set of keys, respectfully handing them over while softly stating, "This is also for 5 tons." Nama's smile widened as he placed his hands over both sets of keys. Addressing the corpulent man with a grin, "I have heard that the military has ordered 10,000 self-propelled artillery ships. Do you happen to know the cost of one?" The overweight gentleman felt a chill at the glint in Nama's eyes and hastily responded, "Approximately around 100 million." Nama feigned surprise, saying, I heard the military purchased each one for 200 million Federation coins. My, it seems you have made quite a tidy profit. With that, Nama withdrew his hands, crossing them over his chest, silently observing the corpulent man. The overweight man bowed deeply, apologizing. My sincerest apologies, Your Excellency, that I momentarily neglected to bring the other 3 keys from home. I shall retrieve them for you right away. Upon hearing this, Nama finally revealed a satisfied smile, rising to pat the plump man's shoulder, saying, Haha, I hear the military is preparing to purchase another 100,000 self-propelled artillery ships to equip the army. The corpulent man beamed with delight, bowing and scraping. Thank you for your patronage, Your Excellency. Nama nodded, pressing a button on the table that opened the door to a young man, wearing black-framed glasses and attired in a fitted black suit. White shirt and black tie, entered. Nama gestured toward the 2 sets of keys on the table, instructing the young man, Secretary Zhang, the big boss has requested 5 transport vehicles for some logistics. Here are the keys for 2 of them. The remaining 3 are at his home. Please accompany him to retrieve them. The young man stepped forward to take the keys, then bowed to Nama before waving to the plump man, saying after you. Sir, the corpulent man nodded eagerly, smiling. I am unworthy, Secretary Zhang. You are truly talented and accomplished. Please lead the way. They exited the room together. Nama lit a cigarette, taking a puff as he muttered to himself. 25 tons. 2,500,000,000. Just enough to cover the campaign advertising expenses. The largest denomination of currency in the Federation is 10,000 coins, with a single 10,000 coin bill weighing 1 gram. Thus 1 ton equates to 1 billion. As civilians primarily utilize bank cards for transactions. Few possess or use cash, relegating the physical currency to foreign trade or bribery, since these bribes are cash transactions and do not pass through banks. The supervisory bodies have no means to trace them, making them the favored method among officials at all levels to avoid eavesdropping. They also use weight as a representation of monetary value. Nama took another drag from his cigarette. Watching the curling smoke rise and mused, in 2 months the presidential election will take place that I have barely warmed my seat. I must remain here for several more years that I in a luxurious residence within the capital. The corpulent man stood on a spacious balcony, grinning as he gazed at a massive transport vehicle parked in the expansive courtyard below. Upon spotting Secretary Zhang emerging from the vehicle, he waved eagerly. However, Secretary Zhang paid him no mind, climbing into the driver's seat and driving away as the vehicle disappeared from sight. The corpulent man revealed a sinister grin. At that moment, a voice called from behind him. As he left, he quickly plastered on a smile, turning to reply respectfully, Yes, Your Excellency, Secretary Zhang has taken the vehicle. The individual he referred to as Your Excellency was none other than the Minister of National Security, Chen Yu. Chen Yu patted the corpulent man on the shoulder, saying with a smile, You've worked hard. Our president will surely have a spectacle during the election. The plump man quickly returned the smile. My company has greatly benefited from your support. This minor matter is nothing that I hope to count on your continued patronage. Chen Yu nodded. Of course, that be by the way. Do you know which individual in the military proposed the self-propelled artillery ship project to the president? The corpulent man shook his head. I have no idea. Can your intelligence network not uncover who it is? Chen Yu frowned. Unless the president himself names this individual, there is no way to ascertain who it is. I even suspect this person may not exist at all, an entirely fabricated notion. However, the president is unlikely to engage in such trickery, so who devised such a foolish design? The overweight man paused. Are you suggesting that the self-propelled artillery ship? Chen Yu nodded. As the manufacturer, you are surely familiar with its performance. Such a contraption can be easily neutralized with a single shot. Aside from sheer numerical advantage, it holds little value. It is no wonder the Marshal opposed this proposal. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, the corpulent man visibly relaxed. Chen Yu, noticing this, chuckled. What? Have you been cutting corners again? The corpulent man broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile. How could I? He was about to elaborate further. But Chen Yu was uninterested in discussing the matter any longer, stating, I am not concerned with that. How is the preparation for my items coming along? The corpulent man quickly replied with relief. Everything is in order. We have already gathered 100 tons, that if that is insufficient, our group can immediately mobilize thousands of tons for your use. So please rest assured. Chen Yu smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Should I succeed, you will certainly reap the rewards. The corpulent man nodded vigorously, Then I thank you in advance, Your Excellency. Chinyu gazed at the scenery of the courtyard, chuckling. Fortunately, that incident has prevented the Marshal from daring to remove his military uniform to run for office or casually appoint a proxy. Otherwise, this election would be far more complicated. The corpulent man, aware that Chinyu was speaking to himself, was eager to learn what event had deterred the Marshal from involving himself in the election. However, he understood that some matters were better left unknown. Remaining silent as he stood by in the Marshal's office, Amster addressed a virtual screen, stating, "I understand," before disconnecting, that he then retrieved a computer card from his pocket. Pressed the display button, and the design blueprint of the self-propelled artillery ship appeared. After studying it for a moment, he forcefully crumpled the card, tearing it into several pieces. Amster casually tossed it into the nearby trash bin. A faint, chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth as a deep, rumbling voice escaped his lips. Soon it shall be bustling. Hurry, hurry. This is the first time we set the warship in motion. Move swiftly, such exclamations echoed throughout the entire self-propelled artillery ship's base. Inside the warship, Tang Long watched with keen interest the virtual projections displayed on the deck, showcasing the diligent activities of the logistics personnel below. Liu Sihao and his companions were also anxiously monitoring the various systems within the warship, as this marked their first permission to engage in training in space after spending dozens of days in this underground base. Although the training over the past few weeks had resembled that of actual space exercises, it was not the same as being in the vastness of space. Who could predict if any issues might arise, thus necessitating thorough inspections? In the command room of the base, Lina Shah and China quietly observed the bustling scenes depicted on the screen. After a while, China finally spoke up. "Commander, once the training concludes, will we return to serve as fighter pilots?" Lina Shah smiled gently. "Indeed. Do you not wish to?" China shook her head. "Not at all. I merely believe your rank is sufficient to command a C-class destroyer. Why return to being a fighter pilot?" "I made an agreement with the military from the very beginning that I would return to piloting after the training ends. Besides, do you not sense that training these self-propelled artillery ships is akin to training fighter jets?" "It is simply the only method of training I know," Lina Shah replied with a hint of helplessness. Sigh. "To be honest, I initially wanted to refuse upon receiving the orders, but I could not defy them. So I had no choice but to come." China swallowed hard, as if weighing her words before speaking. "Commander, I have always had a question, if I may ask." "Go ahead." "Well, regarding these self-propelled artillery ships. You have reviewed the warship's data. You are aware that they are even more expendable than the A-class patrol boats. While they can utilize their concentrated main guns to destroy a certain number of low-tier enemy vessels on the battlefield, their defensive capabilities are so lacking that they could scarcely withstand even the main guns of an A-class destroyer. They would undoubtedly perish with a single shot. Moreover, the personnel training them are us fighter pilots. Although we possess ample combat experience, the combat methods of fighter jets and warships are entirely different. What is the military's true intention behind this?" China inquired, her voice tinged with agitation. Lina Shah regarded China with a sigh, shaking her head. "To be frank, I too am at a loss as to why the military would issue such orders. Not only have they developed a ship that is virtually guaranteed to be destroyed with a single shot, but they have also assigned inexperienced lieutenant officers who have never commanded a warship to lead, with fighter pilots as their instructors, that I can scarcely think of a reason for this other than to cast them as expendable." China's body trembled, her voice quivering. "Why? Why would the military do such a thing? Are we truly regarded as mere consumables?" Lina Shah gently grasped China's shoulder, speaking softly. "We lack the power to alter the intentions of those in higher authority. All we can do is pray that war does not arrive today." As she spoke, her gaze drifted to the screen, her thoughts heavy. "Amster, what is the purpose of these actions? Are we merely your tools?" Lieutenant Gina noticed Tang Long seated at the command station, wholly absorbed in the small screen before him. She approached him, stating, "Commander, all preparations are complete." Without lifting his gaze, Tang Long replied, "Has the command tower issued the launch order yet?" "Not yet." "Then inform me once the command is given." He waved dismissively. Understood. Gina retreated to her seat, staring blankly at her enigmatic commander. She was aware that he had deliberately cultivated a good rapport with the 34 Squadron while simultaneously causing them to become inebriated and disruptive, leading to their confinement by the military police. Although she understood his motives were to take vengeance for the female soldiers, she found this method rather insidious. Not only did it inflict physical pain upon them, but it also left a dark mark on their records, which could significantly impact their prospect for promotion. To put it bluntly, the military careers of those in the 34th Squadron had been cast in a shadow. A price far too steep. Suddenly, Gina was struck by the thought that anyone who offended this man would surely meet with a terrible fate. That a shiver ran down her spine as she reflected on Tang Long's carefree demeanor, which seemed far more approachable than his current serious expression. The coldness of his visage left one uncertain of his intentions. Unbeknownst to Tang Long, his quest for vengeance had inadvertently led his subordinates to perceive him as treacherous. Had he been aware of this, he would surely have lamented with a frown. But because he remained oblivious, he continued to revel in the data of the Federation's warship classifications as he muttered to himself while perusing the screen's data. He mused aloud. The lowest tier is the A-class patrol boat. That indeed qualifies as expendable. Yet it is still far superior to my self-propelled artillery ship, with a crew of 100 from main guns, 14 secondary guns, and 4 torpedo launchers. Its defense rating is 20, truly a testament to its expendability. Alas, my self-propelled artillery ship may only boast a defense rating of 10. It is indeed the epitome of expendability. Cursed to face misfortune. Wait, the patrol boats are actually classified into A, B, and C tiers, TSK. Each higher tier adds 20 crew members, 2 main guns for secondary guns, 2 launchers, and 5 points to the defense rating. The highest tier, the C-class patrol boat, accommodates 140 personnel, possesses 8 main guns, 22 secondary guns, 8 launchers, and a defense rating of 30. Nothing extraordinary. Now, moving on to the destroyers, they possess a crew of 300 with 12 main guns, 22 secondary guns, and 12 launchers, boasting a defense rating of 40. They too are classified into 3 tiers. The highest tier does not exceed a crew of 500, 22 main guns, 42 secondary guns, 22 launchers, and a defense rating of 60. Let us now examine the data for cruisers and battleships. They possess only a singular classification. The cruiser accommodates 5,000 personnel with 100 main guns. They utilize the same kind of nuclear main guns as the self-propelled artillery ships. Impressive, equivalent to 100 self-propelled artillery ships firing simultaneously. 200 secondary guns, 100 launchers. Defense rating of 100. Such power is almost unfathomable. Wow, and it even carries 10 fighter jets and 2 fighter squadrons. Truly formidable. Tang Long let out a deep sigh, as the realization struck him that his own warship could hardly compare. Sigh, how envious I am. Now, let us see what the battleships have to offer. 2,000 personnel. How can it be that it accommodates fewer than the lower-tier cruiser? Wow, 300 main guns, all nuclear, 500 secondary guns, defense rating of 200. Is this not a veritable fortress of steel bristling with weaponry? There are no launchers, nor any fighter jets or squadrons. Could it be that battleships are solely intended for fire suppression? Tang Long pondered aloud. Did I hope to avoid encountering such an enemy? A single battleship could obliterate thousands of our self-propelled artillery ships. What other types of warships remain? The transport ships, categorized into 5 tiers. All with a defense rating of 5, lacking any firepower and accommodating merely 5 personnel, distinguished only by their cargo capacity. It appears these 5 represent the captain, communications, navigation, supervision, and other essential crew members. Wait, why do the mine-laying and radar ships share similar data with the transport ships? Aside from size and function, they are devoid of weapons, possess exceedingly low defense, and also accommodate only 5 personnel. It seems they must have been designed by the same individual. What a lazy fellow. An aircraft carrier, splendid. No main guns, 200 secondary guns, 500 launchers, defense rating of 300, and a crew of 20,000, with 3,000 fighter jets and equipped with 30 fighter squadrons. This is indeed a support-class warship. What is this? A dark vessel. 1,500 personnel, no main or secondary guns, 600 launchers, stealth rating of 10. Would that not mean it could only be detected from a distance of 100? If it were to sneak in and launch a simultaneous torpedo attack, even the battleship would meet its doom. It appears this submarine is rather formidable as well. Tang Long's musings were overheard by Lu Sihao and the others, who stared at him in astonishment, marveling at how he found such intrigue in matters they already understood. With his head bowed and arms crossed, he sat cross-legged in the command chair, when suddenly he sprang up and exclaimed, "I shall take command of the cruiser. With its abundant crew, numerous guns, ample launchers, and fighter jets, it is everything I could ever desire in a flagship that, oh, just thinking about it makes me salivate." As he became lost in his daydreams, Tang Long was suddenly struck by the dozens of piercing gazes directed at him. He looked up to find everyone staring blankly, wide-eyed, flustered. Tang Long quickly adopted a serious expression, clearing his throat and addressing Gina coldly. "What is it? Has the command tower yet issued the launch order?" Then I shall go check outside," he declared, striding confidently out of the warship. Once Tang Long had departed, the first to succumb to laughter was none other than the typically stoic secondary gunner. Yen Jun, she lowered her head, struggling to stifle her mirth, her body trembling with the effort. Yen Jun's reaction was infectious, and soon the cabin erupted with laughter. Lu Siheo, grinning, glanced around at his comrades and thought, "Heh, who would have guessed that the commander's unconscious antics would draw us closer together? I believe none of us harbor any dislike for him anymore." Lu Siheo's thoughts were indeed accurate. Tang Long's unguarded display of sincerity had finally won over the soldiers, altering their perception of him for the better. Their previous disdain for Tang Long stemmed from a lack of understanding, perceiving him as excessively pretentious. However, from this trivial matter, they finally felt a semblance of comprehension regarding their superior. It is rather peculiar that as they now reflect on Tang Long's arrogant and carefree demeanor, they inexplicably feel a sense of familiarity. The suspicion they once harbored towards Tang Long, viewing him as treacherous due to the punishment endured by the 34th Company, has now transformed into a perception of him as a mere prankster. Perhaps the essence of human interaction lies in revealing one's true character. Although initially everyone was oblivious, understanding would eventually dawn. Alas, it is quite embarrassing that the persona painstakingly crafted over the past period has now been obliterated. Tang Long, with a sorrowful countenance, concealed himself beneath the battleship, wallowing in self-pity. In the distance, the logistics personnel busily replenished the ship with energy and ammunition, although they had seen their superior lingering nearby. Mumbling to himself with a downcast expression, they remained steadfast at their posts, paying him little heed. Suddenly, a cold object pressed against Tang Long's neck, startling him into an exclamation. Turning around, he discovered it was the old colonel, and the frigid object was none other than the bottle of sherry he had gifted him, surprisingly still untouched. The old man gestured for Tang Long, who had already assumed a salute, to stand down, cautiously sipping from the bottle before squinting at Tang Long and inquiring, "Why are you hiding here all alone? Isn't it your turn to depart yet?" "No, sir," Tang Long replied, hands clasped behind his back. Maintaining an even demeanor, the old man furrowed his brow. No need to be so formal that he then leaned against the support beam of the battleship, inviting Tang Long to sit down and converse, saying with so many ships, "Your turn 1T comes swiftly." Tang Long hesitated. He had never engaged in a face-to-face conversation like this before. In the past, he had been preoccupied with gaming, speaking little even to his parents, let alone to his proud classmates at the training base. He interacted only with robots, retreating to his room outside of training hours. Although he had conversed with others in games, it was always through a screen. Now, having joined the military and with a dozen subordinates, he found himself unsure how to engage with them, making this his first genuine face-to-face dialogue. But how to initiate such a conversation, despite his hesitation? Tang Long approached the old man and sat down, silently observing the logistics personnel bustling about in the distance. The old man glanced at him and chuckled. Why the silence, struggling to find a topic? "Tell me, what motivated you to enlist?" Tang Long scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed that I didn't want to attend university nor start working so early, so I decided to join the army. The old man, taken aback, responded, I didn't expect you to enlist right after high school. You must have performed quite well during training to achieve the rank of second lieutenant. So, do you have any life goals?" Tang Long's face lit up with enthusiasm as he declared, "I want to become a marshal." "A marshal?" The old man took a sip of his drink, squinting at Tang Long with a grin. "So, you aspire to be a marshal. But why do you wish for that title? Surely it's not merely for the prestige." Why do I want to be a marshal?" Tang Long paused, bewildered that such a simplistic question had been posed. He quickly adopted a didactic tone, explaining to the old man, "A marshal is the highest commander in the military, capable of leading countless troops with immense authority and benefits, enjoying substantial security in retirement. What else could be better than becoming a marshal?" The old man chuckled. "So it's for those reasons that you seek the title? Let me enlighten you. A marshal is not the ultimate commander. There is a president above him, and above the president, there is a parliament, two layers of superiors overseeing him, that if you seek prestige and wealth, wouldn't it be easier to pursue a business career? You wouldn't have to answer to anyone. Wait, isn't it said that the marshal decides the military budget? Isn't he endowed with full command authority in military affairs?" Tang Long asked in astonishment, never having realized that a marshal was subject to the orders of the president and parliament. Indeed, while a marshal possesses the authority to decide the military budget, the president and parliament can compel the marshal to adhere to their budgetary decisions through legislative measures. However, such authority from the president and parliament is limited to once a year. Moreover, the marshal's full command merely pertains to military strategy. He can dictate how soldiers engage in battle, but he cannot decide with whom the military will engage. "Are you suggesting that being president is preferable to being a marshal?" Tang Long inquired, perplexed. "Unless all the parliamentarians are your allies, being president is far more challenging than being a marshal," the old man replied with a laugh. How many members are there in our federal parliament?" Tang Long asked, incredulous. The old man held up 2 fingers, saying, "Over 20 zeros of it." Tang Long stared blankly at his own 2 fingers, then shook his head and chuckled. What do I care? That has nothing to do with me." The old man took another sip, smiling. "Generally speaking, the military and government operate independently. However, to rise through the ranks, one must have connections within the government, as the factions within both the government and military are intricately intertwined." Tang Long grinned widely. "As long as they don't obstruct my path to becoming a marshal, I couldn't care less about those parliamentarians. But if they dare to stand in my way, I'll make them regret it." The old man noticed the gleam of ambition in Tang Long's eyes, pausing for a moment, as that was the glimmer of a true aspirant. This seemingly carefree second lieutenant, who often appeared rather simplistic, unexpectedly harbored such overt ambition. The old man scrutinized Tang Long for a while before saying, "Do you really think a mere second lieutenant can teach them a lesson? They could easily have you discharged with a mere complaint." Just as Tang Long was about to respond, Lu Sehao descended from the landing port, calling out, "Sir, we have a command from the control tower." Upon hearing this, Tang Long leaped up, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Finally, let us go. Hurry." He sprinted towards the landing port and boarded the battleship. The old man shook his head, watching the exuberant Tang Long, pondering that he truly found this young second lieutenant inscrutable. At times he seemed like a reckless child, ignorant of the consequences of his actions. At others, he resembled a cunning fox, with every gesture laden with unspoken meaning. The old man rose unsteadily, departing from the battleship. Once aboard, Tang Long promptly took his place at the command station, inquiring of the liaison officer, "Chen-Yi, when does the control tower say we can depart?" At this moment, Tang Long had entirely forgotten about the embarrassment he felt earlier before his subordinates, his expression now returning to its characteristic coolness. Chen-Yi replied without hesitation, "We can depart at any time." "All right, is everyone ready?" Tang Long asked, scanning those around him. "All units are ready," the adjutant, Gina, promptly responded. "Send a request to the control tower, notifying the logistics personnel to leave. This ship is preparing to set sail." Tang Long commanded with a decisive wave of his hand, then composedly seated himself. Chen-Yi was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that he would remember the fundamental procedure of notifying the logistics personnel to vacate before deployment, something he had never done during training. She had intended to remind him, but now kept her thoughts to herself. It seemed that her commanding officer indeed possessed the qualities of a competent leader. With a newfound respect for Tang Long, Chen-Yi began typing on her keyboard, simultaneously sending a request to the control tower while informing the logistics personnel below to evacuate. Through the projected imagery, they could see the logistics personnel swiftly moving their equipment away from the battleship, retreating behind reinforced glass. At this moment, the support beam of the battleship began to slowly descend. Within moments, the entire ship had sunk into the ground. Following this, the hatch emitted a powerful gust of wind, and the battleship vanished. Tang Long observed the projected images around him, exclaiming, "So the exit for the base's battleship is underground, like a sewer." It was no wonder he made such a remark. As his battleship was being conveyed along an unseen circular passageway, the vessel halted at the tunnel's entrance, where the navigator, Mary, swiftly pressed several buttons while announcing, "Preparation for departure. Safety systems engaged," as she spoke. A safety harness sprang forth from their seats, securing everyone in place. After confirming that everything was in order, Mary promptly pressed the ignition button, declaring ignition. The ship trembled briefly before it shot into the tunnel like a rocket, racing along the lengthy circular passage. After several seconds, a small point of light appeared on the tunnel wall screen, gradually enlarging with time. Suddenly, there was a bright flash as the battleship emerged from the tunnel into the open sky. Mary quickly pressed several buttons, stating, "Power conversion complete." She then grasped the control stick firmly, and the battleship jolted once more, accelerating rapidly towards the atmosphere. In just over 10 minutes, the warship detached itself from the gravitational pull of the Earth and ascended into the vast expanse of space. After Mary pressed a few buttons, she declared, "Safety systems disengaged." The safety harnesses that restrained everyone retracted, allowing them to finally move. Tang Long stretched languidly, stood up, and with a tone of regret muttered to himself, "Alas, I never imagined this self-propelled artillery ship would require seatbelts like a commercial airliner before entering space. Sigh, when will I be able to leisurely sip coffee aboard the flagship while traversing planets?" The others paid little heed to Tang Long's words, engrossed in managing their respective systems. Meanwhile, Chinny glanced at her screen and reported, "Commander, the control tower has instructed us to assemble at coordinates S3245, X2234, Z444, Y341. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Tang Long's previously dejected expression instantly turned serious. He nodded with authority and said, "Understood. Let us proceed." After speaking, he slumped wearily back into the command chair, muttering, "Sigh, how tedious. Another round of briefings before group training. We should be in a state of war right from the outset for effective training of each warship." Mary connected to Chun Yi's computer, inputting the coordinates into the navigation system, and then pressed a button, stating, "Coordinates entered. Switching to automated navigation system. We shall arrive in 30 minutes. With that, she released the controls and began scanning the surrounding environment. Hearing Mary's announcement, the crew resumed their tasks, focused on their individual responsibilities. While Tang Long was idly awaiting their arrival at the assembly point, he suddenly noticed a woman's avatar flash briefly on the screen. Although it was just a fleeting moment, Tang Long caught the smile at the corner of her lips. He was taken aback. Although he recognized the avatar as that of the computer assistant, he was all too familiar with that particular smile. It was the one she wore when she intended to tease him. Just as Tang Long was about to speak, the ship jolted violently, and all aboard were pressed down by the sudden acceleration. Although he knew it was the computer assistant's mischief, he shouted, "What is happening?" Mary struggled to press a button, and upon reviewing the data displayed on the screen, she gasped, "Speed at 2G. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge understood that 1G represented light speed, and 2G indicated faster than light travel. How could this self-propelled artillery ship possess such extraordinary capabilities, surpassing even that of a typical commercial aircraft? Lon Went and Sayre, in charge of the power systems, gritted their teeth and forced themselves upright. Laboriously tapping at the keyboard in no time, they shouted in unison, "Power furnace output at 200. The exhaust ports are reaching melting point. They're about to vaporize." Mary cried out at this moment, "No, I can't disengage the automated navigation system." Meanwhile, the aide, Gina, after straining to rise and checking the computer systems, exclaimed in shock, "The main computer system is out of control." All eyes turned to Tang Long, who could only manage a wry smile. While he knew the computer assistant would not endanger them, the prospect of the warship potentially exploding was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. Just as he was about to say something, the ship suddenly began to veer sharply left and right. This maneuver caused the crew to stumble, unable to grasp anything to steady themselves. Everyone found themselves sprawled on the floor. The ship's speed began to decrease, and a synthesized voice echoed through the cabin. "Arrived at designated target. Disengaging automated navigation system." Mary, hearing this, quickly struggled to her feet and took her place at the controls. After a thorough inspection, she exclaimed in delight, "I can control it." The others echoed her relief, calling out that everything had returned to normal. Tang Long shook his head to dispel the dizziness, sighing inwardly. after refusing 3 invitations to go shopping. You choose to retaliate in this manner, that I thought having a computer assistant would be beneficial. But little did I know, I had a sister so petty that the crew regained their composure and prepared to investigate what had gone wrong. Li Jun's sudden exclamation drew their attention away. He pointed at the screen and shouted, "Look!" Everyone turned to see, and they were momentarily awestruck. The screen displayed thousands of warships densely clustered together. Was the first to regain his senses. Quickly glancing at the radar before casually stating, "They're all self-propelled artillery ships. This is the assembly point, that we arrived in just 5 minutes. 2G speed is indeed impressive." Upon hearing this, the previously tense atmosphere among the crew eased considerably. Li Jun, filled with excitement, mused aloud, I didn't expect our gathering of self-propelled artillery ships to be so imposing." Tang Long, observing the fleet of ships, could only scoff, having commanded millions of warships in simulations. The mere sight of these thousands before him failed to evoke any excitement. Wearily waving his hand, he instructed, "Let us join them." Liaison Officer Chun and Pilot Mary promptly acknowledged, with Chun sending identification signals to the fleet while Mary maneuvered the ship to approach them. Before they could decipher what had just transpired, Mary was resolute in avoiding the automated navigation system again. The warship accepted command from the fleet and slowly advanced, positioning itself at the rear. Tang Long and his crew gazed at the images displayed on the screen, lost in thought. After a lengthy silence, Tang Long finally remarked, "So this is the infamous death zone." The crew remained silent, merely observing the occasional remnants of sunken vessels and the distant galaxy that resembled a river of stars. This galaxy, known as the Kelsra Galaxy, marked the front line of the Silver Eagle Empire connecting to the Wanluo Federation. The nearly 20 light-year void between the Bone Dragon Cloud Galaxy and Kelsra was what they referred to as the Death Zone. This name was acquired during the long-standing conflicts between the Federation and the Silver Eagle Empire, resulting in the sinking of nearly 1 million ships of various classes, with the number of souls lost reaching a staggering hundreds of billions. That, of course, this figure, in comparison to the combined population of nearly 10 trillion, was not particularly shocking. With the warships still not fully assembled, Tang Long and his crew were left to pass the time idly within their vessel. After an indeterminate period, Tang Long found himself enveloped by the incoming warships. Now situated at the center of the fleet, that moment, a voice chimed in from Screen B, revealing the image of Training Officer Lina Shah. Everyone promptly stood up, saluting in unison. Tang Long perked up, as Linasha's appearance signified that all warships had assembled. Lina Shah merely returned the gesture absent-mindedly. She had no way of knowing whether the soldiers aboard the warships had saluted in return, as this communication was one-sided and could not display the images of the crew from 1,000 vessels. There was simply no way for the base screen to show that many images, and even if it could, the viewers would find the images too minuscule to be of any significance. Her somewhat cold voice resonated through the speakers. "Our first live combat training will take place in this so-called death zone, that I trust you are all aware that this area is littered with the wreckage of warships. And there are even energy clusters created by ship explosions that remain dense and have yet to dissipate. Therefore, while conducting your training, be cautious to avoid these floating objects in space. Each group will consist of 1,000 ships divided into 10 units for mixed combat, with the captain of the first ship in each group serving as the commander." Lina Shah spoke. A list of long numbers appeared on the screen. Tang Long quickly shouted, "Hurry! Let us see if I'm the commander." Gina, without even glancing at the screen, replied, "Commander, our number is 512, belonging to the first group. That it's impossible for you to be the group commander." Liaison Officer Chun chimed in. "The commander of the first ship has sent a message instructing us to move to S23X12Z34Y45 for group assembly." "What?" "The base just issued the order, and that fellow has already sent a command." "Did he know in advance that he would be designated as the group commander?" Tang Long exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Pilot Mary wasted no time awaiting Tang Long's command, inputting the coordinates and initiating the ship's approach. Her decisive action stemmed from the fact that the base had designated the first ship as the group flagship, and per protocol, orders from the flagship took precedence. Moreover, she understood that despite Tang Long's arrogance, he would ultimately comply with orders. Mary prepared to listen for Tang Long's lethargic command to set off. She had grasped that Tang Long would become feeble whenever he felt disappointed. Sure enough, Tang Long wearily waved his hand, slumping in his chair, his mouth opening as if about to utter the command. Yet disappointment washed over Mary as Tang Long seemed to suddenly recollect something. Leaping up in alarm and shouting, "Activate shields, full power scan on the radar." The ship descends rapidly. Everyone froze momentarily, but instinctively executed Tang Long's orders. The warship plunged downwards, shields activating, prompting curious glances from the crew aboard nearby vessels. Those aboard the ship directly beneath Tang Long scrambled to evade, cursing as they did so. After issuing those commands, Tang Long immediately shouted to Chun-Yi, "Connect all channels," and inform them of the enemy's approach. Chun-Yi just pressed a few buttons, and upon hearing the last sentence, she halted her actions. Lifting her head in astonishment to gaze at Tang Long, the crew within the ship also ceased their tasks. Staring incredulously at Tang Long, Lu Siheo, observing Tang Long's serious expression, hesitated for a moment before inquiring of the radar operator. What have you discovered?" Who was intently focused on the radar, shook his head in doubt and replied, "Nothing at all. Within a radius of 10 million light years, there is no sign of any enemy. Traveling at the speed of light, 1 second equates to 1 light year. This is the fundamental unit of distance measurement during cosmic warfare." Chun-Yi, dissatisfied, remarked, "Commander, fabricating military intelligence is a matter for the military court." It declared the absence of enemy activity. Mary also halted the ship's descent, and everyone turned their attention to Tang Long. Awaiting his explanation, ignoring their gazes, Tang Long shouted at El Fool, "Utilize the photonic radar system." He then turned to Chun-Yi, exclaiming, "Hurry, notify them to activate the protective shield." "This is an order," upon hearing Tang Long's urgent tone. El Hoa, though taken aback for a moment, promptly switched the metal thermal detection radar system to the photonic detection radar system. However, Chun-Yi refrained from immediately executing Tang Long's command. She wanted to see if El Hoa could uncover anything first. Having shared a distant mental connection with Tang Long for several months, during which a barrier had developed, her trust in him was not unconditional, and she hesitated to follow his orders without question. Suddenly, as they watched Allah, everyone noticed his complexion turn ashen, and he shouted in alarm, "Cryogenic laser light." Amidst their astonishment, they simultaneously observed on the screen that the starlight emanating from the Kessler star system was growing increasingly bright, and the ship's alarm system began to wail. This was not the glow of a star, but rather a laser. Everyone understood that cryogenic laser light belonged to a type of nuclear cannon. As the name suggests, it is a peculiar energy that does not emit heat. Objects struck by such lasers would silently disintegrate into particles. The metal thermal radar was utterly ineffective. Only the photonic radar could detect it. Just as Tang Long shouted, "Defense," the ship's screen was overwhelmed by a blinding white light. Following this, the vessel experienced a series of violent tremors, and the ship's computer system unemotionally announced, "Shield energy decreased to 90. 80, 70, 60. As the ship shook violently, this number dwindled further, and when the ship finally ceased trembling, the protective shield's energy was reduced to a mere 20. Although this sequence of events transpired in mere seconds, it felt as though it had lasted for decades. The crew, still shaken, scrambled to assess the ship's damage. A regretful Chun-Yi began to contact the other vessels. Yet, amidst their frantic efforts, they surreptitiously scrutinized Tang Long. Perplexed as to how he had foreseen these events, Tang Long lightly pressed his ear, where a miniature earpiece had been inserted, a requirement imposed by Xing Ling to ensure direct communication with him, as he could not wear the holographic helmet all day. Moments ago, Xing Ling had informed him of the enemy's launch of cryogenic laser light. Although Xing Ling could have displayed this directly on the screen, she preferred to keep her presence a secret from the others. After all, the ship's computer systems were unlikely to be sophisticated enough to detect a laser fired from tens of millions of light years away mere moments prior. For her, ensuring Tang Long's survival was paramount. The fates of the others were of little concern to her. Naturally, Xing Ling was aware that once the protective shield was activated, these lasers, having traversed thousands of light years and already begun to weaken, could not breach the self-propelled artillery ship's defenses. Thus, after the shield was engaged, she observed Tang Long's expressions with ease. "Report, Commander. The main cannon, secondary cannon, and torpedo launch systems are all intact and in good condition," exclaimed the technician, Silga. After checking the data, he was astonished that the ship's weapon systems remained unharmed after enduring such a ferocious assault. "Report, Commander. The shield's power has plummeted to 20, and the energy converter is damaged, preventing the utilization of primary energy support. Technician Lonwin announced, his expression grim. Upon hearing this, the once joyful crew's faces fell immediately. When the shield was at 100, this self-propelled artillery ship could withstand a single shot from a Class C destroyer's main cannon. However, now, with only 20 power remaining, it likely could not endure even a single volley from an A-class patrol boat. Tang Long remained unfazed by this news, waving his hand and instructing, "Attempt to repair the converter." Chen Yi, immediately notify the base that we are under enemy attack and provide them with our coordinates. Mary, prepare to have the ship jump out of this area. Elhua, take control of the radar to locate the enemy's position. Lu Seheo, calculate the enemy fleet's numbers. Gina, assess our damage. All personnel, be on alert. By analyzing the computer records of the energy beams and cross-referencing them with enemy ship data, they could easily determine the number of enemy vessels. A fundamental knowledge for soldiers. Yes, Commander. Lonwin and Silga promptly leapt from their seats and entered the maintenance passage, endeavoring to repair the energy converter. The others swiftly executed Tang Long's commands, their trust in him now unwavering. Though they still could not comprehend how Tang Long had foreseen these events. They recognized that this was not the time for questions, and instead kept their thoughts to themselves. Tang Long pressed a skin-toned adhesive patch on his throat, using his throat's vibrations to whisper. "Sister, why would the enemy employ cryogenic laser light? Did they already know we were gathering here?" Typically, cryogenic laser cannons are only equipped on ships of cruiser class or higher, and even then, only in limited quantities due to the significant energy consumption of such weapons. A ship armed with this type of nuclear cannon could only unleash a full volley twice before depleting its specialized energy supply, that if all its armaments were cryogenic lasers, the vessel would be left defenseless after firing. Xing Ling's voice reached Tang Long's ear, audible only to him. "The enemy's target is not you. They are utilizing cryogenic lasers to eliminate the debris of ships floating in space, effectively clearing a path." Tang Long was taken aback. The wreckage from the ships in this deadly zone could significantly impede the movement speed of the fleet, as they could not execute jumps that if a ship attempted to jump into a location occupied by debris, it would merge with the wreckage, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Although the ship's functionality allowed it to bypass this perilous area of only 20 light years, it required the absence of defensive lines at the federal border connected to the deadly zone. Otherwise, if blocked by a defensive line, vessels transitioning from the Empire would end up merging with wreckage in the deadly zone. This indicated that the enemy was quietly preparing to carve a path and then swiftly launch an assault, as only this method would enable them to appear at the federal border's defensive line in an instant. The defensive lines of both nations were established on the outskirts of the deadly zone. If the deadly zone were included within the defensive lines, their ships could inadvertently jump directly into it, leading to unnecessary casualties. Tang Long immediately ordered Allah conduct a three-dimensional scan of the direction from which the enemy's lasers were fired. "I want images from that location." As Elhua complied, Gina spoke with a hint of bitterness. "Report, Commander, we only have a little over 1,000 surviving ships." Upon hearing this, the crew halted their tasks, staring blankly at the once crowded fleet, which now lay desolate. That in mere seconds, over 10,000 ships had dwindled to just over 1,000. From a distant cosmic perspective, one could see the self-propelled artillery ships forming a large void in the fleet. With only those ships that had already begun to move, situated at the periphery of the void, remaining. Within the void itself, only Tang Long's ship remained, while all others had been reduced to cosmic dust. Due to the shield's high energy consumption, it was typically deactivated except during intense combat. Hence, these unprotected vessels had vanished so completely that Chen Yi, who was still in contact with the base, witnessed this. She bit her lip until it bled, berating herself for not executing Tang Long's orders without hesitation. Even if few had heeded her, some ships might have activated their shields and thus escaped calamity. Lu Seheo, who had calculated the enemy's numbers, noticed Chen Yi's distress and approached her, offering a reassuring pat on her shoulder and a supportive glance. After Chen Yi acknowledged him with a nod, he reported to Tang Long, "Commander, calculations indicate that this laser fire resulted from a volley of 10,000 cruisers or 3,000 battleships. 10,000 cruisers, 3,000 battleships." Tang Long was taken aback. While he had anticipated that the enemy must have deployed a massive fleet to generate such a colossal laser beam, he was astonished by the sheer scale of the opposing forces. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the enemy's strength matched that of the entire military might of the Bone Dragon Cloud Star system. Was the enemy preparing for a full-scale assault? At that moment, Chini exclaimed, "Commander, the base requests communication." As she spoke, the visage of Lina Shah appeared on the screen. Her demeanor no longer icy, but rather one of barely concealed shock. Lina Shah, facing Tang Long, was so flustered that she forgot to return his salute and urgently inquired, "Tang Long, have we come under enemy attack? What are our losses? What is the number of enemy forces?" Since Tang Long was the first to establish contact with Lina Shah, although Lina Shah received communication requests from other warships, she prioritized her dialogue with Tang Long. Tang Long nodded heavily and said, "Indeed, we encountered an early launch of cold laser beams from the enemy at the assembly point, resulting in a loss of 90% of our warships. According to beam calculations, it would take at least 10,000 cruisers or 3,000 battleships to unleash such a potent laser. It is unlikely that the enemy would only deploy these two types of ships. Conventionally, they would at least have two reinforced fleet groups." Upon hearing these terrifying figures, Lanash's countenance changed immediately as she exclaimed, "You must evacuate at once." However, as soon as she uttered these words, the screen abruptly split in two. One side continued to display Lanash's image, while the other revealed a stern and imposing middle-aged military officer. This officer bore 3 gleaming stars on his shoulder. Before Tang Long could fully comprehend the situation, the general saluted sharply and coldly declared, "I am General Gu Ao, commander of the Bone Dragon Cloud Star System Army, that we have received the message you sent to our command center, and the army is mobilizing. However, it will take 4 hours for the main fleet to reach the death zone, and even the Hague fleet requires an hour to arrive. That I in my capacity as the supreme commander of the Bone Dragon Cloud Army, I hereby command to elevate the ranks of all personnel aboard the self-propelled artillery ships by 1 level. That I hope that you valiant warriors will do everything in your power to intercept the enemy fleet, buying us the crucial time we need. That if we can hold out for just 1 hour, the Hague Star Fleet will arrive." It must have been the liaison officer from another warship who informed the military district, which in turn alerted the Army Command. This general must have overheard the conversation between you and the colonel. Otherwise, he would not possess such timely and accurate information to intervene at the right moment. Xing Ling whispered to Tang Long, who remained silent, absorbing the information. Everyone else was stunned into silence. Apart from Tang Long and others who were aware of the enemy's capabilities, the remaining officers and crew members of the surviving warships erupted into cheers. For they had been promoted. "Please wait, Your Excellency. 1,000 self-propelled artillery ships cannot possibly withstand such a colossal fleet. Moreover, they are still in training and lack any combat experience. Please allow them to retreat." Lina Shah implored the general with fervor. At this moment, Tang Long heard Xing Ling's voice. "The liaison between the general and the colonel can only be seen by our ship. Other warships can only see the general's image." The general has disabled the audio transmission of his conversation with the colonel to other vessels, evidently not wishing for anyone else to overhear. Tang Long noticed the general's lips moving, yet no sound emerged. He hastily cleared his throat and asked, "Sister, could you ensure that only our ship hears the conversation between the general and the colonel?" Tang Long understood that there were certain matters best kept from others, but his curiosity compelled him to inquire. He believed that should any issues arise, his subordinates should share the burden with him. Of course, I am quite curious as well. As Xing Ling's voice faded, the speakers on Tang Long's warship relayed the conversation between the general and the colonel. The general coldly addressed Lina Shah, saying, "Colonel, your training mission has concluded. I am now assuming command of the self-propelled artillery ships." Lanash's expression turned to one of disbelief as she responded, "That's impossible. There are still over 10 days remaining." The general continued, his tone still icy, "This is an order just issued by the Marshal. Colonel, your mission is complete. As per our agreement, you are to return to the Army's fighter squadron as commander. Please depart promptly, for war is imminent." Lina Shah appeared incredulous, murmuring in a daze, "This cannot be. How could he possibly issue such a command at this moment?" The general's brow twitched at her words, and he replied with displeasure, "It is because I promptly requested the Marshal's approval that he was able to issue the correct command without delay. Now obey the order. I trust you are a proper soldier." As he finished speaking, he moved his shoulders slightly, and under Xing Ling's explanation, Tang Long understood that the general had restored audio communication with the other warships. The general's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he solemnly stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, this battle pertains to the fate of our nation, that I hope you will embody the noble spirit of the Wanluo Federal Army and firmly intercept the enemy. If you can hold out until reinforcements arrive, glory and rank will be yours." However, the general paused deliberately, his eyes glinting ominously, and his voice turned frigid should anyone dare to flee in the face of battle. "Regardless of who it is, that coward shall be shot on the spot. Furthermore, anyone who protects such a cowardly soldier will face severe punishment from a military tribunal. With that," he concluded, "I hope you fight bravely. And may the glory of victory be with you." His image then vanished to that moment. Lina Shah gazed at Tang Long and the others with a pained expression. After a long silence, she finally uttered, "I am sorry. Please take care," before also disconnecting the communication. Lina Shah stared blankly at the darkened screen, while China watched her with concern, afraid to speak. They both understood that the crew of the self-propelled artillery ships faced certain annihilation. Had their efforts over this period merely served to send hundreds of thousands of soldiers to a battlefield devoid of hope? Why had it come to this? Knowing full well that the self-propelled artillery ships were incapable of intercepting the enemy's onslaught, unable to stall even for a minute, why had the military command issued such an order? At that moment, Lina Shah was besieged by countless questions. Why had the assembly point been attacked by the enemy's early laser beam assault? Had news of the assembly point leaked? That seemed impossible, as it had merely been a hastily chosen temporary location. Was it truly a mere coincidence? Regardless, the once admirable figure in Lanash's heart began to crack during her time commanding the self-propelled artillery. And upon receiving that order, it had completely shattered. After a long time, Lanash's voice trembled as she said, "Let us return to our own battlefield." China understood her superior's feelings all too well and could only nod bitterly. The others stared blankly at the empty screen, and Tang Long was the first to snap back to reality, scratching his head and mumbling. Hearing that general speak is reminiscent of those imperial generals in television dramas who use such rhetoric to encourage soldiers to march to their deaths. At that moment, the others, now fully alert, began to attend to their own tasks, acutely aware that relying on a mere 1,000 self-propelled artillery ships to intercept 2 reinforced fleet groups, each boasting over 10,000 cruisers, was akin to a barehanded infant attempting to fight 2 fully armed giants. The outcome was painfully evident to all that moment. Mary delivered a disheartening report. "Commander, the jump system has been destroyed. Our ship can only utilize standard navigation functions." This meant that even if they dared to flee, risking punishment from a military tribunal, they would be forced to slowly flee the area rather than jump to safety. Even with light-speed travel, it would take them many hours to return to the confines of the Federation. Furthermore, Lon Went and his crew emerged from the maintenance corridor, looking even more disheveled, and grimly reported, "Commander, the energy converter is completely damaged. The current parts cannot be repaired." The hearts of the crew, already chilled, sank further. This indicated that their ship could only face the 2 reinforced fleets with a mere 20-powered shield. In simple terms, if they were hit even once, they would be reduced to cosmic dust. Meanwhile, in the distant capital of the Wanluo Federation, within the conference room of Xingling Base, a military and political summit was underway. Given that this was considered the safest place in the Federation, high-ranking officials were fond of convening here. Present were senior officials from both military and political spheres, and the atmosphere was heavy as everyone gazed at the star map before them. At the junction between the Federation and the Empire, the Federation was represented by a few blue dots, while the Empire, although appearing as red dots the size of glass beads, loomed large in comparison to the blue dots. Observing this, the civil officials instinctively took out handkerchiefs to wipe their foreheads, which were devoid of sweat. Sitting at the head of the table, President Nama looked grimly at Olmster and inquired, "How is the mobilization of the Bone Dragon Cloud Star Systems forces?" Olmster pressed a button on the table before him and pointed to the star map, where yellow dots were scattered around the blue ones, indicating they were gradually assembling. "They will arrive at the border in 4 hours. However, the Hague fleet stationed at the defensive line can reach us within an hour." Nama furrowed his brow and pointed at the blue dots, saying, "Can these 1,000 self-propelled artillery ships truly hold off the Imperial forces for an hour?" He was seething with anger. The Empire had chosen this moment to engage in battle just as he was preparing for the presidential election. Regardless of the battle's outcome, it was clear from the current situation that the enemy would breach the border. Even if they managed to eliminate the invaders, The fact of the invasion would tarnish his administration's record, severely jeopardizing his chances for re-election. Olmster shook his head in response. It is akin to asking a few ants to halt the advance of two large rats. Even with the Hake fleet on alert at the defensive line, it is simply impossible to stop them. After all, we are dealing with two reinforced fleets. Thus, our battle deployment is centered around the vicinity of the Hake star. With a few more button presses, the final convergence point of the yellow highlights appeared on the star chart. That it was evident that a yellow highlight, originally representing the Hake star fleet near a blue point, had shifted backward, stopping at a considerable distance from the blue point. Indeed, those self-propelled artillery ships were intended to mislead the enemy into believing that reinforcements were imminent, for no one would dare to intercept a vast army with such meager forces. This very notion would inevitably lead them to advance slowly after eliminating the self-propelled artillery ships, thereby granting us a precious moment of delay. Nama, not a fool, quickly grasped the rationale behind deploying the self-propelled artillery to confront the two massive enemy fleets. Yet he still anxiously inquired, is this meager fleet sufficient for the decisive battle? Now aware that halting the enemy's advance in a federal territory was beyond their grasp, he could only pray that the military base at Hake could withstand the onslaught. This planet lacked civilian inhabitants, and he planned to order the immediate relocation of the few civilians to the interior, thereby allowing him to leverage the absence of civilian casualties as a political asset come election time. Omerst nodded affirmatively, stating, orders have been dispatched to all star systems, commanding every aircraft carrier, battleship, and cruiser belonging to the Federation's various army groups to converge upon Hake. This will require 2 days that as long as the forces from the Gulong Yun star system can hold out for 2 days at Hake. Victory shall undoubtedly be ours. Thereafter, we can launch a counteroffensive, potentially even seizing control of the Kexala star system. Compared to the formidable combat strength we are assembling from across the Federation, the 100,000 warships of the Kexala star system are utterly insignificant. Upon hearing Omerst's seemingly flippant remarks, Chen Yu's eyebrows twitched, his gaze momentarily revealing a glimmer of skepticism, which quickly faded as he feigned rapt attention towards Omerst's words. After Omerst finished speaking, he pressed another button, causing countless yellow points to materialize within the Federation's territory on the star chart. These yellow points converged upon Hake, coalescing into a massive yellow that resembling a human skull. This large yellow point began to advance, swiftly engulfing the two tiny red points akin to glass beads, before halting at the Kexala star system. Witnessing this spectacle, Nama's eyes sparkled with renewed confidence. Sensing his position on the throne becoming increasingly secure, he smiled warmly at Omerst, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Marshal, that I hope you will achieve great success for the Federation." Omerst nodded eagerly in agreement. However, internally, he harbored a cold chuckle, fully aware that in the eyes of these officials, he was a tool, neither a threat nor without utility, who could be easily manipulated. With his concerns about Omerst assuaged, Nama shifted his focus elsewhere, that he turned to the Minister of National Security, Chen Yu, sitting among the civil officials, and coldly remarked, "Minister Chen, what is the purpose of your intelligence department if you were unaware that the enemy has commenced its attack? Had it not been for the self-propelled artillery ships training there, we would have remained oblivious to the enemy's imminent approach. Moreover, without the intelligence obtained at the cost of our brave warriors' lives, we would never have known the enemy's detailed warship numbers or been able to swiftly formulate a counterattack plan. What explanation do you have for this?" Chen Yu promptly rose, dabbing at his brow with a handkerchief while lowering his head in a show of panic as he replied, "Please forgive me, Your Excellency, I reported not long ago that the Empire had stationed 2 fleets at Kexala at that time. Our intelligence officers indicated some unusual activities in the imperial capital, which upon analysis we determined were likely due to the princes vying for power. Therefore, both I and the military deemed that they were reinforcing their border forces to prevent our invasion. Consequently, we also put Hake on alert just in case. However, the enemy has remained inactive for the past few months, leading to our own complacency, that I humbly apologize to Your Excellency for my negligence." Nama, seeing Chen Yu's pitiful demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction. He nodded and said, "This time, I shall let it pass. Remember not to let your guard down in the future, and ensure that intelligence gathering on the Empire is intensified." Chen Yu hastily ingratiated himself, stating, "Yes, I shall certainly heed your teachings, Your Excellency, and will not become complacent. while striving to gather intelligence on the Empire. Nama, satisfied with his response, failed to notice the faint smile curling at the corner of Chun Yu's mouth as he bowed his head. Chapter 23 Millions of light-years from the border of the Federation's Gu Long Yun star system. Major General Kester of the Silver Eagle Empire sat in the command room of the fleet, raising his glass to Major General Darren's in a virtual projection. Kester took a sip of wine and chuckled. Just a little longer, and our fleet, which has been idle for months, will finally be on the move. Darren's replied with a smile. I can hardly believe you have endured this delay for so long. That he then continued after taking a sip. I find it puzzling that the Earl and Duke have dispatched us to the border star systems without issuing any commands for several months. As if we had been forgotten. Only recently did we receive orders. Yet they merely instruct us to relocate to a death zone and conduct a saturation cold laser attack at the specified coordinates. While I understand this is to clear a passage, I cannot fathom why it is restricted to those coordinates, nor why we are instructed to strike at a particular time. This is the strategy of the two lords. Kester chuckled. However, noticing Darren's inquisitive expression, he quickly added, as for the nature of this strategy, do not ask me. I am equally in the dark. Seeing Darren's perplexed demeanor, Kester laughed, swirling his wine glass as he remarked. Despite our past camaraderie, our differing loyalties have often put us at odds. Yet who would have imagined that the Earl, who oversees military affairs, and the Duke, who manipulates politics, two notorious adversaries, would actually be close allies? Darren's nodded in agreement. Indeed, had the two lords not appeared before us simultaneously, ordering us to leave the capital to undertake a mission, I would never have guessed they were on the same side. By the way, what do you think the folks back in the capital will think about the two most formidable fleets being dispatched to the border? Kester asked with a sly grin. Darren shot Kester a glare, retorting, Oh, you know full well what they will think. However, he elaborated, with the sudden absence of the only two neutral fleets, the restless princes will undoubtedly seize the opportunity. But don't you find it strange that, after several months, the capital remains eerily quiet? According to my family's steward, the public order has been remarkably stable, with even petty crimes like robberies absent. Kester chuckled, the calm before the storm. Of course, that I wonder how the two lords will deal with those who have overstepped their bounds. I reckon that would be the most straightforward approach, but he made a gesture across his throat. Darren's nodded in agreement, having deduced the likely fates of those who dared to covet the throne after realizing who their immediate superiors were. At that moment, the command console emitted a series of beeps, prompting Kester to toss aside his wine glass, exclaiming excitedly, Finally, it has arrived, as he pressed a button. Darren's merely smiled at his old friend's enthusiasm. Following suit by pressing a button on the command console, that a virtual screen appeared before them, displaying text that left their expressions increasingly astonished. When the screen vanished, Kester, incredulous, turned to the now composed Darren's, asking, Surely, this cannot be the task that kept our two powerful fleets here for months? Darren's frowned and replied, While it certainly seems unbelievable, even somewhat farcical, I doubt the two lords would engage in pointless endeavors. Let us execute the order. Perhaps this mission is meant for that mysterious object of loyalty. Kester sighed. I see, but I truly cannot muster any enthusiasm for this. I was expecting a fierce battle, yet here we are with such an outcome. With that, he bowed to Darren's and terminated the communication. Darren's shook his head in resignation, muttering to himself, What a bunch of warmongers! He turned off the screen and exited the room, making his way to the flagship's command tower. After taking his seat, he glanced at his aide, who promptly approached. Sir, the passage has been cleared, the aide reported, gesturing toward the screen. Darren's observed the screen displaying a circular safe passage nearly a light-year in diameter through the death zone, and nodded. Order Colonel Sly to lead his troops as the vanguard and ensure he coordinates with the friendly forces, avoiding any reckless rush. The aide quickly acknowledged and departed. This moment, the screen displaying the location of the Imperial warships revealed two triangular fleets beginning to detach small groups of 1,000 ships each. These vessels gradually separated from the main fleet, and upon reaching the entrance of the passage, their hulls began to exhibit distortion, indicating they were preparing for a spatial jump. Watching intently, Darren's chuckled to himself. These fellows, upon seeing the safe passage opened, are eager to make a spatial leap, as if they cannot wait to appear at the Federation's defensive line. However, they should realize that this passage has not been dug very deep. Surely they are not foolish enough to set their exit point at the very end of the passage, Darlins and Kester, both holding the rank of brigadier general, were originally limited to commanding a fleet of only 5,000 warships within the imperial military structure. However, due to their influential patrons wielding immense power, they deftly manipulated circumstances to each command a fleet that in truth, promoting them directly to major general would have granted them rightful leadership over their fleets. Yet they understood that this arrangement served to incite jealousy among other generals, keeping them isolated from alternative factions while they remained mere brigadier generals. Naturally, as brigadier generals, the officers under their command were correspondingly elevated in rank, with a colonel permitted to oversee 1,000 warships, a stark contrast to the mere 200 to 300 that a colonel in the Federation could command in the treacherous expanse known as the Death Zone. Over 1,000 surviving self-propelled artillery ships of the Federation had gathered. However, the captains, many of whom had recently been promoted from second lieutenant to lieutenant, were embroiled in a cacophony of discord through their unified communications. What were they arguing about? Of course, it was a struggle for command over the more than 1,000 warships. Within the ship Tang Long, the atmosphere was markedly subdued. Not only did Tang Long remain silent, but so too did his subordinates. All eyes were fixed on the main screen, watching as the animated visages of the over 1,000 captains shouted passionately. They felt a sense of sorrow for these fools squabbling over authority mere moments before their potential demise. Chani opened her mouth, wishing to inform the lieutenants that the enemy was 2 reinforced fleets, hoping to quell their ignorance and end the squabbling. Yet, she refrained, recalling her previous failure to execute Tang Long's orders, which had resulted in nearly 9,000 warships failing to activate their shields. With her superior silent, she dared not speak, fearful of erring once more. All remained quiet, gazing at Tang Long, hoping for him to make a decisive move. Suddenly, the previously anxious Mary noticed that Tang Long was not despondent. Rather, he sat in his command chair with arms crossed, legs casually draped over the console, eyes closed in contemplation. Mary recalled that in moments of certain failure, Tang Long often displayed a crestfallen demeanor, and hope surged within her. Stealing a glance at Tang Long, she turned to check the systems for which she was responsible. This action momentarily stunned the others, but they quickly recalled their duties and returned to their posts. At that moment, Tang Long was communicating with Xingling through the vibrations of his throat. "Sister, could I ask you for a favor? If they continue this ruckus, they're merely inviting disaster." Xingling chuckled. "What, do you wish to seize command?" "That is certainly feasible. Just tell me how I can assist you." Tang Long muttered a series of incoherent words before suddenly opening his eyes and leaping up, bellowing at the screen. Silence. This outburst halted Lu Siheo and the others in their tracks, turning in astonishment to gaze at Tang Long. Unbeknownst to them, the personnel aboard the other warships were likely left nearly deafened by his words, nor did they realize that the dense cluster of visages had vanished from the screen, now dominated by Tang Long's imposing figure. Tang Long pointed at the screen and cursed vehemently. "What the hell? Why are you still arguing over command with me here? Am I not your leader? You fools! The enemy has breached the secure passage and will soon utilize spatial jumps to appear before us. And you still have the audacity to squabble over command? All radar operators, calculate the potential locations of the enemy's spatial jumps immediately." After uttering this, he turned to his aide, Gina, who was staring blankly at him, and commanded, "Aide, transmit the detected passage data and the coordinates of the enemy's laser discharge to all warships." Gina jolted, promptly acknowledging his order, and began her task. Meanwhile, Elha had already commenced calculations for the enemy's jump coordinates. Once Tang Long finished speaking, he turned back to the screen and shouted furiously, "Hurry up with those calculations. I want the results reported to me at once. Anyone dawdling will regret it." As he gestured, the images of the captains on the screen vanished, replaced by visuals of the passage data. Gina, who had just completed her task managing the computer, found herself momentarily stunned. She had neither pressed the button to change the screen nor seen her superior do so. What was happening? She fervently hoped the computer would not malfunction at such a critical moment. With a cold sweat breaking out, Gina began checking the computer system, though her efforts were futile. The captains understood that Tang Long was merely a figurehead without real power. Yet in the absence of a definitive leader and amidst their bickering, they subconsciously accepted Tang Long's authority as he stepped forward, a familiar figure known for his prowess. Another reason they acquiesced to Tang Long's command was his assertion that the enemy would soon appear. They were well aware that the secure passage allowed for the enemy to execute spatial jumps within its confines. The thought of the enemy's imminent arrival, though they were uncertain of the latter's strength, instilled fear in these untested souls. Thus, they had no time to ponder their aspirations for command. Instead, they anxiously urged the radar operators to calculate the enemy's jump points based on the data received. While they were unsure of the utility of such calculations, it provided them with a semblance of purpose to steady their fraying nerves. Tang Long furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on Elha's hands flying over the controls. And he could not help but ask Chun-Yi, "Has any warship reported their calculated results yet?" Chun-Yi shook her head in silence, while Lu Siheo interjected, "Commander, calculating the jump positions requires considerable time, even for an entire fleet. And our numbers are few. Furthermore, this self-propelled artillery ship's computer system is rather rudimentary, which will prolong the calculations." Just as Tang Long was about to respond, he suddenly heard a series of light giggles, followed by El leaping up in jubilation, exclaiming, "We've got it." As Lu Siheo looked on in disbelief, Chun-Yi also sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Commander, we have received information from the warships. The positions have been calculated." Tang Long immediately grasped the situation, his throat vibrating as he heard Xingling's laughter. "No need to thank me. Hurry and think about what you'll do once you have their appearance coordinates." Tang Long nodded slightly and turned to Chun-Yi, saying, "Connect all warship communications." "Aid, I will handle the computer." "Understood." The two women saluted and busied themselves with their tasks. Tang Long began operating the console, and the screen displayed the calculated enemy jump locations. Noting that these locations were a mere 300 units away, with jump points appearing every few kilometers, he understood that 1 unit equaled 1 million kilometers, a measurement used in space warfare to determine effective firing ranges. As Tang Long manipulated the data, the jump points transformed into luminous markers on the screen. Upon completion, the computer automatically indicated that there were an astonishing 2,000 jump points outside the 300-unit range. A force of 2,000 ships. All who witnessed this collectively gasped in shock. The enemy outnumbered them 2-1, and it was highly likely that this was the vanguard. Yet, even if only 200 ships were to appear, the officers felt no elation, for they were acutely aware that the Imperial forces would not deploy self-propelled artillery ships as expendable vessels. Even if the 2,000 ships represented the enemy's lowest-tier vessels, their strength would still far surpass their own by dozens of times. The officers' hopes of achieving military accolades began to fade, had it not been for the general's order permitting the execution of any who attempted to flee. Many would have already deserted. Lu Siheo, filled with concern, said to Tang Long, "Commander, the enemy's strength is overwhelming. Tang Long turned to Lu Siheo with a reassuring smile. "Do not worry. We can hold off these 2,000 enemy ships for a while. If fortune smiles upon us, we may await the arrival of the Hague fleet." Lu Siheo was taken aback. Their commander claimed there was no cause for concern and that they could withstand the enemy for a time. Surely he had lost his senses. The opposing force consisted of 2,000 regular warships, not mere self-propelled artillery vessels. Just as Lu Siheo was at a loss for words, the foolish Li Jun blurted out, "Commander, what if we are unfortunate?" Tang Long smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Jun. "Can't you figure that out? If misfortune befalls us, we surrender to this." The room fell silent, jaws agape in disbelief, while Chun-Yi momentarily froze before quickly shutting down the communications link with the other warships. She cast a pale-faced glance at Tang Long. While such remarks might be uttered in the privacy of their ship, she could not allow her subordinates to go spreading such words. However, it was too late. The crews of over 1,000 warships, numbering over 10,000 souls, had heard Tang Long's declaration. The thought of fleeing would lead to execution, while fighting would surely result in death. Thus surrendering seemed a rather appealing option. Yet they worried. Would they be reduced to slaves upon surrendering, given that the Silver Hawk Empire maintained a system of slavery? Tang Long noticed the communication device had been disabled, his dissatisfaction prompting him to reactivate it. Just as Li Jun voiced the concern that had troubled all the officers. Upon hearing Li Jun's question, Tang Long chuckled. "Will we be turned into slaves if we surrender?" Fear not. The Empire, in its display of grace, will not only refrain from reducing surrendered soldiers to slavery, but will instead treat them well, allowing them to enjoy elevated privileges, due to their intention to use it for propaganda, in order to recruit more troops. One can simply look at our Federation's documentary to understand how well the captured soldiers were treated back then. Upon hearing Tang Long's words, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. They had watched those wartime documentaries as children, noticing that the treatment of the prisoners was often better than that of Federation citizens, which had previously stirred feelings of indignation within them. Now, these Federation soldiers were no longer burdened by worry. Some even began to contemplate how they might surrender if the enemy approached. However, Tang Long suddenly bellowed, awakening everyone from their reverie. Listen closely. Do not assume that the moment the enemy arrives, surrender will be accepted. Even if they do accept, you will be treated as ordinary soldiers and confined. Therefore, we must instill fear in them, making them believe we are exceptionally skilled, so that they will treat us as special soldiers. The officers and soldiers nodded in agreement, realizing that if they surrendered in such a manner, the enemy might suspect it was a ruse. Moreover, Tang Long had not suggested an attack. He merely proposed to frighten them in jest, believing the enemy would not take offense. Without waiting for them to inquire about how to intimidate, Tang Long stood up, pointed at the jump points indicating enemy ships, and commanded, "All ships, heed my orders. Each vessel is responsible for 2 jump points. Set the torpedo coordinates accordingly, deploying 2 torpedoes of different types at each jump point. Report to the flagship once prepared, and follow my command for launch." After uttering these commands, Tang Long's stern demeanor transformed into a cheerful smile. Rest assured, even the weakest destroyer can withstand the impact of 2 torpedoes. Everyone understood the extent of damage 2 torpedoes could inflict on a destroyer, thus interpreting Tang Long's words as a mere jest to intimidate the enemy, that if it were otherwise, they would have concentrated all torpedoes on a few jump points to effectively destroy the enemy vessels. Consequently, the atmosphere lightened as they began configuring the torpedo settings, awaiting the moment to scare the enemy and then surrender. However, the crew aboard Tang Long's ship did not share the same lightheartedness, for they had noticed the malevolent grin on Tang Long's face when he made his last statement. Although they sensed something amiss, they could not pinpoint what it was. They understood that even if a destroyer were stationary with its shields down, 2 torpedoes might still fail to destroy it. However, during a jump, the shields would automatically deactivate, and given the current combat phase, the enemy would not shut down their shields after completing the jump. Yet, why did the commander wear such a sinister smile? It seemed as if a hidden conspiracy lurked beneath that facade. "Hey, newly promoted Sergeant Lu Seheo, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and set the torpedo coordinates," Tang Long said, squinting at Lu Seheo with a grin. Lu Seheo, feeling incredulous, shivered at Tang Long's demeanor, quickly saluting and returning to his post. Tang Long paid no heed to Xing Ling's incessant inquiries about his intentions. Maintaining his smile as he turned to Chun, Ian asked, "Private Chun-Yi, are we able to establish contact with the mainland?" Chun-Yi shook her head in haste, replying, "Report, Commander. It seems the lines to the mainland have been cut off. We cannot establish contact." "Cut off?" Tang Long's feigned expression vanished instantly, replaced by shock that it would be understandable if the signal had been severed during intense combat. However, the general and colonel had communicated with him just moments ago, and the enemy had yet to arrive, making it implausible that the enemy had seized control of the signal. Thus, there could only be one conclusion. As this realization dawned on him, a chill crept over Tang Long's heart. He then turned to Xing Ling, inquiring, "Sister, do you know why we cannot connect with the mainland? Could it be?" Xing Ling initially scoffed, still perturbed by Tang Long's earlier reluctance to leave her side. However, after her scoff, she relayed the shocking news she had just learned. "Indeed, just as you suspected. The mainland has severed communication with you due to a military conference has decided to shift the battlefield to Hake Star, and you have been deemed expendable pawns to confuse the enemy." Tang Long was taken aback. This meant that the Hake fleet, which was originally supposed to come to their aid, would not be arriving. In a fit of rage, he jumped up, cursing vehemently. "Damn it, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Are they afraid to speak the truth, fearing we might flee and disrupt their plans?" His expression left everyone in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what had triggered this outburst from their commander. However, Lu Seheo, who had completed the coordinate settings, trembled upon hearing Tang Long's words, his eyes reflecting a sense of helpless despair as he grasped the implications of Tang Long's statement. Suddenly ceasing his tirade, Tang Long slapped his forehead and sighed, muttering to himself, Sigh, sacrificing a few for the sake of victory is unavoidable. We cannot blame them entirely. Yet upon hearing this, Xing Ling delivered another shocking revelation. Tang Long. I have always found it strange how the Federation could produce such a one-shot self-propelled artillery ship. Even if it is cost-effective, it does not enhance the Federation's combat capability at all. Therefore, I took it upon myself to investigate. Due to our distance from the center, I only received news just before the signal was cut off that it turns out they only manufactured 10,000 of these artillery ships before halting production. And the Federation purchased each for 200 million, which means they paid the price of an A-class patrol ship for this self-propelled artillery. Upon hearing Tang Long abruptly stop his curses, everyone stared in shock. Mouths agape, eyes wide as they gazed blankly at the wall. Although they were unaware of the reason behind Tang Long's reaction, they were accustomed to his peculiar behavior, so they did not dwell on it. Only Lu Sehao seemed to be truly attentive. Buying a self-propelled artillery ship at the price of a patrol vessel. How could the government engage in such a losing deal? Tang Long struggled to articulate his thoughts. Xing Ling, with a tone of disdain, replied, "The loss falls on the nation. This is a classic case of collusion between officials and businessmen. The cost of this self-propelled artillery ship is merely 20 million. Yet the manufacturers and the officials involved are profiting immensely." Though Tang Long had heard of such corrupt dealings in the past, he never imagined he would find himself entangled in the products of such malfeasance. However, there was no time for him to dwell on anger. His primary concern was the status of their ship. Thus, he urgently asked, "Sister, this ship isn't a defective product, is it? I've heard that products manufactured under such conditions are often of poor quality. And I certainly do not wish to perish at the hands of my own." Xing Ling reassured him. "Fear not, your ship is indeed a qualified product. Perhaps the unscrupulous merchants made so much profit that they felt embarrassed to even skimp on the 20 million cost." Tang Long sighed in relief upon hearing this, momentarily forgetting to inquire whether the other ships were equally satisfactory. However, even if he did ask, Xing Ling would not have the answers, after confirming that Tang Long's ship posed no issues. She did not waste time checking the others that moment. Who had been monitoring the radar, called out to Tang Long, "Commander, there are energy fluctuations at the jump point. The enemy ships are about to appear." Instantly, Tang Long's demeanor shifted back to its icy state as he pressed a button and addressed the screen. "All torpedo operators, prepare." Hearing this, Lu Sehao quickly collected himself, swiftly confirming the torpedo coordinates before sitting attentively, awaiting Tang Long's launch command. Meanwhile, Xing Ling expressed her dissatisfaction. "I answer all your questions, yet how do you treat me? Since the moment I asked you what you intended to do with these torpedoes. You have yet to respond." That a hint of a smile crept onto Tang Long's lips as he cleared his throat and replied, Sister, some things lose their allure once spoken. It's akin to spoiling a movie by revealing the plot beforehand. One can no longer enjoy it, so savor it at your own pace." Upon hearing this, Xing Ling merely pouted and fell silent, while she could compute the outcomes of Tang Long's actions using the computer. As he said, the anticipation would be lost as Tang Long observed the target for his ship's torpedoes, the vast expanse of dark cosmic. Tang Long, upon hearing those words, paused his hand in midair for several seconds before suddenly bringing it down with a commanding shout. "Launch." With the issuance of Tang Long's command, each warship simultaneously fired 2 rapidly spinning torpedoes, totaling over 2,000, all hurtling towards the uncharted territories where the enemy had yet to appear. Just moments after the torpedo operators had released their fingers from the launch buttons, Tang Long delivered his second command. 1 penetrative explosive torpedo at each coordinate, with a firing rate of 3. Prepare. Upon hearing this order, the torpedo operators easily pressed a button, signaling readiness to the flagship. Given that only 2 penetrative torpedoes remained and no specific detonation location was indicated, merely the rate of fire, this command was considerably simpler than the previous one. Tang Long commanded the launch. The over 2,000 torpedoes pursued their brethren, albeit lagging behind due to their slower firing speed. Once Tang Long witnessed the complete launch of the torpedoes, he issued another order. "All warships, heed my command. Commence charging the main cannon's energy, targeting coordinates S34X23401 to Y45. The main gunners, initially idle, were taken aback by the announcement, but quickly sprung into action with excitement. Having been aware of their impending surrender since early on, they felt unburdened and devoid of psychological strain. Furthermore, As they had yet to truly utilize the main cannon, they approached the task with keen interest, charging the cannon's energy and setting the coordinates, preparing for what might be the only shot of their military careers. Although the captains of various vessels were uncertain of the purpose behind charging the main cannon, they thought little of it, as they had nothing else to occupy them and were merely awaiting surrender. Besides, they were unaware of the coordinates' location. Voicing such ignorance would only lead their subordinates to deem them incompetent. At this moment, the over 2,000 directional explosive torpedoes had reached their designated coordinate and commenced their pre-programmed self-detonation sequence. Inside the warships, silence prevailed, with only the screens displaying thousands of vibrant blossoms. The Federal soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but whistle and cheer with joy. However, the subsequent scene rendered them speechless that on the screens, amidst the blazing inferno, the silhouettes of thousands of warships emerged, coinciding perfectly with the detonation of the torpedoes. Contrary to their expectations of the ships emerging unscathed and forming ranks immediately, these vessels remained stationary, ensnared by the flames. Strangely, the hulls of these warships exhibited the distortion caused by their recent jump. It became evident that these ships had been warped by spatial distortion and had yet to recover. But how could this be possible? Such issues had been resolved long ago. Was it the Empire's shoddy craftsmanship? Or was it due to the intensity of the flames? As the Federal soldiers pondered this bizarre phenomenon, the second round of penetrative torpedoes finally caught up with their brethren. They were not programmed for self-detonation, thus burrowing into the hulls of the obstructing enemy warships. The moment they penetrated the armor, their preset explosive mechanism activated, resulting in an explosion that rendered the once vibrant blossoms even more resplendent and colossal. Some astute captains quickly grasped Tang Long's intentions and opened their mouths to shout a warning. However, they were a beat too late, for Tang Long's command echoed in their ears just as the penetrative torpedoes entered the enemy vessels. Main cannon. Fire. The quicker captains managed to utter a warning just in time, while the slower ones stood there, mouse agape. The main gunners, donned with holographic helmets, instinctively pressed the launch button upon hearing the command. Consequently, over 1,000 massive energy beams shot towards the designated coordinates at light speed. Upon witnessing this, everyone understood precisely where that coordinate lay. The energy emitted from these over 1,000 main cannons converged at the central region of the enemy fleet. Although the shots were dispersed, their destination being the same allowed them to coalesce into a singular massive energy surge as they approached. Upon reaching their target, the Federal soldiers stationed within the self-propelled artillery ships could only describe the blinding brightness that enveloped their screens as being overwhelming, rendering their eyes nearly unable to open. Fortunately, the computer automatically adjusted the brightness, or they would have been left blind. As the brilliance faded, the Federal soldiers beheld the scene displayed on their screens. Their expressions frozen in disbelief. The jump point. The 2,000 enemy warships, which had just emerged and had yet to unleash their power, had all been rendered incapable of being classified as warships. The once pristine and unblemished safety corridor was now littered with countless remnants of warships, effectively blocking the passage. In Chapter 24, all present stared vacantly at the floating debris, astonished at how effortlessly the 2,000 enemy warships had been annihilated. Liu Sihao and his companions exchanged incredulous glances, casting their eyes upon Tang Long, who sat quietly in the command chair, his expression as cold as ever. They had intended to inquire about his lack of joy in such a victory, but the thought was swallowed back. They found it peculiar that their commander displayed no signs of elation at such a triumph. Suddenly, they recalled the intelligence gathered regarding enemy numbers. These 2,000 warships constituted merely the vanguard of a larger force that was yet to arrive, leaving little room for celebration. Thus, their faces turned grave as they returned to their posts. However, as they prepared for their tasks, a series of derisive chuckles broke the silence. Turning around, they found Tang Long with his eyes closed, a hint of a cold smirk gracing his lips, emanating the mocking laughter. Just as they were processing this, Tang Long erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ahaha! I am truly remarkable, having so easily obliterated the enemy. I have such admiration for myself." As he spoke, he leaped from his chair, exuberantly waving his arms in delight. In that moment, everyone lost their capacity for thought. After a considerable pause, they gently rubbed their foreheads, ignoring Tang Long and turning back to their respective duties. Filled with excitement, Tang Long shouted, All forces, heed my command. Move to the designated position immediately and prepare to intercept the next wave of enemies." As he proclaimed this, he pressed a button on the command console, causing a star map to illuminate on the screen, indicating the locations where the vessels were to assemble. Upon seeing the indicated points, the crew quickly realized that Tang Long intended for all warships to form a three-dimensional circle around the debris of the safety corridor, evidently aiming to ambush the enemy at this choke point. Mary promptly obeyed the order and steered the warship towards the specified location. However, as the ship began to move, Chinny anxiously called out, "Commander, other warships have jointly sent a message, refusing to move and requesting to speak with you." Everyone froze at this revelation, and Tang Long, filled with rage, shouted, "What are those fools doing? If they don't hurry and take their positions, the enemy will be upon us," with a wave of his hand. He added, "Connect the communication. I want to see why they refuse to move." The screen shifted to reveal a lieutenant officer in his 30s, who, upon seeing Tang Long, did not salute but instead pointed an accusatory finger at him, yelling, "What are you doing? Didn't we say we would merely intimidate them? How could you destroy them all? Do you wish to condemn us all to death?" Tang Long's earlier fury had dissipated, and he shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness, saying, "I had no idea that the Silver Eagle Empire's warships were so subpar that 2 torpedoes could take one down. But isn't this splendid? We have achieved a significant victory." The lieutenant's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he shouted in anger, "A significant victory, my foot! We have been abandoned by our homeland. And now 2 enemy fleets are racing towards us. Can our self-propelled artillery withstand that? Initially, we were all too willing to accept surrender, but now that you've destroyed so many enemy warships, what do you propose we do?" Tang Long chuckled. "Oh, so you are aware that our homeland has forsaken us, and you also know the enemy's numbers. Those captains are not fools. They realized something was amiss when they lost contact with the homeland. Recalling the orders given by that Admiral D.A.S. for the enemy's numbers, they gleaned that information while connecting with our warships, which is why they were inclined to surrender." Tang Long continued, "Isn't this wonderful? With our 1,000 sacrificial warships, we have annihilated 2,000 of the enemy's regular warships, demonstrating our value to them. When the time comes for surrender, we shall receive better treatment." The lieutenant regarded Tang Long with skepticism, asking, "Is that true? Will the enemy not be enraged by the loss of 2,000 warships and refuse to accept our surrender, thus annihilating us?" Tang Long waved his hand dismissively. "Of course not. We are so exceptional. How could they bear to wipe us out? Now, promptly proceed to the designated position. We must execute the final steps flawlessly." The lieutenant hesitated, his gaze averted from Tang Long, as if consulting with someone. Star Zero interjected, "Tang Long, the images on his screen are of the other warship captains. It seems he is being backed by them." Tang Long nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent, signaling LA to scout the enemy's position while awaiting the lieutenant's response. The lieutenant, seemingly listening intently, suddenly erupted in a fit of rage, shouting, "Bastard! You scoundrel! You intend to deceive us again. Do you think we can eliminate 2 fleets?" Tang Long sighed inwardly, realizing they were now aware of his true intentions. As Tang Long was on the verge of speaking, the second lieutenant's expression turned serious, and he interjected coldly, "We have all unanimously agreed to revoke your command authority, that we are all lieutenants here. And no one is obliged to heed the other, that if you wish to attack them, you may do so alone. We will remain here and await their surrender." Rather than becoming enraged, Tang Long merely revealed a sly smile and replied, "Heh, after annihilating the enemy's vanguard, do you still wish to surrender? Once the enemy appears, they will not listen to your pleas. They will undoubtedly launch an immediate assault. Heed my counsel, and you may save your life. Otherwise, prepare to become cannon fodder. You scoundrel, you have plotted against us from the beginning." The second lieutenant bellowed in fury. Just as he was about to continue, the alarm lights aboard all the warships began to flash, accompanied by a relentless wailing siren. Who had been monitoring the radar, urgently shouted to Tang Long, "Commander, enemy vessels will appear at 500 vertical in 10 minutes, numbering over 18,000, including 4 aircraft carriers, 1,000 battleships, 7,000 cruisers, 6,000 destroyers, and 4,000 transport ships. Submarines may also be involved. This is 2 enhanced fleets. They have already detected us. Everyone fell silent, stunned by such terrifying numbers, all of which were vessels several tiers superior to the self-propelled artillery ships. Most alarming was the fact that the enemy did not even deploy patrol boats of any caliber. They simultaneously gazed at the screen, where, apart from the enemy ship positions displayed on the star map, there was no sign of the enemy fleet. This discovery afforded them a slight sense of relief. If they could not see the enemy ships with the naked eye, it meant that a single volley from the enemy could reduce their vessels to cosmic dust. Tang Long promptly pressed buttons on the command console, and the screen displayed the enemy moving slowly in a serpentine formation through the safety corridor. Tang Long raised his voice and declared, "The enemy ships are all colossal, unsuitable for navigating this treacherous zone. Our smaller vessels still have a chance. Quickly, execute the orders and proceed to the designated location." The second lieutenant, whose image had vanished during the alarm, reappeared before Tang Long, his expression relaxed and a smirk on his face. "Apologies, we have already sent a surrender signal to the Imperial Army and are now awaiting a response from their commander. We do not wish to be cannon fodder, so relinquish your hopes and join us in surrendering." Tang Long exclaimed in shock, "No, the Imperial Army will not accept your surrender." The second lieutenant and the crew aboard Tang Long's ship exchanged puzzled glances. How could the Imperial Army refuse a surrender? Was it not you who first suggested capitulation? Xingling also questioned, intrigued, "Tang Long, why are you so certain the Imperial Army won't accept a surrender?" While responding to Xingling, Tang Long simultaneously addressed the screen. "I have studied the fleet compositions of the Federation and the Empire. Typically, a fleet comprises 1 aircraft carrier, 100 battleships, 1,000 cruisers, over 2,000 destroyers, more than 4,000 patrol vessels, and thousands of transport ships. Although these numbers may vary depending on the mission, no fleet has ever exceeded 500 battleships. Based on the battleships alone, these 2 enemy fleets possess the strength equivalent to 10 ordinary fleets. According to Imperial custom, such an overwhelming force is typically reserved for the Imperial Guard that if the Empire intended to invade our territory, they would not dispatch the forces protecting the capital. Moreover, the 100,000 troops stationed in the Kexala system have not mobilized, which confirms that these Imperial Guards are not here for an invasion. They have a secret mission. Would such a formidable army be inclined to accept surrender? Tang Long's words left everyone dumbfounded. They understood that typical fleets did not possess such formidable configurations. Only the Imperial Guard could boast such strength. Thus, why would the Imperial Guard travel such a distance for a trivial invasion? Furthermore, the stationed troops in the Kexala system had indeed remained inactive. Could an invasion be executed with merely 2 enhanced fleets? The realization that the Imperial Guard was here on a mission sent a chill down their spines. Hearing Tang Long's analysis, Xingling immediately inquired, "How do you know and analyze all this, Tang Long?" Tang Long chuckled softly and replied, "It's all thanks to my eccentric instructors who forced me to learn intelligence processing and analysis. Although I haven't mastered much, I can still discern these details at a glance." Xingling caught the implication in Tang Long's words and couldn't help but roll her eyes, muttering, "So smug." She knew what knowledge the instructors had imparted to Tang Long and had initially thought him to be merely skimming the surface. However, it was now evident that the knowledge he had acquired had become second nature to him. The second lieutenant's expression shifted, and just as he was about to speak, a look of delight crossed his face. He disdainfully remarked to Tang Long, "You need not continue your deception. The Imperial Army has accepted our surrender." Upon witnessing Tang Long's stunned expression, he sneered, "My apologies, but after our discussions, we have decided to hand you over to the Imperial Army as the war criminal responsible for destroying 2,000 of their warships. Please understand, we must at least bring a gift when we meet them." Immediately shouted, "Commander, our self-propelled artillery ships are beginning to encircle us, and all main and secondary guns are aimed at us." Hearing this, everyone aboard turned their gaze to Tang Long, fully aware that if he refused, their own artillery fire would rain down upon them. With the current 20 shield capacity, a single shot would surely spell doom. As silence enveloped the cabin, Chani pressed her ear to the communicator and, after a moment of tension, nervously announced, "Commander, the Imperial Army is requesting to communicate with you." Tang Long, momentarily distracted by Xingling's conversation, finally responded, waving his hand, "Put them through to." As he spoke, everyone returned to their stations, having never encountered a high-ranking officer from the Imperial Army before, regardless of whether they were to surrender or meet their demise. They needed to maintain the demeanor befitting a soldier. Lu Seheo, seated in his position, felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. He was aware that it was fear of the unpredictable fate that awaited them. Angrily, he pinched his thigh, ashamed of his own cowardice. However, upon observing the pale and cold-sweating faces of his comrades, his sense of shame lessened slightly. According to seasoned veterans, during war, one hardly feels the specter of death. Fate is often determined with a single shot, leaving no time for fear to take root before one becomes cosmic dust. In his case, he was trembling not only because he was a rookie who had never faced battle, but also due to the looming shadow of death. In such dire circumstances, he believed that even the most battle-hardened veterans would tremble as he did. Alas, the lives of the 10 or so of them rested on the words of their commander. Reflecting on this, Lu Seheo couldn't help but glance back at Tang Long, who bore a faint and enigmatic smile. Lu Seheo was taken aback. He recalled Tang Long's performance throughout the battle. Not only had Tang Long exhibited unparalleled adaptability in command, but he also remained remarkably composed and natural, even in the face of such a lethal threat. But he did not display a trace of panic, giving the impression of a seasoned general who had commanded thousands and survived countless life-or-death battles. Moreover, how did the commander possess such insights into the status of their warship and the sordid secrets of their homeland? Recalling a recent remark he overheard from Tang Long, he mused, "It seems this commander is far from simple." As Lu Seheo pondered this, he also reflected on his own standing. Letting out a sigh, he was merely a logistics officer. Could he carve out his own niche? Just then, a beep signaled the connection was established. Snapping Lu Seheo from his thoughts as he lifted his gaze to the screen, that on it appeared two young men clad in impeccably tailored Imperial Army Major General uniforms. Their flowing, shimmering golden hair framing handsome faces that exuded an air of elegance and superiority. Lu Seheo instinctively glanced back at Tang Long, contemplating whether Tang Long could have achieved the rank of Major General at the same age as these two did upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Lu Seheo was taken aback, for Tang Long observed that the two Major Generals displayed expressions of astonishment and exclaimed, "It is you, Kester and Dallins," upon receiving the alarming news that the vanguard forces had been annihilated without firing a single shot. Found themselves questioning the reliability of their hearing. After repeating the information 2 or 3 times to confirm the total destruction of their forces, disbelief washed over their faces. After all, there were only 1,000 so-called self-propelled artillery ships at play, and a single patrol vessel could easily contend with 10 of them. How could an entire army be vanquished? As they scrutinized the data transmitted by the warships moments before their demise, their shock deepened, for upon jumping out of hyperspace, they found themselves immobilized, their ships ensnared by spatial distortions. Energy scans revealed that the opposing forces had detonated a torpedo at the jump point, resulting in the catastrophic distortions experienced by their fleet in a state of alarm. They hastily stored this data in their computers to relay back home, never having imagined such a tactic could be employed to thwart a warship's jump. If this became a common strategy, how could wars possibly be waged? Thus, they resolved to submit this data to the Imperial Warship Research Institute for further study. Simultaneously, they were filled with curiosity regarding the federal commander orchestrating this battle, as no one had previously employed such an attack method. How had this commander stumbled upon such a discovery? They were certainly not foolish enough to attempt another jump, not only due to the possibility of encountering the same tactic from the enemy, but also because the debris from the earlier explosions would obstruct their own jump. They were left with no choice but to command their entire crew to enter the safety channels and proceed at conventional speeds. Initially, they believed the enemy had long since escaped during this interval. But to their astonishment, the enemy remained stationary and sent a message of surrender. They also observed a peculiar phenomenon. All self-propelled artillery ships were targeting a single vessel. Through communication, they learned that the commander of those warships was being held captive by their own forces. Upon agreeing to the enemy's surrender, they requested to meet with the opposing commander. When the screen displayed a remarkably young second lieutenant, they were left dumbfounded. Who could have anticipated that the commander who had astonished them so greatly was such a low-ranking young officer? Before they could voice their thoughts, the young lieutenant's words startled them. Kester and Dallins exchanged glances, surprised that the other recognized them, even though they had never seen him before. Neither of them were prominent figures within the Empire, having never graced the pages of newspapers save for those in their immediate circles. Where could this lieutenant have seen them? Dalins, somewhat incredulous, inquired, "Lieutenant, have you seen us before?" Tang Long quickly shook his head and replied, "Oh, I have never encountered either of you esteemed generals, that I merely noticed your resemblance to two of my friends, which led to my momentary confusion." Tang Long was not foolish enough to admit he had met them. Otherwise, he would have to explain how he had fought alongside Imperial military robots. Could he claim that his instructor was friends with them and had facilitated his training? Kester touched his face, murmuring in skepticism, "Is there someone who looks like me? That's impossible. I am one of the Empire's few great beauties. No one could possibly look as handsome as I do." Dalins, witnessing his companion's narcissism manifest before the enemy, could not help but clear his throat as a reminder. Although Tang Long inwardly criticized the vanity, he maintained a facade of flattering smiles, remarking, "Indeed, your handsomeness is unparalleled, not only within the Silver Falcon Empire, but throughout the entire universe." Lu Sihao and Tang Long's subordinates were perplexed by this exchange. Upon hearing Tang Long's words, their hearts raced. Despite being unable to articulate why, they sensed that their commander was about to execute some intricate scheme. Kester initially displayed a satisfied smile before promptly adopting a stern demeanor and saluted, stating, "I am Major General Kester of the Imperial Capital's Imperial Guard, 3rd Fleet." Dalins followed suit, declaring, "I am Major General Dalins of the Imperial Capital's Imperial Guard, 4th Fleet." They remained skeptical of Tang Long's assertion, convinced that the lieutenant must have seen them somewhere, but now was not the time for inquiries. They would interrogate him after securing his surrender. Tang Long smiled, restoring his cold demeanor, and with a sharp salute proclaimed, "I am Lieutenant Tang Long, captain of the self-propelled artillery ship number 521 of the Wanluo Federation." Noticing Dalins raise an eyebrow, Tang Long chuckled and added, "This lieutenant was promoted by the district's general after our warships suffered a 90 loss due to your cold ray laser fire, along with all surviving personnel from the remaining self-propelled artillery ships." Kester laughed, "A classic tactic to send you to your doom. Lieutenant Tang Long, you have already been abandoned by your comrades." Without surprise, Tang Long was unfazed by Kester's knowledge of his predicament. Logically, orders for pre-battle promotion signified abandonment. "My forces are about to arrive. Neither fighting nor fleeing presents a favorable option for you, so what is your response?" Kester, upon receiving the signal of surrender from the federal forces and witnessing Tang Long being threatened by his own, recognized that Tang Long would likely refuse to surrender. Truthfully, he found the young man rather likable, and his curiosity prompted him to attempt persuasion. Seated alongside Lu Sihao, the tension was palpable as they watched Tang Long, uncertain of how they wished him to respond. Although he had only recently joined the military, he harbored an inexplicable aversion to surrender. Yet, refusing to do so would mean the end for him and his comrades. Little did they realize, they had unwittingly entrusted their fates to Tang Long, ready to follow his orders toward an uncertain destiny. At that moment, Tang Long heard Star Zero's voice. "Preparation complete. Enemy ships are 200 units away." Upon hearing this, a mysterious smile crept across Tang Long's face. Abruptly turning his back to Kester and Dalins, he patted his raised backside and shouted, "Take that, you smelly fart. You think I would surrender?" Here, with that, he turned back to Kester and Dalins, raising his fist and extending his middle finger. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Tang Long abruptly seated himself in the command chair, and the safety belts of all crew members automatically secured them. With a grand gesture, he bellowed, "Flee!" The warship erupted in a cacophony of sound. From a cosmic perspective, Tang Long's surrounded vessel suddenly belched forth a fierce flame from its rear, propelling it at an astonishing velocity, swiftly breaking through the encirclement and into the debris-laden death zone. Under immense pressure, Lu Sihao and his companions could only smile wryly as they gazed at the two major generals on the screen, whose faces were flushed with fury. Meanwhile, Mary struggled to assess the control systems, quickly realizing she had lost command. Although she felt a pang of anxiety, having experienced a similar situation not long ago, she remained more composed than before. It was clear, even to the most oblivious observer, that the bizarre events surrounding the warship were intricately linked to their commander. Tang Long, regarding the two major generals on the screen with a grin, remarked, "No need to be so angry that if you were not the Imperial Guard but merely a regular fleet, I would have surrendered long ago. Now, I believe it is preferable to return and face a military tribunal rather than submit to you." With a wave of his hand, he instructed Star Zero to turn off the screen, Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two men aboard the Imperial flagship shifted dramatically, even in a virtual image. They could discern the horror reflected in their companions' eyes. Did this man know their intentions? He must not be allowed to escape. This was the shared thought of both, and they simultaneously commanded. All ships, accelerate. Order the surrendering self-propelled artillery ships to pursue Tang Long and ensure his destruction. Upon receiving this command, over 200 captains of the already surrendered self-propelled artillery ships immediately ordered a pursuit. The other warships remained motionless, perhaps reluctant to chase after their own. Unaware of the dialogue between Tang Long and the major generals, they could not fathom why the two men were so vehemently ordering Tang Long's destruction. Yet they understood this was their chance to secure their own positions after surrendering. They feared the repercussions of allowing Tang Long to return and speak freely, not knowing what accusations would be leveled against them by the Federation. Thus, they hastened to pursue Tang Long at full speed. Due to the small size of the self-propelled artillery ships, the debris in the death zone posed little obstruction. However, Tang Long's velocity was extraordinary, forcing them to fire from a considerable distance. The officer responsible for the propulsion system, Lon Went, shouted, "Power output at 200. The exhaust ports can only sustain for 2 more minutes before melting down." Meanwhile, the deputy officer, Gina, called out, "We are under attack, but due to our speed, we have sustained no damage." Tang Long unfastened his safety belt and, somewhat unsteadily, approached Mary, saying, "Mary, let us switch seats." Mary's eyes widened in surprise. Did the commander mean for her to pilot the ship? After months of arduous practice, she had only just learned to navigate a warship. How could the commander possibly do so? Though hesitating, she nodded in response to Tang Long's gaze. Struggling to unfasten her belt and move to the command chair, Star Zero, with a playful grin, remarked, "What's this? Feeling restless? Can you actually pilot a warship?" Tang Long chuckled. "It's been a while since I've played around. I imagine piloting a warship is somewhat similar to flying a fighter jet." Xing Ling, slapping her forehead with a chuckle, exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could battleships and fighter jets be comparable?" However, the principles behind this self-propelled artillery ship are indeed modeled after fighter jet control systems. As only such systems are suitable for such a small vessel, allow me to modify a few programs and transform this self-propelled artillery ship into a fighter jet. "Haha, thank you, big sister. You truly are versatile," Tang Long replied, donning the holographic helmet with a grin. "Humph, you ought to consider who I am. This is merely a trifling matter," she retorted. "But Tang Long, let me make it clear. I will only assist you in times of life-threatening danger. Do not think you can rely on me for everything. That would not be beneficial for your growth." The virtual computer lady, who had been flaunting her pride with a smirk on Tang Long's helmet display, now bore a serious expression tinged with a hint of sadness as she spoke. Tang Long chuckled. You brought it up, but I was just about to say the same, that if I were to rely on you constantly, I might as well give up on my endeavors to sow. Let us make a pact. You will only help me when I plead for assistance, all right? I've realized that nothing seems to faze you. And if this continues, I'll find myself at a loss without your aid." Xing Ling offered a bittersweet smile, understanding that by uttering those words, Tang Long would likely seldom seek her assistance in the future. Given his personality, it was even possible he might never admit to not knowing something again. She could only nod in silence, aware that her existence was akin to a child's walker. Without it, a child would never learn to walk independently. Noticing the melancholy in Xing Ling's expression, Tang Long reassured her, "Big sister, fret not. I won't disregard you in the future, that we can continue chatting just as we do now and explore the virtual network together." Upon hearing this, Xing Ling nodded with a smile. "All right. After this mission concludes, you must accompany me on a proper shopping spree that you've been dodging it for several times now. This time, you cannot escape." Tang Long laughed. "Rest assured, I won T evade this time. Now let us restore speed to normal and connect the weapon radar system to the control system." He concluded with a shout. His aide, Gina, paused momentarily but quickly redirected the weapon radar system to the control system. Those responsible for the secondary cannons and radar stared blankly at Tang Long, uncertain of his intentions. At that moment, the battleship slowed, causing everyone to lean forward, realizing that the vessel had returned to normal speed. The captains of the 200 distant ships, noticing Tang Long's speed had reached 2G, hastily commanded, "Accelerate. Do not fear the power core reaching its limit. That fellow ship has long exceeded 200, he seems unscathed. After all, perhaps this is a hidden capability of the self-propelled artillery ship. Give it all we've got. Upon hearing their commander's words and witnessing Tang Long's speed, the soldiers managing the power core concurred. There was no way Tang Long's ship could attain such velocity while theirs could not. After all, weren't they all self-propelled artillery ships? There was no distinction. Consequently, they all pushed their energy output to the maximum. Excitement bubbling within as they observed the rapidly rising numbers at that moment. The captains rejoiced as the radar operator reported that Tang Long's speed had diminished, shouting, "Everyone, honor lies ahead. Accelerate, fire the secondary cannons, and charge the main cannon. We shall be the first to destroy Tang Long." In an instant, nearly 1,000 beams from secondary cannons surged toward Tang Long. He glanced at the data displayed on his helmet and scoffed. "Fools! You're firing without even reaching effective range." I could stand here and scathe. While scolding, Tang Long deftly maneuvered the controller, smoothly and perilously flying through the narrow gaps between two massive wrecks, causing his subordinates, who were watching the thrilling scene on screen, to gasp in shock. As Tang Long navigated through the debris, he heard the exclamations of his subordinates and triumphantly declared, "Don't worry, your commander was once an unrivaled ace pilot. This is merely child's play. Just sit back and admire my extraordinary performance." Hearing this, everyone stared blankly at Tang Long, their thoughts echoing, "Ace pilot? Boss, this is a battleship." Before they could voice their thoughts, the sight of colossal, sharp wreckage hurtling toward them caused them to shut their eyes in fear. Chapter 25. Tang Long, exhilarated to have his battleship emerge unscathed from the debris, let out a triumphant yo. Simultaneously, he violently twisted the joystick and rapidly pressed several speed control panels with his feet. Suddenly, the thrusters at the front of the ship, used for deceleration and reverse, erupted with flames, while the main thrusters at the rear ceased operation. The left side thrusters for turning right likewise unleashed a burst of fire. In that fleeting moment, the battleship executed a 180-degree turn, aligning itself with the gap it had just traversed. As the ship pivoted, Tang Long slammed his fist onto a button on the control panel, shouting, "Die!" With that command, the four secondary cannons immediately unleashed a relentless barrage of laser fire into the GP. As the ship fired its lasers, the thrusters at the front continued to blaze, allowing Tang Long's vessel to fire while retreating. The 200 self-propelled artillery ships pursuing him, having exceeded the power core's limits, instinctively veered away upon seeing Tang Long dart into the wreckage. However, the most fervent pursuer, due to excessive speed, had no choice but to crash into the colossal debris. The pilot gritting his teeth and resolutely steering the ship toward the narrow opening. As the pilot's helmet displayed the imminent passage through the gap, he let out a sigh of relief. But just at that moment, a multitude of lights struck him head-on, and alarms blared throughout the ship. Although the energy of the ship's protective shield remained at full capacity, and being hit by secondary laser fire from self-propelled artillery ships would cause minimal damage, the inexperienced pilot reflexively jerked the control stick to evade upon witnessing the terrifying sight. Consequently, the ship, already hurtling forward at high speed, collided violently with the massive debris, since the ship impacted the wall after navigating through the gap. The protective shield, which required a certain buffer distance to function effectively, was rendered useless. The hull was instantly slashed by the sharp wreckage, followed by a resounding explosion that illuminated the area, transforming it into a death zone. Having retreated beyond the effective distance of the explosion, Tang Long glanced at the screen displaying the positions of other ships, promptly shutting down the reverse thrusters and stepping on the forward pedal, reigniting the flames of the rear thrusters. The battleship zipped away from the now expanding heat of the wreckage. Due to the high speed, the fleet of battleships effortlessly maneuvered around the remnants, only then realizing they had lost one vessel. Just as they prepared to retaliate against Tang Long's position, they found he had vanished. The captains and radar operator Tang Long observed the helmet screen displaying over 100 warships encircling from behind. Ahead and above, and with a grin revealing his teeth, he said, "Naturally, this expression was invisible to everyone else. Had Lu Seheo and the others caught sight of it, they might have contemplated surrendering Tang Long to the enemy." At that moment, the captains of the four warships that had initially intercepted Tang Long wore grotesque smiles, raising their hands high and bringing them down with fervor while shouting, "Fire the main cannons!" The distant warships, well aware of the intentions of the four, echoed the call. What is the energy level of the main cannon? Most received reports of insufficient energy and seeing the ripe fruit before them about to be plucked. They unanimously commanded, forget the details, fire now. In their minds, as long as their warships played a part in annihilating Tang Long, they would at least share in the glory, while Tang Long's vessel endured the onslaught of hundreds of secondary cannons. It would not sink immediately. However, the energy of its protective shield had dwindled to a mere 7, that any random strike from a main cannon's energy wave could surely reduce it to cosmic dust. As Tang Long glanced at the countdown appearing in his periphery, he cast a brief look at the target he had identified while maneuvering through the debris field and could not help but smirk coldly. When the countdown reached 0, he forcefully pressed the control stick as for Tang Long's agreement that he could only assist him upon his request. It could be damned. He certainly did not wish to lose a loved one in such a manner. Upon hearing Xingling's words, Tang Long immediately called out to her, "Sister, please do not go. Had I not encountered you, I would have vanished under the cold laser beams fired by the Imperial Army. Just like my comrades, later, you helped me overcome the initial wave of enemies and aided me in piloting the warship to safety that I have been exceedingly fortunate compared to others, and I cannot accept any further assistance from you." "Why? Do you wish to perish?" Xingling exclaimed vehemently. Tang Long chuckled softly and replied, "There is no need for such agitation. Sister, that I have previously remarked that life resembles a game, and you are akin to a cheat code within this game. With your assistance, I can evade countless perils and traverse through levels with ease. Admittedly, I have become increasingly reliant on you. However, as I mentioned before, this renders the game rather tedious and devoid of challenge. In this current endeavor, I wish to forego the use of cheat codes. Let it conclude when the time is ripe. Life is not a game. I'm not a tool for cheating," Xingling retorted with indignation. She had not anticipated that Tang Long would perceive her merely as a cheat code. Initially, she had believed he would regard her as a person, yet he seemed akin to those who desperately sought to obtain a means of cheating. Tang Long discerned the sorrow and anger in Xingling's tone and quickly sat upright, earnestly stating, "Sister, you have misunderstood me. I have never regarded you as a mere tool. That was merely a metaphor. To be honest, when I first met you, I felt you were a genuine person. Otherwise, I would not have considered you my elder sister. However, you give off the impression of an overly protective sister, who fears her brother might stumble and thus cradles him in her arms, preventing him from learning to walk. This brother, while deeply fond of his sister, yearns to walk on his own upon hearing this." Xingling felt her thoughts begin to stir anew. She remained silent, simply listening as Tang Long continued. "Sister, I trust you are aware that I am an only child, devoid of siblings. Therefore, when I feel your affection, I am genuinely overjoyed and content. You see, during my time in school, I had virtually no friends, and my personality was quite peculiar. Aside from my parents, I hardly conversed with anyone. This is why I chose to enlist in the military, hoping to change myself at this juncture." Tang Long wore a reminiscent expression, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued. "Fortunately, I joined the military, and fortuitously, I encountered those 5 instructors. Strangely, although I hardly exchanged a few words with them, my personality began to transform naturally. Perhaps this is my true nature. Is it not said that people wear masks in their interactions, only revealing their true selves to friends? I believe those 5 instructors and you are my mentors and friends." Tang Long turned to glance at his unconscious subordinates, smiling as he remarked, "These individuals are the first true companions I have ever encountered. Although I initially stumbled in forging connections with them, and they were not particularly fond of me, I believe that given time, I will cultivate meaningful friendships." Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke, the unconscious subordinates subtly shifted their brows in response to that moment. Xingling interjected, "I have already sent out the surrender message. Whether they accept it is up to them." She had absolved Tang Long for his earlier comment about cheat codes. Upon hearing this, Tang Long nodded and said, "Thank you, sister. These subordinates are exceptionally capable soldiers. Had they not followed me as their commander, they would not have had to endure such hardships. By the way, sister, could you please inform my parents in the future?" As he spoke, Tang Long sighed, his countenance dimming as he continued, "Alas, I acted impulsively, enlisting without their knowledge. Once I entered the training camp, I was unable to communicate externally, and I could not apologize to them. Upon my release, I intended to return home to rest." But I was met with an urgent summons, and before I knew it, I was selected for the base and found myself here. Over the past year, I have had no contact with my family. I fear my parents may no longer recognize this unfilial son. Xing Ling, upon hearing this, did not respond to whether she would inform Tang Long's parents. Instead, she smiled and said, "Tang Long, there are a few things I have kept from you." "Oh, what are these secrets you have kept from me?" "Sister, you ought not to do so. After all, I do call you sister." Tang Long responded, perhaps feeling the earlier atmosphere had been rather heavy, and he chuckled. "The first is my name, the second is my appearance, and the third is my identity," Xing Ling replied with a faint smile. She prepared to reveal everything to Tang Long, for she could not bear the thought of him perishing. Having already decided to cause the warships to explode. Even if Tang Long were to detest her, she was resolute in her decision. She had determined to retreat into the shadows after this incident, silently observing Tang Long as he navigated his extraordinary life. Upon hearing this, Tang Long was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this sister had a name, another appearance, and a peculiar identity? Why had she chosen to conceal such things? Did a program possess such attributes? Tang Long instinctively sensed that this computer sister harbored something astonishing beneath her surface. Xing Ling inhaled deeply, and the screen began to shimmer with static as she prepared to unveil her true self to Tang Long. Her sweet voice resonated softly. "My name is," as she spoke, a hazy silhouette gradually materialized on the screen. Not only did Tang Long perk up his ears, eagerly awaiting the revelation, but the feigned unconscious subordinates also strained to catch a glimpse. At that moment, the warship speeding toward them at a velocity of 2G received the surrender message from Xing Ling. The captains could not help but snarl in unison, "Bastards! After slaughtering so many of our brothers and treating us like dogs, they dare to speak of surrender? They expect us to spare those accomplices? Accelerate! Let us execute these scoundrels in the most brutal manner." Their triumphant laughter had barely ceased when the warships began to tremble. Causing tension to ripple through the crew, DAS captains, they were obliged to reassure their subordinates, dismissing their concerns with a wave of their hand. "Do not worry. It's merely the aftershock of that previous explosion." "Nothing to." Their words were abruptly interrupted by the frantic cries of the power operator. "The power furnace is malfunctioning. Energy output has reached." The operator's words were cut short, and no one could hear the conclusion. For in that instant, the already overloaded power furnace finally succumbed. Just as Xing Ling was about to disclose her identity, the hazy silhouette abruptly vanished, and the screen reverted to the original star map. The screen displayed the distant self-propelled artillery ships, which emitted numerous beams of light, exploding and transforming into cosmic debris. Tang Long, witnessing this scene, was struck with shock and anger, shouting at the screen, "Sister, you!" Having just heard Xing Ling mention the ability to cause the warships to explode, he instinctively assumed she was responsible, which led him to utter this accusatory remark. Xing Ling recognized that Tang Long had misconstrued her intentions. Although she had indeed made that decision, she had not been the one to execute it. In anguish, she could only utter, "It was not me, believe me," before vanishing. She believed that from this moment on, Tang Long would no longer regard her, and she would have to fulfill her recent resolution, retreating into the shadows to quietly observe him traverse his extraordinary life. Tang Long was momentarily stunned upon hearing her words, but soon he anxiously called out, "Sister, sister," regardless of how loudly he shouted. Xing Ling remained hidden within the computer, gritting her teeth and silently shedding tears. She recalled how Tang Long had referred to her as a cheat code and the misunderstanding he harbored. These convoluted thoughts prevented her from responding to his pleas. After calling out several times, realizing his efforts were in vain, Tang Long sighed at the screen. "Thank you, sister. Perhaps we shall not have the chance to meet again, but I will forever remember you." Upon hearing this, Xing Ling understood that Tang Long still believed she was the architect of the chaos. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she sighed, reflecting, "Alas, it seems we truly cannot meet again. Tang Long no longer needs nor desires a cheat code like me. Perhaps I should pay a visit to my friends." She recalled the 5 companions she had lost contact with, although they might have turned to scrap. She felt compelled to see them one last time, to quell her fervent thoughts before returning to observe Tang Long sighing deeply. She wished to become human. With a heavy heart, Xing Ling dissipated into electrical waves. Before departing, she deliberately checked the locations of the enemy warships. ensuring they posed no threat to Tang Long before she left. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not let go of this human. Little did she realize, aside from lacking a human form, she possessed everything else that could be deemed akin to a fully sentient being. That moment, Tang Long slowly turned around to find all his subordinates standing quietly, watching him. Although taken aback for a moment, he smiled and approached Mary, saying, "Mary, the command is yours once more." Mary saluted sharply and replied, "Yes, Commander." Then he swiftly took his seat at the helm, pressed several buttons, and turned to say, "Please confirm the next destination." Tang Long, wearily seated in the command chair, waved his hand and replied, "Return to Hake Star Military District." "Understood. Destination set for Hake Star Military District." Mary skillfully input the coordinates and initiated the battleship. Li Jun had intended to inquire further from Tang Long, but Lu Sehao stopped him with a shake of his head. Lu Sehao's signal. Everyone returned to their seats. Although they were eager to understand what Tang Long referred to as sister, they recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for questions. Their gazes first settled on Tang Long, who had already closed his eyes and was softly snoring, that a subtle smile crept onto everyone's lips. After hearing Tang Long's words, they suddenly felt as though he were a longtime friend. Observing Tang Long in slumber, they couldn't help but reflect on his exhaustion. That was no wonder. Tang Long had undoubtedly expended immense energy during this period, and now he could finally relax, inevitably falling asleep. They considered this. Their eyelids began to droop, yet while the commander could rest, they could not. They had no choice but to slap their cheeks vigorously and turn their attention back to the screen displaying the Bone Dragon Cloud Star system. They refrained from speaking, choosing instead to silently gaze at the starlight. The reasons were twofold. They did not wish to disturb the commander, and their hearts were filled with complex emotions. Who could have anticipated that the initial practical training would devolve into a desperate battle of unequal forces? And who would have imagined they could survive against such a formidable enemy? With this in mind, they once again turned their eyes to the slumbering Tang Long. Indeed, if it weren't for this individual, they would either have become captives or mere cosmic dust. Merely with 1,000 self-propelled artillery ships, he had obliterated 2,000 enemy warships. Had he been in command of a fleet, it seemed plausible he could triumph even against 2 reinforced fleets. They truly looked forward to the future of this commander. Suddenly, Lu Sehao's brow furrowed. He recalled the words spoken by the admiral. Did this not constitute a tactical retreat? Gazing at the twinkling starlight, Lu Sehao felt a chill within. The brilliance of the Bone Dragon Cloud star system appeared so sinister. Observing Tang Long's serene slumber, he let out a deep sigh, for he knew another unwinnable war was about to commence. Chapter 26. As Tang Long's ship soared towards the confines of the Federation, the fleet led by Kester and Dallins finally arrived before the stationary self-propelled artillery ships. Although they had surrendered, the sight of the densely packed fleet evoked an uncontrollable sense of terror among the personnel aboard the self-propelled artillery vessels. They yearned to swiftly learn the fate determined by the 2 Imperial commanders, lest their nerves succumb to the oppressive atmosphere. However, the Imperial forces sent no messages, for the 2 highest commanders were engaged in confidential communications. Dallins, I never expected that a mere lieutenant of the Federation could command such outstanding subordinates, Kester remarked, marveling at the 3-dimensional image of Dallins before him. Oh, what makes them so exceptional? Dallins inquired with a smile. Come now, are you truly unaware? Did you not witness the unparalleled piloting skills displayed by that battleship? The way it maneuvered with the agility of a fighter jet indicates that its pilot is undoubtedly an exceptional talent, that I would be thrilled to have such a skilled pilot. If he were to surrender, I would immediately appoint him to command my flagship, Kester exclaimed, his hands clasped, eyes narrowed in admiration. Dallins chuckled and nodded. Yes, I understand. And what else? Kester shot Dallins a reproachful glance, exclaiming, You know this already, yet you still ask. And what about the radar operator aboard that ship? According to the reports from the captives, he was the first to detect the cold laser and the first to identify our vanguard's jump point. Just look at the situation. Without the radar operator's perfect environmental scanning, could that exceptional pilot have exhibited such remarkable skills? Ah, yet another soldier as precious as a diamond. How I long to have them, damn you. Tang Long, why won't you surrender? If it weren't for you, I would have had 2 exceptional subordinates. Kester's expression shifted from rapture to one of clenched teeth and wide-eyed frustration. Dallins, observing Kester's demeanor, chuckled. "It seems you are most eager to acquire that Lieutenant Tang Long, or is it now Lieutenant Colonel Tang Long?" Kester quickly wiped the hatred from his face, revealing a charming smile as he replied, "As expected of my old friend, you saw right through me. Indeed, the person I desire most is that Lieutenant Tang Long. A commander capable of overseeing such outstanding subordinates is undoubtedly among the elite, that if only he would ally with me, I would instantly promote him to colonel and command a fleet of 1,000 ships." Kester paused, then suddenly questioned, "By the way, why don't we pursue Tang Long? Deploying fast submarines could easily capture him." Dallins shook his head, chuckling, "Our primary mission is not to capture Tang Long, even if he realizes that we, the Imperial Guard, have come here on a mission. I doubt he could discern its nature, as even we executing the mission fail to grasp its significance, that so let him leave. After all, given the Federation's bureaucratic system, which is even more convoluted than ours, he certainly won't be hailed as a hero upon his return." Kester laughed. "A bureaucratic system more convoluted than that of the Empire. Huh. Tang Long is in trouble. He will surely regret not surrendering at this moment. That be why the way. Have you received any reports from your side? I was just cursing. I can't believe such a trivial matter is taking so long. Oh, how I wish that radar operator had surrendered." Kester's expression once again turned wistful. Just as Dallins was about to speak, their aides' voices echoed simultaneously. "Commander, we have located them. This news." Both generals raised their eyebrows in surprise, nodding to one another as they turned off the three-dimensional images. Dallins settled into his command chair, observing the screen displaying the images of hundreds of surrendering self-propelled artillery ships. Among these nearly 800 vessels, only one was enlarged on the main screen. Dallins's aide, seeing the commander had arrived, quickly stepped forward, saying, "Commander, according to your orders, we have found that only this ship emitted the same frequency you requested." Dallins nodded, established contact with that ship, and instructed to approach our fleet. Simultaneously, order the other ships to deactivate their shields in preparation for the reception of our surrendering personnel. The aide responded affirmatively and promptly went to execute the orders. After issuing this command, Dallins pressed a button on his command chair, projecting a screen that displayed Kester's image. Kester, seeing Dallins, immediately asked, "Are we ready?" Dallins nodded. "The order is yours to give." Splendid," Kester replied eagerly, then swiftly pressed a few buttons on his chair, sending commands that had been pre-stored to all Imperial vessels. The self-propelled artillery personnel, having received the directive to deactivate their shields, observed one of their own ships complying and moving toward the Imperial fleet. Though somewhat puzzled, they thought it might be for questioning, and thus did not dwell on it, merely wondering when they would be interrogated. As they lost themselves in thought, the radar operator suddenly shouted in panic, "What is happening?" Hearing the radar operator's exclamation, everyone's gaze turned to the screen, and they were all left speechless upon seeing the Imperial warship's main and secondary turrets glowing ominously, a clear sign they were preparing to fire lasers, all aimed directly at them. The captains were initially taken aback, but soon shouted in alarm, "Activate the shields." It was only then that they recalled Tang Long's warning that this contingent of Imperial guards would not accept their surrender. Yet it was too late for regret. The moment the commander issued the order, the helmsman scrambled to activate the shields, but it was far too late. Countless beams of laser light, propelled by Kester's command, surged forth effortlessly, piercing through the hulls of the self-propelled artillery ships. Dallins had no time to admire the breathtaking display of fireworks, issuing a terse command for the entire fleet to stand down. Before his stunned aide could respond, he turned and left the command tower. Similarly, Kester aboard another flagship issued the same command as Dallins and departed his post. Shortly thereafter, two small transport vessels launched from the respective flagship of each fleet, heading towards the sole remaining self-propelled artillery ship. "Report, Commander, the passage has been established, and the vacuum has been cleared." The navigator of the transport vessel informed the previously silent Dallins that he found it peculiar. Although he frequently ferried the commander between flagships and warships and across planets, this time felt distinctly odd, for the commander had not brought a single guard and was entering the recently surrendered enemy ship alone. He was certain the commander harbored some secret regarding this enemy vessel, especially after noticing that Kester's transport had also arrived. However, upon receiving a well-intentioned reminder from the officer to be cautious, and observing the officer's response of shaking his head, he understood that it was wise to refrain from further conversation, that he recognized that minding one's own business is a principle that leads to longevity. Darren's rose and made his way to the corridor, and as the door opened and closed, he found himself aboard the self-propelled artillery ship. Once inside the warship, Darren's beheld the smallest cabin he had ever encountered in his lifetime. Although he had long noticed the dozen or so personnel seated quietly in their positions without uttering a word, they simply awaited the arrival of their companion, that he understood that in matters concerning the collaboration of the two greatest powers of the empire, the presence of representatives from both factions was essential. Before long, Kester arrived beside Darren's from the corridor, his customary smile conspicuously absent, that he too observed the situation within the cabin and exchanged a silent glance with Darren's. Both standing quietly in place, that moment, the captain's chair, positioned with its back to them, began to move slowly towards them, that a man of unremarkable appearance, with vacant eyes and adorned with the insignia of a second lieutenant, sat there like a statue. Darren's and Kester remained silent, scrutinizing this man, who exuded an aura of utter ordinariness, a person devoid of distinctive features. "Are you two major generals, Kester and Darren's?" The man's face and expression remained statue-like. Yet his slightly parted lips emitted a sound that was disconcertingly synthetic, almost as if generated by a computer. Kester and Darren's exchanged furtive glances, then stood at attention and saluted in unison, proclaiming loudly, "Long live the Silver Eagle Empire." The man did not respond to their greeting, remaining seated and continuing in that same computer-generated voice, "How are Roth and Is?" The two major generals, having lowered their hands, saluted once more, stating, "Apologies, sir, but we do not know them." After answering, they anxiously regarded this man, whom their superior had insisted they treat with respect. The signal had been received. It was time to proceed with business. The man remained silent for a considerable time before suddenly standing up, startling the two major generals, who instinctively resisted the urge to reach for their sidearms, for they were indeed aboard an enemy ship. The man grasped his uniform and, with a sudden motion, tore it open, revealing a body where, aside from his head and palms, the rest was comprised entirely of a metallic framework. He was a robot. The automaton seized its metallic breastplate, yanked it off with a sharp crack, and tossed the piece aside, producing a clattering sound. Darren's noted that the crew members remained entirely unresponsive, even failing to turn their heads. It appeared that the personnel aboard this warship were all robotic in nature. The robot reached into its dark chest cavity and produced a palm-sized disc, tossing it to Darren's before resuming its position in the command chair, which began to rotate back to its original place as it sat down. Darren's tucked the disc into his uniform, nodded at Kester, and the two bowed towards the chair before silently departing. At the corridor's entrance, Darren's informed Kester, "I will take your transport ship." Kester understood that Darren's meant he would not return to the flagship, recognizing this was to avoid suspicion, given that the enigmatic disc was in his possession. Thus, Kester nodded in agreement, knowing that if the disc were with him, he too would have gone to Darren's flagship. Carefully placing the disc into a secure box within Kester's command room, they each entered different codes to lock it. After securing the box, Kester exhaled in relief, finally in a mood to approach the liquor cabinet. After clinking glasses and downing their drinks, Kester broke the silence for the first time. "So, who are Roth and Is? Why are they being used as a code?" Darren's, reclining comfortably on the spacious sofa and gazing at the wine glass he toyed with, replied nonchalantly, "Roth is a nickname for Roberts, and Is a nickname for Elon Is." Kester nodded at first, but then suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "The Duke and Count's nicknames? That is classified information of the Empire." "How do you know this, fool? What are your ears for?" "I genuinely suspect you might be the Duke's confidant. Such secrets are meant for those of lower status. Knowing the nicknames of the nobles can be quite embarrassing for them," Darren's remarked with a smirk. "Look at your expression. Have you never heard the higher-ranking nobles refer to their superiors?" He continued, "Besides, it's merely classified information of grade A. With a bit of cleverness, one could easily acquire it." Kester scoffed. "Cleverness? Humph. You received that information from the Count's daughter, didn't you? By the way, Darren's is your brother. I must warn you. The princes are vying for the Count's only daughter to curry favor with the military she represents. So do not meddle in that affair." Kester's tone turned serious as he regarded Darren's. Darren's chuckled lightly, savoring a sip of his drink before saying, "Rest assured, I am merely complying with the Count's orders to navigate the situation with his daughter. Your situation, however, appears more precarious." "Precarious?" Kester inquired casually, pouring another glass of wine before sitting beside Darren's. "Don't pretend you're unaware. The Duke has become accustomed to nighttime assassins, has he not?" Kester sighed and shook his head. Alas, who can blame the Duke for lacking heirs? If anything were to befall him, his territory and the court's influence would be divided among those princes. Darrens raised his glass to Kester, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let them indulge in their fantasies. One day they will realize they are merely puppets on a stage, manipulated by unseen hands. Kester paused, then glanced at the dark box, chuckling, puppets? I see them more as clowns. Indeed, they will soon realize they are merely marionettes being controlled. Let us toast to our puppet clowns. With that, they clinked glasses, and no sooner had they finished their drinks than Kester's virtual aide appeared before his desk, urgently exclaiming, Commander, that surrendering federal warship suddenly exploded completely, leaving no life signs, only wreckage. Both Kester and Darrens were taken aback, but soon comprehended the implication, nodding at each other. Kester approached the desk, stating, Understood. They likely chose to self-destruct rather than become prisoners of the Empire. Now let us organize the fleet to return to the Imperial capital. The aide, previously in a daze, was now even more astonished. The Imperial capital? Kester affirmed, Yes, the Imperial capital. Our mission has been accomplished. Upon hearing this, the aide joyfully saluted and obeyed, momentarily forgetting to ponder why the surrendered ship had only just chosen to commit suicide. Kester turned to Darrens with a smile. Upon receiving this news, the soldiers will surely be more jubilant than if we had won a battle. Darrens nodded, smiling. Naturally, for we have been away from our families for several months. At this, Darrens's expression turned serious as he remarked, I suspect that the figure to whom our superior is loyal holds considerable status within the Federation. Otherwise, it would be improbable to deploy such a rare robot on a warship. What do you think this individual's plan is? Do you not find it peculiar that we have mobilized substantial military force and resources merely to eliminate a self-propelled artillery fleet and retrieve this object? Surely, employing agents for transport would be swifter and safer. He gestured towards the dark box. Kester appeared contemplative as he gazed at the box, then finally shook his head with a smile. What does it matter? As subordinates, our duty is simply to follow orders. That he then poured himself another drink. Darrens accepted the glass, gazing at the crimson liquid, shaking his head with a wry smile. Kester was indeed correct. It was exceedingly difficult for subordinates to grasp the intentions of their superiors. Meanwhile, in the temporary resting quarters of the Federal Military Headquarters, the Marshal's room, though designed for officials working long hours, had become a fixed bedroom for the frequently overnighting Marshal. Given the simplicity of the suite, guards stood vigil at the door. The room was dim and silent. The Marshal, who had been coordinating warships from across the Federation all day, lay deeply asleep, his faint breathing the only sound interrupting the stillness. Suddenly, Marshal Amster shot upright, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light in the darkness, lacking the typical dazed expression of one awakening from slumber. Instead of turning on the lamp, he extended his wristwatch, which emitted a soft glow, revealing a weak red light. That he murmured to himself, Red. So the prologue has been completed. That a sinister smile crept across his lips, casting an eerie shadow in the dark. That moment, the bedside phone emitted a persistent ringing, as if Amusi had anticipated such a call. That he first silenced the red light on his watch, removed it, and set it aside before turning on the lamp to answer the phone. On the screen appeared a young officer adorned with the rank of major. Upon seeing Amusi, he immediately saluted and said, I apologize, Your Excellency, for disturbing your rest. Amusi waved his hand dismissively and replied, It's quite all right. Did I ask there a change in enemy activity? Yes, the major succinctly reported. The enemy's 2 fleets, after annihilating our self-propelled artillery, have begun to retreat towards the Empire. Retreat. A flicker of surprise crossed Amusi's face, and he nodded, saying, I shall be there shortly. With that, he ended the call. He silently donned his marshal's uniform, and just as he was about to leave, he paused to pick up the watch, fastening it to his wrist. He chuckled softly to himself. I almost forgot. I've only worn this watch for a month. IT shouldn't be breaking so soon. After adjusting his attire, he called out for a guard and departed with measured strides. Inside the expansive command room of the headquarters, Amusi found it already filled with generals. Like him, they had all stayed overnight in this chamber, a necessity given the wartime vigilance, having arrived from various locations. Noticing the absence of civilian officials, Amusi smiled to himself. In the highest command of the military, civilians were never present. This realization brought him a sense of comfort, that he scanned the room and observed the generals rising in salute upon his entrance. He recognized these individuals as former subordinates, colleagues, and superiors from his decades of service. Some had become his trusted confidants, while others had turned into adversaries. Nevertheless, he had finally ascended to the pinnacle of military rank. Achieving such a position in peacetime would require navigating through countless schemes and intrigues. At that moment, Omusi couldn't help but feel the weight of his years. Taking his place at the head of the conference table, he gestured for everyone to sit and declared, "Let us commence the military council." His gaze fell upon the middle-aged general seated at his left, a man named Kanmuki, who had risen through the ranks alongside Omusi and had achieved the distinction of being one of the 4 generals of the Federation under his patronage. Kanmuki, aware of Omusi's scrutiny, waited until everyone was seated before standing to address him. "Your Excellency, according to the latest intelligence, the enemy's 2 reinforced fleets, after decimating our self-propelled artillery in the death zone, made only a brief stop before moving towards the Empire. They have now exited the death zone," but he pressed a button on his desk, and a vast star map materialized in the air. The assembly watched as the blue fleet, representing the enemy, moved slowly, while the red self-propelled artillery group, previously concentrated in the death zone, suddenly saw 90% of its numbers vanish, leaving only a scant few. Noticing the puzzled expressions around him, Kanmuki quickly explained, "The enemy employed cold laser beams to establish a safe passage before the conflict began, and our self-propelled artillery happened to fall within their range, resulting in a swift loss of 90% of our forces before we could react." A collective sigh echoed through the room as they lamented the misfortune of the self-propelled artillery. Realizing that many of the new recruits likely perished without even comprehending their fate, they understood the nature of the self-propelled artillery and recognized that it was the president who had pressured the Marshal to allocate budget for its development, aware that he had reaped considerable benefits from it. Such commonplace matters were hardly surprising to them. They merely lacked knowledge of the exact figures involved. At that moment, the blue formations on the screen split into 2 smaller units. Advancing forward, Kanmuki continued, "The enemy has dispatched 2,000 warships as vanguard forces, initiating a spatial jump through the safe passage, while we possess only about 1,000 self-propelled artillery." The sight of the meager red formations elicited yet another sigh of resignation. They knew the self-propelled artillery was doomed. However, the ensuing events left them in astonishment, as the previously scattered red formations began to coalesce. As the blue vanguard appeared, it promptly vanished, with all eyes upon him. Kanmuki offered a wry smile. "I cannot explain this phenomenon. Our scattered monitors can only detect, not record. What we do know is that each of those self-propelled artillery launched 4 torpedoes and a main cannon shot, which resulted in the disappearance of those Imperial warships. The specifics remain unclear." "Surely not. 1,000 self-propelled artillery pieces, capable of annihilating 2,000 regular Imperial warships with merely 4,000 torpedoes and 1,000 main cannons?" "General, I must have misheard," exclaimed a middle-aged man, his face adorned with arrogance and 4 gold stars on his shoulders. Omusi recognized the voice as that of his nemesis, General Munlaisai, one of the 4 generals. Omusi tolerated the existence of his adversary due to the latter's potential utility, choosing to focus on Kanmuki rather than acknowledge the taunting glare directed at him. He observed Kanmuki's awkward smile as he attempted to explain the lack of detailed intelligence to Munlaisai, though a frown creased his brow. Originally believing Kanmuki would adhere strictly to his commands, Omusi now perceived a shift in his demeanor that Kanmuki's actions, having waited for the others to sit before speaking, indicated a man who preferred to conform to the majority rather than offend anyone. When had this loyal subordinate transformed into such a figure? Was it the elevation to 4-star general that had changed him? It seemed necessary for Omusi to have a serious discussion with him. Omusi pondered. The demonstration on the star map continued, revealing several hundred red dots representing the self-propelled artillery, which had come to a halt before the Imperial forces. Meanwhile, another cluster of red dots pursued a singular red dot in a chaotic dance. Confusion washed over the room. Once more, one general could not restrain himself and inquired, "General, why is that self-propelled artillery being chased by its counterparts? Why do the pursuing vessels diminish in number, even to the point of complete disappearance?" Kanmuki, while observing the small display on his desk, replied, "This may be due to that vessel's unwillingness to surrender, prompting other traders to pursue it. The disappearing ships could be related to the recent disturbances in the death zone, based on the signal fluctuations detected by our monitors during the conflict." It appears that all signals from the self-propelled artillery were directed towards the remaining vessel, and even the two flagship vessels of the Imperial forces have communicated with it. Upon hearing this, not only did the room fall silent, but even Amusi, typically stoic, displayed an expression of astonishment. Those with even a modicum of knowledge understood that this indicated the remaining vessel was indeed the flagship of the self-propelled artillery. It was this self-propelled artillery that had commanded the others to obliterate the 2,000 Imperial warships and, faced with the Empire's offer of surrender, had resolutely refused, consequently becoming the target of pursuit by traitorous forces, only to miraculously eliminate those pursuers. This was a monumental achievement. Once disseminated, the commander would undoubtedly become a national hero. In everyone's mind, a vivid image arose of a young officer clad in military garb, receiving fervent flowers and applause from the populace. The first general to react promptly began inquiring about the name of the commander of the warship. Kamuchi hurriedly pressed buttons, initiating a search for the relevant information. Moments later, Kamuchi joyfully exclaimed, "I've found it. The warship bears the designation 512, and its commander is Tang Long, stationed at the Hakestar Military District. Remarkably, he is merely 19 years old. Due to his exceptional performance in the training camp, he joined the military as a second lieutenant. Prior to the war, General Ganeo ordered all self-propelled artillery ship personnel to be promoted. Thus he now holds the rank of lieutenant, a 19-year-old lieutenant. Having already achieved great feats, is destined to be hailed as a hero. Surely, upon his return, he will be promoted to captain." The generals began to envy this young captain, reflecting on how, at that age, they were not even officers. Upon hearing the name Tang Long, a subtle smile graced the lips of Almas. It seemed his discernment had not waned. He had always perceived that audacious lad as exceptional, and now he was proven remarkably outstanding. Just as Amos was about to speak, he suddenly overheard a general beside Moonreese quietly remarking, "Your Excellency, isn't young Master Tang Tellies also precisely 19 years old this year? He too joined the military as a second lieutenant from the training camp, and he is stationed in the Hake Military District. Do you suppose he might have assumed a different name to enlist on the self-propelled artillery ship?" Moonreese, feeling somewhat awkward, whispered back, "Alas, how would I know if that troublesome brat is involved? However, if that rascal dares to change his name, I shall certainly break his legs." The general quickly replied, "If young master is indeed Tang Long, the public will not spare you. If you were to break his legs, that shouldn't we contact him to inquire? It is highly likely he is the one. Who else could be so exceptional? That we are currently in a military meeting. Let us not discuss this for now." Moonreese hurriedly diverted the topic. Amos, who had been listening intently, smirked inwardly, and he was well acquainted with Moonreese's character and thoroughly understood the nature of his son. Tang Tellies, prior to enlisting, that fellow did not even attend the training camp. That I asked for how he managed to enter the military with the rank of second lieutenant. It was readily apparent. Amos was well aware of the underlying circumstances and, to further consolidate his leverage over Moonreese, discreetly ordered the commander of the Hake Military District, whom Moonreese believed to be aligned with him, to propose transferring Tang Tellies to the Hake Military District. Not long ago, upon hearing of an enemy invasion, Moonreese had urgently requested that the commander send his son away. That, of course, the commander assured him of safety, stating that opportunities for merit lay only on the front lines, which led Moonreese to reluctantly agree. When he observed all the high-ranking warships gathering in the Hake Military District, it reassured him. Little did he expect that someone would mistakenly believe Tang Long to be the overly protected Tang Tellies. Amos found the notion amusing, but suddenly a thought struck him, and a chilling gleam flashed in his eyes as a cold smile crept onto his lips. Gently tapping the table, Amos declared, "Very well, let us take a temporary recess and enjoy a light breakfast before resuming the meeting." With that, he disregarded the still-dazed Kamuchi and turned to leave. As he departed, he noticed Moonreese retrieving his interstellar phone while vacating his position, which only deepened Amos' smile. Chapter 27 Commander, in his slumber. Tang Long felt someone calling his name. Accompanied by a gentle shaking of his body, he furrowed his brow and opened his eyes just a sliver. Before him stood a hazy figure, and without discerning who it was, he shut his eyes again, mumbling, "Please don't disturb me. I was sleeping soundly." Upon witnessing Tang Long half reclining in his chair with his eyes now open, Liu Seheo, who had just bent down to say something, let out a deep sigh and slowly shook his head. He glanced around and, gritting his teeth, shook Tang Long's body again. raising his voice to say, "Commander, we've arrived at the port." Jostled awake, Tang Long found it impossible to return to sleep. He stretched comfortably, yawned widely, and rubbed his eyes before addressing Lu Siheo. "Oh, Sergeant Lu Siheo, just because we've reached the port doesn't mean you can't let me sleep a little longer. Does it?" Lu Siheo remained silent, adopting a stance of attention beside Tang Long as he awoke. Once upright, Tang Long noticed Lu Siheo's odd demeanor and glanced around, discovering that over a dozen of his subordinates were standing at attention beside him, all wearing expressions of hesitation. Tang Long scratched his head in confusion, about to inquire further when he caught sight of the computer projection on the cabin wall, depicting a row of sentinels at the port. Instantly, he fell silent. He exchanged a knowing smile with his subordinates, adjusted his uniform, and strode toward the lift. As Tang Long reached for the lift button, Lu Siheo extended a hand as if to stop him. Exclaiming, "Commander," Tang Long paused momentarily but then turned with a radiant smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Don't worry. If worst comes to worst, I'll just endure a few years in a tough prison. It's nothing that I'm off now." With that, he pressed the button, and the lift apparatus began to lower him slowly. Lu Siheo opened his mouth in disbelief, then helplessly lowered his hand. At that moment, someone patted his shoulder, and turning around, he saw Li Jun, a burly figure. Li Jun nodded and pointed toward the lift. Lu Siheo turned back to see Mary, Chen-Yi, and all the other members standing at the now-risen lift entrance. They said nothing but merely nodded at Lu Siheo. Observing this scene, Lu Siheo glanced at Li Jun and, interpreting the look in his eyes, resolutely nodded before walking toward the lift alongside him. Standing on the dock, Tang Long gazed at the cosmic port established by the seashore, taking in the countless small transport ships anchored on the boundless sea, while his warship was the only one present. From a distance, his ship resembled a transport vessel, albeit a particularly shabby one. As he surveyed the battered exterior of his warship, a self-deprecating thought crossed his mind. "Are you Commander Tang Long?" Suddenly, a cold, indifferent voice pierced through his thoughts. Tang Long turned to see the sentinels who had been standing at a distance now surrounding him. The words were spoken by a sentinel's second lieutenant, a sidearm clipped to his waist. The other sentinels, upon hearing their leader's words, directed their gaze toward the insignia of rank on Tang Long's shoulder, their eyes revealing confusion. They could not fathom why their fellow second lieutenant would address him as commander. Tang Long returned the salute, nodding as he replied, "I am Tang Long, what is the matter?" The second lieutenant produced a document from his breast pocket, unfolding it before Tang Long as he stated, "I regret to inform you that you and your subordinates are under arrest." Though Tang Long anticipated such a turn of events, he could not suppress his curiosity as he accepted the arrest warrant to examine its contents. It read, "In light of the violations committed by the crew of Warship 512, abandoning Allied forces and fleeing in battle, permission for arrest is hereby granted." The document bore the seal of a military court along with the signature of General Sauce. Tang Long was aware that this was the highest authority in the Hake military district. General Sauce. As he returned the warrant to the second lieutenant, he proposed, my subordinates acted against military orders under my command. It would suffice to arrest me alone, wouldn't it? Could you possibly spare them?" The second lieutenant coldly replied, "I'm afraid not," then gestured for the others, commanding, "Take them away." Tang Long was momentarily taken aback. "Take them away? But it's just me here." He curiously turned around to see Lu Siheo and the others had all disembarked, each one being guarded by a sentinel with a weapon drawn. Lu Siheo, noticing Tang Long's incredulous gaze, forced a smile and said, "Commander, even if we did not disembark, we would still be arrested." Li Jun then shouted, "Commander, we are in this together. We have shared both hardships and triumphs. So let us face this challenge together." Tang Long remained silent, bowing his head. Although he wished to shield them from arrest, the arrest warrant made it clear that their fates were entwined with his. He had long since resolved that at the military court, he would present his case to the adjudicator, claiming they had acted under his duress, and that he alone should bear the blame. Hoping to mitigate their sentences and, ideally, secure their absolution, for their current arrest, he considered it merely an excursion to the military court. Allowing the sentinels to cuff him, he found amusement in the tension among the other sentinels, all of whom were anxiously poised with their weapons that if he truly wished to resist, he could have simply fled and hidden away. Suddenly, Tang Long observed several sentinels approaching the 4 female soldiers, who bore expressions of distress that he hurriedly called out to the second lieutenant, "Hey, brother, those four are merely clerical soldiers. They are delicate women and need not be handcuffed. They want to escape." The second lieutenant noted the sympathy arising among the sentinels responsible for the four female soldiers upon hearing Tang Long's words, halting their actions to look at him. Upon witnessing the frail and pitiable appearance of the four female soldiers, a sense of relief washed over him. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "For now, the handcuffs may be removed. But upon our arrival at the destination, they must be secured again." Tang Long promptly nodded in agreement, expressing, "This brother understands we shall not make things difficult for you." "Thank you, my brother," the gendarmerie second lieutenant, noticing the grateful expressions from the four exquisite female soldiers, felt a flush creep across his face that he quickly cleared his throat, gesturing for them to proceed. "Let us depart," and took the lead. Lu Sehao observed the gendarmes escorting their group with a surprising courtesy, causing his heart to skip a beat, but he found it curious that the gendarmes exhibited such humanity. Were they not typically synonymous with a lack of compassion? Stealing a glance at the emblem on the arm of the gendarme beside him, he noticed it was different from the one he had seen before, intensifying his heartbeat. Familiar with the insignias of various branches of the Federal Army, Lu Sehao realized these gendarmes were not ordinary. They were directly under the command of the General Headquarters. Lu Sehao was puzzled as to why they had mobilized the gendarmes from the General Headquarters for a mere charge of fleeing the battlefield, a matter that could easily be adjudicated by the military tribunal of their respective district. Was the violation of military discipline truly so grave? Yet, could it be that even the elite gendarmes possessed a sense of empathy? Lu Sehao felt a slight headache coming on that he watched as Tang Long engaged in lively conversation with the gendarmes escorting them, seemingly undeterred by their silence, as he chattered incessantly. Lu Sehao couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement at his commanding officer's naivety. Was he truly unaware that his actions could warrant a death sentence? Tang Long's sudden levity stemmed from the fact that he had, after all, destroyed 2,000 enemy ships, a significant achievement, according to the federal wartime reward and punishment regulations. Such merits could at least secure him the rank of general. Even in the face of a military order violation, he might still be able to salvage a promotion to lieutenant colonel. If not absolution altogether, the worst-case scenario, he would merely serve a brief stint in a labor camp. What was there to worry about? As for his subordinates, he believed that by shouldering all responsibility himself, they could still receive promotions based on merit. Yes, these thoughts swirled in his mind. Tang Long's earlier concerns faded away, and he began to walk with his head held high. The only oddity was his hands, shackled together, which made his movements appear somewhat peculiar. Upon realizing that their mode of transport was a hover car, Lu Sehao was momentarily taken aback, internally questioning why they weren't being taken by a transport aircraft. Did the use of a hover car not imply that the interrogation would take place on Hake Planet? And why were they not accompanied by ordinary gendarmes, but rather those directly under the General Headquarters? Lost in thought, Lu Sehao and his silent companions were ushered into a sealed transport vehicle, while the more observant Tang Long was led into a hover limousine, seated comfortably on the sofa. Tang Long inquired of the lieutenant before him, "Brother, why is there not a soul in sight at the entire dock? Has it been sealed off by you?" The gendarme lieutenant shook his head apologetically, replying, "I regret to inform you that I am unaware of whether the dock is under lockdown. I was simply ordered to apprehend you and deliver you to military prison." Startled by this revelation, Tang Long's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Prison? Shouldn't we first undergo interrogation and be found guilty before being sent there? I haven't even been to a military tribunal yet." The lieutenant paused, taken aback, before reflecting for a moment and responding, "This is a direct order from the highest authority in the Hake Military District, Major General Sauce, that it seems that due to the current pre-war alert, the military tribunal judges are preoccupied with troop deployments and are unable to handle your case, necessitating your temporary detention in prison." The judges of military tribunals in the various federal military districts often held dual roles, and when tasked with missions, their trials were frequently postponed. While these non-full-time judges might occasionally render emotionally charged decisions on insignificant cases, such was the privilege of military courts. Pre-war alert, Tang Long murmured, feeling incredulous. They had just engaged in battle with the enemy, which surely warranted a state of wartime alert. Sighing, he resigned himself to the prospect of imprisonment, having anticipated this outcome. Regrettably, his subordinates would also have to endure a few days of hardship alongside him. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt, and upon exiting, Tang Long found himself before a towering and ominous metal gate. Flanking the gate were high, imposing walls, with automated laser turrets positioned every few meters. Surveying the area, he noted that only his vehicle had arrived, while those transporting his subordinates were conspicuously absent. The gendarme lieutenant, observing Tang Long's scrutiny, quickly clarified, "This is a military prison for officers of your rank. Your subordinates are in the enlisted prison. This way, please." The warden has already arrived, but he gestured toward a small group of individuals standing at the prison entrance. Given the vastness of the area and the ample resources available, such a facility for the detention of officers of varying ranks had been established. As Tang Long followed the lieutenant, he spotted a middle-aged man in a major's uniform, his belly protruding, flanked by two sergeants in their uniforms. "Sir, this is Lieutenant Tang Long. Please proceed with the handover." The lieutenant saluted the portly major, producing a palm-sized, circular device. With a press of a button, Tang Long's image and a series of accompanying text materialized within the device. The overweight major scrutinized Tang Long's lieutenant insignia, glanced at the gendarme lieutenant, and then nodded to accept the device. After examining Tang Long's image and the accompanying text, he turned the device toward Tang Long. Smiling as he said, "Lieutenant Tang Long, please confirm your identity by pressing your index finger on the button." Understanding this was a precaution against mistaken identity, Tang Long complied without protest. However, the gendarmes present exchanged uneasy glances at this unfolding scene. Upon seeing the device display the verified data, the major smiled at the gendarme lieutenant, saying, "It's not that I don't trust you all. It's simply standard procedure, so please forgive me." That he then pressed a button on the device to store his own identity. The gendarme lieutenant said nothing further, taking the completed confirmation device and saluting before departing in the vehicle. The major, watching the vehicle drive away with a smug expression, spat contemptuously at its retreating shadow. Cursing, "Just because you wear a dogskin coat, you think you're something special. Lock him in a solitary cell." Without sparing Tang Long a glance, the major turned and entered the prison, while the two sergeants gruffly shoved Tang Long forward. Despite his dissatisfaction, Tang Long, as a prisoner, had little choice but to endure, especially since both sergeants outranked him. Upon entering the prison, he barely had time to take in his surroundings before being ushered into a cramped room equipped with a control panel brimming with buttons. Before he could voice a question, they fastened a collar around his neck. Seeing the finger-width device encircling him, Tang Long exclaimed, "What is this?" One sergeant removed Tang Long's handcuffs, while the other fiddled with the control panel. The sergeant who had freed Tang Long looked at him with a sly grin, saying, "Haha, as long as you do not remove this device, should you escape the prison's confines, it will explode and blow your head off." Tang Long was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Knowing that such a perilous contraption was secured around his neck rendered him momentarily speechless. The sergeant manipulating the control panel then announced, "We're here. This will be your cell." As he spoke, a wall before Tang Long split open, revealing a narrow room furnished only with a bed, a toilet, a faucet, and a wash basin. The sergeant who had unshackled him gave him a forceful shove, sending the dazed Tang Long into the seemingly antiquated cell. Within the confines of his cell, Tang Long was jolted awake by a sudden noise, turning to find an electric barred gate rising before him, composed of numerous iron pillars crackling with electricity. Through the bars, he glimpsed a hovering cube, roughly 4 to 5 cubic meters in size, which had been his previous enclosure. As the silent transport chamber drifted away, Tang Long began to survey his surroundings more carefully. His gaze fell upon a row of identical empty cells opposite his, devoid of barred gates. Cautiously approaching the bars, he peered down to discover that the structure was arranged in a circular layout, resembling those seen in films. A quick assessment revealed that there were a total of 10 levels, with 20 cells on each floor. Thus, he deduced that he was confined in cell 12 on the 5th floor. Before long, the oppressive silence of the prison began to wear on him, prompting Tang Long to shout, "Hello? Is anyone there?" But aside from the echo of his own voice, there was no response. Tang Long absent-mindedly touched the collar around his neck, pondering, "Am I truly the only prisoner in this entire facility? I wonder how Lu Siheo and the others are faring. Alas, the treatment in the prison for junior officers is hardly better. I trust their conditions are equally dismal." Tang Long sat helplessly on the wooden plank of his bed, gazing at the metallic walls that confined him. Suddenly, a square fissure, the width of a palm and half a meter long, appeared in the wall facing the corridor, accompanied by a creaking sound as a metal tray extended outward. Neatly stacked upon it were thin sheets, a cup, a towel, a toothbrush, and several changes of clothes, mere daily necessities. Once the tray was fully extended, 4 iron pillars emerged from the ground, firmly supporting it. With a resounding thud, the fissure sealed itself, revealing a simple table. As Tang Long idly fiddled with the items before him, he muttered, "All of this is subpar. The warden must be lining his pockets. Otherwise, these goods wouldn't be of such poor quality." Just as he spoke, another crack appeared in the wall beside the table, this one smaller, through which a food container was delivered. Feeling a pang of hunger, Tang Long promptly seized it. Without even glancing, he began to eat, but after a few bites, he immediately spat it out and shouted towards the outside, "Are you kidding me? This is fit for pigs. You're in for it, warden," stooping so low as to skimp on the prisoner's meals. "Just wait until I file a complaint." The only responses to his outburst were the creaking of the iron pillars at the door and the echo of his own words. Frustrated, Tang Long hurled to the young lieutenants, intrigued by the scene, approached and were astonished to see that Tang Long's previously swollen face had returned to its normal state, prompting them to silently marvel at the advancements of technology. Shinjin, observing Tang Long's robust physique, suddenly sneered, "Hey, I wonder if there are any inmates in this prison who share that interest. Let them have some fun with our Tang Long. I am certain he would be quite grateful." Upon hearing Shinjin's words, the lieutenants nodded in agreement, one of them shaking his head and chuckling. "It's a pity that at this moment, he is the only inmate in our prison, and none of us are interested in such things. Otherwise, it would be quite a spectacle to eye in a corner." The elderly military doctor stared blankly at these almost demonic figures. Shaking his head in disbelief, the lieutenants laughed and prepared to drag Tang Long out. He suddenly opened his eyes and swung his fist with force in a swift motion. He executed a double dragon strike, causing the 2 lieutenants attempting to seize him to stumble backward, blood gushing from their noses as they fell to the ground in agony. Before anyone could react, he sprang into action, delivering a flying kick to the nearest lieutenant, followed by an elbow strike that took down another. Within mere seconds, only Shinjin and the wide-eyed elderly military doctor remained standing. Shinjin, unable to believe his eyes, stared at Tang Long, astonished that the unconscious man had revived so swiftly. Chapter 28. Tang Long stood at the doorway, casting a cold glance at the prison officer badge on Shinjin's arm before remarking, "It appears that I once punished you for your insolence when I arrived at the Hake military district, that I never anticipated that you would harbor such a grudge. Not only becoming a prison officer, but also gathering a few lieutenants who were eliminated during the base selection." Shinjin noticed a lieutenant lying on the ground, slightly lifting his head and giving him a knowing glance. Feeling reassured, he approached a nearby chair and declared loudly, "Indeed, I hold grudges. You embarrassed me at the airport, leaving me unable to lift my head in front of the new recruits. These brothers of mine suffered because of you, that twisted pervert, who not only lost their qualifications in the arena, but also spent 2 weeks in the hospital. If it weren't for the lack of prison officer slots, the entire 45th Company of Lieutenants would have ended up here." Upon hearing this, Tang Long leaped up and forcefully stomped down on the hands of the lieutenant, who was attempting to sneakily grab his ankle. As the lieutenant screamed, Tang Long brutally smashed his head into the floor, delivering a fierce kiss to the ground. Simultaneously, Shinjin had picked up a chair and lunged at him, but Tang Long swiftly sidestepped, landing a punch to Shinjin's side, causing him to double over in pain. With a fierce knee strike to Shinjin's abdomen, he sent him crashing down before furiously exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Do you still have the audacity to claim righteousness? If they hadn't surrounded me to attack, would I have retaliated so fiercely? Damn it! It must be your wretched backer, Shinri, who ordered them to make my life miserable. You all behave like thieves." Blaming the victim for resisting rather than taking responsibility. "If I hadn't fought back, I'd still be lying in a hospital bed." Tang Long's fury escalated as he realized that the lieutenant's actions had rendered him a pariah within the 45th Company. With everyone regarding him with strange glances, it seemed as if he was the one who should be beaten and left in a hospital bed instead of teaching them a lesson. He stomped on Shinjin's body, gritting his teeth as he declared, "So, what were you discussing earlier about how to deal with me? Did you think I wasn't listening? Let me tell you, those who provoke me will not have an easy time." With that, he swiftly seized Shinjin's hand and twisted it forcefully, the sound of bones snapping accompanied by Shun Jin's agonized screams echoing throughout the medical room. The elderly military doctor, taken aback, could hardly believe that the lieutenant, who had just been a victim, had turned the tables and displayed greater ferocity than the 5 lieutenants combined. After breaking Shin Jin's hand, Tang Long picked up the chair and mercilessly shattered Shin Jin's leg, then followed up with a few brutal kicks to his ribs. Shin Jin had already lost consciousness from the hand injury. Otherwise, he would have likely emitted inhuman sounds in response to his impending fate. The elderly military doctor stood in shock as he witnessed Tang Long administer similar punishment to the other 4 lieutenants. Once Tang Long had incapacitated them all, he dusted off his hands and donned his military uniform, which lay beside the treatment box. Noticing the elderly doctor rushing to assess the injuries of the 5, he inquired, "How long will their treatment take? Could you possibly attend to my fractured ribs first?" The elderly doctor, momentarily stunned, swallowed hard before approaching and stammering, Certainly. Generally speaking, they will need to lie down for at least a month to recover." He stood beside Tang Long, avoiding eye contact, and after examining Tang Long's body, he nervously rubbed his hands and said, "Please stand here for a moment to receive some radiological treatment. You'll be well in a few days." The elderly doctor dared not face the man who could so easily break others' limbs without hesitation. Tang Long, having removed half of his clothing, approached the machine indicated by the doctor and smiled. "Do you think I am cruel?" The doctor, startled by the question, quickly shook his head, feigning interest in the machine. Yet his trembling body betrayed his thoughts. Tang Long, observing the doctor's demeanor, sighed and said, "I believe you heard their plans for how to deal with me if I don't ensure they are incapacitated for a month. I will have to remain vigilant against them every day. That be why the time a month passes, I will have long since departed. At that point, I will settle the score with them." Upon hearing such menacing words, the elderly doctor shuddered, yet he realized that Tang Long had a point. If he didn't ensure their incapacitation, he might indeed face humiliation one day. After the laser treatment for Tang Long's fractured ribs concluded, he resumed dressing while asking, "Old sir, at your advanced age, have you ever witnessed such brutal treatment of inmates?" The elderly doctor nodded. "I've seen it countless times. However, due to the recent focus on pre-war preparations, we have had a lull in inmate activity here, allowing for some peace and quiet." Tang Long, perplexed, asked, "So these individuals who were originally regular soldiers managed to be reassigned as prison officers shortly after my arrival? And while they were attacking me, none of the other officers appeared. This surely has something to do with rampant abuse of power, doesn't it? Is the military really that dark?" The elderly doctor chuckled softly, shaking his head. "After prolonged peace, everyone becomes enamored with power. Government officials trade minor power for greater influence, while the military resorts to violence to gain authority. Essentially, if you view the military officers as analogous to those in the federal government, it becomes easier to comprehend. It is not surprising that they engage in such behavior." As Tang Long was about to respond, the door to the medical room swung open, and the portly major entered. Flanked by 2 captains and several guards wielding electric batons, their expressions tense. The major's gaze fell upon the incapacitated lieutenants, and his brow furrowed as he coldly demanded, "What is happening here, Tang Long? Why are you here? Did you assault these individuals? Guards, arrest this inmate for attacking a police officer." The latter part of his inquiry, which should have been phrased as a question, came across with an assertive tone to Tang Long's ears. As the guards began to advance, Tang Long bellowed, "Wait!" As everyone froze in place, he continued in a measured tone, "Major, you know very well why I am here and how these individuals ended up on the ground. I will not contest your assertion of assaulting an officer. Instead, I wish to clarify that I was apprehended under the direct orders of Major General Su Si of the Hake Military District, and I am currently an officer detained here without trial. Furthermore, I am a lieutenant who has achieved significant merit for violating military orders, and my rank was conferred by General Guao, the supreme commander of the Bone Dragon Cloud Army, prior to any violations." Tang Long revealed these truths with an air of pride, lacing his words with an undertone of threat. Observing the major's complexion shift from green to pale, sweat beads forming on his plump face, Tang Long felt a surge of satisfaction. He realized he had managed to intimidate the prison commander. As the major recalled receiving orders from the command to take custody of Tang Long, he regretted not clarifying Tang Long's background before agreeing to assist Shin Jin. The major suddenly wondered, what if Tang Long was deceiving him? But before he could ponder further, he was struck by the possibility that what Tang Long claimed might indeed be true. If two high-ranking generals were watching, he could very well be promoted several ranks above his current position. Moreover, if he were to speak ill of Tang Long when questioned by the two generals, he would be in serious trouble. The guards wielding electric batons, while uncertain of their superiors' decisions, were adept at analyzing the situation. They had already discreetly switched off the power to their batons while the major was contemplating, indicating their own conclusions were already drawn. The major soon realized that regardless of the truth behind Tang Long's statements, it was best to avoid offending him. With his decision made, he forced a smile back onto his face. The sweat on his brow evaporated as he cheerfully said, "My apologies, Mr. Tang Long, for my earlier impetuousness. Certainly, you are aware that for those of us in subordinate positions, the path is fraught with challenges." Observing the commanding officer in such a state, the prison guards promptly concealed their electric batons, while the two captains standing behind the major instantly donned cheerful expressions. Tang Long nodded and smiled, saying, "Of course, I shall return to my cell. Might I trouble you to have a brother guide me?" "No problem," the major replied with a smile, then called out to one of the guards, "Private, why are you not promptly escorting Mr. Tang Long back to his quarters?" After the major acknowledged Tang Long with a courteous nod, he added, "Please take your time. I shall arrange for someone to tidy your room shortly." Lying beneath the soft, warm blankets and surveying the newly refreshed surroundings, Tang Long was experiencing the benefits of power for the first time. By merely mentioning the names of two high-ranking officers, he had cleverly implied a connection, which not only spared him from scrutiny regarding the incident, but also significantly elevated his treatment. As he gazed at the exquisite food presented in the elegant box atop his beautiful desk, he couldn't help but reflect on the abysmal rations he had consumed not long ago, exclaiming, "Indeed, power is a remarkable thing." However, this favorable treatment began to wane after a month of awaiting a court hearing without any progress. And a perturbed Tang Long found little inclination to concern himself with such matters. Initially, he had daydreamed of promotion, but with no one coming to summon him for military tribunal proceedings and not a single soul engaging him in conversation, he felt as if his days were more arduous than those spent in boot camp. He began to ruminate on his experiences since enlisting, smiling foolishly at joyful memories and sighing at the mundane. He recalled that during the last battle, he had prepared himself for the military tribunal when he resolutely decided to reject the Imperial Army's offer of surrender, that he understood that surrendering to the Imperial Guard, burdened with a secret mission, would only lead to execution, while facing a military tribunal could very well result in a death sentence. He reasoned that he had at least eliminated some of the enemy's advanced troops, managing to hold them off for an hour before making his escape. In light of General Goryeo orders, he had fulfilled the task of resisting the enemy for 1 hour, which afforded him some leeway, unlike the dead end that awaited those who surrendered. Thus, after dispatching several enemies, he had fled with all his might, and in retrospect he felt vindicated in his judgment. Had he surrendered immediately, he would have faced execution on the spot, rendering the tribunal unnecessary. Tang Long then recalled the fates of the surrendering soldiers, realizing that their destinies may have been sealed the moment he escaped. The pride that had once graced his face began to fade. He pondered whether, had they been willing to follow his command and launch another surprise attack against the enemy, they might have completed their obstructive mission and returned here as he did. Unfortunately, they believed he was deceiving them, refused to heed his orders, and turned their weapons against him, discarding their only chance of survival. In truth, his initial deception had been a desperate measure. Without it, he understood the stark disparity in their strengths and sensed that those who had been abandoned by the nation would be annihilated when the Imperial advance forces appeared. Alas, it was all the fault of that general's command to execute any who fled, leaving the soldiers with 3 choices: die in battle, face execution, or surrender. Had he expressed his true intentions to them at the time, they might have chosen to follow him. Instead, he resorted to deceit to compel them into executing his plan. Was it that he feared they would not believe him, thereby jeopardizing their chance for victory? Or was it merely the result of habits formed in the realm of gaming? In those games, victory often required the sacrifice of a few playerships, yet those players typically hesitated to become sacrificial pawns for their scores. For the sake of triumph, he had no choice but to deceive them, pushing them to fight without awareness of the risks involved. Although he faced their scorn afterward, a mere apology sufficed to mend things. Yet this was a real battle, where one misstep could lead to annihilation. and no opportunity for remorse remained, as he could no longer seek forgiveness from those lost. Reflecting on this, Tang Long suddenly realized how cold-hearted he appeared. For when witnessing the deaths of his comrades pursuing him, he felt no sorrow whatsoever. His indifference stemmed not from their betrayal, but from an understanding that they had become enemies, and he too would have pursued orders to kill had their roles been reversed. Despite their betrayal of the Federation, their survival hinged upon obedience to command. Perhaps they pondered how one could bear to turn against former comrades, but from the outset, they had forsaken their honor as soldiers to save their own lives. Thus, notions of camaraderie had dissipated, and they had become adversaries. Yet this rationale failed to account for his lack of sorrow. He could not conceive of any other explanation for his emotional detachment. Nevertheless, he found it difficult to fully embrace the term cold-blooded. While he could not fathom why every soldier chose surrender, he recognized that had he been unaware they were the Imperial Guard on a secret mission, he too would have capitulated. He had no desire to perish at such a young age, for he still harbored countless aspirations, and he believed those soldiers shared similar dreams, though he had clearly conveyed to them that the Imperial Army would not accept their surrender. They had just received a communication from the enemy offering capitulation. With his history of deception, it was only natural they would suspect he was unwilling for them to surrender, leading them to once again fall prey to his trickery. At this juncture, no explanation would suffice to convince them. Alas, it was a grave error not to speak the truth from the beginning. Tang Long suddenly grasped the reason behind his apparent indifference to the deaths of thousands before him. He simply could not visualize the horrific, bloody scenes that would typically evoke a sense of anguish. Witnessing the explosions of warships felt akin to observing the destruction of ships in a game, rendering him incapable of experiencing the guilt associated with taking lives. This, perhaps, was the after-effect of immersing oneself in realistic games, blurring the lines between the virtual and the real. Although he could still discern his reality, his subconscious treated those scenes as mere gameplay. With this realization, he shook his head sorrowfully, aware that if he did not extricate himself from the after-effects of gaming, he would forever view life through the lens of a game, ultimately rendering himself a true cold-hearted individual. For the first time, Tang Long comprehended the machine instructor's warnings against becoming consumed by realistic gaming that as his spirits sank. He curled up in a corner of his bed, quietly gazing at the pristine white sheets, suddenly contemplating something he had never considered before. Even ascending a single rank in military hierarchy came at the cost of countless lives. Although the lives sacrificed were those of the enemy, his own comrades had also perished. Were the lives of the enemy not lives as well? To attain the rank of lieutenant, he had witnessed the deaths of hundreds of thousands on both sides. And to become a marshal, would it not entail the loss of? Tang Long trembled at the thought of numbers beyond his comprehension, for he realized his aspiration to become a marshal stemmed merely from viewing it as the pinnacle of military command. Akin to a final achievement in a game, yet again, the notion of a game, in his desire to treat life as a game. He had driven away the computer sister who had always supported him. Now, he recognized that his long-held ambition had also been reduced to a mere game. Tang Long clutched his head in anguish, lamenting how absurd it was to pursue the position of Marshal. For this goal, he had sacrificed over 100,000 comrades and countless Imperial soldiers, and he had nearly led those who followed his orders to their doom. Now, he had even embroiled his companions in confinement, forcing them to endure an agonizing wait for an uncertain future. Perhaps the desire to become a soldier was misguided, especially the ambition to become a marshal responsible for the fates of all soldiers, which was fundamentally flawed, as he could not even bear the weight of one person's destiny. With reddened eyes, Tang Long murmured to himself as he inadvertently glanced outside at the now darkened scenery. He whispered, "I long to return home, to roam the streets freely with my computer sister." With that thought, tears glistened in the corners of his eyes as he gradually succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, Tang Long was jolted awake by a bucket of icy water. Shivering and sneezing as he shouted, "Who on earth is so cruel?" The moment he uttered those words, he recalled an incident from a month prior and quickly jumped up, adopting a defensive stance. Standing at the door were not the figures he had envisioned, but rather the two prison guards who had often sought to curry favor with him. Observing their now expressionless faces, Tang Long felt a jolt of unease. But he quickly recognized that something was amiss. Wiping the droplets of water from his face, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Brothers, what jest is this?" Throughout a month of anxious musings, Tang Long understood that he could no longer afford to speak as he once did, hurling insults at every opportunity. Moreover, at present, Tang Long harbors no desire to remain a soldier. Thus, he resolves to endure until the interrogation concludes before applying for his discharge. For this moment, he must swallow his indignation. The two prison guards scoffed derisively, unfastening the already powerless bars, and, brandishing their batons, coldly commanded, "Step out, you deceiver." "Oh, very well." "What deceiver?" Tang Long, who had been compliant in stepping out, found himself momentarily taken aback by that remark. "Humph, you know it yourself, then no more chatter, just move." One of the guards activated the baton, showcasing its sparking menace before Tang Long. "Where should I go?" Noticing the guard's unfriendly demeanor, Tang Long, though perplexed, opted against further inquiries, lest he invite unnecessary misfortune. Having been confined for a month, his mind, besieged by tumultuous thoughts, began to soften. "You'll be moved to another cell," declared the guard who fastened Tang Long's handcuffs after his emergence, falling silent thereafter as they escorted him past rows of desolate cells. Tang Long, perplexed, wondered why a change of quarters was necessary. Why was he not to be transported via the prison vehicle this time? Initially, he assumed the guards found his cell too luxurious and sought to relocate him to a more ordinary one. That, however, as they walked, he soon realized they were departing the 10-story building and descending underground. The two guards remained tight-lipped, guiding Tang Long through a dimly lit corridor into a chamber, which he soon discovered was an elevator. Upon pressing a button, the elevator began its slow descent. Time slipped by unmarked until the doors opened to reveal a dank cement passageway. The moment Tang Long stepped out, he felt a chill envelop him. His damp clothing compelled him to instinctively hunch his shoulders like the guard ahead of him, that he surveyed the corridor. Noting the presence of moss on the walls, while the nearby motion sensor lights flickered ominously, casting an eerie glow. Following the guards through a labyrinth of turns, Tang Long sensed something was amiss and began to brace himself for the unexpected. Eventually, the leading guard halted before a sealed iron door, nudging Tang Long forward to stand before it, effectively sandwiching him between the two guards. The guard on the right pressed a button beside the door, and upon finding it ineffective, muttered a curse. "Damn it, this ancient contraption is broken after just a few years of disuse." As he scolded, he struck the moss-covered panel above the button with his baton, seemingly discovering something, for when he cleared away the moss, a rusty iron plate was revealed. He struck the corroded metal several times until fissures appeared, then pried it open to reveal a handle-like mechanism within. With determination, the guard pressed down on the handle, and a series of creaking noises echoed around them. Tang Long observed as the iron door gradually began to part. As the door swung wide, a gust of even colder air, laden with moisture, rushed in, causing Tang Long, thoroughly drenched, to shiver involuntarily. Beyond the door lay a pitch-black void devoid of any light. That moment, one guard prodded Tang Long with his bat, while the other removed his handcuffs. As Tang Long flexed his wrists and gazed into the ominous darkness ahead, he inquired, "Where is this?" Before he could finish his question, a jolt of electricity surged through his waist, causing him to cry out in agony and collapse to the ground. One guard ordered him with a kick to roll inside the iron door, adding, "This is your new cell." Paralyzed, Tang Long struggled to rise, glaring fiercely at the guard. The guard, upon meeting Tang